Chapter 76. Chance Meetings at the Imperial Capital. 1. It was while Rem was strolling through the mansion where she was held under house arrest that she noticed a certain woman. In the heights of the battle at the fortress city of Geralt, in order to treat a wounded Flop O'Connell, Rem had been abducted from the city, along with him taken to the Imperial Capital and placed under house arrest in what was probably one of the most magnificent mansions in the city. However, while it was called house arrest, Rem still possessed relatively ample freedom. She was not confined to cramped rooms or prisons, nor was she subjected to excessive violence or verbal abuse. While it could have hardly been called tranquil, it was possible for one to say that the treatment she got was mild. Food was prepared for every mealtime, and a time for bathing was also available. In some ways, it was definitely a better place to live than in the village of the people of Shudrak. However, even though she was not in prison, she still could not go outside the mansion, as the soldiers responsible for security, the private army of Bristets von Dalfin, kept watch, reminding her of her limitations. In any case, leaving aside the topic of whether she was more free than not, the situation at hand was not one she wished for. Naturally, she had made Cuna and Holly experience some inadequacy, and it would not be surprising if she were now the object of Priscilla's indignation, having left as she pleased. Above all, how would the people that had left for the east react upon their return? Lewis Medium and the boy named Natsuki Subaru. And it was while Rem was lost in her own thoughts that brought her heartache that she heard a painfully feeble voice. Upon turning her face toward the direction of the voice, she saw an unfamiliar figure in the garden in the center of the mansion, one likely used more as a courtyard for the purpose of mounting and dismounting flying dragons than for preserving a lush green landscape. Although she had not met all of the soldiers and servants working in the mansion, she could tell at a glance that the person was neither of these. For the reason was because that very person did not walk on her own feet and sat in a chair with wheels attached. Kuwag. She was a fair-skinned woman with unruly dark brown hair, which was parted in two on either side of her head. Her long lashed blue eyes flickered, and then she put strength into her slender shoulders and leaned forward. What those trembling arms were putting strength into was the wheeled chair she was sitting in. Specifically, the wheels of her wheelchair. They possessed large rims which the person sitting in the chair could turn by hand to move forwards or backwards. However, it seemed one of the wheels had got caught in a ditch in the corner of the path, and unable to get out, she had been stuck there. Biting on her thin lips with force, the woman strenuously tried time after time to turn the wheel. Still, her slender arms did not provide the necessary strength, and the wheel just wiggled back and forth fruitlessly. If she were to raise her voice and call for help, someone would have rushed to her, and yet she did not. She did not want to rely on anyone. Rem felt a sense of kinship with such obstinacy. Of course, she did not know due to what emotional state she was like that, but Rem will help you. Unable to leave her be, Rem walked over to the woman stuck in the ditch and called out to her from behind. Immediately rolling her eyes, the woman looked over her shoulder and gasped at Rem's presence, but soon her look became one of embarrassment, chewing on her lips as she went silent. Rem, once again feeling a sense of kinship to her reaction, placed her hand on the back of the wheelchair. The back of the wheelchair had handles on either side so that a person standing behind could push it, and so putting her hands there and pushing it. Rem 1, 2, and 3. Rem put her strength into it. The wheel bounced with a bang, and the wheelchair escaped from the ditch in which it was stuck. Using her hands, the woman stopped the wheelchair, which had moved slightly forward with too much momentum, then abruptly spun the wheels on the spot and looked back toward Rem. And then, who asked you to do that? And what came was a very particular greeting, Rem. Reflexively, Rem's eyes went wide and blinked in surprise as she was taken aback by the woman's words. Meanwhile, the woman averted her eyes from Rem, chewing on her lips. I would have been fine without help for something that trivial. I mean, what do you think you're doing when you need to cane yourself? Why, you should rather worry about yourself. Rem, thank you for your concern. I'm not worried or anything. Are your ears perhaps not working properly? If not, then I guess the problem's in your head. Yes, it's rather in your head. Rem belatedly realized that those stammered words were apparently meant to be a cutting remark. Her tone was harsh, but since the subtle sense that she was not accustomed to such speech hung in the air, she lacked the talent to deal damage with such sarcasm. Frankly speaking, from Rem's point of view, after encountering Priscilla, the difference in the potency of this woman, and Priscilla was about the same as that between a puppy and Mazelda. Now get lost. I don't have the free time to be concerned about you. Rem, if you don't have any free time, does that mean you have some role to fulfill? A role? Yes, that's right. I have a proper role, unlike you. After having been asked a question in return by Rem, the woman answered, her cheeks stiffening. As she answered, she scrunched up her thin eyebrows and looked Rem over top to bottom, as if scrutinizing her. Then she brought her right thumb to her mouth, chomped at it ever so slightly, and a face I haven't seen and a presence. I hadn't noticed. Who are you? Rem, my name is Rem. Because of some circumstances, I was abducted to this mansion. Abducted. Rem, yes, may I ask for your name? In order to approach the woman, biting her nails, and muttering, Rem asked for her name. She thought that perhaps the likelihood of receiving an unfriendly rejection was higher. Katia. However, surprisingly, without reserves, Katia had introduced herself as such. Rem did not know if it was due to some ulterior motive, or if she had named herself reflexively while she was lost in thought, but Katia seemingly deliberated as she continued to bite her nails. Katia, by abducted, do you mean that you're a hostage too? Rem, hostage, that may very well be the case. It does not seem appropriate to request that I play such a role. Unmistakably, Subaru was probably the only one that would worry nonstop over Rem's disappearance. Of course, she felt the Shadrakians and the O'Connell siblings would be anxious as well, and Priscilla might at least move an eyebrow, but that would not affect the overall situation. Rem's existence would only affect the overall situation when Subaru affected the overall situation. However, Rem, I wouldn't expect that person to go that far. To Rem, it did not seem likely that he could do it, nor did she think that he should. In a short time, she had been shown time and time again for a short period a figure resisting, and resisting earnestly with their lack of ability as he was tormented by absurdity, his figure, as he kept on shouldering the burden of having to do everything by himself. Rem could not stand it at all. It was not because she disliked or hated him. It was still difficult to verbalize why that was though Rem. Katia, hey, don't just go silent on me. Rem, I'm sorry, I was just lost and thought, Katia, what are you to Bristets? Called out to by Katia, whose eyes had sharpened Rem, apologized for her silence, then posed a question. Since she was in this mansion, there was no doubt that Katia also had some connection to Bristets. However, it was difficult to imagine their relationship. If she were someone with fighting strength like what Madeline possessed, or if she would look like an imperial soldier, the relationship would be obvious. But Katia's appearance made it difficult to establish any sort of connection. If there was anything that came to mind, Rem Bristets' daughter or grandchild perhaps. Katia, a relative of Prime Minister Sama. Oh, stop it, you. In the first place, Bristets Sama isn't married and supposedly doesn't have a family. I'm not that big of a deal. Rem is that, so that's surprising. Surprising, Katia said, as she tilted her head, but Rem shook her head as to gloss over her words' true meaning. Once before, at the time Bristets and Rem had met face to face, he had explained the reason for his own rebellion against the Emperor, that was his distrust of an emperor that would not produce an heir from Bristets' standpoint. As someone working for the nation, the Emperor's actions would seem like a dishonorable dereliction of duty. Rem had been satisfied with that logic, even if it was difficult for her to sympathize having been dragged into it. However, the fact that Bristets had started a rebellion for such a reason was unconvincing, when he himself, just like the Emperor, did not have a family. Of course, she believed Bristets had his own reasons. Rem, but if you're not either of those, why are you in the mansion? Katia, you're an unperceptive woman. I asked if you were also hostage. Rem, does that mean that you're a hostage as well, Katiasen? With Rem returning with a question, Katia begrudgingly nodded, the bitter look on her face unchanging. Katia, too, was being held captive in the mansion. As someone's hostage, slightly surprised at that fact, Rem spun around and surveyed the mansion. A spacious mansion amidst the imperial capital, a mansion enveloped in a majestic atmosphere. However, there were probably many other secrets lying within of which Rem and Katia, as well as the injured Flop, were a part of. Having confronted Bristets directly, Rem recognized the old man as someone of great intellectual stature, a formidable wall, standing in the way of Abel's attempt to regain the imperial throne. However, Rem's imagination and speculation would probably never be able to wholly gauge just how dreadful Bristets could be should he be willing to scheme and target his enemy's weaknesses. Rem, your family must surely be very worried about you having been taken hostage. Katia, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Tim. I might be nothing more than a replaceable tool. If I get in the way, he'll drop me like a hot potato. Averting her gaze, so spat out Katia. Even though her speech had not faltered, Rem could tell that those seemingly hateful words were not her true feelings. She had a clue as to what lay behind Katia's attitude. Rem, after all, there was the same shade of obstinacy belonging to none other than Rem. She did not know what kind of person Katia would curse and keep at a distance. However, this complaint was more for the sake of convincing herself rather than it was for Rem to hear. It was a lie told because she did not want herself to have too much faith in or too high expectations for that person. It was a lie precisely because she did not want to admit that the other person thought her irreplaceable, nor that the other person was irreplaceable to her. It was a lie specifically to deceive herself, not anyone else. Rem Katiasen, would you like to talk some more? Katia, what doing something so selfish to Prime Minister Sama? Rem, I don't think he'll be angry. If he does get angry, then tell him I force you to do it. Katia, but it isn't actually like the I'll wait. With trembling lips, Katia attempted to reject Rem. Quickly moving around behind Katia, Rem tucked her cane under her arm and gently gripped the handle of her wheelchair. While pushing the wheelchair, Rem could support her own body in addition to the other person's with this. She would not fall, even without the cane, and surprisingly, it was not a terrible position. Katia, just doing as you please, as if I would. Rem, in which direction? Is your room, Katias, and my room is on the west side. Katia, on the opposite side, the east side, Rem. Understood. Well then, let's head that way. Hearing Katia's feeble reply, Rem pushed a wheelchair and started walking. Only at the start was there a slight resistance, but Katia soon detached her fingers from the wheel and went along for the ride. She was aware that she was being a bit forceful in moving the conversation forward, but Rem was anything but hesitant in pushing it. In honest truth, she did not possess any ulterior motives, such as befriending Katia to make visible a way out of this deadlock or her holding knowledge of an important secret to the mansion. Probably Katia's presence would not be useful in moving the situation along. Faintly, so she understood that the reason why Brstetz, who held Rem and Katia as beings hostage, had no family himself was so that he would have no weaknesses. And yet, there were several reasons why Rem was trying to come to terms with Katia in this way. But, Rem, there are so many things I have to know. After having become a captive, she had the belief and resolve that she could not be the kind of weak person who would only spread the seeds of anxiety and worry in the people who knew her. Therefore, Rem would make every effort, even if she did not know how she would do things her own way. Priscilla, no one can escape from who they are. Strive to remember, my words, be diligent. There were more pressing things to do than to repudiate her own helplessness. Indeed, for the sake of putting into practice the words of that person, to not remain at a standstill. 2. Flop slowly opened his eyelids, having felt the presence of someone else in the room. Flop, shaking off the restless hand of drowsiness that entangled him, Flop's consciousness returned to reality. In the view of his now open eyes, a clean white ceiling was visible, and he quickly came to the understanding that he was in the room of the mansion, where he was being held captive. He was way past the point of panicking because of this realization. It also did not catch him off guard anymore, and as a result, he did not make himself experience pain by suddenly moving his body because of his surprise. But still, it was still too early to say that he was acclimated to the situation, considering there was still some feeling of uneasiness left. Flop is a merchant. I can't help but be impatient being bedridden for days like this, all right. He was a peddler whose efforts on a given day determined how much money he had at its end. He could hardly call it his strong suit, but having an elaborate business plan was the shortcut to success, and even if he did not succeed, he still needed to earn even just a little bit. Thus being tied to a bed in this manner agitated and distressed him despite the quite leisurely position he found himself in. Wondering how Medium would react if she knew he was being held captive only made it worse. In any case, Flop, I can hardly ask wife Sen to bring me to perfect condition at this very moment. What an irritating situation. In order to treat Flop's injuries, Rem was also being held captive in the mansion. For Subaru's sake, as well as the others who worried for her, Rem had to be brought home safely at any cost, but her situation was far from being secure. Rem's current position, that of being Flop's healer, would become quite uncertain once Flop made a complete recovery. He had hoped that Rem would not immediately be disposed of as someone who no longer had any use. Flop, I guess you could say that depends exactly on your mood, Miss Madeline. Having collected and organized his thoughts, Flop proceeded to cast this particular subject of conversation towards the room's entrance. Flop had been awakened by the presence of a certain someone. The other person's voice could not be heard, but it was obvious that someone was in the room, and there were only two people who usually visited him. Only two, whether it be Rem, who came to treat him, or Madeline, who appeared more frequently. Leaving aside Rem, who had been given unexpected freedom within the mansion around Madeline, Flop had to be somewhat careful. Despite her childish appearance, she had tremendous physical strength and could easily rip and tear through Flop with her claws. In addition, she was a proud member of the Dragonkin, someone who Flop, despite having been through many different paths in life, had no idea how to deal with. Besides, Flop did not want to mislead Madeline, nor deceive her with lies, even though she would possibly scold him for being blind to the situation. Even Flop had not gone through life without telling a lie. He was proud of the fact that he relied on the power of words more than anyone else in the Empire, precisely because of his apparent lack of strength, being that the reason as to why he wished to avoid doing anything that would make Madeline believe he was trying to win her over was that she genuinely cared about Flop's precious close friend. He imagined a particular close friend of his would be appalled at his seemingly stupid way of life. Flop, that's the way I live my life. Nothing I can do about it. Flop was spending his time at the mansion with the determination to take the offensive, therefore engaging Madeline in a battle devoid of lies in which he would make full use of his conversational arts and power of his speech, so that her interest would not be exhausted, was something he expected to happen on this day. But it was not to be since. Flop, Miss Madeline, I thought you might be here to ask me to continue our conversation from yesterday. What was a surprising thing Ball Leroy said the first time Carillion flew in the sky. I cut off the conversation at that point where, while that sounds like an interesting topic, it shan't be the one discussed now. Flop, who was lying on his bed talking to the person who was supposedly there, fell in silence upon being answered by a voice different from the one he had expected. Flop had assumed it was Madeline at the entrance, but the answer was returned through the voice of a man, a voice he had heard before. It was only a small pride, but Flop would never forget a voice having heard it once. Even if it came from a corner of a busy market, Flop could recognize it, which was why he had not mistaken the voice. However, after hearing the voice in question, Flop's feelings became complex to the extreme. After all, his relationship with said party had changed quite drastically, at least as far as Flop was concerned. Flop Village Chief Kuin, no, perhaps I should say His Excellency, the Emperor Kuin. You rephrase yourself, and yet you came to that. Either way, it seems there is no substitute for profane name you have dubbed me with. Calling out quietly, Flop strained his trembling arms and sat up on the bed. He still felt a faint numbness in his upper body and a tightness in his skin, but it was not unbearable. Then, raising his gaze, he finally caught sight of a figure standing at the entrance to the room. Standing, there was a young man with black hair, fair skin, and sharp eyes. His attire was dominated by vermilion, and his slender figure matched what he had seen many times before. His face, his eyes, his nose, everything was familiar. Abel No Vincent Valaquia. That was the name of the current emperor of the sacred Valaquian Empire, the rebellious wolf who had been driven from his throne, presently seeking to reclaim it. Having been called disrespectful by the very man behind it all himself, Flop smiled and bowed his head. Flop, excuse me, perhaps I should rephrase. No, perhaps I should also change my speech in general. How embarrassing. Would you mind if I start over from the beginning? Vincent, no need starting over shan't make up for the deeds you have committed. More importantly, are you a citizen resolved to pledge allegiance and devotion to the Emperor of Valaquia? Flop, I wonder, His Excellency is the Emperor of the country in which I live since the reign of His Excellency Vincent Valaquia. Disputes, including skirmishes between tribes, have decreased dramatically. I'd say I'm grateful for a country that has become a better place to live. Vincent, that is a very suggestive way of putting it. You dare play with idle words in front of the Emperor. The Emperor shrugged his slender shoulders and slowly stepped forward. Flop's eyes widened as the figure became more clearly visible up close. For all intents and purposes, the figure was that of the very Abel he was already acquainted with. But he knew that the man in front of him was not that Abel. Flop, I'm very embarrassed by my lack of knowledge, but you really have made a good likeness of him. Haven't you? It didn't need to be that good to befit the role of a body double, I guess. Vincent, if you continue to speak so frivolously, I shall have no choice but to muzzle you. It is not more than the wish of the flying dragon, General Madeline Ischart, that has provided you shelter here, but where shall the scales tip towards the general's wishes or mine whims? Flop, I'll accept your advice to take care of my words. However, I cannot promise that I'll be able to put into practice. My feelings are very mixed. After all, I'd very much like to remark further on that face of yours. Vincent, being pointed at with a snap, the other party remained silent after that loud insistence from Flop. Flop was at a loss on how to address the other party, the one who was not able, who, for the sake of convenience, he had decided to call Vincent. Flop knew that Vincent was a false emperor, a man who had plotted to usurp the throne. However, Flop did not possess any reason to denounce him pers. If Flop and Abel were bound by a firm friendship, having built a relationship in which they would be willing to speak out on each other's behalf at every such event, then it would only be natural, but that was not the case. Rather, Flop and Abel's relationship was more complicated as well. Flop, unfortunately, the person I really want to give my remarks to is someone else, someone who's got the same face as you, but still it truly looks very much alike. I help husband Kuindu Village Chief Kun's makeup. It looks just like his bare face. Vincent, the matter of the fortress city has reached my ears. So you were a part of that scheme too? I can only imagine that you have all tried to besmirch the emperor's rule in some ungodly fashion. It was an act of barbarism and one beyond measure. Flop, is that so? It was a fun venture, and most importantly, there were no casualties. Vincent, that is just a justification based solely upon the results. Flop's cheeks relaxed, and he thought about the plan for the fortified city that Subaru and Abel had collaborated on. It was a plan that Flop had found astonishing, but it was the funniest of all the plots in which Flop had ever been involved. Everyone involved in that operation had certainly wished for its success. Flop, Mr. Ritta, and Miss Cunha did, and I did as well. That's why I can't unravel it. Vincent, Flop husband Kuan, His Excellency the Emperor Kuan, I wonder why, who I still don't know how to call, was ousted from the imperial throne and put in that position. Flop looked at Vincent, cutting him off more to the point. He looked towards the usurper of the throne, whose expression did not even waver, his face a mirror image of the emperor's. Flop, just why did you and your people have to make our rock-solid empire quake? Why did you have to raise this disturbance? Vincent, you are quite the talkative man, are you not? Flop, it's a tool of the trade. I'm a merchant. Also, my dear sister often compliments me on my good looks. That's another tool of the trade. Vincent, I see in that case. Flop had a toothy grin on his face. Vincent nodded at his words, composed, before suddenly grabbing Flop's face with his outstretched hand and pulling him closer. Forced to lean forward, his wounds, sore Flop moaned out a mug. However, Vincent paid no heed to his cries of pain, but stared at Flop closely. Vincent, I can take your face and mouth right here. And now to atone for your disrespect. His voice slid coldly into Flop's eardrums with an intimidating quality that went down from his head to his body and froze his heart. For a person who would not shut his mouth like Flop, disrespect towards the emperor was considered to be unforgivable, yet Vincent's reply was level-headed with a hint of resentment, even as he contemplated what it meant. Flop, if you mean that I should watch my mouth, it might make more sense to take away my voice. Once again, Flop looked back at Vincent with an ugly look on his face, which was still being gripped, giving an answer that was likely to provoke him and make him even angrier. For a moment, Vincent's dark eyes narrowed at Flop's answer, but the emotion that passed within was swept away without being expressed overtly. Vincent batted one of his eyes shut, letting go of Flop's face. His look was one which Abel, whom Vincent mimicked, used to do often when observing other people. Vince and I made it clear that it was to be understood which of these is more important, mine whims or Madeline Escar's wishes. However, then there will be no avoiding her defection nor rebellion. Is the attitude you have one of reading this far? Flop, huh? Oh, I see Miss Madeline would get angry for sure. If I die, that's not good for you. Either I hadn't thought that far ahead, but surely. Vincent. Flop, if I as a prisoner had risked my life to try and get one over on His Excellency the Emperor Kuan, I could have at least encouraged Miss Madeline's defection, unfortunately. Though I can't do that now. At Vincent's suggestion, Flop reassessed the value of his life. With Madeline's interest now focused on himself, if Flop's life were to be taken away unnecessarily, it would be difficult to tame the bestial danger she would pose. If Madeline were to defect from Vincent, the rebellious Abel side would have an advantage. It was understandable that Vincent would suspect that he was provoking him due to that. Vincent, I hear that you will not yield to any threats, and that you will not hesitate to risk your life. It is just as Prestetz said, you seem to be some kind of ill-begotten misfortune. Flop, it seems that I've been put in such a position unknowingly. Now, what do you think, fake Emperor Kuan? I'm very difficult to deal with. Vincent, I hear there was a healer girl who was brought here with you. If you care about that girl's well-being, you shall refrain from unnecessary words and behavior and remain quiet. Flop, I've been completely shut down. With Rem being used as a shield, Flop suddenly had no more moves to make. But there was probably no helping it. He had to get Rem back home safely, no matter what it took. Besides, Flop, I myself can't decide what I should do. Ultimately, one could say Flop's position had become the same as Madeline's. Should he, like Madeline, join the rebellion she was part of and then plot viciously to eliminate Abel, whom they had ousted, and slowly make him pay for his crimes? A merchant whose only merit was that his little sister complimented him on his goodness. Vincent, even without Madeline as Chartberstets, shall not do any harm. Bear in mind what your position is, and make sure you spend your time here without stirring up any discord. Vincent declared that with his eyes fixed upon the silent Flop. From what he said, Flop understood that he was trying to end this face-to-face meeting, that Vincent had determined there was nothing to be gained out of Flop, or that he had served the purpose of this discussion, and having thought as much. Flop, fake Emperor Kuan, why did you come to this room, Vincent? Flop, it's hard for me to imagine, having never rebelled, but still try my best to realize the power of my imagination here. I reckon the position of His Excellency the Emperor must be rather busy, even though things are already tough when there are people like His Excellency the Emperor Kuan who keep acting wildly without giving up. It's no wonder your business knows no bounds. Flop was not saying that his usual peddling was easy, but when there were loads of products that fit exactly with the buyer's needs, one's business was incomparable to the usual. The position of the fake Emperor would never be held secure while the real Emperor was still alive and well. Under such circumstances, why had Vincent bothered to specifically visit Flop? Well, Flop, perhaps you were wondering how His Excellency the Emperor Kuan was doing and wanted to hear from me. Vincent, hypothetically, if I were a usurper, as your nonsensical nickname implies, it would be in poor taste, would it not? I would be attempting to find out what happened to the person I had ousted from the ones in that person's vicinity. Flop, the importance of gathering information is not so different in commerce or in battle. I guess if we assume that I don't think it's in bad taste to try to find out what's going on with your opponent. Vincent, even if that were the case, you are misguided. I have seen with my own eyes how that person is doing. Without needing to hear from your mouth, we even exchanged a few words. Flop, is that so? A painful evasion after having hit the mark. Flop took Vincent's answer as not having been such a frivolous statement. What the circumstances were that he saw Abel in person and exchanged words with him, Flop had no room but to imagine, but he could not believe it to be an outright lie. Although he was also concerned about Medium Tarita and Subaru, who were supposed to be by Abel's side, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to get an answer by digging deeper into the matter. At the very least, he could not have done anything to Abel when meeting him face to face. If he could have, it would not have been odd for him to have declared victory immediately. He found it hard to believe that he was tasteless enough to bother to come to do that, however, it would have been equally tasteless for him to continue this discussion while withholding that fact, and it did not seem to be either. In other words, Vincent was not here to converse with Flop. If so, there was only one possibility that came to mind. Flop, if you didn't want to ask me something, is it because you had something you wanted to tell me, maybe? Vincent, troublesome. I believe that was Bristetz's evaluation of your position. However, even if you look at it from my point of view, your way of being is one that falls into the troublesome category. Flop, am I to take that as a compliment? It's more positive for my mentality to think. So I'll just take it as such. Flop reckoned his words were what made Vincent stop in his tracks as he was about to take his leave. Frankly, Flop did not know whether stopping Vincent in his tracks here was good or bad for him. If Vincent's plan were fulfilled and the usurpation of the imperial throne were brought to completion, Abel would surely be forced out from his position in the Empire, but also in this world. Was that what he really wished? Was that what he wished of the person who was involved in the death of his precious close friend Ball Leroy Temeglyph? Was that what he wished of the person who had taken everything away from him for him to lose his life? Flop, until now I never knew what I wanted. Try to think if there ever was a time Flop quickly reconsidered his thoughts. He did not need to recall anything before he had met Ball Leroy and the others. He had spent all his time trying to protect Medium and had no desire for anything else. He was the same as he had been then the answer and the way he arrived at it was the same as then too. You guys can choose what you want to do. He remembered that blunt voice pushing Flop's back like that. So rather than being swept away without knowing anything, Flop wanted to choose to set out walking knowing something. Flop, can I ask you something, fake Emperor Kuan? What is it that you have come to tell? Flop asked him point blank, interrupting the fake Emperor busy in his usurpation of the imperial throne. In response to his question, Vincent's lips curved with a slightly different impression than the man Flop knew and spoke. That it was Vincent the Great Disaster, regarding the reason for the destruction it brings. Chapter 77. Twist of Fate. 1. Otto, this is a report on the damage caused by the attack of the flying dragons. Emilia lowered her eyebrows with a pained expression at Otto's explanation as he tapped the documents close at hand. The fortress city of Geralt had been hit by a flying dragon cataclysm. Several days had passed with them repairing the city and dealing with the injured until it could be said that things had settled down for the moment, the results of which had thereafter become clear. From Emilia's point of view, the city was in a terrible state. The splendid defensive wall that surrounded the city had been destroyed, and the numerous boulders that had been dropped from on high were still scattered around the city. The damage to the buildings was extensive, less than half of them having survived unscathed. A fair number of people had died, and the house where Emilia and her group were sleeping with its second floor collapse was one that no longer had residents to return to it. Emilia, if only they had rushed there just a little bit sooner. Such regrets kept poking at Emilia's chest like sharp needles, however. Otto, it's pointless to speculate whether we could have rushed here earlier, so let's quit with that. Otto was able to read Emilia's thoughts, but he cut her off immediately. Emilia's face dropped at his sharpness, but Otto gave a curt nod with his chin, indicating the outside of the window. Otto backed, and the reason we allowed this to take priority was because a group of flying dragons passed by us overhead. Without that, we wouldn't have had the option to hurry. In other words, Emilia, in other words. Otto, there was nothing we could have done to prevent it, you know. It's a matter of cause and effect. You can't have one without the other. It would be irrational to worry about that. Emilia gave Otto a strained smile as he slowly shook his head while explaining that his opinion felt like had read what Emilia truly felt inside, and that in itself was of no surprise. Otto was a very good judge of people, so that was normal for him. On top of that, she imagined Otto's words to her were his way of consoling her. He was telling her that worrying about what-if scenarios was not constructive consideration. And so Emilia was convinced, however, Petra, but the issue lies with how you said it. I hate the way you put it. Petra turned her face away in a huff, looking really upset. Sitting in a chair in front of Amelia, Petra was in the middle of combing her bright brown hair and polishing up to her usual cuteness. This role was one Amelia had been entrusted with lately, but Petra's attitude of never skimping out on taking care of herself, even during their journey, was one that always left her impressed. She must have been exhausted from running around the city yesterday, but now that a new day had come, she was properly remodeling herself into a new self. That, too, was a boon of Petra's awareness of her position and sense of responsibility. After all, she was. Otto, to hear that from our mistress, Lady Petra, is very upsetting. As Otto remarked, Petra was in charge of organizing Emilia's group as the lady employing them. Emilia's group had entered the Valachian Empire in search of Subaru and Rem, who had disappeared. After many twists and turns and various hardships, they arrived in the Empire, but as they had expected, it was difficult to cross the border by regular means, and they ended up smuggling themselves into the country. In doing so, they had to use aliases and fabricate a false story about the purpose of their journey, since things would get bad if Amelia and Roswell's true identities were discovered. As a result, Amelia was assigned the role of Emily the Guardian Escort, and the ones she had to protect were Amelia, Lady Petra, and Lady Beatrice. Out of the reason we came to the Empire was to restore Lady Beatrice's health, and this is a goal that will actually be fulfilled once we collect what we are after, so it is not entirely a lie. Petra, I understand, but somehow you know it's fine after all. Otto, you stopping halfway has got me concerned, so it would be better if you just told me. Petra, I suppose, like you know Ottoson, could it be Master's bad habits are spreading to you? Otto, I knew I shouldn't have asked. Otto had ended up cradling his head in his hands. So Amelia hastily retracted the words she was about to say. Otto looked really uncomfortable with it, but as for Amelia, she found Roswell's intelligence to be very dependable, so it was very encouraging to see two of the smartest people in the camp thinking alike, although it seemed that saying that would cause Otto even more undue suffering. Anyhow, Amelia, we've also got far less injured people in the city, thanks to Garfield, yeah. Otto, that is without a doubt true, and I think it is a great credit to Lady Petra Frederica-san, and of course you, Emily, for helping out. At Otto's nodded response, Amelia could finally release the tension in her cheeks. Garfield's hard work, Frederica, and Petra's help all made Amelia proud. It was a struggle which she and her dear friends could be very proud of. Amelia Otacon did a really good job of talking with Zicker-san and the others too. Otto, fortunately, Zicker-san was a person who could be reasoned with, so the difficulties were minimal. I am also grateful to Mazelda-san, who I happened to run into, and she was able to run me through everything. Petra Tosin's face is Mazelda-san's favorite, isn't it? Otto, I have never had someone be so open about something like that, so I was quite perplexed. Otto gave a strange smile at Petra, who held up her small fist with a grin. Mazelda, with whom Amelia had also exchanged words, was a very strong and kind woman. She had been kind to them from the beginning of their acquaintance, and had shown them a lot of consideration, although part of her wondered why Otto and Garfield were being treated differently. Amelia, I know she likes Otacon's face, but Garfield is cute too. Petra, maybe it's because Garfson often has wrinkles between his eyebrows and nose. Also, perhaps it is because he is annoyed at being separated from Ram Nisima. Otto, I am going to go ahead and not say anything at all. Petra, placing her finger properly on her own shapely nose, gave his appraisal of Garfield. Amelia thought that Garfield's changing facial expressions were also charming, so she wanted Mazelda to look at Garfield more properly. All such digressions aside, Amelia, but if the city's cleanup is getting close to finishing its first stage. Otto, yes. Otto nodded at Amelia's words, and then looked out the window. Once more ahead of Otto's gaze was the face of the city, still standing despite the damage to City Hall. Gathering, there were the influential people of the fortress city of Garrow. In other words, Otto, finally, I think we can start talking about progressing things forward. And as Otto said that the discussion began, 2. Hey, you never thanked me, Pops. Ascending the walls of the half-destroyed city, Garfield called out to the back of the previous visitor. In honesty, they were not someone he wanted to call out to, but turning right back around the moment their back came into view, it made him feel like he had lost, so his competitive spirit won out over his disinclination. In the first place, why did he have to be the one to turn around? If anybody had to turn tail, unable to bear the awkwardness, it ought to be the other person rather than himself. With that in mind, he had kicked things off with words like those of a punk, but T-Sage, with the reply being a mighty click of the tongue, Garfield immediately regretted his choice. As a result of his stubbornness, he went through an even more unpleasant experience. Inside his head, he could hear Otto's reaction, a well course of exasperation. Be that as it may, it was someone he was not fond of. Although Garfield had not been present when this previous visitor had been disrespectful to his people upon hearing of it later, that affair had been more than enough to make him dislike the guy. That had been Garfield's unchanging impression of Heinkel Stria Heinkel. In light leather armor, a fine sword at his hip, Heinkel stood guard. However, Garfield had come to judge it as more of a display to cover up that he had nothing to do and no place to be rather than it being an admirable desire to keep the peace in the city. The scent of alcohol wafting from his back the empty liquor bottles lying around him were proof of that. During the Flying Dragon cataclysm, Heinkel had apparently gone on an utmost ferocious rampage against the advanced flock of flying dragons, yet came to suffer a painful defeat against a divine general. Nevertheless, the tiny shoal had talked his head off in defense of Heinkel, but Utakata was frank, saying he couldn't do a thing that probably was the truth. As evidence of this among those Garfield had to deal with while going around performing healing magic on the wounded Heinkel, had been amongst the ones with the most severe injuries. The damage he had received had been quite hideous, so much so that he would probably still be bedridden without Garfield's healing magic. Garfield is that single-clicking, supposed to be a thanks G, that's hella different from the social etiquette my Amazon self's aware of, oi. Even while bearing the other party's situation in mind, Garfield spat abuse. Garfield, too, had experienced defeat. He understood how frustrating it was, so he did not wish to heartlessly poke at the fact that he had been defeated. However, with the other party refusing to be polite, Garfield was tempted to make at least one snide comment, not to mention that he did not have a favorable impression of Heinkel. Garfield, this is the Empire. There may be some social etiquette my Amazon self ain't aware of, but you're from the kingdom, ain't ya? On top of that, you're the father of the sword, saint ya? Heinkel. Garfield is my Amazon self, said his one tough asshole. Yeah, I'd think that someone that strong have great parents, but you didn't even have the decency to be polite. Heinkel, no matter how great the parents are, it doesn't mean their kids are just as great. Garfield looked daunted, having continued his sarcastic, nagging toward the back that would not even turn around. He had assumed he would still be ignored, but an unexpected rebuttal had arrived. Garfield's eyes went wide, but Heinkel, still without turning around, said, Heinkel, and vice versa, there's no reason at all why the parents of a monster also have to be monsters. Garfield, oh, Heinkel, you're way too bad at hurling insults. If you want to provoke someone, take a lesson from Miss Priscilla, as you failed. Garfield gawked. His attempt to get the upper hand through insults was seen through and was replied to in kind ultimately. Having just been told what true provocation really was, Garfield faltered as things with the conversation was finished. But were he to turn his back and leave, he would be the one defeated in the true sense of the word. In the end, Garfield stuck around out of stubbornness, sitting a short distance away from Heinkel, gazing over the southern horizon, devoid of the ramparts with which to guard the now defenseless city. Having been assailed by countless flying dragons, the walls of the famed fortress city of Geralt had been severely damaged. The damage yielded by the boulders thrown from a high altitude had been extensive, and although the crumbling, demolished walls were being repaired as fast as possible, the city's defensive abilities were considerably lowered. In particular, the city's southern wall had been the one to suffer the greatest damage. The western wall, which had borne the first attack, was also in a rather horrible state, but that was nothing compared to this forget about the wall. The entire area had been razed to the ground. Garfield, I heard that Emily Assema know Emily, and the princess they call Priscilla fought a divine general, but the ferocity of the battle could be perceived in clear terms judging from the disastrous scene below them. Most of the buildings had not retained their original shape, and a terrible shockwave had mowed down anything and everything in its path. The battle with the Dragonkin, that which is one of the 9 divine generals, had its denouement orchestrated by a white light. Garfield, too, had been in the city. When the shockwave blew him away, Emilia had explained what it had truly been. Garfield, a dragon's roar. While ground dragons, water dragons, flying dragons, and the like were species of dragons, dragons were a cut above them. Dragons possessed power said to be beyond all reason. With merely a single breath, everything was uprooted. There was a fear that had the duo of Emilia and Priscilla not strive to oppose the damage would have spread even further. Garfield, no matter what my Amazon self's always in the wrong place at the wrong time. As he praised Emilia, and while he was at Priscilla for their accomplishments, a bitter feeling brewed in his heart. By failing to accompany them to Pleiades' watchtower, Garfield had missed the chance to come face-to-face with the divine dragon Volcanica, whom Emilia had met. Not only that, but this time he had missed the chance to come into contact with yet another dragon despite being in the same city. In a Subaru-like way of saying things, he had to say that the fish got off the hook. Heinkel, his sulking was not at all because he had been unable to meet a dragon, an existence that had been spoken of since ancient times. It was because Garfield's role was to fight and defeat powerful enemies, to defeat those who would try to disrupt the camp's goals, and to carry out his role as a military officer, going around treating the wounded, was absolutely not a part of those duties. Garfield, more than that my Amazon self, also couldn't do a thing when entering the Empire. In the act of smuggling themselves into the Valachian Empire, Garfield had been useless. They had relied on Otto's family, on the Suin Trading Company, for getting into contact with the people that would guide them across the border, and when they got into a disagreement with them along the way, Petra had concluded negotiations in a dignified manner. After that, when problems arose as soon as they entered the Empire, Frederica used her own blood to overcome the situation, and all Garfield ultimately did was to knock out a guy he did not like as to get him to shut up. At the very least, he had found hope in the name of the black-haired Valkyrie Natsumi Schwartz, who was rumored to be in the Fortress City, but just when he thought his reunion with Subaru would finally come to be. Garfield just missing each other after the captain left unlucky, till the very end seems like absolutely everything was my Amazon self's fault. Of course, he was fully aware that this was paranoia due to overthinking. Just as Garfield and the others had had a great adventure arriving in the Empire, Subaru, having been hurled off into the Empire, had also been on a great adventure there, nothing more, nothing less. Getting involved in a major incident straight away, even in a place he had been hurtled off to, was a situation that was very much like the Subaru that Garfield knew. Garfield, a scramble for the top of the Empire. That's one hell of a big deal, Captain. A sign of great war that would engulf the Fortress City, no, that would engulf the entirety of the Valachian Empire. What kind of causality had led to him being right in the middle of such a situation? However, Garfield thought surely this was a result of Subaru being who he is. While eagerly, desperately struggling to return to his place beside Amelia and the others, he had bonded with the people he had encountered on the way, and unable to abandon them, he kept running. Right now, he was someplace far away in a big city to the southeast, seemingly negotiating with influential people. Regardless of the outcome, it would be nice if he were to return safely. Heinkel, hey, brat, Garfield on. Heinkel, your teeth have been clattering like hell for a while now, can't. You behave and shut your mouth. Heinkel suddenly spat those words at Garfield, who had been lost in thought. The seemingly annoyed red-haired man glaring his way, put finger in his own mouth, and traced his canine in demonstration. That was to say that Garfield's habit of clacking his teeth was getting on his nerves. Garfield, why should my Amazon self-hate listen to anything you say? If it's that hard on the ears, you can leave whenever you want. Heinkel is at your best insult, you petulant brat. I was here first. Know your place. Garfield, HK, the guy who chickened out against a divine general, shouldn't be so arrogant. Loathing the idea of being cornered in the same way as before, Garfield forcefully shouted that back. After asserting that, Garfield realized he had made a rash remark. However, his opponent was his opponent, retorting to such an extent needing to feel guilty about that was, Heinkel, that's right, isn't it? I got scared. That's why it turned out like this. Garfield pops. Heinkel, I also wrecked Miss Priscilla's mood. So now I'm getting dead drunk. How irredeemable. However, the words that Heinkel often returned were weak, leaving Garfield puzzled. Lifting the bottle of alcohol in his hand to his mouth, while he sipped its contents, Heinkel grumbled in a low voice which seemed to curse the world. No, seemed to curse his own being. Just as if the very world itself had abandoned him, his demeanor seemed to have fallen to utter desperation. Garfield, your opponent, was a divine general. They're the Empire's strongest military force. Snatchel, you couldn't beat them pops. Unable to stand watching that pathetic appearance, he vocalized that comfort. Despite having said himself, Garfield was astonished by the fact he had made that remark without shame just before he had verbally abused Heinkel for losing to a divine general, but now he was comforting him by saying it was natural for him to have lost. It was incoherent and probably completely failed at being comforting. If Garfield had been in the same position as Heinkel, he might have flown into a fit of rage at being told the same thing. However, Heinkel gave a spineless laugh at Garfield's comfort. Heinkel, I may not have won, but I had a duty to carry out, all the more so if I'm to reap the benefits of going with Miss Priscilla. Hell, what a fucking masterpiece. Garfield, it's a masterpiece. Heinkel, the thing I've been chasing for over 10 years, keeps slipping through my fingers. No matter how far I go, it'll never be able to change my piss-poor nature. At Heinkel's incessant self-derision, Garfield began to see him differently. At first, due to the reckless actions Heinkel had taken at the Watergate City, Garfield's impression of him had been enmity and disgust. After just a short period, the very moment he thought it had been affirmed, seeing Heinkel curse himself made Garfield reevaluate his impression. There stood a weak, exhausted, miserable man. The words that spewed from his mouth were blades at himself and others, though their sharpness was pathetic. If those were only directed towards others, Garfield would merely scorn them and be done with it. However, when he realized Heinkel directed them at himself as well, Garfield felt an unpleasant sensation in his chest. Garfield, bastard, why they got the nerve to be rotting away like that? You're still living then. Heinkel, I wonder why am I still alive. Garfield HK, you really dare to say that in front of the person who saved you. Heinkel continued to grumble words of self-abandonment, which invited Garfield's wrath. At Garfield's response, Heinkel glanced at him and muttered, "Ah," as if realizing for the first time. "Heinkel, now that you mention it, you were the one that healed me. Be careful next time, Garfield, ah." Heinkel, don't miss the opportunity to abandon the guys you hate, to spare yourself from future troubles. Heinkel gave a spineless chuckle as he asserted so. The moment he heard that, Garfield felt the sensation of his vision being stained a deep red, and he found himself clutching the man's collar and scowling at his face, reeking of liquor from a close proximity. He heard a light smashing sound of a liquor bottle shattering by his feet. That was because Garfield had seized him by the collar and lifted his body up through sheer force, causing the liquor bottle with its contents still remaining to fall from Heinkel's hand to the bottom of the ramparts. Following the fallen liquor bottle with his gaze, Heinkel heaved a sigh. "Heinkel, that's just a waste, isn't it? Garfield bastard, is that all you got, sigh?" Without resisting, Heinkel turned his lethargic eyes towards Garfield. His blue eyes, bereft of spirit, were the same origin as that of both Reinhardt, whom Garfield had spoken to, and Wilhelm, whom he had gone under the gaze of. Nonetheless, Garfield could hardly believe that they were the same. Just how could human eyes become so dull? The emotions whirling in the utmost depths of those two eyes over just how many months and years had they been degraded for? "Garfield, the fucks with that, why are you looking at me like that?" Heinkel said that he had displeased Priscilla, having suffered a loss against a divine general. The truth of the matter was unclear, but Garfield believed that it was far too inconsiderate to blame someone for lacking the power to be able to put up a good fight against a divine general. At least that was Garfield's perspective, who had not arrived in time to have a chance to fight. At Garfield's gaze and word, Heinkel's eyes wavered slightly. His eyes, which had not even been focused on Garfield, the man right in front of him, finally connected with Garfield, so that he was clearly reflected in them. And then, "Heinkel, my wife." Regardless of the fact that he had just been gulping down alcohol, the lips of Heinkel spilling out that hoarse voice were parched. But when he finally received words that held meaning, Garfield clenched his molars and decided he would hear what the wavering man had to say beyond that. However, the words Garfield expected yet again were not heard. "Heinkel, ah." Garfield, oi. Still being clutched by the collar, Heinkel's eyes lost focus of Garfield. Once more his gaze went past Garfield and directed themselves towards what lay behind him. Garfield thought that was frustrating and irritating. However, "Heinkel, it's a horse carriage." Garfield could not help but turn around at the words that had been spoken. Garfield. Since he was grabbing Heinkel, Garfield's back was facing the south side of the city. From beyond that horizon, there was indeed a small contour that could be seen approaching their direction. Straining his eyes, even Garfield was unable to tell if it was a dragon carriage or a horse carriage. But if he believed Heinkel when he called it a horse carriage, that was Heinkel, ha, so it's the honorateur of the bunch who went out. Through different words, Heinkel affirmed the thoughts of Garfield, the latter catching his breath. The contour was still only the size of a fingernail, but its outline was becoming slightly more visible. That might be the carriage that the person whom Garfield was eagerly waiting and searching for was riding in. "Heinkel, oi, let go of me, brat." Garfield's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. An air of liquor-reeking breaths hanging over him, a frown crossed his face as he looked in front of him and was greeted by Heinkel's sullen look. The profile of a man who was just about to speak from his heart was no longer there, and all that was left was the face of a hateful man spewing disgusting and reckless remarks to those around him. The moment he realized that, Heinkel tilted his neck and broke free from Garfield's hands. Garfield felt that was both an escape physically and an escape emotionally. What should have been caught by the tips of his fingers had coldly slipped away. "Heinkel, the person you're waiting for seems to be coming. Why don't you hurry up and go meet them?" Garfield bastard you. "Heinkel, ill sir, my duty as a lookout, my job, is to report if I see something. After all, even if I'm drunk, I can at least do that much, though it's probably not going to score me many points." With a wave of his hand, Heinkel drunkenly staggered as he turned his back to Garfield. For a moment he hesitated if he should call out to that back to try to stop him, but in the end, no words came out. Just as Heinkel had pointed out, Garfield's heart had already started to get impatient. As soon as possible, he wanted to rush over to the contour approaching from beyond the horizon. "Heinkel, it'd be tragic to miss the opportunity, wouldn't it? Those final words, you'll end up chasing them endlessly." Leaving just those words behind, Heinkel jumped off of the ramparts. Before Garfield surprisingly landing safely inside the city, he headed for the center of the city. That final comment, the earnest emotion contained therein, Heinkel had asserted that they would stab into Garfield's heart like a thorn. However, Garfield now is shelving the existence of that thorn for now. Garfield jumped down the opposite side of the ramparts that Heinkel had Landing outside of the city, Garfield stretched out his bent knees and broke out into a vigorous sprint, his legs kicking off the ground like explosions faster than even the wind. He ran directly for the oncoming contour. Garfield Captain. Through the crevices in his sharp fangs, Garfield's unbearably deep emotions leaked out. It was intimidating to consider the feelings of Amelia Beatrice Petra and the others, but Garfield was also one of the people who had been earnestly awaiting a reunion with Subaru. That was why, transforming his feelings of excitement into running strength, he headed for the carriage at a breakneck pace. Just a little further, just a few dozen more seconds of running. He would be reunited with Subaru and Garfield, and so those overflowing expectations turned to unexpected feelings of confusion. His speed, fast enough to leave the wind behind, came to slow down, and before long the wind overtook him on the contrary. He became fast enough to leave everything except the wind behind, and finally came to a standstill. In Garfield's trembling emerald eyes, a single carriage that had come from beyond the horizon, no the multitudes of carriages and ox carts that were approaching were reflected. Garfield thighs. Hoping that he would be able to meet Subaru, without hesitation, Garfield blinked his eyes. Considering the purpose for which Subaru and the others had departed from a fortified city, the current view was indeed one of the possibilities, but at that time Garfield had not thought that far ahead. In any case, stopping in its tracks before the overwhelmed Garfield at the head of the convoy heading down the road towards the city was a carriage drawn by an excellent gale-wind horse, which he had brazenly arrived at. And then, what are you fooling about for? If you are a messenger of the city, surely there is something you ought to be doing. So, examining his expression, the man in the Oni mask caused Garfield to catch his breath. 3. You must be exhausted, Miss Frederica. At the aroma of the tea being gently offered to her tired and thirsty self, Frederica looked at the person's face with faint surprise. A smile on his gentle face, he who showed appreciation for Frederica, was a man whose point of view was close to the ground. By nature, Frederica, who was tall, in stature often surpassed men in height, but even disregarding that the one in front of her was a short person of small build, however, over the course of several days, Frederica had recognized that in contrast to height, he had a large heart and possessed goodwill. Frederica Zikr-sama, I accept your consideration with gratitude at the top floor of the city hall, amidst the busy people of man. Zikr Osman had personally brewed her tea, and she accepted it with gratitude. As the soft warmth-infused scent crept into her nostrils, Frederica could not help but smile. Originally, such a role should have been the responsibility of Frederica, who was a maid. However, Frederica's current position in the empire made her hesitant to engage in the work that had been ingrained in her over the years. Ostensibly, Frederica's role in the empire appeared to be as a guard of dignitaries. In hindsight, since Otto and Garfield's roles were the same, there had been no need for Frederica to leave her role as maid, but it was too late to change things. That was why, accepting the goodwill offered by the commander, who, despite being burdened with responsibilities in this place, had personally brewed her tea, she quietly concentrated on gently hydrating her tongue and throat. In fact, as might be expected of him for taking the initiative, Zikr's tea brewing ability was quite magnificent. Frederica, for a general of the empire, you seem to be very talented at this kind of thing. Zikr, I am honored by your praise. However, I am unable to bear responsibility for the taste of the other generals' tea. In my case, I was trained by the many older and younger sisters of my family. Frederica, well, if that is the case, I must thank Zikr-sama's esteemed elder and younger sisters. Even in such a hectic situation, we can still enjoy the taste of tea. Zikr, indeed, you never know what will be useful. In this world, of course, my enthusiasm in being prepared is more for a beauty like you, Miss Frederica, than for my own family. There was no ulterior motive in Zikr's casual repartee, and Frederica naturally accepted its praise. Those words were not falsehoods. Perhaps it was the influence of having spent time with so many sisters. His admiration for women was so deep and reverential that it was almost embarrassing. At first, when told that the personage who took the name of the womanizer was the head representative of the city, Frederica had been quite nervous and wary of the situation. Frederica, I would be troubled should something happen to Emily Lady Petra or Lady Beatrice. However, that concern had been dispelled upon meeting with Zikr in person. The fact that they had been involved in life-saving efforts in the city, which had fallen into turmoil after the devastation of the Flying Dragon cataclysm, probably had some influence, but Zikr and the others had willingly taken in Frederica and her group. She was also grateful for Otto's decision to speak with city representatives the moment he arrived in the city. Frederica, I heard that he wooed Mazelda San as soon as he met her Otto-sama, is truly reliable during times like these. If Otto himself had been listening, he would have said, I think that is somewhat misleading, as his voice quavered while thinking this Frederica nodded quietly. Although she thought of him that way, Frederica was helped considerably by Otto's presence. The responsibility of the two senior members of Emilia's group, Frederica and Otto, was quite heavy after all Roswell, and Ram were off doing something separately. Frederica, in the search for the whereabouts of Subaru and Rem within the Empire, it had been decided that the groups smuggling themselves into the country would split up into two. The split groups consisted of Roswell and Ram, as well as the six, including Frederica and the others. After separating from Emilia's group, which was searching for Subaru, and his group, through steadily asking around a pair of Roswell, and Ram headed for an imperial noble with whom Roswell was acquainted. Frederica had never imagined that his reach extended to the Empire, although Roswell was originally unable to make contact with this person whom he was close with. In any case, with a choice to rely on his acquaintance, Roswell headed there for negotiations, while Frederica and the others began to search for the whereabouts of the two people in a different direction. As a result, the roles of Frederica and Otto had inevitably become more important. Frederica, although Emilia Sama seemed to be rousing herself up to do her best. Frederica's lips parted at the thought of Emilia's enthusiasm overflowing with motivation and responsibility at the fact that she was the most senior member. If one strictly applied seniority to the Emilia camp, the utmost seniors would be Puck and Beatrice, followed by Emilia. Having been separated from Subaru, it had become difficult for Beatrice to replenish her mana, and she was thus in a state of eco mode to keep her usage within limits, spending most of the day sleeping. That was why Emilia, the next oldest, was inspired to do her best. Of course, the final decision had been left to Emilia, but the discussions leading up to that point had been carefully considered mainly between Frederica, Otto, and Petra. The reason they had traveled to the fortified city was because of a rumor so incredible that she had doubted her ears. Frederica, a rebel army rising against Empire, and the black-haired maiden who was supporting its ringleader. When Frederica had heard her name was Natsumi Schwartz, she had been unable to grasp its meaning, and her thoughts had come to a complete halt. Frederica had also wondered if someone with the same name as the one she had previously heard of also unexpectedly existed in the Empire. Frederica, if Otto Sama had not recognized the true intention behind it, I wonder if I would have been able to realize it. Ultimately, it had been Otto who had explained that the name of the person being propagated through rumors was a message from Subaru. Otto, after all, that man has a tendency to think that cross-dressing is an all-purpose solution. In fact, I am afraid that it might encourage him to assume that it might be considerably useful. That had been Otto's response with a face somewhere between exasperation and acceptance. The group had more or less concluded that since Subaru's position in the kingdom of Lagunica was known, he had taken measures to avoid having his name brought up within the Valachian Empire. By the end, only Emilia had been left tilting her head in confusion at the fact that the name of a woman she knew was being used. Why Natsumi's name? In any case, Zikr will not be long before Miss Natsumi will be back. Finally, Miss Emily and Miss Petra's wishes will be fulfilled. Frederica, yes, absolutely. Zikr gave a nod to Frederica, who was engrossed in her thoughts while enjoying her tea's aroma. Just as he said, their reunion with the two people they were searching for, or at the very least their reunion with Subaru, was expected to come true in the not-a-distant future. Frederica and her friends had been correct in assuming that the name Natsumi Schwartz was a message, and Subaru had indeed been confirmed to have been present in this fortified city. The problem was that after he had left the city to resolve another matter, another situation had befallen Rem, the other person they were in search of. Zikr, if only we had been able to protect Miss Rem. Frederica, that was the extent of the situation. There is no reason to blame you, Zikr Sama, nor anybody else, though I certainly do regret the outcome. Frederica loosely shook her head at the words of Zikr, whose eyes were downcast. When Frederica and the others had arrived at the city, it had not only been Subaru who had been missing, but also Rem on top of that. Rem had disappeared in the midst of the flying dragon cataclysm. It was said that in order to make the divine general assailing the city withdraw, she had made herself a hostage. Frederica, as soon as you wake up, I would be convinced that you were Ram's younger sister. While she worried about Rem, Frederica's lips spoke of such sentiments. Frederica did not remember Rem, whose name and memories were stolen by the authority of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. At least she had no memories of her being awake. All Frederica knew was what Subaru had told her about Rem's personality, and that she looked exactly like her twin sister Ram. However, it seemed that she was also bold and daring like Ram. Otherwise, she probably would never have been able to negotiate with one of the 9 divine generals and save a city which had its very existence in jeopardy. Frederica, then having accepted her negotiations, the other party had a reason to keep Rem alive. Having considered logically that belief had been their sole salvation, if it had not been for that, Frederica and the others would have immediately pursued the whereabouts of the now missing Rem. Of course, to tell the truth, she still could not help but to want to rush after her. Frederica, if Ram had been there, she would have known that girl is clever. She probably would not have done that. It was hard to judge which option Ram would have taken in the opinion of Frederica, who was well acquainted with her. Ram was wise, but at the same time she also had a deep love. Frederica knew that she had been visiting her younger sister's room as much, if not more than Subaru, who had visited Rem every night. She had wanted to reunite them after all, no matter how brash. Ram was her beloved protege. Zikr, Miss Frederica, please do not worry too much about it. Conditions in the city have calmed down for the time, being finally we can begin to talk about the future. As Frederica gently placed her hand on her chest, Zikr spoke as such out of consideration for her. As he said, the scars left by the flying dragons that had attacked the fortified city had finally been patched up, and the conditions were now suitable for discussing what to do in the future. Of course, what happened next would depend on the direction of the discussions, but General Second Class Zikr, it was at the moment Frederica was about to reply to Zikr's statement. A sharp voice strained with deep emotion that was something different to being cornered and reverberated through the city hall, running up the staircase, and rushing towards him was one of Zikr's subordinates. Zikr turned to him and said, "What is it?" as the man placed his fist in front of his chest and, "Subordinate, we have a report numerous carriages are arriving on the south side of the city, all from the Demon City." Frederica from the Demon City then. Involuntarily, Frederica proactively reacted to the report to Zikr. Normally her embarrassment would have outweighed her reaction, but at this moment that did not bother her in the slightest. Zikr nodded deeply at Frederica's enthusiasm and, "Zikr, have they returned as expected? You are an ally with impeccable timing. Call Miss Priscilla, Miss Petra, and the others at once." Subordinate, "Yes, sir." Frederica's heart pounded at the good news that the person she had been waiting for had returned. Her somber feelings of concern for Rem's safety had considerably improved from just before, at least at the time, being she thought that with this half of their objective should have been fulfilled. "Zikr, everything is well, Miss Frederica." Zikr gently smiled at Frederica, who stroked her chest in relief. At his words, Frederica tried to thank him with an indeed. However, Subordinate General Second Class, the truth is about that Frederica's words were interrupted by those of the Imperial soldier. Furthermore, as he began to speak, with a tinge of unease, Frederica held her breath. Zikr seemed to feel the same concern and turned to a subordinate who had spoken in a low voice and questioned what's wrong as the tone of his voice lowered. In response, the subordinate slightly hesitated and then, "Subordinate, the carriage has returned from the Demon City, but Miss Natsumi Schwartz is not present. They say that they lost track of her whereabouts in Chaos Flame." Indeed, it was a cruel declaration that the twist of fate would continue once more. Chapter 78. A Volatile Reunion. 1. Breathing deeply, she ran as if flying, doing her best to not shake the head of the girl held in her arms. A caravan of wagons had arrived on the south side of the city, and the moment Amelia had overheard that so many had arrived from the Demon City Chaos Flame, her silver hair had danced in anticipation of her long-awaited reunion. Amelia very soon will meet Subaru Beatrice, the girl she held in her arms who had been asleep with closed eyelids. Beatrice. In order to wake up the girl who had been sleeping for a long time to avoid exhausting her mana, it was absolutely necessary for her to make contact with Subaru, whom she had a contract with, so that she could receive her mana supply from him. Subaru also needed Beatrice to take his mana, or he would be in trouble, so the two were truly intertwined with the same fate. Their relationship, which usually appeared to be one in which they always got along endearingly hand in hand, meant serious trouble now that Subaru had been flung off into the Empire and separated from them. Subaru and Beatrice had to be reunited as soon as possible, and in addition, Amelia herself wanted to make sure Subaru was safe as soon as possible, even if only by 1 second. She hadn't felt this restless since Puck unilaterally violated the contract and disappeared on his own accord. No, it was more than that. Puck may have been fine on his own, but Subaru was not. Someone who was able to understand Subaru should be there for him. Amelia, ugh, I'm sorry. Opening her eyes, Amelia took a shortcut to the front of the city hall. Although she should have entered through the doorway and then climbed the stairs to the top, her impatience was such that she instead formed a pillar made of ice, riding atop the ice formation, rising from the ground. Amelia, holding Beatrice, rose all at once to the top of the building. It startled the guards and the townspeople, but she couldn't resist now finally. Amelia Subaru. Huh, Emily. When the ice elevator reached the top floor's height, Amelia jumped from there to the building. When she landed and looked up, she saw that a decent number of people had already gathered in City Hall, and everyone seemed surprised by Amelia's sudden appearance. In the midst of all this, it was Mazelda, a girl with a prosthetic leg, who left a strong visual impression, and also the one that brought together the people of Shadrach, who accepted Emilia's appearance with a sense of ease. She poked the floor with the tip of her wooden leg, and looked at the icy pillar behind Emilia then. Mazelda, you use magic very conveniently. You are so different from us. Emilia Machum, I was in a really big hurry, so I went to I'm sorry I startled you. Will dispel it in a second. At Mazelda's impressed reaction, Emilia hurriedly dissolved the ice into mana. In the kingdom, it was rather common to do various things with magic, but in the Empire, it seemed as if there were not so many magic users. Considering how many people were said to want to fight in the Empire, it felt weird. Mazelda, most of the time, if you hit them before they use magic, it's the end for them. Emilia, I do know that, but that's only if you're close by, not far away. Mazelda, when you're far away, that's when my bow comes into Rita, is better with the bow than I am, though. At the smiling Mazelda, Emilia returned a smile with a "that's right." The name Tarita, which she heard several times, must have been the name of Mazelda's little sister, Tarita, who was apparently Mazelda's pride and joy, had been with the group that left Geralt for the Demon City in the southeast. Emilia, that's right, the people who went south are back. Right, for a moment her mind drifted elsewhere, but that was a reason. Emilia had rushed over in such a big hurry, using her magic in the first place. Holding Beatrice closer to her chest, Emilia surveyed the hall on the top floor. The fact that there were people in unusual travel clothes amongst the crowd proved that the group who had arrived at the fortress city, while traveling by horse and carriage, were here. In the midst of it all, Emilia, Subaru, are you? They were all here to pick you up, Otto, and Petra's and Lady Petra will be here soon. She looked around, searching for the long-awaited black-haired boy in the crowd. When Emilia heard at the house in which they had been staying that a carriage had arrived, she picked Beatrice up in her arms and hurried to the city hall ahead of Petra and Otto. They also would be running to the city hall to meet Subaru in a big hurry. Knowing she felt the same way as those two, but still running ahead while gasping for breath, Emilia knew she was unjust. Even so, she wanted to meet Subaru as soon as possible. Beatrice was the same too, but Emilia had her own reasons to see Subaru. Emilia HK Subaru. Suddenly, her shoulder having been tapped from behind, Emilia reacted as if she had been flicked away. It was so sudden that the person who had tapped her on the shoulder became startled and widened their eyes. However, the surprised person in front of her was not Subaru. Emilia Frederica, you got here first and well. It was kind of awkward, and Emilia didn't know what expression to put on her face. Of course, Frederica was also worried about Subaru, so it was no surprise that she arrived at City Hall first. Emilia, well, did you get to talk to Subaru? Look, I want to take Beatrice to see him. I too would like to talk to Subaru, but Beatrice first. Frederica, there is something I must tell you, Emilia, Frederica lowered the corners of her beautiful emerald green eyes and spoke in a somber voice to Emilia, who was sweating and talking as if looking for excuses. She did not know why Frederica had such an attitude. Emilia, Garfield. Upon looking, it was not only Frederica, but also Garfield, who had arrived at City Hall earlier. When Petra and the others arrived a little later, all of Emilia's companions who had come to Geralt would be present. All of them would greet the previously separated Subaru, or so Emilia was hoping, but Frederica, unfortunately, Subaru's AMA, has gone missing again in the demon city of Chaos Flame. Subaru's AMA was not among those who returned via carriage. Thus, Frederica painfully conveyed such a heartbreaking report. 2. What do you mean Big Bro and Remchan were taken away? Widening her big round eyes, the girl shouted as she stomped her feet with a pitter-patter. She was a golden-haired girl with a strange hairstyle of braids, ties, and various knots. The girl, who appeared 12 or 13 years old, was taking a look at the adults around her with a face filled with bewilderment. Gathered in the spacious room of the uppermost floor of the fortress city of Geralt City Hall were those who had been assigned various roles within the commotion of the city, or rather this empire. In the middle of such turmoil, Otto Suin felt like hugging his head due to the fact that they had somehow been caught up in it. Although this was in front of the people who hoisted flags depicting a wolf pierced by swords, believing that it would be unthinkable to show such a weak attitude, he kept his expression stiffened. Strange-haired girl had come back, and now the city's a mess. The walls are missing, as well as a disaster among other things. Big Bro and Remchan aren't here. I'm startled, and I feel dizzy. AAUU. Just as she said this, the girl's eyeballs and head spun round and round as she frustratedly stomped, and to her side was a separate girl about the same age. In order to follow suit, this young girl with blonde hair began to groan. The adults looked puzzled and perplexed by the girl's two-person appeal. The situation called for someone to take the lead, but Otto was wondering whether he should step in, as he felt overwhelmed by a mysterious unease that prevented him from moving. Otto, have I seen this groaning girl somewhere? Next to the girl who took the initiative to speak, Otto could not help but feel that the girl who did not utter a meaningful word was somehow familiar to him. Although Otto was generally careful not to forget people with whom he had exchanged words, his memory of times when he drank too much were vague. Since he started working in the Amelia camp, he tried to avoid getting so drunk that he would lose his memory, but he wondered whether this was a child he came across in an inebriated mood. Strange hair girl, hey, how big, bro, and Remchan, doing does anyone know? Zikr, before I go any further, may I make one thing clear, young lady. Strange hair girl, what's that, Zikr chin? While Otto was lost in thought, it was Zikr, the city's representative, who approached the girl. Otto had already exchanged words with him many times, and he regarded him as a trustworthy partner. Just the fact that he was someone he could communicate with in the Empire made him a rare find. Zikr raised his thick eyebrows and looked at the girl from top to bottom. Zikr, if there is no mistake in my perception, is this young lady definitely Miss Medium? Medium, huh, of course, what's wrong you can tell just by seeing Louis Yu. The girl with her hands on her hips and her chest puffed out, she was called Medium, and next to her, who nodded her head, the girl he could not remember had taken the same posture. At these words, Zikr looked at the person next to Medium with a troubled countenance. And Zikr Abeldono, this is... Able it is due to Albert Dunkelken's technique. The reason why her reply was off the mark was because of her original education, not because of this condition. Zikr, I see General First Class Albert's technique. I am very glad you are unharmed. Able, if you are capable of calling this unharmed, that is. After hearing the explanation, Zikr gently put his hand on his chin and looked as if pondering. Having clarified this for Zikr, Abel calmly folded his arms and glanced at Medium. Abel, the ones that stay behind are astonished to see that you have shrunk, that is. Medium, I see, sorry, everyone I was so used to being shrunk, but now I'm tiny together with Subaru Chin. With a small body, Medium raised her hand and explained her situation, even having heard that Otto couldn't come to grips with it at all, but the original Imperial group seemed somewhat convinced. This side, while confused and unable to deny that they did not know enough, thought that more importantly, there was something in what she just said that Otto and his friends couldn't miss. Subaru Louis Uau. And at the same time a faint whisper was uttered, probably with the same meaning. It was a girl with a downcast face next to Medium, who put a tone into the sound that was clearly differentiated from the groan that had come before, and the one who emitted the sound that had the same connotation as that of the girl was. Amelia, are you worried about Subaru too? Yes, it was Amelia, who lowered her eyebrows at the girl's appearance. Amelia, with Beatrice sleeping in her arms, was one of those who was particularly disappointed to hear that Subaru was not in the group returning from Demon City. Compared to her and Petra, it would be presumptuous to call Otto's feelings disappointment, but it wasn't because he had a premonition that it might not be so easy to meet again. In any case, Louis Uau. Amelia, no, I don't think it's your fault. I'm really disappointed that Subaru isn't here, but this is no time to mope around. Subaru has been through so much more. Louis Uau. Amelia, you're worried about me. Thank you, I know you've been through a lot too. The depressed-looking girl and Amelia were communicating with each other in this way. The words spilling out of the girl's mouth had no clear meaning, but Amelia looked her in the eyes and exchanged words as if she understood what they meant. That in itself attested to the heartbroken Amelia's determination, and it was an exchange that Otto couldn't help but feel relieved about, however. Abel, I never expected that Natsuki Subaru's companions would come all the way here to visit. It was a voice that blew through the hall like a cold, dry wind. Amelia lifted her gaze and turned towards the person who had spoken with that voice, the man with the Oni mask on his face, who had just exchanged words with Zikr and Medium. Amelia's amethyst eyes narrowed at the sight of the dark-haired man with the Oni mask covering his face. Amelia, are you a friend of Subaru too? Abel, I have no friends, nor does he think of me in that way. Our relationship is one where we are together while working toward a goal. Amelia, so you're a comrade. He called you Abel. Could you be the person Zikr Sen was talking about earlier? The man's response was stiff and sharp, but Amelia was unfazed and turned to Zikr in response to her question. Zikr straightened his back while stating yes. Zikr, this is the one who is in a position to lead us Abeldono. I was only entrusted with the city under his direction. Abel speaking, of which there certainly has been a lot of wear and tear. Zikr, for that I am truly ashamed. With a grimace, Zikr bowed deeply to the manto Abel over the damage the city had suffered. Instead of dissatisfaction with unreasonable reprimands, Zikr's bitter face was filled with remorse at his own inability to do his job. Otto, who was present at the actual scene, thought that Zikr and everyone else in the city did their best to prevent it from being completely destroyed, but Medium Abelchin, don't say mean things like that. Everyone tried their hardest. Abel even, so are you not angry, as well having had your brother taken away from you? Medium big bro worked so hard. He was taken. If big bro hadn't been taken away, we would have been in big trouble. That's my big bro. Even taken away big bro is so cool. It was Medium who took a vigorous swipe at Abel's statement. Judging from the flow of the conversation, her brother was probably the male peddler who had been kidnapped alongside Rem and Zelda, had said that he was a gentle and friendly lady killer. According to other stories by Cuna and Holly, that man and Rem both being taken was a decisive factor, causing the enemy a member of the 9 divine generals to withdraw the flying dragons. In other words, Medium's remarks about her brother were not far off a mark. Abel, who had just returned from Demon City, had no way of knowing about this situation. Abel Zicker, sir. Abel, disregard what I previously said from the beginning. You were dealing with Madeline Eschart and a group of flying dragons. You deserve recognition for your work in a situation where the city may have needed to be abandoned. Zicker, I am honored. The words that continue without hesitation were not the result of being struck by Medium's persuasion. From the start, these words were already prepared to be said to Zicker. From the very beginning, he had no intention of blaming him for the damage suffered by Geralt. Medium, Abel, chin, your personality is awful Lewis you. Abel, stop. Medium and the girl attacked Abel from both sides. As he stood with his arms crossed, Abel gave a short rebuke as the two of them clung to him, pulling his sleeves and poking him in the waist. One could get a rough idea of their relationship over there. So, when are we going to progress on this? Meanwhile, the woman, who had been quietly watching the developments, finally moved her lips. It was a fox-eared beauty with a presence terribly out of place and an excessively glamorous personality, in a sense a person who just by being there one could not help but be aware of, like Emilia, who had uncommon beauty, and Abel, whose eccentric Oni mask was eye-catching. It was obvious, even if not explicitly stated. She was a reason why Abel and Medium left the walled city for the Demon City Chaos Flame. General First Class Yorna, Miss Higger, who muttered these words. Perhaps someone in the room called out the name. However, since no one voiced a correction, it was self-evident that it was correct. Yorna Miss Higger. She is the ruler of the Demon City Chaos Flame and a member of the 9 divine generals, the most powerful military officers in the Empire. Having her on their side will be a major boon that would shake up the state of this broad empire. The journey on which Subaru went missing was originally intended to recruit her. Zicker, General First Class Yorna. First of all, I would like to thank you for your visit. I am Zicker Osman, a General Second Class of the Valachian Empire. Yorna, I have heard your name along the way in person. You seem to be a good-looking man, as Medium and Tarita said. Zicker, Miss Medium, and Miss Tarita. Zicker, who begun speaking, sternly blinked at Yorna's response. This was not the time for this, but his gaze turned to Medium and another tall woman, the brown-skinned woman, in male attire. She was probably Tarita the topic of discussion. The two responded to Zicker's gaze with a smile, and a nod. Zicker, who was known as the womanizer for his gentle manly behavior, may have been embarrassed, but he seemed very happy. With a cough, he cleared his throat as if to calm his emotions. Zicker, so would General First Class Yorna be willing to fight alongside Abel Dano? Yorna, you may think of it that way. I have my own agenda, but my interests are aligned with Abel's. Abel, it is settled, there is no issue in the pack with Yorna. Miss Higger Yorna wore a luxurious kimono and held a golden kizaru in her hand. Although her previous reputation gave the impression that she was quite a worrisome woman, her demeanor was calm and collected. Otto's group had heard that Chaos Flame had been severely damaged. That is why a huge caravan of carriages arrived at Geralt, and why they had to accommodate such a large number of people at once. And in the midst of all the devastation that the Demon City suffered, Subaru was sent somewhere. It was Emilia with a voice that sounded like a silver bell who broke into the conversation. Entering the story from a different angle, Abel's gaze to the Oni mask turned towards Emilia. Emilia didn't flinch despite the obvious unwelcoming gaze. Beatrice was in her arms. Petra and Frederica stood quietly by her side, and Garfield had a stern look on his face. Otto may have contributed a little to that as well. Indeed, Emilia's statement may just be some noise to them. However, they had their own circumstances. It would be a problem if the conversation proceeded while ignoring them who had rushed across the border to reach there. Emilia, once more let's start over from the beginning. I am Emily, and you are Abel Wright, Subaru's friend, know his comrade. Abel, yes. Emilia, Subaru had gone to another city with you well to Yorna Sands, and then something terrible happened, and you got separated, is that right? Yorna, yes, that's right, something terrible doesn't quite cut it, though. Both Abel and Yorna nodded at Amelia, which raised her well-shaped eyebrows as she confirmed what had just been described. After receiving their reactions, especially Yorna's words, Amelia accepted them with an open heart and said that's right. From the perspective of the parties involved, the superficial words of an outsider could be offensive, and Amelia, too, was careful to choose her words with care, knowing that her words fell into that category. Amelia, you couldn't say where Subaru got whisked away to after getting separated from the rest of the group, even though everyone searched you could not find him, and there were many people without homes. So that is why you came back to the city like this, and we are discussing this here, is that right? Abel, there is nothing to correct still. That was a tragedy of that magnitude. Considering the scale of it, it's hard to believe that the missing person is safe. Amelia, Subaru is fine, that's for sure. Amelia interrupted Abel, speaking up in a low but powerful voice. The trust in her voice made Abel's black eyes narrow to the Oni mask. Abel's eyes, tinged with deep thought, sought the basis of Amelia's remark. Sure enough, Abel took a pause, and then asked Amelia, what makes you so sure? Abel, you do not know the details of what transpired within the Demon City, under such circumstances disappearing. When one wrong move could cost him his life, how can you be so sure that he would survive in that situation? Amelia, so far all Otto and the others had heard were the news of the destruction of Chaos Flame, and the rumor that it was caused by an unbelievable calamity. The genuineness of Abel's words was unknown, and it was impossible to gauge the extent to which he had dramatized the facts, but Otto could be sure that it was not a meaningless bluff. At the same time, there was a small hitch in the way he spoke. Abel's tone was cold, but he could sense his intention to learn more about them. No, it was more about finding out about Subaru through Otto and the others. He seemed to think that Subaru was hiding something from him. If it was about Subaru's position within the kingdom, they could not carelessly hand over that information. Otto, Emily, this is... Amelia, I believe in Subaru, and I believe that Subaru is going to do his best until we get there, get him no matter how hard things are. Fearing leading questions, Otto tried to control the conversation, but Amelia had answered ahead of him. However, it was a statement of trust based on idealism, not a concrete basis. It was not what Otto feared, nor was it what Abel wanted, so naturally Abel was disappointed and lowered his gaze. Abel, this is all wishful thinking, without any persuasive evidence. Disappointing that this is your rationale. Amelia, yeah, I think it's really nice and important for people to believe in me. I feel safe when I can trust someone, and it gives me strength when they trust me. Are you different? Abel, after all feelings are just feelings, it can hardly be the deciding factor beyond that. Amelia's eyes wavered at Abel's answer, shaking his head and closing one eye. Otto missed the opportunity to interject, but that was enough for him to understand that the two were water and oil, that is to say. Such was the difference between Amelia, who believed in the value of the heart, and Abel, who did not. This rift was likely to be a difference in outlook on life, and was not likely to be easily bridged. Therefore, Abel, no one can say for sure whether Natsuki Subaru is alive or dead. Just because he has always avoided death by a hair's breadth, there is no guarantee it will be the same this time. That affirmation seemed to have been Abel's conclusion in this conversation. As Amelia heard that, and her lips pursed together, Amelia, do you mean Subaru? She quickly looked at Abel, and was about to say something. But one girl straightened up faster than she could proceed with her words. It was a little girl, in Amelia's arms, who had her eyes closed. Beatrice, if you need confirmation that Subaru is alive, Betty has it in fact. Amelia Beatrice Frederica Sama. Embraced within her chest, Beatrice opened her eyes, which had a characteristic pattern to them. Amelia, whose eyes widened, immediately called to her, to which Frederica hurriedly added the honorific title. Whether or not it was enough to disguise things, Beatrice's words had a certain effect in attracting Abel's attention, and the attention of others who did not know what was going on. Abel, why is it that you have a certainty of Natsuki Subaru's being alive or dead? Beatrice, it's a simple matter, I suppose. It's because Betty and Subaru are connected by the soul, in fact. Yorna, so that's how it is. If this and that child are deeply connected, I can see the logic behind that. Amelia, yes, they are in a contractual relationship. That's why Abel, this girl, is in her debilitated state. That makes sense. Despite the lack of a clear explanation, Abel and Yorna were able to figure out the situation. Revealing the fact that Beatrice was a spirit was not good for Otto and the others who had entered the Empire under false identities, but the two in question had likely already realized it. It was hard to imagine, however, that Abel and his group, whose purpose was to rebel against the Emperor in the imperial capital, would do anything about them on the grounds that they have violated the decree of the Empire. Otto, if you are convinced, then you understand apart from Natsuki-san's comfort and location, we do have means to confirm whether he is alive or dead, since Beatrice Izuma says. So we can be certain that no matter where Natsuki-san is alive in the place where he was sent to. Yorna is that, so then perhaps Tanza will be a little better off. Yorna's eyebrows lowered slightly at Otto's additional words. She whispered these words, which seemed to be a person's name. Someone who lost their life from the way they spoke. It would seem that this too was not unconnected with the destruction of the demon city. To delve into this, though, one would have had to be prepared to venture into Yorna's world. Petra, can we backtrack a bit? Emilia Petrachan. Frederica Sama. Suddenly not wanting to miss the momentary silence, Petra raised her hand and asked for the right to speak. Emilia carelessly called out to her again, and Frederica immediately came to her aid. With Petra standing proudly beside her, she drew the attention of a group of adults who were strangers to her. Petra, earlier Medium-chan, said that she was made tiny. Is that true? Medium, yes, it's true. I used to be really tall, about the same height as that blonde boy over there. No, it was about the same height as that woman. Garfield, first, why did you write off my Amazon self? Frederica, I know what you mean, although I am not too happy to hear about my height either. Having been pointed out by Medium Garfield and Frederica, each responded in turn. However, Medium's story was probably true, as no one had refuted it. It's hard to believe, but apparently something mysterious happened to cause a person's body to shrink. Perhaps that meant. Petra, has Subaru been made tiny too? Petra asked in a serious, slightly firm voice. That was a big question that Otto and the others could not afford to ignore. It would have been difficult enough just to meet up with Subaru, who was sent to the Empire, but they were not expecting a situation in which his body would be shrunken. Otto, feeling like praying that he had heard wrong, was convinced, however, that his prayer had never been and would never be fully heard. Not knowing Otto's feelings, Medium nodded her head lightly and said, "That's right. Medium Subaru-chin is just like me, maybe a little smaller. Anyway, they made him so tiny, but I heard that Subaru-chin and Yorna can beat up Gramps together. So Subaru-chin is amazing." Emilia, yes, Subaru is amazing. Petra, yes, Medium-chan is right. Beatrice, naturally, I suppose he's Betty's partner, in fact. While the content itself was difficult to welcome, Medium's unhesitating praise was music to the ears. In fact, Emilia, Petra, and Beatrice were in a good mood after hearing the praise for Subaru. Neither Garfield, Frederica, nor Otto felt bad. They did not. But as that praise was accompanied by unwelcome information, Otto became rather concerned. Otto, if Natsukasen, is also shrunken. I guess he became a child. Not tired of just dressing up as a woman. Now is becoming a child, infantilized. What a restless person. Frederica, indeed, pestering Subaru's AMA for having a partner is regrettable, but I'm worried I can't let him meet with Klein. Otto, that's one thing, but I'm sure there are other concerns that are more important. By what means was such a phenomenon caused? Since this event was so far removed from reality, there were concerns about whether or not it could be reversed, and if so, whether or not there would be any after effects in the worst-case scenario. There was even a possibility that Subaru would return to the kingdom of Lagunica as Emilia's knight while remaining small. Otto, well, in terms of ability, it's not much different anyway. Subaru would indeed be outraged were he to hear this, but if they could find him, then this would be acceptable as tolerable damage. If he could grow up properly from then on, he wouldn't have too many problems with his relationship with Emilia, a half-elf. She would be able to wait until he got older. Otto, I am a little out of my depth too. It seemed like the order of priorities for concern was in disarray. For the time being, it was a setback that they could not meet up with Subaru, but thanks to Beatrice, they were now certain about his survival. Now with Zikr and the others know if the representative was able, they should decide if they want to continue this line of cooperation with them or not. Garfield, Beatrice, why do you look so out at Otto? With a hand on his chin about to consider the options, Otto casually directed his attention to the words uttered by Garfield. Garfield's gaze turned to Beatrice in Emilia's arms. She woke up, but wanting to avoid exhaustion, she remained in Emilia's arms with her good mood from the earlier praise of Subaru being short-lived as her eyes widened. What her trembling eyes were looking at was not Medium. There was another girl snuggled up beside her as if they were sisters. Beatrice stared at her, not even having heard her name yet. Beatrice, why are you here? I suppose Louis you. Beatrice answered, in fact, no, do not do anything unnecessary, I suppose. Immediately after asking the question, in a trembling voice, Beatrice's voice rose as her expression changed. At the sound, the little girl who had her head tilted jumped in surprise, and naturally Otto and the others were surprised by Beatrice's reaction. Otto beat Beatrice. Sama, what's wrong? You suddenly yelled at that girl. Beatrice, yelling is the reasonable thing to do. In fact, Otto, did you not realize, I suppose? Otto, me what do, Faced with that reprimand, something asserted itself in the back of the bewildered Otto's mind. At first, when he saw the girl, it was a nagging, nebulous feeling that had been there from the start, but that gradually became clearer and clearer because of Beatrice's attitude. Yes, Otto had recognized this girl, a sense of deja vu that should not have cropped up in the Empire, a place he was visiting for the first time. Otto, unbelievable she is. Otto stared at the girl as a startling possibility surfaced in his mind. The possibility that drifted in the air was something that seemed to be placed in the corner of Otto's hazy memory. At that time, Otto's leg had been sliced open, and he was slipping and out of consciousness from the pain and blood loss. So although he didn't see clearly who it was that had done it, Emilia Beatrice Otacon, what is it both of you just looking at that girl? Confused by the reaction of Otto and Beatrice, Emilia addresses her without honorifics, but no one complimented her words, and then that was no longer needed. That was because there was no reason for confusion to stay as confusion any longer. Beatrice's gluttony, in fact, Emilia's eyes widen as Beatrice speaks up in a calm but hard tone of voice. However, it was not only Emilia who froze, but everyone else who heard her voice, and it was at this moment that Beatrice's voice had the attention of everyone in the room. Therefore, everyone overheard the identity of this little girl. Beatrice, that girl, is the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, a girl named Louis Arneb, I suppose. 3. The moment Beatrice's words were uttered, an atmosphere of volatility overtook the room. Garfield, you've got to be kidding me, a Sin Archbishop. What the hell do you think you're doing? Understandably, shock, horror, and confusion spread as Beatrice's words echoed. That was what the young girl had said. Ordinarily, no adult with sound judgment would accept a thing like that without hesitation. However, that was not the case for Otto and the others. Naturally, Otto, who vaguely recognized the girl's Louis appearance, as well the members of the camp, who believed Beatrice would not tell a lie, immediately accepted it as a fact. Accordingly, Garfield had stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and baring his fangs. Immediately, Garfield narrowed the pupils of his green eyes and glared at Louis. Garfield, on top of that, its gluttony isn't that the one who's been hogging the top spot on our Amazon sells list of bastards to beat up is this the way of the Empire. Medium weight, that's not right. Louis John isn't a bad girl blocking Garfield's view. Medium spread her arms to protect Louis. Her wish to protect the girl behind her was commendable, but it was exceedingly unlikely that she could stop Garfield's wrath in the first place. Otto, you say she is not a bad girl, but are you being serious? Just so you know, both of my legs were painfully gouged by her. I still have some garish scars. Should I show them to you? Medium, that wasn't Elskin. Maybe it was a different girl. Otto, sorry, but she had clearly introduced herself. As such, there were victims other than me, undoubtedly an incalculable number of them. Some were our friends and friends of our allies, Medium, but, with her eyes tearing up, Medium desperately searched for some words of rebuttal. However, whether her intelligence was as childlike as she looked, or even if it was only her appearance that had shrunk, Otto intended to shut down this war of words. In any case, it was impossible for anyone in the world to defend a Sin Archbishop. Sin Archbishops in which cultists were abominations of such a degree. That's why Emilia, identical in appearance to the Witch of Envy, who was the cause of it all, was unable to escape ridicule for her impossible dream. Medium, maybe Louis John was like that before, but Louis John is different now. Garfield different from before. What the hell are you basing that on? Medium, because she was friends with Big Bro Subaru Chin, and Remchan, I've been with her this whole time, and she hasn't done a single bad thing she didn't. Otto with Nat Sukason. Medium's desperate futile resistance shouting, as she frantically searched for words, had hit his ears with something strange that was too large to ignore. Subaru had acted together with Louis. Surely it was not because he had not known who Louis was. Subaru should have quickly guessed Louis' true identity. Petra, Otto's and Subaru couldn't have gone as far as losing his memory or something right. Otto, for a moment, that fear washed over me, but from what I've heard from Izelda San and Zicker San, I think that is not much a concern. To Petra's anxious words, Otto dismissed his anxieties due to the evidence put forth for consideration. If it were the case that he had worked together with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis, who was here, a situation where Subaru had been robbed of his memories was certainly scary. Since he remembered Subaru, there was probably no concern that his name had been eaten, but whether his memories had been was a question of Subaru's own personal symptoms. However, Emilia, the stories of Subaru we've heard in the city are still the Subaru we know, so there's no need to worry about that Petra-chan Petra-sama. Petra, thank you, Emily. At the words of Emilia, who had reached the same conclusion, Petra also finally showed an expression of relief. Though that was a reason for why they could say Subaru's memories had not been eaten, it was hard to say it was a basis for making a decision on how to deal with Louis, who was here now. Of course, there was no denying the question of why Subaru had not done anything about Louis one way or the other, but Otto, since it's Nat Sukason, it probably was not a matter of getting his hands on a young-looking girlfriend or something like that. Is it possible he was concerned about the authorities' nullification requirements? Frederica, we've talked about it before. Even if we defeat the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, we don't have any definite proof that everything that was lost would come back. Otto, it is troublesome, but if that's the case, then it is understandable why he did not act rashly. As Garfield had said, crushing the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was an ardent wish of theirs, as well as the royal candidates, and also for the world that was hard to let go. However, this was not because of a simple desire for revenge. Their primary goal was the restoration of the damage Gluttony had wrought. If taking Lewis' life would return the victims of her authority to how they were before, there would not be a problem. However, what would they do if the victims were not restored? Subaru might have been wary that if they acted rashly, the way to return the victims to normal may be permanently lost. Garfield, I know what you're thinking, Otto, bro, but that doesn't mean we have to let the pipsqueak go free. Despite understanding Otto's thoughts, Garfield arrogantly declared that, in truth, he was right, even though he was afraid that taking her life would eliminate the possibility. It was hard to believe taking her into custody would cause any problems. Rather, the danger of leaving a Sin Archbishop alone was likely far greater. Therefore, in times like these, Garfield, who tended to make snap decisions, was reliable. Bit by bit, Garfield closed the gap in order to pin down the dangerous Sin Archbishop. At Garfield's approach, Lewis shrank her small body down within UU. Medium Abel Chin say something. Protecting Lewis behind her and facing off against Garfield, Medium called for Abel. Abel, who had not interjected during this course of events, turned his attention to Medium's appeal. Abel, what do you want to say? Handling this is your business, Medium, but I can't persuade them well. Abel, don't foist the responsibility of your vice on me. After all, it is unneeded. Medium's eyes wavered as she was told it was unnecessary. Perhaps Abel's cruel way of speaking had given her the impression that he had forsaken Lewis. However, in truth, that had not been the case. Abel had said there was no need for himself to get involved. Garfield, and my Amazon self's not going to go easy on you, even if you're a woman. That's splendid, since otherwise you might end up using my beauty as an excuse for your shoddiness. In front of Garfield, who had paused, Yorna had stepped in directly between them and stood leisurely. Wearing thick soles on top of being tall to begin with, Yorna looked down on Garfield, Kizaru in hand. Returning her gaze, head on Garfield fiercely bared his fangs. Yorna would defend Lewis, and had declared her intention to do so. Since she had originally come to Garrow from the Demon City alongside Lewis, they had known she had no intention of eliminating her, but that in itself was hard to believe. Otto, I will say it again, but she is a Sin Archbishop. Surely, you're not saying that the horrors of the witch cult are not known in the Valachian Empire. Yorna, we know the deeds of those ruffians and their repulsiveness. Naturally, we also know the malice of those calling themselves Sin Archbishops. Otto, I hear the wounds of the fortified city of Garkla still have not healed. The large imperial city had been destroyed in a rampage of greed as Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. The offender Greed was defeated in Priestella, but it was common knowledge throughout the world that there was no choice about where the witch cult would rampage naturally in the Empire as well. In spite of that, the fact was that they had left Lewis at large. Otto, do you think you can win them over? I have to say that is imprudent. Abel, if something is useful, I shall consider how to use it. It is you people that are severely mistaken in thinking that all would take your side. Otto. Abel dodged Otto's questioning and effortlessly pointed that out condescendingly. As it said, the reaction of those gathered on the top floor of City Hall was mixed, of course. There were those who appeared disgusted and hostile upon hearing that Lewis was a Sin Archbishop. However, like Medium and Yorna, a considerable number of them showed reluctance towards eliminating Lewis. In particular, Mizelda, Ilse, the Subaru, and Rem are both our friends, since they were the ones who brought Lewis with them. They are the only two who have the right to decide Lewis' fate. Frederica, Mizelda-sama. Mizelda, of course, if the chieftain disagrees, then I will yield. With eyes conveying a strong sense of purpose and having cast a piercing gaze, that way Mizelda would try to take the side, protecting Lewis. Frederica, who had had many opportunities to exchange words with her at City Hall, gasped under that strong gaze. Mizelda was a representative of the Shudrak, and the other Shadrakians would follow her no more accurately. They would follow the chieftain who had returned to the city. The target of Mizelda's words and gaze was a woman dressed formally in black, who had been entrusted with the decision. Tarita, the new chieftain of the Shudrak, was asked by her older sister, "What should we do?" Tarita, my opinion, is the same as sister's. However, this decision wasn't because sister said so, as I am protecting Lewis for my own reasons, since I owe Lewis a debt of gratitude. Mizelda, I see. At Tarita's clear answer, Mizelda relaxed her lips and nodded. Otto's side did not know what these sisters' relationship was like, but it seemed like Mizelda had happily accepted Tarita's assertion. However, they did not have the luxury to consider that heartwarming Beatrice, ace and archbishop, on top of that someone like Gluttony. Turning a blind, I cannot be done. In fact, will you all cool your heads, I suppose? From Amelia's arms, Beatrice's words were filled with strength. She had come this far by suppressing her exhaustion, but in an emergency it was necessary for her to display her abilities like Subaru. Not hesitating in such situations was a bad habit of Beatrice's. Amelia, that's no good. Everyone calm down fighting like this. While the spirits of Beatrice and Garfield, alongside those of Yorna and the Shudrak, had risen in preparation for battle, Amelia tried to stop the dispute with a heartbroken look on her face. In fact, if it came to seriously stopping the dispute through brute force, Amelia was the one with the ability best suited for doing so. If she were to use her immense mana to freeze Geralt, Otto would aim to secure Lewis in the meantime. At worst, they would cut ties with everyone in Geralt. Amelia is more dangerous than turning a blind eye to a Sin Archbishop. That was when Otto watched for an unguarded moment. What is the matter, you plebeians? Have you not yet fought enough? That is quite hot-blooded, is it not? Otto. Suddenly a powerful new voice shook the atmosphere within the large chamber of City Hall. It belonged to a woman whose shoes clacked loudly as she leisurely came up the stairs. Some time ago, Otto had said that Amelia, Abel, and Yorna had presences that were impossible to ignore, but the owner of that voice, too, was cloaked in an air which did not match that impression. With the hem of her blood-red dress, swaying, a beautiful woman leisurely appeared. She had fair skin and orange hair, and had boldly adorned herself with numerous ornaments, but even the glitter of those jewels lost out to her natural beauty. Priscilla Barrio. In the fortress city of Geralt, the final person who had an influential voice had appeared. Following behind her as she walked unhurriedly was her attendant Schultz, whose small, humble movements drew attention, as well as Al with his unforgettably eccentric appearance. Together with Abel Medium and the others, Al was also one of the people who had headed to Chaos Flame with Subaru on his way back. He had gone to meet up with Priscilla, and now it seemed they were entering in together. Originally, there was supposed to be one more person, Heinkel, who was nowhere to be seen, but that was a minor detail. More importantly, from Otto's point of view, a being had joined in who seemed like she would make this volatile atmosphere even worse. Fickle and powerful Priscilla carried such a presence that was impossible to predict as to which side she would choose. Rather, it almost seemed like it would be better if they could just conclude she was an enemy. Priscilla, I made my way here after hearing that Abel and the others had returned, but I had not expected this kind of atmosphere. So soon, even if the city is as devastated, it seems a starved dog cannot choose where it barks. Amelia, Priscilla, everyone is really tense right now. Don't say strange things. Priscilla, nonsense. If I had not come, you would have made it snow once again. Let me tell you, no matter how chilly you make it, I shall not stop baring my shoulders. Still, it does get cold. Amelia, I'm sorry about that, but... Amelia had an absurd exchange with Priscilla as she entered, then apologized. However, the reason the end of that sentence had lost its strength was not because of Amelia's remorse. It was because a high-pitched clatter of a hard object falling had reverberated throughout the large chamber. Medium Yornikin. Suddenly Medium turned her head and murmured, looking up at the woman standing just in front of her. Her blue eyes stared at the single Kizru that had fallen at Yorna's feet. Yorna had been fiddling with it, in her hands a fine item that did not seem cheap. Lewis, you. With a groan, Lewis, who was at the center of the conversation, picked up the fallen Kizru. However, Yorna did not accept the picked-up Kizru when it was offered to her. Instead, Yorna's gaze was solely on Priscilla, the presence that had just set foot into the large hall. Staring at Priscilla, Yorna's eyes widened. Yorna, who usually seemed imperturbable and unflappable, was astonished. Her painted crimson lips were wide open, trembling. Yorna P.R. Priska. She called Priscilla that a different name that didn't sound familiar. Frozen in shock, the wide-eyed Yorna addressed Priscilla by that similar but different name. 3 people present responded to that name. One was Zikr, another was Abel, and the last one, needless to say, was Priscilla. Zikr looked at Yorna speculatively, Abel contemplatively, and Priscilla scornfully. Priscilla, why do you behave like that toward me? No. Priscilla looked back at Yorna, with her crimson eyes not concealing her displeasure. Without pause, her sharp tongue seemed ready to strike her, but right before she stopped short, Priscilla again gazed intently at Yorna. Yorna's blue eyes and Priscilla's bloodred eyes had locked with one another, and a moment of silence passed. Then Priscilla let out an ah like an exhale. Priscilla, if I think about it, you are indeed mine dear mother, aren't you? Like that, a remark which would give rise to an explosion distinct from the already volatile situation had been stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 79. A roar of scarlet laughter. 1. Priscilla's sudden appearance had brought forth a whirlwind through the power of her words. But at that moment a certain silence and blankness pervaded the hall, giving everyone the illusion that time had stopped. It was a statement that could not be misheard, but she didn't quite understand what it meant. She couldn't get the meaning correctly from the sound. That's the impression she had. Dear mother, it took some time for her to search her brain for the word that the sound means. However, Emilia Yorna is Priscilla's mother. Emilia tilted her head curiously, and as soon as a different sound for mother came forth from her dear mother, and mother connected, and she understood the essence of dear mother and mother. Controlling the fluttering sensation in his own head, Otto compared the two people who had his attention, Yorna, and Priscilla Yorna, who was staring at her, unable to move, and Priscilla, who was looking at the former with a calm expression. They had different hair and eye colors, and they were of different races to begin with. Of course, in the case of mixed blood, there were individual differences, in which the blood of a parent was stronger, but Priscilla and Yorna had no similarities in appearance. If one could say so, they both had lustrous good looks, but Otto, if we treated people like family, at that level the world would be full of big families. Concluding this, Otto held his confusion in check. Still, hearing about Priscilla and Yorna's relationship made some sense. Priscilla's stern attitude and personality certainly gave off a strong sense of imperial style. Priscilla, I can feel the unpleasant eyes that are fixed on myself, but that is okay. Otto gasped at the warning look in Priscilla's eyes, reading the intent of her gaze. Leaving Otto aside, Priscilla looked at Emilia and said, Priscilla, half-devil it is, as you say, to think that she had become one of the 9 divine generals since I was a child. I suppose so, but how strange it is. Emilia, well, I'm surprised, but now that you mention it, I guess you both look a lot alike. Priscilla supported her chin with a fan in her hand, and Emilia nodded in reply. Just before, Otto had denied to himself any similarities in external appearance between the two, so while Emilia's unexpected judgment worried him, he had set that aside for the time being. The problem was Yorna weight. Priscilla's words were deterred by Yorna herself, who had been unexpectedly singled out by her. She closed her eyes for a moment and erased the apparent turmoil from her expression. Yorna, I was a little surprised, but that is an unacceptable statement. Why do you think I am your mother? Priscilla, stopped making up trifling evasions. If you plan to trick me, you must change your soul. No matter how you change your appearance, you cannot deceive my scarlet eyes. Yorna, HK. Yorna's expression of feigned calm once again stiffened at Priscilla's decisive response. Priscilla's language was conceptual and, in addition, held no intention to compromise with others. This made it hard to take in the exact meaning of what was said, but it seemed to have been fatal to Yorna. Yorna was clearly flustered by Priscilla's gaze and the sharpness of her tongue. However, Yorna wasn't the only one who showed strong turmoil on this occasion. Absurd. Clearly the amazement towards the situation at hand spilled over. It was faint, so faint that it could have been missed, but it was coming from the other party, and Otto did not miss the voice that spilled out from behind the Oni mask. Abel, a man who seemed cool-headed rather than calm and unperturbed, made that one comment. Priscilla, he called out while hiding the slight agitation behind his mask. Abel, are you serious, Yorna? Miss Higger is Sandra Benedict. Priscilla, I see you did not know that either. Abel, I do not blame you. I have no way of knowing except by my own words. Emilia, but you notice that Priscilla isn't being told anything right. Priscilla, do not interrupt me. Shut up, you half-devil. Emilia, you don't have to say it that way. Priscilla, who responded to Abel's question in a nonchalant manner, glared at Emilia, who had interrupted her, in order to silence her. Whatever the case may be, this was an exchange that left out those in the kingdom, including Otto and those in the empire, who did not know what was going on. Otto was especially interested in the content that delved into Priscilla's internal affairs, as she was also a royal candidate, but Garfield put off the unexpected reunion. Talk, right? Now the priority is this kid's story. Garfield snarled as he bared his fangs, undaunted by the change in the air. The opponent, who those green eyes pierced, was Lewis, still protected by Yorna and Medium. Garfield was right. They could not move forward or backward until they decided what to do with her. Of course, a conclusion in Otto's mind that Lewis should be restrained and deprived of her freedom was unassailable. Garfield, my Amazon self, isn't saying to kill her, but I'm saying to tie her up and roll her over. That's the one thing my Amazon self won't. Compromised Tino's limbs are going away. Al, that's probably going to be something Bro doesn't want to hear. Garfield, huh? Garfield, who concurred with Otto, bared his fangs at the remark. The person who interrupted them was Al, who had come up to the top level with Priscilla. He was still the same eccentric-looking guy, scratching the nape of his neck with his one-armed hand in a somewhat unenthusiastic manner. Al, first of all, let me apologize to you first. I'm sorry I couldn't bring Bro home after we went to Chaos Flame together. Emilia, Al, no thanks for apologizing, but I'm not the only one disappointed that I didn't get to meet Subaru. Beatrice is the one disappointed the most. Al, oh, then I'm sorry to that child and to the others, as well, bowed his head as he uttered an apology for Subaru's absence. ALS' usual frivolous attitude notwithstanding his apology, seemed genuine. However, sincere apology does not necessarily lead forgiveness or a good impression. Otto, if anything, an easy apology will only increase the number of people who will take advantage of you. In fact, if you're willing to apologize, I would prefer that you don't interfere. Al, that's harsh, but as I said earlier, doing such a thing to this little girl is something that bro Natsuki Subaru doesn't wish for. Garfield, so why the hell you're just saying random things? Al, I too tried to kill the little one and was stopped by bro. Garfield's irritated words were drowned out by ALS' dry words at this response that caused Garfield's breathing to hitch. Al shrugged his shoulders and nodded at Lewis. Al, you guys are like that. Isn't it natural that ID considered killing her? But even then, Otto did Natsuki-san reject it. Al, to be honest, I couldn't believe my ears originally. I was thinking that he had some little stranger girl with him, but then I found out that she was a Sin Archbishop. He was trying to protect her with his body. I knew that bro had a lot of crazy ideas, but he exceeded my imagination. As he said this, ALS gaze shot through his helmet at Lewis. Under the gaze, Lewis groaned, but instead of hiding behind Medium and the others, she looked straight back at him. The light in those blue eyes was neither dull nor feeble Otto. As he watched Otto examine ALS testimony, Otto himself believed that the reason Subaru was not able to get his hands on Lewis was naivete. The naivete that Subaru and Amelia possessed was both a weakness and a strength. Once you let go of it, you can never get it back. And even though Otto felt like it was difficult to handle, he never wanted it to be gone. Otto, we the people around us, can make decisions without such naivete. Al, I understand, bro, but it's hard now after all we're talking in front of all these people. There is no going back from that. Frederica Otto-sama. Frederica stepped firmly and called out to Otto's profile. Her beautiful eyes flickered with concern and anxiety at the prospect of taking action here. Otto also felt that it was a mistake to mention the identity of Lewis. Here, to start with the problem, was that Lewis had already been accepted by the people involved. Tarita and Mazelda's resolution became prevalent in the fortress city, therefore. Otto, so you are saying you are just going to let her roam free? Al's sure I wouldn't have forgiven her if she had done something wrong. But Medium Lewis-chan was always trying to protect Subaru-chan. She never misbehaved. While she was with us, she never will. Medium raised a frantic voice, taking in ALS words. Her statement was just wishful thinking, and Lewis' actions to date did not guarantee what Lewis would do in the future. That was the biggest focal point of the issue. Petra, I watched the master do it, so maybe I can make an oath magic seal. Otto, we should not do that. I thought for a moment that was possible. Petra hesitantly suggested the idea, but Otto rejected it. Petra spoke of a magic seal, a binding of the soul, to make the recipient keep their words, something Roswell has inscribed on his body, that if broken would kill him. Roswell is a mastermind behind the events that occurred in the sanctuary, and at the former Roswell mansion, personally inscribed it to demonstrate his surrender to the camp. As the word suggested, a magic seal was clearly magic. Superstitious as it may seem, some say that magic would eventually rebound on the user if one continued. To bind others through magic to magic would eventually burn one's soul as well. He had no intention of having Petra take on such a burden, and even if she were able to do so and inscribe a magic seal that would bind Lewis' actions, it would be no more than insurance. Otto, because we do not have a full picture of what we can bind to buy us peace of mind. The authority of a Sin Archbishop, no one knew its full extent. As long as they did not know what hidden curveballs would be thrown out ultimately, no matter how they were bound, Otto's wariness of Lewis could never be lifted, that is, unless they took a life. If so, then not making use of anything like a magic seal, which could lead them to carelessness, was what would keep their vigilance steady. Otto, regrettably, that is my conclusion. Garfield, Otto, bro, you sure about that? That's a Sin Archbishop. Hearing Otto's thoughts, Garfield raised his voice in a scream. Even though he was absolutely right, Otto understood the frustration of being forced into a situation where he felt he was being stifled, wanted to empathize with his younger brother's heartache. Otto, however, discussing it here will not get everyone's approval with the current situation, in which there is still a lot left to be heard. I do not wish for things to break down with all of you. Priscilla, therefore, if we are to use force, it should be after hearing what they have to say. Correct how obstinate. Otto, I do not intend to do such a rash thing, but I will take that in itself as a compliment, Priscilla-sama. When Priscilla brilliantly expressed Otto's sentiment, he at least attempted to put up a good front. Whatever the case to Garfield, the answer was a frustrating reality. Abel, who has considerable influence in the city, and the people of the Shudrak, who have shown their non-negotiable stance on the treatment of Lewis, there was no way to dissuade them. There was no basis for eliminating Lewis beyond her being a Sin Archbishop. Since that did not work, there would be no other recourse remaining on their side But to use force, however, killing Lewis would not necessarily erase the effects of the authority of gluttony, and would it be worth it to have the disadvantage of turning all the empire against him thereafter? Amelia fighting like that just makes all of us a little less anxious. That's how it is, right, Otto and Garfield? Garfield fangs gnashing at Otto with one eye closed. Amelia's amethyst eyes flashed as she traced the flow of the conversation and came to this conclusion. Beatrice, in her arms, called out her name, Emily. Amelia, I'm sorry, Lady Beatrice, you're worried a lot. I know you are. Beatrice, as long as you understand properly, good. I suppose they exchanged glances and words very close to each other, and Beatrice's round eyes were downcast. Amelia nodded her head, understanding Beatrice's feelings, and turned her gaze toward Lewis and Medium. The girl who leans on her like a sister returned her gaze. Amelia, that little girl Lewis, might be really dangerous. That's just what Otacon and the others have said, and you know that, don't you? Medium, yeah, I know. Amelia, but you didn't see Lewis do anything that was dangerous or bad. Did Lewis do anything to you or Subaru? Medium, she tried to protect us. It's true. I'm not lying, isn't that right, Abelchen, Alchen, Teridican, and Yornican? Staring directly at Amelia, Medium was trying her best to choose the right words. As she decided, she asked those who had returned from the Demon City with her to agree. Abel and Yorna, both still recovering from their earlier exchange with Priscilla, reacted sluggishly, but Al shrugged and Terida nodded. Terida, yes, Lewis certainly tried to protect everyone. She was very fond of Subaru, in my opinion. Otto, I would say, is expected of the Lalamancer, but the atmosphere is not one that can be joked about like that. Beatrice, that moniker Betty, does not like it very much. In fact, be careful, I suppose. Beatrice's disgruntled low voice slightly relaxed the hostilities that had been present just up till a moment ago. Perhaps Beatrice had decided to leave it to Amelia's judgment as to how to proceed with Lewis. Even with the same conclusion, Amelia would softly adjust it to what Otto and Beatrice had presented. Then, Amelia spoke, looking at Lewis. Amelia, you were concerned about Subaru. I don't believe that's a lie. So I want to believe in you as much as this girl, who is trying so hard to believe in you. Garfield, HK, Emily is Samashis. Amelia, even Garfield was so biting towards us at first, but now is really good friends with us, isn't he? Amelia's discourse was a bit disingenuous given that Garfield and Lewis were in different positions and under different circumstances. However, when Amelia said it, it was true that it was hard to respond back. As the situation progressed, Garfield's cheeks hardened in bitterness. Amelia's response was a small apologetic sorry. Amelia, it might be difficult, but I think it's best to start there if you can talk about it properly instead of going all in and just being so hostile. At the beginning, of course, sometimes you have to be hostile from the start. Garfield. Amelia, I'm here with all of you, and I think it would be nice if everyone here could get along with me. I want to tell them that I want to be friends with them. For that, I have to open my clenched hand first. Saying this, Amelia looked down at Beatrice in her arms. Beatrice looked at her gently and then gave a small nod. Seeing Beatrice's nod, Amelia slowly stepped forward, right in front of Yorna, past the glaring Garfield, and in front of the small medium sheltering little Lewis behind her back. And then, Amelia, this is really a roundabout way of saying this, but I believe in Zikr San and Mazelda San and others who have been so kind to Subaru and Rem, and I want to believe Medium Chan and everyone else who believes in them. So please let me believe in you who Medium Chan believes in. Lewis, are you? Amelia, not us, but for these children that are being very nice to you, it's really nice to know that there are people who believe in you. As she said this, Amelia gently held out her right hand to Lewis. With Beatrice being held with her left hand, Amelia lowered her waist, moving towards Lewis. Amelia's action made even Medium, who was trying to protect Lewis, suddenly move towards her. Amelia, Lewis, John. And so she called out to them. Perhaps it was her appeal that prompted Lewis to extend her hand, or perhaps Amelia's words had some meaning for the sin Archbishop bereft of a human heart. As Amelia held out her right hand, Lewis placed her own right hand on top of hers. Otto was momentarily concerned about the possibility of the authority being activated on Amelia as a result of this, but Otto regretted this concern and felt that he should despise it with all his heart. Either way, Lewis, you are you. Amelia, I'm worried about Subaru too. Embracing each other's hands, Amelia smiled in reply, and that was a resolution for both Otto, and the Amelia camped conclusion was put on hold. However, Otto was proud of Amelia, because even though the pitfalls were the same, the way Amelia said it, and the way he would have said it would have been different. 2. Garfield, my Amazon self, won't take my eyes off of you, I know. Regarding the handling of Lewis, it had been decided to be placed on hold. In response to that, Garfield, who until the very end had declared that he could not accept it, asserted his stance towards Amelia and the girl she had shaken hands with. Since Garfield's concerns and warnings were natural, Otto would not interject. Otto A. Witch cultists, let alone a Sin Archbishop, is not something I can imagine changing their ways after all. Otto's dry pragmatic thinking came to that conclusion, even if it had been a touching historic exchange between Amelia and Louis. However, while he thought that it was not like himself, Otto had also thought this. The defeats of the White Whale, the Great Rabbit, and the Sin Archbishops of Sloth and Greed had also been unimaginable. It had been Natsuki Subaru who had in little over a year brought these things about many times. The world saw these as achievement of the Amelia camp, but everyone in the camp understood that Subaru's contributions were especially significant. Therefore, he had to thoroughly consider the possibility. It might have been that once again Natsuki Subaru had done something unthinkable. Otto, I do not like it. The question of how the people around him would evaluate Subaru when that actually happened had him feeling crestfallen. He thought that others should also get to know Subaru's true humanity quickly. Zikr, once the discussion has settled down, if I may. In the large hall where the mood of the discussion had relaxed, Zikr had raised his hand, and with those words began to speak. Having drawn attention to himself, he gave a preface with your permission to his remarks. Zikr, although I am very interested in the relationship between Miss Priscilla and General First Class Yorna, there are some things I want to first confirm with Abel Dono. Abel, you may speak. Zikr, yes. Abel, who had been keeping his mouth shut, assented when this topic had arisen. Although he had not interjected regarding how Louis would be handled, it seemed he had put a brief pause to the shock from before having been addressed. He gazed at Zikr's black eyes, urging him to continue speaking. Zikr, I am aware that General First Class Yorna's cooperation has been acquired, and that the collapse of Demon City of Chaos Flame, that as a result Miss Natsume has fallen into danger. What I wanted to inquire additionally was about a rumor that has spread over the past few days. Abel, a rumor. Zikr, yes, the rumor that some of the child of His Excellency, the Emperor, a crown prince of black hair, is present. Zikr reverently bowed his head as he informed Abel. That rumor, one which alluded to the existence of the son of the Emperor Vincent Valaquia, had been spread and had even reached Otto's ears. On top of that, the rumor said that the Emperor's son had a rebel army. That is to say, he was the leader of the group gathered at the fortress city of Geralt, and that he was flying the banner of revolt against the Emperor or something of the like. However, he did not remember seeing anyone who had looked like that in the city. Zikr, according to the reports, this rumor had spread from the east. It has already spread all over the empire, but its source. Abel, it is, as you have guessed, it was spread from the Demon City. It takes power to threaten the throne, and power will only gather under a great cause. With his arms crossed and shaking his head slowly, Abel answered dispassionately. That answer was convincing, but in the first place, an effort to threaten the Emperor's throne was not an issue their camp really wanted to be involved with. As for Otto, his focus had turned to how to curb the possibility that Amelia would say she could not abandon these people having met them once. Due to that, it could be said that he was late in noticing the possibilities he normally would have noticed. Therefore, a black-haired crown prince. Petra, who seemed to be pondering, was the one who had muttered that bit by bit. She had been brooding over something, forming a small crease on her pretty eyebrows. Then she timidly expressed her thoughts. Those were, Petrum, according to what Medium San and the others had said earlier, Subaru became smaller, right, like me, or Beatrice John. Frederica, that is what has been said. I cannot really imagine it, but if it was Subaru, it is possible to have encountered such a misfortune. Otto. Nodding at Petra's words, Frederica's eyes widened as she sorted through the information. Almost simultaneously with Frederica's realization, Otto had also understood what Petra had been thinking. And now he had to curse how off the mark his own thinking had been. Petra, could it be that the rumored child of the Emperor is Subaru? In the place of Otto, who had cursed that possibility, Petra had directly cut to the heart of the matter. Unmoving, the girl's eyes were fixed on Abel, and through the Oni mask his black eyes met them without the slightest waver. Abel calmly nodded in assent to Petra's questioning. Abel, correct. Petra, HK, something like that. With the look in her eyes sharpening at that short answer, Petra had tried to raise her voice. However, faster than Petra could respond. Ha! Like so, a wholeheartedly amused voice resounded. Laughter that had not paid heed to the circumstances shattered the mood in the large chamber. However, the reason no one could raise their voice immediately after that outburst was because that loud laughter was Priscilla's. She held a fan to her mouth as if to not show her teeth while she laughed. Priscilla, of all things, that foolish commoner, as the crown prince, that makes me laugh. How able do you plan to kill myself with laughter? You have considerably changed your way of doing things, have you not? Princess. Priscilla, what is it you should laugh? As well know, did you also take part in this conspiracy? If so, how skillfully have you made myself laugh? I must say you have performed the duties of a clown splendidly. Turning towards the surprised, our Priscilla looked pleased while commending him the unpredictability of Priscilla's reaction had temporarily taken away the zeal in the large chamber. Of course, that did not mean it had erased all the confusion. Emilia, what do you mean there's no way that Subaru is the Emperor's child right after all Subaru came from beyond the Great Waterfall? Frederica Emily, that is one of Subaru's jokes. Emilia, is that so then for real? Otto asks the question of whether he is a child of the Emperor. It is not true, a fabrication. Emilia, a dizzied Emilia expressed that she did not understand a thing. In short, Subaru's infantilization and the goal of Abel's group had luckily aligned. Frederica, to be precise. I think it would be more proper to say they made use of it once it happened. Otto agreed with what Frederica had said, that this had been an effective use of the situation. When Abel and the others had raised a rebellion, they wanted a good pretext like that to act as a figurehead for that purpose. There was no one more convincing than the Emperor's child. Of course, it was quite possible that using someone who did not exist as the leader would be a double-edged sword. Otto, since Natsuki-san does really exist, do you intend to use him as a double-edged sword? Abel, an insolent manner of speaking, but it is to my liking in that case, you should also understand. Otto, though it is frustrating. Rightfully, Otto and the others will be justified in resenting Subaru's circumstances being exploited. However, although his reply that it was frustrating was not a lie, it was true that there was a certain noticeable value in the course of events Abel had devised. That was because Frederica, for Subaru's AMA, whose whereabouts are unknown, it would cause the likelihood of him losing his life to be greatly reduced. Otto, yes. Otto nodded bitterly at Frederica's understanding. Emilia and Garfield were slow in comprehending Otto and Frederica's thoughts, with the two showing their confusion on their faces. They racked their brains and asked, what does that mean? Emilia, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but Garfield, my Amazon self, gets that captain's been given a weird title. But wouldn't making him the captain of the rebellion be even more dangerous? Otto knew it would draw attention, but the threats to his life will be lightened more or less, because the value of the Crown Prince can only be effectively demonstrated while he is alive. The Crown Prince, a dissident, threatening the reign of Vincent Valencia. This existence within the rebel cause had utilizable value to both allies and enemies of the current emperor. It goes without saying for the rebelling side. But he was kept alive. There were many ways to use him on the emperor's side as well. Executing him would dampen the spirits of the rebel army, while a living crown prince could be used to force them to give up their righteous cause. Otto, that is to say, no matter where Natsuki-san was hurled off to, and even if he was taken into custody, the likelihood of him avoiding being killed on the spot is high. Instead of that, Emilia, instead of that, Otto, the struggle for the Valachian throne, any way out of this rebellion has vanished. Receiving a blessing goes hand in hand with having to bear responsibilities. Regardless of whether you wish for it or not, Subaru was right in the middle of the rebellion of the Valachian Empire, at the highest position placed as a figurehead. For that reason, Priscilla, well, how can you not help but laugh? And with those words, they could finally guess why Priscilla, who had gotten the answer well, before was cruelly laughing. Chapter 80. Iris and the King of Thorns. 1. The complicated discussion in the large chamber was approaching a temporary conclusion. To be frank, the situation had been vastly different from what we had expected at the start. However, it can be said that averting the fall of the fortress city, as well as acquiring the cooperation of General First Class Yorna, are certainly good results. It was Zikr who promptly gathered the topics fluttering about and began summarizing them. The man with the fluffy hair looked over the faces of everyone in the large chamber with those wide eyes of his. At Zikr's words, Emilia said, yes, that's right, with a nod. Emilia, some disheartening things also happened, but the fact that everyone is gathered here is because we did our best this time. Let's rely on that and fulfill everyone's goals. Zikr, as expected, thank you for your beautiful response, Miss Emily. It is, as you said, let us strive to fulfill the goals of everyone here. To that end, there is one more thing I must tell you. Otto, in the end, there is one more thing, assuming it is a continuation from our discussion. Just before, I do not really have a good feeling about it. Seeing Zikr's single raised finger as he nodded at Emilia's words, Otto grumbled as his cheek stiffened. As if supporting Otto's unpleasant hunch, Zikr continued with an indeed. Zikr, this would be a continuation of the previous discussion. This discussion also involves Miss Natsumi, who is being treated like the black-haired crown prince. Emilia Natsumi, huh? But isn't it Subaru who's being treated like the child of the emperor? Frederica Emily, we do not know how Subaru's AMA is introducing himself in the empire. Emilia, I see, that's right, I'm sorry I got it all mixed up in my head. Having interrupted the discussion, Emilia placed her hand over her mouth. The alias Natsumi Schwartz that Subaru was introducing himself under in the empire was his plan for concealing his true identity while informing Emilia and the others searching for him of his whereabouts. For that reason, Subaru was intentionally using the name of someone Emilia and the others knew he was using the name of Emilia's friend Natsumi Schwartz. When Zikr met Subaru, it was when he'd been using that alias. Therefore, Zikr was using Natsumi to refer to Subaru. That was what had gotten mixed up inside Emilia. Emilia, huh? But if that's the case, why is he being called Miss Natsumi? Beatrice, keep talking. In fact, Shaggy Head, it will soon be time for Betty to sleep again, I suppose. Emilia, I see, that's right. I'm sorry I have to think about Beatrice right now. The question that had emerged within Emilia was sunk down by the voice of Beatrice in her arms. If it had anything to do with Subaru, it was natural that Beatrice would want to hear it even more than Emilia. For the sake of the girl who could not stay awake for very long, she had to set aside her present questions. Prompted by Beatrice's and Emilia's gazes, Zikr started by saying as a matter of fact, Zikr, strictly speaking, it is not about Miss Natsumi herself. I am worried about her welfare, as her whereabouts are unknown, but I believe that just as Abodono had thought, wherever she is found, she will be courteously protected, however. Emilia, is there something making you uncertain about Subaru being in danger? Zikr, as I preface, it is not about Miss Natsumi herself. A separate situation that has extended from the existence of His Excellency the Emperor's child is now well known, publicly causing changes in the Empire's internal situation. In other words, even in other lands, the flames of war begun to rise, cutting off Zikr's words, speaking so in a quiet voice had been Abel. Zikr bowed his head reverently with a yes, and Abel ran his fingers along the cheek of his Oni mask, without looking Zikr's way, hiding the expression on his face. However, just before his hand could hide his expression, Emilia's eyes had surely grasped it. That Abel's lips had very slightly taken the shape of a sadistic smile. Emilia, though I don't think this is an amusing discussion at all. As the half-devil said, it is quite an unpleasant subject that those who straddle the fence would take advantage of these convenient circumstances. Priscilla agreed to what Emilia had muttered as she looked at Abel, who had hidden his expression, while she declared that she would not wear a coat no matter how cold it was, and shrugged her white shoulders. Priscilla, if you have a righteous cause and have acquired the chance to fulfill your own desires, all that is left is to decide under what timing you shall act. If too early, then even yourself shall be made to bleed. But if too late, even should you take part, you shall come home empty-handed. Even if it is a period for ascertainment, try to think about it. Auto uprisings in various places. Although I had heard that Emperor Vincent Valachia's reign was stable and that people of the Empire were enjoying the peace. Abel, in the end, peace and the like, are nothing more than fleeting ephemeral dreams. At Priscilla's and Otto's words, Abel lowered the hand he had placed on his face out of the lips, where any trace of the smile Emilia had seen had already disappeared. Abel continued, speaking dispassionately. Abel, the true nature of the people of the Emperino, the true nature of mankind lies in conflict, and as long as there is life, the blaze known as belligerence shall not be extinguished. Even if you try to put a lid on it, the heat therein shall continue to fester inside. Otto, and eventually with no place left to go, will be a huge explosion. Petra, that's really unfortunate. Otto and Petra each expressed their own impressions of Abel's manner of speaking. Emilia also thought she understood the intention of Abel's abstruse expression. Looking at the outcome that had occurred, it was not possible to deny that idea. However, she did not like the idea that fighting was natural for humans. Emilia, I don't really get it, but that sounds really lonely. Abel, lonely on what grounds do you think, as such half-devil? Emilia, after all, even though the Emperor of the Empire must have worked as hard as he could for all of that to get destroyed, to not be rewarded for that hard work, wouldn't that be lonely whether he wins or loses? I think it would be painful. The Emperor of Wallachia, whom she had never directly met, seemed extremely pitiful to Emilia. It was also true that Abel, Zikr and the others were raising a rebellion in this manner, and that once the people of the Empire had joined and they started to raise their voices together. In her studies, Emilia had also learned that the fact that the Wallachian Empire had not had a large battle these past few years was Emperor Vincent Valachia's achievement. Setting aside what Vincent was thinking, at least, he had been continuing to create a society without war. With that having been destroyed, if he lost, the country would be taken from him. And even if he won, he would have ended up having waged a war himself. Emilia, times like this, when somebody gets mad, it's like they've already decided for it to become painful. For that reason, Emilia could not help but find Vincent pitiable. If it were possible, she thought it would be good if they could properly discuss just what in the world he was thinking and what they could do to arrive at a good ending for everyone. Abel, I see, regardless of which came first, I understand that thing's way of being. Emilia, Abel, without a doubt you people are the same kind as Natsuki Subaru. Emilia silently held her breath at Abel's brief comment, his arms crossed. Faced with a glint in Abel's black eyes, which would be seen behind his Oni mask, Emilia had realized that sure enough with what had just been said, the impression she had felt was not wrong. Even though Subaru and Abel were comrades and had been continuously working together until Amelia and the others had entered the Valachian Empire. Amelia, you is Subaru someone you really hate, Abel. Amelia, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, still I don't think I'm wrong. His black eyes narrowing, Abel went silent in response to Amelia's question. Seeing his reaction right in front of her, Amelia did not retract her opinion. Abel hated Subaru. Amelia felt that was so. It was not because Abel was quiet or because he said haughty things in a manner that somewhat resembled Priscilla when he spoke to Otto or Zicker. And the others, there was a definite difference. Amelia felt that it was the hatred Abel harbored regarding Subaru. Abel Zicker coordinate with those who had begun raising their voices in revolt, give rise to even stronger winds and fan the force of flames, until the black smoke reaches the imperial capital. Zicker will that be all right. The original objective was the 9 divine generals. Abel, in the end, that is a secondary objective. The important thing is to enact upon the war situation the standpoints of Groovy and Meguro are cause for concern, however the situation has changed. Abruptly, Abel, who had taken his eyes off of Amelia, began to give instructions to Zicker beside him. Amelia thought she had been ignored, but that was Abel's declaration that he did not intend on continuing their current conversation any longer was the reason he did not respond, because she had been off the mark. Or was it something else? In any case, Abel, we may be ready to advance on the imperial capital sooner than expected. Do not lose even the slightest bit of focus. In order to reunite with Subaru and Rem, the choice to change paths and separate from Abel and his group was not one that Amelia and the others had. 2. Beatrice, Amelia, you have to be careful. In fact, Betty and the others are the only people in this country who genuinely care only for Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice spoke again shortly before she fell back asleep after their discussion in the hall. The conversation veered off to the left and right, but if one focused solely on Subaru, it would be hard to say that it was the best situation for him, even if the threat to his life could be reduced, even if only a little. Amelia Subaru is not someone who would be okay with that, with everyone arguing around him. Beatrice, in fact. Otto and Abel surmised that his life was guaranteed no matter on which side of the empire he was captured on. It was what the smart kids thought, and they may have been right. But when that Subaru ever behaved exactly the way Amelia and the others thought he would, if people around him were in danger, Subaru would move immediately, neglecting himself. She could not believe that she was the only one who would accept being safe in such a situation. That was why. Amelia, I want you to remember that we all still care about Subaru and Rem, so we're going to work with the intention of putting them first. Priscilla, and why are you bothering to proclaim this to me? Amelia, because if I did it on my own without telling anyone, everyone would get in trouble, right? It is important to communicate one's goals and principles properly. Not telling Frederica and Petra whether or not they would be back by dinner would be a waste of the meal that they had prepared for them. Amelia Subaru also used to say that spinaching was important, but I am not sure what spinach is. Priscilla, on what haphazard foundation did you have the nerve to approach me with such vague knowledge? Was that courage you had cultivated from your experience of being persecuted as a half-devil? Amelia, no, I don't think so. When I was in my home forest and everyone hated me, I didn't feel like I was getting used to it or getting stronger. When she was living in the great forest of Elier, she was hurt no matter what anyone said to her, expecting the slightest thing being betrayed, and not learning anything despite repeating it over and over again. So given that Amelia now looked a little bit stronger, Amelia, that's thanks to Subaru and everyone else I left the forest participated in the royal selection, went through a lot of hard times and became the person I am today. Priscilla isn't the same for you. Priscilla, do not compare yourself with me. I was born perfect. Amelia, yes, but I won't lose to you either. Priscilla, you can attest for yourself whether you are worthy of the words that have passed your lips. Whether or not it catches the corner of my eye depends on that. Priscilla responded to Amelia's tightly clenched fist with a shrug of her shoulders. After the discussion in the hall was over and Beatrice was returned to the now having fallen asleep, Amelia was looking to Priscilla to tell her about the previously mentioned plans. Perhaps she was busy, she thought, but fortunately she was listening to her. Amelia, when I think back, Priscilla always gets things right, doesn't she? Priscilla, how it appears that some unpleasantness is about to ensue for me. Amelia, should I stop? Priscilla, fine, you are forgiven, you may continue. Amelia responded with a nod to Priscilla, closing one eye and urging her to proceed. Leaving the city hall, they walked alongside one another down the street. Amelia, not seeing her companion Schultz, and Al looked around for the two of them. Amelia, it's been that way since the beginning of the royal selection. Priscilla says nasty things and interrupts her opponents in mid-sentence, and yet she does a good job of listening to what they have to say while also lending an ear. Priscilla, even I have not the ability to surmise everything in the world. Shall I not be curious to see what kind of drivel will come out of the mouth of someone other than myself? Amelia, well, but I remember Anastasia and said to me, I'm not going to talk to you. Priscilla, that she-fox. Amelia, yeah, oh, I'm not saying I'm holding a grudge, okay? With Priscilla walking leisurely by her side, Amelia thinks back to her exchange with Anastasia. Initially at the royal selection, Anastasia tried to snub Amelia from the discussions that in itself was not an unusual treatment, and she did not hold against Anastasia. However, the point she wanted to make was, Amelia, I'm friends with Anastasia and Priscilla. Amelia, to put it correctly, I promised that we would be friends. I said we would after the royal selection. I felt like we could do that no matter where we started off, that's why. Priscilla, surely you do not wish to form a friendship with me as well. Amelia, is that no good? Because of her successful experience with Anastasia, Amelia mustered up the courage to try. Most people, if it were Anastasia and Priscilla, would have had the impression, an assessment, that Priscilla was more difficult to deal with. However, Amelia was different. For Amelia, who had few relationships, Anastasia and Priscilla were valued nearly equally. Therefore, it could be concluded that this was what led to this kind of offer. Then, in response to Amelia's offer, Priscilla pulled her fan out of her cleavage, and Priscilla, behold, more drivel that even I could not have predicted, suddenly sprang forth. Opening her fan with a sound, she cut Amelia's words off abruptly. At Priscilla's response, Amelia's eyes widened, and she let out a tiny giggle. Seeing her smile, Priscilla's eyes narrowed. Priscilla, and what follows drivel must be absolute japes. Either way, you are provoking my displeasure. Amelia, oh no, sorry. However, I felt that you might say no, Priscilla, so I just knew that I'll ask again tomorrow. Priscilla, tomorrow or not, my answer shall remain the same. Amelia, but you never know what tomorrow will bring. For the time being, Amelia believed that it was not wrong to take up the challenge boldly. Of course, there was the worry that she would think it was harassment and hate her even more. But if Amelia thought, so then Priscilla was Priscilla, do as you please. Amelia, yeah, he'll do that. Even if she dismissed it as futile, she will not use force to keep her from doing so. Amelia also felt like she was taking advantage of the situation, though, because she was in a difficult position to do so. In any case, Priscilla, well, was at the conclusion of your ambush on me. Amelia, no, that was only the first one, not the second one, because of what happened with Subaru. There's something else I still want to talk about. Priscilla, now, what is the purpose of discussing the first matter with me? As long as your proposed plan does not interfere with my course of action, I will have nothing to do with it. Amelia, but Priscilla is good friend with Abel. And Zicker, right, you seem to be discussing a lot of things, and I was wondering if you could tell everyone. Priscilla, I withdraw my previous statement. Your drivel dance is beyond my imagination. It is not often that I change my words. Amelia, is that something I should be happy about? Is that bad? Her crimson eyes looked to the side toward Amelia, who bent her lips when she didn't get an answer. It was probably not very welcome, but if one did not know what exactly was wrong, there was no way to fix it, even if one thought it should be fixed. Priscilla should be good friends with Abel and Zicker, so it would be a mistake to want to convey to everyone what Amelia and her group's policy was aside from that. However, Amelia and her group would be much better off going to talk to them in person. Anyhow, Amelia, I don't know if I can get along very well with Abel. Priscilla, coo. Amelia, Priscilla, holding her open fan to her mouth, Priscilla let out a small chuckle. When Amelia looked over to her face in profile, Priscilla slightly relaxed the corners of her eyes and said, Priscilla, being hated by you who even tried to talk to me would truly be the epitome of his tactlessness. Amelia, GH, I don't hate him. I just thought he might not quite be my cup of tea to deal with. Priscilla, your being aware that someone is hard to deal with as well as your aversion are accumulations of the main factors behind those things, called your likes and dislikes. However, it is probably natural for you people to evaluate Abel in such a manner. Mine self wonders if your judgment is correct. Amelia, Priscilla, do you feel the same way? To Amelia's question, Priscilla remained silent and did not respond. However, to Amelia, it felt as if that silence was saying that she shared Amelia's opinion that Abel hated Subaru. Amelia, Priscilla, do you know why up until a little while ago you were talking to Abel and the others weren't you? Priscilla, unfortunately, the discussion that had kept myself back had no relation to your foolish commoner. Those like him do not even become an ounce of subject of conversation. No, having heard the tale of the great disaster which destroyed the demon city, mine self will not say it was completely unrelated to that foolish commoner. Amelia, Demon City, then you were talking to Yorna, to Priscilla's mother. In the middle of the discussion in the large chamber, the topic of the parent-child relationship between Priscilla and Yorna came up. In the end, it had been washed away by the matter how Louis, should be handled after that, but that probably was not the case for the people involved. Naturally, the reunited mother and child should have discussed it. Amelia, still, I was also surprised that Priscilla also has half-demi. Human blood. Priscilla nonsense, do not equate myself with you. I think it surely must not be the case, but did you draw close to me because you felt an affinity over that? Amelia, that wasn't at all. But is it not true, then is Uranus and Priscilla's foster parent? If that were, so that would also be surprising. After all, I also... Priscilla nonsense, do not make me repeat myself, you fool. That too is your impulsiveness. Amelia, then what do you mean? If Urana and her were biologically parent, and child her foxskin blood should have flown inside Priscilla, but that had been denied. If you were to then think that meant a foster parent, that had also been flatly denied. Amelia, being a half-elf raised by her mother, an aunt by blood Fortuna, had thought Priscilla was the same in some ways. Amelia, not blood-related, and not a foster parent. In that case, how is she your mother? Priscilla, is there any reason why myself must explain everything to you? Amelia, no, I don't think so, but if you don't tell me, I'll be really curious. Knowing it was selfish, Amelia had tried asking Priscilla for the truth. Of course, the possibility that just as she had rejected a friendly relationship, she would refuse to give her an answer had been high. However, Priscilla was silent for a moment, and then Priscilla, Iris, and the King of Thorns. Amelia, Priscilla, it is an old story, do you know it? Amelia, well, I do know it. Lady Petra likes that kind of thing. At the words that had abruptly left Priscilla's lips, Amelia's eyes widened as she nodded. She had been taught that Iris and the King of Thorns was an old story that had been passed down from long, long ago, and was a historical account that originated from the Valachian Empire. Amelia, too, had also heard no more than a brief outline, but from the story she heard from Petra, it seemed like it was a love story between an emperor of Wallachia from long ago called the King of Thorns and a girl named Iris. Unfortunately, Amelia had said that she still did not understand what was so interesting about it, but... Amelia, what about that story? Is it a story that Priscilla likes? Priscilla, it seems you are a half-devil who cannot put two and two together naturally. It is bound to be related to the course of the conversation thus far. Amelia, thus far Priscilla, and Urana's parent-child relationship, and this old story. Priscilla, Iris, and the King of Thorns had joined hands to bring about an end to the civil war that had swallowed up many races and empire. However, right before the pair that were linked heart-to-heart could be wedded, they were betrayed, and the story ends. Amelia, a sad story, isn't it? At the gist of the story Priscilla had told, Amelia muttered this as the corners of her eyebrows dropped. It was very disheartening when people who had worked their hardest were not rewarded now. Just as she despaired of the situation, the Emperor of Wallachia was placed, and she held the same feelings for the end of the couple that had long ago been made into a story. At Amelia's reaction, Priscilla exhaled with a "Ha, Priscilla." However, the story and the historical facts differ. Historically, having lost Iris to betrayal, the King of Thorns descended into madness and decided to eradicate the wolfmen and molemen that had raised their blades for the few that had escaped. Even now, as soon as they are found in the Empire, they are burned at the stake. Amelia, it's understandable to be angry about that, but still the people in this day and age. Priscilla, have no relation with that. You are no stranger to that yourself, having been persecuted as a half-devil. Amelia, the sharpness of Priscilla's phrasing had stung, but Amelia's skin was hard as iron against that kind of insult. However, even if she did not bleed the pain of being struck, remained sane. Deciding she would properly complain about that later, Amelia was more curious about where things went from there in the rest of Priscilla's story. What had the King of Thorns done after losing Iris and taking revenge on the traitor? Amelia, with that is the story of the King of Thorns over. Priscilla, with having merely given in to anger. It could not possibly be said that he had only descended into madness thus after that the King of Thorns had directed his madness towards Iris, who he had lost. Amelia towards Iris. Raising her eyebrows at the story's unexpected turn of events, Amelia repeated back the words she had heard. Priscilla nodded at those words and turned her crimson eyes to the sky. Frustrated, Amelia's lips trembled as she sought Priscilla's next words. Amelia, the King of Thorns, what did he do to Iris? Priscilla, he laid a curse upon her. Amelia, a curse that's. Was that something you would put on someone precious to you, much less someone whose loss caused you suffering? Indifferent to those doubts of Amelia's, Priscilla spoke of the curse's details. That was Priscilla, the secret art of dragging a lost soul back without handing it over to Odilagna. Amelia, a dead person's soul. Priscilla, it is said that there's a secret art called the Sacrament of the Immortal King, which can even revive the dead, but its existence is considered questionable. However, this commandment of thorns is a curse born of insatiable yearning. The dead coming back to life was astounding, but more important than that now was that which was called a curse. The subject of the souls of the dead and their fate was also discussed at the Pleiades watchtower through the books of the dead, in which the memories of the deceased were imprinted within them. The existence of the books of the dead convinced them of the existence of the soul within humans. Amelia, but what does it mean to drag down a soul? Does it mean they come back to life? Priscilla does not work that way. Ira's body was torn apart after her death, and even if her soul returned, it would not bring her back to life in the first place. The commandment of thorns has no such power. Amelia, then what would happen if there was no body? If there were no place for the returning soul to enter, where would the soul go? In response to Amelia's question, Priscilla quietly lowered her gaze. Instead of looking at the sky, her crimson eyes looked into Amelia's amethyst ones, and Priscilla, the usual, if the soul does not return to Lagna, it will return to the earth, and without receiving the proper treatment, it will enter its next vessel. You could call it resurrection, or even reincarnation. Amelia, Priscilla, so long as the curse is not undone, so long as the commandment of thorns that entangles them is not undone, the departed soul shall continue to rise again, and again it will repeat itself, pilling up the lives and deaths over and over again. One of these lives of life before Yorna Miss Hager was that of mine dear mother. 3. Abel Sander Benedict, that caught me by surprise. Yorna, you are the one who is far too ill-natured for you, had the matter of Prisca. With firm, cold voices colliding, a quiet heat intermingled in a stone room. Exchanging their gazes, choosing their words in order to search for what lay in each other's hearts, were Abel displaying his true face with the Oni mask that covered his face removed, and Yorna puffing the purple smoke from her kizaru. Until just now, there had also been a third person present, in this place Priscilla. However, as soon as she deemed that the essential discussions had concluded, she immediately excused herself from this place. Abel accepted this attitude, but it did not cause Yorna's turmoil to vanish. That was a matter of course, for even the mistress of the demon city could not easily come to grips with the change within her own child. Yorna, how about we both honestly admit that our secrecy has had harmful results? Abel, I had my reasons for keeping it a secret. Even you should be able to guess. Yorna, that's indeed. Casting her eyes down at Abel's answer, Yorna ruminated while her long eyelashes quivered. Her unexpected encounter with Priscilla brought about an enormous ripple through Yorna's heart. That was a reality that she had never expected, nor harbored even a fragment of hope for, as it had been an absolute impossibility. In negation of that, a healthy Priscilla appeared before her in such a way, and while it filled Yorna with joy, there was no doubt it had been a tremendous gamble for Abel. The situation, Priscilla Prisca still being alive, was one that should not have been possible. Behind the scenes of that impossible event, there was no doubt that Abel was involved. Yorna, just what are you? Abel, that which I promised you was a means to dispel that commandment of thorn perchance. If you desire the answer to that question, I have no reason to grant you any other reward. Yorna, straight to her face, Abel rejected Yorna's query. Abel refused to speak of that answer, forcing Yorna to weigh it against her greatest desire. For so long already piling up lives and deaths time after time, the soul continued to view the world. Even though she could barely remember the face of that person anymore, that was why. Abel, Yorna Miss Hager, know, thou who the King of Thorns fell in love with at first sight Iris. Indeed, using the name that long ago Yorna's beloved person had used many times to call out to her, the man at the front of however many generations had piled up with the blood of her beloved person called out to Yorna. Abel, muster up more of your courage for your dearest wish, and above alto, keep Prisca Benedict the daughter, who you should have lost alive in the future. In a voice so cold that it was incomparable to that of her beloved person, he imposed so. Chapter 81. The Fierce Lady and Clown. The sacred Wallachian Empire, under the reign of its current Emperor Vincent Wallachia, was enjoying an era of peace and tranquility unprecedented since its founding. There had been small skirmishes, but other than the rebellion of Yorna Miss Hager, there was no situation where thousands of people were involved in a conflict. As long as the relationship with the kingdom of Lagunica, which had been in a standoff for many years, remained stagnant, no civil war, or even a situation of falling into territorial disputes with other countries could happen. It was easy to say that the times were on their side, but that did not bring peace of mind to all the hard work that had gone into maintaining this peace. To begin with, was this a feat that could be accomplished simply by having the times on one side? To continue to take the very fact of wars away from a Wallachian empire, which had been a constant source of strife and reason for conflict for 9 years of its reign, was a contradictory act of kindling a bonfire on thin ice. It was due to the skill of Vincent Wallachia, the current emperor, who had even been called a pacifist. However, though I'm sure His Excellency would never be happy about being called a pacifist himself, really you don't feel bad about being recognized for your deeds regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Do you, in fact, the stability of the country is what His Excellency the Emperor wants, isn't it? So you're proud to be called a demi-human lover. Undeniably, I'm the one who popularized the name in the first place. Good grief, this looks to be the wrong person to make an example of these days. My old friends who visit me are an odd lot. It keeps me occupied, though. The woman donned a wild smile on her beautiful face and narrowed her green eyes as she brushed her bangs back from her forehead. She was tall and slender, with a supple, well-trained body. Her long, smooth-skinned arms and legs and feminine curves were enclosed in a merchant marine-like garb, and she carried a curved sword in its scabbard beside the fine chair on which she sat. Her whole body was filled with the high spirits characteristic of a warrior, as if to prove that it was not an ornament but a practical weapon. Above all, on her left cheek, there was a long, large white scar that ran from her forehead to her chin. It was an eye-catching scar, and once you saw it, it was burned into your mind and difficult to forget. However, even the scar was nothing more than an ornament to the person who gave others the impression that she was beautiful, the Scorching Lady, as she was called. The Scorching Lady High Countess Serena Drackroy. That was the name and title of the fierce lady, before them one of the greatest nobles in the Valachian Empire. To Roswell, her counterpart, she was a friend with whom he had been in contact from across the country since before this all happened. Roswell, of course, as long as you are serious when you call me an old friend. Serena, friends, or not, I'm not going to play such trivial games with you. First of all, when you are a high countess, all anyone wants to do is to talk about profit. And lost sometimes I want to have luxurious small talk. Without such things, is that too much to hope for? Roswell, I'm not saying it's too much to hope for, but I'm heartbroken by that sorrowful plea. With a small chuckle, Roswell reached for a cup on the table in front of him and sipped his tea, enjoying the warm aroma, the aromatic warmth. Danced on his tongue. Unfortunately, Roswell could not glean much more than that from the food and drink. The lack of taste in anything he eats or drinks is part of the burden Roswell had to bear, and the price he had to pay in order to get to where he is today. At any rate, there was no way he could not thank her for the hospitality she had extended to him as a guest. There Roswell glanced at the petite figure sitting next to him, the one who had probably enjoyed the taste of the tea on Roswell's behalf, who had let out a small sigh. These tea leaves have lost their potency. It's recommended that you change the waitstaff. Her sharp crimson eyes narrowed, and she commented on the tea with an even sharper statement. Roswell closed one eye at her relentless and dismissive tone, while its recipient laughed in amusement with a ha. Serena, something so clearly stated should the waitstaff be changed. Yes, they are being disrespectful to the tea leaves. Serena, in fact, with everything in the household being so busy, I was the one who brewed this tea. Is that so? Then it would be for the best if you did not make it at. Oh, Serena, a girl who doesn't know how to show due consideration, like that you have a fine wife. With teeth showing in response, Serena looked at Roswell mischievously. As usual, she was a woman of great magnanimity, or perhaps a woman who showed a forgiving attitude toward rudeness and impoliteness despite her position as a prominent noblewoman. She did not have the usual personality of being obsessed with authority. This way of thinking and being had not changed since the first time they met. Roswell, however, I'm not the kind of person who can't tell the difference between rudeness and an insult. Please watch what you say, Ram, because this is only marginally humorous. Ram, that is understood, dear. Roswell, Serena, I must correct you. She is my servant, not my wife. Serena, I see, I guess it. Serena, I see, I guess it wasn't like your demi-human tastes were finally caught. The relationship between our two countries was tense, but I thought not having an invitation to the ceremony was rather standoffish. Roswell sighed at Ram, who had calmly accepted what he pointed out, and then unconcernedly moved closer. Serena's response, as she chuckled to herself, also seemed slightly off from Roswell's intentions. However, from experience, Roswell had known for a while now that the deeper he dug into the subject, the more detrimental it would be. Therefore, he would not delve any further. In any case, Ram was surprised when she heard it. That is, that Roswell and Countess Drackroy had such a close relationship. Serena, I doubt I can scrupulously call a relationship without contact in years close. When I think about it, come visit me without contacting me in this hectic situation. If you were be that overly rude, I would surely end up wanting to burn you deaf like my father. Roswell, Serena, that joke isn't very funny if you're not from the Empire. Serena, is that so? In high society, it's usually a sure bet at making people laugh. That statement, which had unintentionally made Ram be taken aback, was a joke which poked fun at one event from her succession conflict, and fact it had come from the true story of how she had burned her father to death and seized control of the Drackroy household. Since she had said that the sword wound on her cheek was also inflicted by her father before she killed him, it had made Ram reflect on her courage in having ended up deciding it was a funny anecdote and on the attitude of the Empire that laughed it off. When Roswell had gotten to know her, she had still been a teenager. Serena had visited the kingdom of Lagunica on business and had endeavored to resolve a dispute that had occurred there. To put it simply, since he saved Serena's life when she had been targeted by assassins, and moreover revealed that the attempt was orchestrated by her father, who had shunned her as ties to the Dracoy family were unexpectedly deep. However, Serena's personality had not changed before or after that fierce experience, so she must have been born with her fortitudinous, fiery demeanor. Roswell, it's true that I want to reminisce over old stories and behavior in your high society, but as you might have guessed, there was a reason why we suddenly visited without contacting you. A pleasant chat with an old friend was also enticing, but there was nothing important to Roswell other than fulfillment of his long-cherished wish. Everything in Roswell's life was for the sake of a wish that had sunk to the deepest recesses of his heart. Therefore, his visit to the Empire, and even his blinking and breathing, were all contributions for the sake of his dearest wish. Currently, Roswell and Ram had parted ways with Amelia, and the others visited the territory of High Countess Dracoy in the northwestern part of the Empire, and were having an audience with Serena Dracoy the Lord. Needless to say, the purpose of the visit was to secure Subaru and Rem, who had disappeared from the Pleiades watchtower and were believed to have been hurled to the distant land of the Empire. For Roswell it would have been enough if he could secure Subaru, but he had not done a foolish thing like saying that aloud. In any case, they would bring their missing friends back to the kingdom. That was the purpose of this journey. However, even if they were to say that their goal was to merely bring them home, the matter was not that easy or straightforward. For the 4 major countries other than the kingdom of Lagunica, they all had their own reasons for why coming and going was difficult. The Kararaji city-states, which required connections and a lot of money, were relatively preferable, and one could say that the Holy Kingdom of Gastico was excusable in its ease of understanding as long as one didn't err in their timing and approach to their faith. From that point of view, the Empire, which did not get along with the kingdom, surpassed the rest in difficulty. Relations between Lagunica and Wallachia had historically been bad for a long time, and although they had now miraculously confirmed a non-aggression pact, that too was doubtful in how far they could freely trust in it. Rather than being proof or a sign of friendly relations, a confirmed non-aggression pact gave the strong feeling of a warning that since it was time for both countries to shift their focus inwards, they should be careful not to interfere with each other unnecessarily. It appeared likely that there was a connection between the matter of the national border now being blocked and the backing for the non-aggression pact. Or possibly, Serena, this major incident shaking the imperial capital, was also a plot by a faction that wants to annul the non-aggression pact, or something. There's a limit to how suspicious you could be as an idea unbecoming of a man of the kingdom. Serena's green eyes suddenly narrowed as she guessed exactly what was on Roswell's mind. This fierce lady was rather sociable, though had catastrophic tea-brewing abilities. However, she was one of the very few in the Empire entrusted with the role of High Countess, with powers of observation that were genuine. Imperialism, unlike the way things were done in the kingdom, did not question age or origin. If one had ability, inevitably the more capable one was the higher the position one obtained. Accordingly, Serena Dracoy had earned and continued to hold the position of High Countess. The point she just made was another possibility that Roswell had considered and taken to heart. By the time Roswell and his group had entered the Empire, the fuel of the rebellion was already bearing smoke, until now the efforts to quench the fires which had been done at the first sign of trouble had not borne fruit. If the high probability that this would lead to full-scale rebellion was seen, then naturally there must have been some cause present there. That was why Ram a war for territory with the kingdom of Lagunica. That is what they're looking for. When Serena pointed out that she was skeptical, Ram placed her hands on her lap and spoke in a quiet voice. The eyes of the fierce lady turned to Ram, and she stared straight back at them with her light crimson eyes. Ram, above the reign of Emperor Vincent of Wallachia being threatened, there are those who do not desire the peace that has been created. If that is the case, then after destroying the peace and quiet, what would those people want? It is natural to wonder if that is the kingdom of Lagunica. Serena is that, so there are people who revolt just because they don't like the idea of anyone being superior to them. Such was the case last year with the leader of a band who raised their swords against me. Ram, let's leave those peculiar instances out of the discussion. Serena, I wouldn't go as far as to call peculiar, but you certainly missed a point. With a finger running along her shapely chin, Serena scrutinized Ram's opinion. Roswell did not interject during the discussion because he saw nothing in Ram's opinion that needed correction. He had never discussed these impending issues with Ram, but he was not surprised that she was also concerned about the same possibilities as he was. In any case, Roswell, Serena, surely you don't wish to go to war with the kingdom of Lagunica. Either, of course, it's a different story if you're so outraged that you want to rebel against the Emperor. Serena, fortunately, I've never been dissatisfied with His Excellency's meritocracy, the behavior of General First Class Yorna, whose tantrums from time to time are also a stranger to me as someone who possesses territory far away from the demon city. It's just. Roswell, it's just. Serena, that I don't wish for war with the kingdom. What kind of speculation did that view arise from supposing you say that our side will stand little chance my heart will also start to waver with the wind? Serena's lips relaxed while she looked at her gaze infused with a tingling sensation. It was her way of expressing her own pride in Roswell's words. She was called the Scorching Lady, and as a woman who held a position of high countess with her prowess, it was inexcusable for her to be looked down upon. That was not the basis on which to compare Ram's remarks about tea. Serena did not pour her heart and soul into tea, but she did pour her heart and soul into her family name. Serena, how about it, Roswell? Am I mistaken, or was it your slip of the tongue? Roswell. Serena questioned him in order to block off his escape routes, and as he looked back into the green eyes of his old friend, Roswell noticed Ram next to him peering at his side. From the change in the atmosphere, she could probably sense that the result would be poor depending on how he answered. In addition, if Serena's good mood were to be soured, it would make it very difficult for Roswell and the others to move around in the Empire, not simply because they would lose their backer or supporter, but also because Serena knew of Roswell's background. Taking all of that into account and adding Serena's personality and humanity into the mix, the best answer that Roswell could give in this situation was, Roswell, indeed sorry about the misunderstanding, let's rectify that. If it comes to war with the kingdom, a large amount of blood shall be shed in futility, that of the Empire too. That's why I don't recommend it, Serena. Oh. Serena's eyebrows twitched and lifted at Roswell's matter-of-fact response. The pale, sword-inflicted scar on her face trembled, and the pupils of her eyes narrowed slightly. It had not yet connected to an outburst of emotion, but depending on the words that followed, such an outcome may arise. But he had already decided on the words that would follow. Neither did he intend to attempt any lies nor pretense on her. Were the kingdom and the empire to battle, a great deal of imperial blood would be spilled. The heart of the matter was, Roswell, after all, the kingdom has the sword Saint Reinhardt Van Astrea. Every imperial soldier who comes across the border will amass into a great river of blood. Serena, oh, come on, that's an illegal move. Roswell, even if you call it an illegal move, as long as it exists, there is no choice but to place it on the table for discussion. Though, as you say, it's a trump card that destroys the discussion, however. At that point, Roswell cut off his words and closed one of eyes which differed in color between left and right, leaving only blue side open. Roswell, there will be no hesitation whatsoever to play this trump card at the outset. Normally, trump cards and secret weapons are meant to be saved if at all possible, but this was not the case with the Sword Saint. To draw that card at the outset would be the most effective, and the results would also be stupendous. Above all, the person in question would accept the duty with pleasure. Serena, good grief, not even having the decency to let me do a thought experiment, you'll make me cry, military strategist. Suddenly, the atmosphere from just before dissipated, and Serena flumped her weight against the back of her chair. She pouted her lips as if she were a sulking little girl. Serena and the Empire, I have only been able to hear rumors, but from your point of view, is that which is called the Sword Saint a supernatural monster? Roswell, up until the previous generation, the Sword Saints also had a certain charm to them, but the current generation Sword Saint is more appropriate for that expression. If you do not know the real thing, you won't be able to actually feel that, though. Serena, the way you speak, it's just as if you've seen all Sword Saints up until now, however I see. Raising a wry smile at Roswell's response, Serena frowned with her shapely eyebrows. Due to their long relationship, Serena believed that there was no way Roswell was going to speak words without much thought put into them, and was thoroughly scrutinizing him. However, for all Imperials other than her, whether they would be reasonable had yet to be decided. Roswell, if you overestimate your own power or underestimate the power of the sword, Saint, you will be unable to escape the tragedy. So I shall blow an adverse wind into your mind. You shall not go to war. Serena, Roswell, and well, supposing you choose to wage war against the kingdom, then at that time ill become your opponent shall I show you. The ruthlessness of the relentless onslaught of magic from an altitude so high that you would not be able to do a thing. Although he shrugged his shoulders and jested about showing her, Roswell was also quite the strategic force to be reckoned with. Although not as powerful as the Sword Saint, he could still suppress thousands of common soldiers by simply flying through the air and wielding magic. If he chose battlegrounds, he had a strong compatibility with it. It was also possible that he could overcome the war front by his lonesome. Serena, in that regard, I can easily believe it, unlike the hearsay about the Sword Saint. After all, I have seen a glimpse of that with my own eyes. Roswell, that was also over a decade ago. Currently, I can show you far more developed magic now than I did back then. Serena, you're an unfathomable man, be that as it may. Outstanding power comes with its own set of shackles. I guess that's the reason why you are unable to wield it freely in the Empire. Roz will correct. This time, having been cornered, it was Roswell's turn to put his hands where she could see them. In fact, if the tactics they had just discussed were to be put into action, Roswell would continuously rain magic from high in the sky out of reach of people, and would be able to reduce the Empire into naught but scorched earth until his mana was exhausted. However, even when speaking in terms of the wide world, there was no one except Roswell in the world today who was capable of doing such a thing with magic. It would be more or less the same in the places he used discretion. Showing his preeminent magical talent within the Valachian Empire was similar to exposing his true identity. Therefore, Roswell had to refrain from any flamboyant behavior after having entered the Empire. The same reasoning and restrictions had been imposed on Amelia during their time apart. Ram, though, in the situation over there's a chance that she'll forget about that and flare up right away. Roswell, I'm going to have to rely on the children she has with her overseer. Well, if I take the circumstances into account, Garfield should also be able to keep her in check. So I shouldn't worry too much. Or rather, if he was unable to place trust in them, he would not have gone separate ways in the first place. That it would be okay to entrust decisions over there to them, because he had trust in that the current state resulted such a way of putting it. Like trust, he thought that if Otto and Petra were to hear it, then they would certainly make a disagreeable face. Serena, let me guess you were not the only ones who entered the Empire under these circumstances, were you? While Roswell and Ram exchanged words, Serena, who raised her posture from the back of her chair, continued as she met their gazes. She traced the sword-inflicted wound on her cheek with her finger and... Serena is something you're looking for. No, someone you're looking for. It appears to be someone greatly important to you guys. Roswell, even in the relationship between you and I, your way of asking sure makes it difficult to nod along. Serena, nevertheless, your actions serve as proof for that. Otherwise, one would not go through the trouble of crossing the lockdown border to come into Wallachia unless it is destiny. Narrowing her eyes just slightly, Serena muttered in a quiet voice. Unable to understand what she meant, Roswell frowned with a feeling of unease. However, before he could question the true meaning of those words, Ram was quick to nod and say yes. Ram, there is someone I must bring back at all costs, someone equivalent to Ram's very life. Roswell Ram. Ram, no amount of hiding it or deception is going to work with her. Although he chided Ram, who easily disclosed information that was not unlikely to become a weak point, Ram retorted, and Roswell was instead unable to offer rebuttal. If the action itself could be said to be the answer, then the truth was just that. Roswell, however, even if you're going to show weakness, then you should have some presentation techniques. Serena, don't condemn Ram. Like, that isn't a commendable thing. What surprises me more is that you went to such lengths for the sake of what important to her. She appears to be very important to you. Ram, yes, because there is no replacement for Ram. Roswell, that is an undeniable fact, but I'm somewhat concerned about the way you put it. Roswell and Ram claim that there is someone they want to bring back, although that someone differed between the two of them. This in turn seemed to have caused a misunderstanding for Serena, who did not know that this was the case. Since they wanted to secure assistance, they would share detailed information about the people they were searching for afterwards. Serena, whatever the case, I understand why you warned us not to start a war. With the conversation having returned to Roswell's warning the discussion before this last one, Serena's expression had suddenly stiffened. She looked at the naturally tense faces of Roswell and Ram, and with a mindful gaze, she continued, but Serena, will listen to your advice, but I can't vouch for the attitude of the other citizens of the Empire. Most of them would go into a frenzy even if they were to be told they had no chance of winning a fight against the Sword Saint. Roswell, that is a point of difference with the kingdom where there is no need to explain the true power of the Sword Saint. Ram, yes, that is correct in the kingdom. If you had the chance to get a glimpse of the Sword Saint Reinhardt, there would be no need for any further explanation. Since the four great countries shared a treaty prohibiting Reinhardt from leaving the country of Lagunica, the people of other countries had almost no chance of ever seeing him. If they could have gotten that chance, there also would not have been any need to bother with this kind of roundabout persuasion. One look at the Sword Saint Reinhardt van Astrea, and anyone could have sensed right away just how foolish it would be to oppose him. Only lunatics living in a world completely detached from reason would not understand that. Serena, if it is really as grave as it sounds, I guess I can only hope that His Excellency will suppress the rebellion without incident, or that the rebel side taking his place is reasonable. The rebellion had already broken out and caused the public to take interest in what really their objective was. If the rebel side had concrete ideas and no unreasonable ambitions, like fighting the kingdom, the war between the two countries, and the massive bloodshed Roswell had spoken could be avoided, of course there would be nothing better than if the Emperor's side could suppress the rebellion properly. Roswell, no matter how the Civil War is resolved, it would be troubling if an attack is aimed at Lagunica afterwards, because a quarrel with the Empire would be an incident I have not planned for. All of Roswell's actions were a path leading towards a dearest wish that must be granted. Thus, the fact that he had acquired the opportunity to have an audience with Serena in the Empire was also no exception. It wasn't any different in regards to desiring assistance for the sake of bringing Subaru back or persuading her an influential person within the Empire of the futility of going to war with the kingdom. For Roswell's dearest wished Subaru's presence was indispensable. Furthermore, a fight with the Valachian Empire or something of that sort was not included in the path Roswell had to follow. So this was not the time for a war between the kingdom and the Empire. There must be no interference until the day of the dragon kindling ceremony, when the covenant between the kingdom and the dragon will be renewed. Issues that hinder the royal selection must be removed, and for that, Roswell, we must have His Excellency the Emperor quickly suppress the rebellion and far extend this first time of peace and tranquility since the founding of the Valachian Empire. Serena might haven't seen that evil look in a long time, some kind of sinister plot. Hearing Roswell's words, Serena raised her eyebrows in amusement. He himself was not aware of the evil face that had been pointed out. But from what she said, he must have had such an expression. Nevertheless, Roswell's plans should not run counter to Serena's expectations either. She was also a member of the imperial nobility, and as long as she did not take part in the rebellion herself, she should naturally side with the Emperor, Ram Countess Drackroy. Suddenly next to Roswell, as he was thinking that Ram started her own conversation with Serena. At that call, Serena looked at Ram, and Ram made Ram have a moment. Serena, sure, I don't mind, though. Please don't call me Countess Drackroy. I just want to chat with a friend, Serena, please. Ram, then Serenissima. It seems you are really close with Roswell, am I correct? Serena, yes. Serena's eyes widened when Ram would change on what to call her focus her gaze on her. However, her face instantly turned into a mischievous one, and she nodded and said, I see. Roswell had a bad presentiment about what it was she had just realized. Serena, you're curious about how I met this guy right from the looks of it. You guys also seem to have known each other for a long time, but Ram, it's been exactly 10 years. Serena, in that case, we've been acquainted just a little longer. Ram, can you drink? Ram, it is not at the same level as with tea, but Ram is pretty picky if it comes to alcohol. Serena, all right. Serena slapped her knees with her palms and gave Ram a smile of her own. It seemed like it would come to them having a good drink with reminiscent talks, serving as a snack. Moreover, if they were going to talk about when he had met Serena, Roswell also had a few youthful indiscretions. Roswell, Serena, I appreciate the invitation, but we have some urgent business to attend to about those matters. Serena, you want my help for that, don't you? If that's the case, all the more reason you shouldn't spoil my mood. If you haven't seen me in a while, then at least have a drink with me. Roswell, Ram. Giving up on trying to dissuade Serena from her unheeding attitude, Roswell looked at Ram. Just as Roswell wanted to bring Subaru back, Ram had come to the Empire to bring back her other half. Ram, she thought, since she had sincerely answered Serena's earlier questioning, she might be able to bring her mind from wine glasses back to a constructive discussion. However, Ram Barusu aside, Ram does not think it would be wise to refuse Serenissima's offer for Ram's sake. Roswell really is that the only reason. Ram, of course, if Ram could also hear stories about Roswellsima before he met Ram and the others, then even if we end up in the same stalemate, Ram could say it was an excellent plan. Ram was not ashamed if it could serve her goals and have real benefits at the same time. And much to Roswell's regret, Ram and Serena were exceedingly compatible. There was no doubt that their drunk talk would also be lively and that they would get along well. That would very well be the beginning of a headache for Roswell. Roswell, in a sense, I should perhaps see this as a necessary price to pay. All so that they could reach their goal, then leave the Empire and return to the kingdom. When he called on an old friend and asked for help, he was prepared to pay some kind of price. However, he had by no means thought it would turn out like this. Serena, just now another guest left right before you guys arrived. She sure was a merry one. So I was about to feel lonely. Ram, because they were also close to you. Serena, technically, it was a husband of the guest with whom I had been close. But yes, she should be back soon, so they'll introduce them then right now rather than that. Having stood up, Serena headed to the display cabinet in the corner of the room. When the door opened, lined up inside were a variety of bottles of alcohol, large and small, and they could see she had great taste. Serena chose one of them, and while she was returning with 3 glasses from the shelf. Serena, it was when I was serving as an emissary representing my father that I happened to meet Roswell. I was targeted by assassins while heading to the kingdom. They were sent by my father, but Roswell saved me there. Ram, so that is how it was continued. Then alcohol was poured into the glasses on the table, and the old stories began. The conversation between the curious Ram and the talkative Serena was lively, and while Roswell felt uncomfortable, he decided that this was a necessary moment and surrendered himself. Roswell, all for fulfillment of his dearest wish and to regain the pieces necessary for that. Roswell's predictions had missed their mark, and he was compelled to prevent getting even more deeply involved in the Empire's civil war. When 2 days later the name of the black-haired maiden siding with the rebel army Natsumi Schwartz reached Countess Drackroy's manor, and Ram seized control of High Countess Serena Drackroy. Chapter 82. The Rebel's Intent. Serena ultimately subduing my person will keep the Drackroy domain from making a move, as I thought you've got yourself a fine wife, haven't you, Roswell? Roswell, it's troublesome that I have had to correct you countless times already, but Ram is my adiendant. Met with Serena's comment, who was unusually brave considering the circumstances placed upon her. Roswell unpleasantly replied, while feeling like he was at his wit's end. Visiting Serena's territory, the Drackroy domain, he was searching for someone in the Valachian Empire in order to secure the missing persons of Subaru and Rem. He had requested assistance 2 days earlier. Holding the position of High Countess Serena was widely known throughout the Empire. It was hoped that she would be able to obtain highly accurate information with the condition that it was about a boy with black hair, black eyes, who would stand out whether he wanted to or not. No matter where he was whisked off to, it was hard to believe that Subaru would keep quiet, so the degree of their expectations were high in that sense as well. Therefore, it was inevitable that this would happen, and at the same time it was unexpected. Roswell, Ram, let me ask just in case, but the reason for this reckless action is, Ram, it is Natsumi Schwartz Roswell, isn't they it right? The sound spun by Ram's lips had held the meaning of a name that was difficult for Roswell to disregard. Having been sent off to the Empire, Natsuki Subaru isolated, without support, directed a distress signal to those who understood the meaning of that name. Roswell and Ram also immediately picked up on its intent. In indicating that he was here, Subaru's judgment was unusually praiseworthy. Indeed, Subaru's actions themselves were without fault. If there was a problem, it was a side from which the beacon of that distress signal had been raised. Therefore, Ram resorted to what could be called surprise attack or reckless action. The result yielded a scene of Ram holding her wand thrust forward, forcing Serena to keep seated on the sofa. However, this could not be blamed solely on Ram's reckless behavior. The reason was, Serena, the black-haired maiden leading the rebellion Natsumi Schwartz, is the person you're searching for. Ram, to be precise, that person, is an added bonus for Ram. Serena, though that is not the case for Roswell, thus what is not so for Roswell must be extraordinarily important to you. At the words of Serena, whose movements were being restrained by the wand pointed at her, Ram held her tongue. Even while Ram prevented her from moving about, Serena's thinking remained sharp in these circumstances. She did not lose her composure, and had a general understanding of Roswell and Ram's situation. Natsumi Schwartz was something like a pseudonym that Natsuki Subaru had been using, although the exact meaning of the name was more complicated than that if one considered the reasoning behind Subaru's deliberate use of it in the Empire. His intention in using the pseudonym was clear. Roswell, too, would like to respect that intention if possible, but Roswell, of all the things to be on the side of the rebel army, is, even though he could pick up on the intention of using a pseudonym, the direction from which the beacon had been raised had been unexpected. The rebellion that had occurred in the midst of them smuggling themselves into the Empire was already cause for concern. It was no exaggeration to say that not only had it sprouted, but it also blossomed into a poisonous flower. For better or for worse, it was truly Subaru-like to not proceed as they had expected. Roswell, Ram, have you also received any of Subarukin's bad influence? Ram, that is unthinkable. There is not a single breath of Barusa's influence on Ram's behavior. Serena, even though you've been put into this situation as a result of his actions in the first place. Ram, Roswalsima, the discussion with Serenasima. As soon as the situation deteriorated, she changed the subject and pushed for the initiative. Closing one eye at Ram's boldness in speaking, Roswell turned to face Serena once again. Currently, Roswell and Ram had been summoned to her office and had just heard about the black-haired maiden from none other than Serena's lips. Having been told about the features of Subaru and Rem, the people being searched for, she probably had the impression that it was just to the extent of a conversation topic with the detail of black hair. However, it was something holding a meaning which Roswell and Ram could not miss. Serena, regarding the problems that have occurred in the fortress city as a high countess, I must make some sort of declaration of my intentions. It happened directly after Serena had declared this that Ram moved to suppress her. The bold nature of Serena and the fact that she did not have guards stationed in her office would be the ruin of her. Her personal guards were standing by in the hallway outside the office, oblivious to the high tension in the room, of course. As soon as Serena raised her voice, they would storm into the office. Ram, in that case, I will tear Serenassim apart. Serena, oh, how frightening. I like it when I can tell you're serious, and not just making threats. Roswell, you are. Roswell, she is not my spouse, but my servant. That discussion is already settled. I'd rather make an effort to return to a peaceful rapport between the three of us without changing the nature of our relationship. Serena, what a terribly laudable way of putting it for you, who always deems everything as the matters of other people to harbor the problem as your own, is refreshing. At the chuckling, Serena Roswell sighed, with one eye closed. It was certainly just as she said, as because of what Ram had done, it could not be the matters of other people. It was not about the master-servant relationship or responsibility, but it was also an emotional issue. Besides, while Ram's action was certainly hasty, it could simultaneously be said that the haste was the value of the reckless action. After all, if Ram was not suppressing Serena, Roswell, your pride, the Flying Dragon Squadron, will burn the rebels to nothing in the blink of an eye. Serena. At Roswell's words, Serena Drackroy slightly narrowed her eyes. The Flying Dragon Squadron, owned by Countess Drackroy, that was commanding the numerous flying dragons that inhabited the Valachian Empire, the attack force that flew around the Empire's tallest summits freely. Originally flying dragon riders who possessed the technique of taming flying dragons, allowing them to command the flying dragons that bore no thought for people would display overwhelming fighting strength on the battlefield, because Roswell could take flight, and thereby had the capability to completely defeat most opponents. He understood that mastery of the air was the ultimate move to dominate the battlefield. Therefore, in the Valachian Empire, it was easy for the houses with excellent flying dragon riders to elevate their military gains. Surpassing the trend that has been going since before the previous generation, Count Drackroy's Serena Drackroy's era is considered to have the strongest flying dragon squadron. If she truly wanted to mobilize the flying dragon squadron, an ordinary rebellion would be no problem whatsoever. Serena, unexpectedly, the person you're looking for is now in the rebel army, and you are troubled that I will deploy my troops, but you can't just stand here and stare at me forever. Can you? How will you proceed? Ram Serenassim, what about your family? Serena, it's pointless if you're looking for a relative. I haven't found a good partner, since Roswell dumped me. Ram Roswellsima. Roswell don't take jokes to be the truth in general. Such a thing as fellow aristocrats of the kingdom and the empire, the relationship between both countries, makes it impossible, Serena. This is not the time to be making jokes. Even when disregarding Roswell and Serena's relationship, Ram could not be said to be very patient right now. Although it was hard to tell from a quick glance, Ram strongly regretted the events at the Pleiades watchtower. She blamed herself for losing Subaru and Ram and being separated from them. There was no doubt that her impatience was behind her extreme actions this time as well. Roswell, let's not provoke Ram unnecessarily. Shall we not try to aim for a good landing together? Serena, a good landing together, huh? If that's the case, what exactly do you guys specifically want? Roswell. Serena, there are no fools who would fly on a flying dragon without a destination. In such a case, the mileage would be bad, and my riders are also precious. If you're going to call anything here unnecessary, it would be just that you should understand my concerns right. Resting her chin upon a single one of her hands, Serena gazed at Roswell as if testing him. Considering that Subaru had joined the rebel army, since it was highly likely that Ram was also there, was not unreasonable for Ram to make a quick decision. Blaming him for that in itself was meaningless, as long as time could not be turned back. If they wanted to, there was the means of harming Serena, then taking advantage of the chaos to flee from the territory. However, that would be nothing more than a foolish act which abandons their original goal and creates needless enemies, even in an empire where strength meant everything. Soldiers were not so foolish as to gratefully accept when their masters were defeated by foul play. To dampen the power of the Flying Dragon Squadron under Countess Drackroy's possession, such a thing may have been welcomed by the rebel army. Roswell held doubts about if that action was worth his old friend's head. Of course, if it was a necessary sacrifice for his dearest, which Roswell would not hesitate to take Serena's life. Though if the sacrifice was not needed, then he did not think he would go out of his way to make it. Therefore, the words that Roswell offered here to Serena were, Roswell, in this situation, would you like to join the rebellion together with us? Serena, huh? Roswell, if you do that, then the discord between you and us will be buried. If our goals become the same, Ram will lose her reason to point her wand at you. Essentially, we'll be able to settle things between us peacefully. Serena's eyes widened at Roswell, who said this bluntly with his hands folded in front of his chest. Shock and astonishment flashed in those eyes of hers, and so did a little bit of inquisitiveness with the meaning of her interest being piqued. She did not give a remark that was completely off base. Relying on that, Roswell began to work on his relationship with her. Serena settled things peacefully, you say, but it seems I would only be about here what awaits at the end of your invitation. Is an insurrection my territory? Has received relief from His Excellency the Emperor? What gain would there be unnecessarily aggravating the situation? Roswell, you have no dissatisfaction with His Excellency the Emperor. Is that truly the case? Serena spoke logically about the security of her foothold. However, interrupting her mid-sentence, Roswell looked her straight in the eye. As a High Countess of the Empire, she was a talented person who appeared to be broad-minded and good at actualizing her intentions. For this reason, he had to look her firmly in the eye when he told her this. Amelia, when somebody is speaking with you, you should look at their face. Suddenly, those words flashed through Roswell's mind unexpectedly. He felt like he had received a push from those words. And, Roswell, it's not like I spent the last 2 days passing the time quietly. While you were busy, I've been pricking up my ears as much as I could. Serena, so instead of keeping my alcohol company, until morning you've been hard at work eavesdropping. Roswell, with the workload you have, I recommend you change your lifestyle of drinking until morning every day. It would naturally be different with the conditions that guests were being welcomed at a time of peace. But even then his earnest wish, as her old friend, was for her to curb the amount she drinks. In any case, putting his concerns over Serena's liver aside, Roswell would present the fruits of his attentive listening the secret circumstances that this Drackroy domain held. That was. Roswell, I heard a rumor that the incident from the year before last in which a divine general conspired in an attempted assassination has had quite the lasting impact. Serena. Roswell, I heard that the perpetrator of that incident, the divine general who lost his life, was a flying dragon rider, and in addition, that person was also one of your subordinates. His name was Serena Balleroy Temaglyph. Saying that in a low, quiet voice, Serena interrupted Roswell. She was still resting her chin against her hand. However, the heat housed within eyes had changed from before. In some way, the hue of enjoying the situation had disappeared into a silence resembling the surface of a lake bereft of wind. With those quiet eyes, she looked over to Ram, who was behind, and to the side of Roswell, and, Serena, lower your wand, Ram. They'll talk, even if you don't point at me. Ram, but Roswell, Ram, do as she says. Serena doesn't go back on her word. Roswell held her back through those means, and Ram reluctantly lowered her wand. Of course, she immediately repaired her readiness, but Serena could not find fault with that vigilance. Either only she turned her face towards the window to the scenery, extending out there. No, she looked up to the sky where flying dragons flapped their wings and flew about freely. Serena, do you think it has freedom, this sky? Roswell, from your way of speaking, that doesn't seem so. Serena, in the Empire, the water, the soil, the air, even the flesh and blood of its people, all of it belongs to His Excellency the Emperor. Even the sky is no exception to this. Who do you think's been claiming that? Roswell, I wouldn't dare limiting it to who makes it quite difficult, doesn't it? After all, that is something everyone has been thinking. At Roswell, who shrugged, Serena gave a short reply of, is that so? The name she mentioned, Balleroy Temaglyph, was a former member of the 9 Divine Generals and the perpetrator of the assassination attempt on the Emperor that took place in the imperial capital the year before last. Originally, he was a capable person appointed to an important position in the Drackroy domain by Serena, and because of his remarkable strength and excellence as a flying dragon rider, there seemed to be good prospects that he would work his way up and advance to the rank of General First Class. As a matter of course, Leroy, turning his blade on the Emperor, had also put Serena, who had recommended him, in a bad position. Although the position of High Countess was not even taken away, the imperial capital's feelings were poor. The expectations they held in her flying dragon squadron were lost, and she was also never given an opportunity to recover. And to top it all off, the person who had been installed as Balleroy's replacement in the 9 Divine Generals was Roswell, the flying dragon General Madeline. His chart is a selection akin to a snide remark, isn't it? Serena, with no military experience, a being that suddenly rose to the position of General First Class on the Prime Minister's recommendation, it seems her lineage is surprisingly that of a dragonkin with a dragonkin who can control flying dragons without the secret technique of taming flying dragons. Taking the time and effort to train flying dragon riders would be useless, wouldn't it? Ram, that's not the position of Serenissima, who has a flying dragon squadron. Serena, well, don't look down on my flying dragon squadron. Not needing riders has both advantages and disadvantages. It's true that the time needed for training is eliminated, but a flying dragon without a rider can only rely on its instinct for tactics. On that point, a flying dragon rider can understand and apply tactics. Ram. Roswell, most importantly, the dragonkin in question, seems to crush them with force and numbers. Valakia's secret of taming flying dragons, even Roswell did not know the details of the technique. To employ the ferocious flying dragons that bore no thought for people, however, he had heard, even though a talented flying dragon rider could discipline a single flying dragon, they would need to stay with him at all times. In other words, flying dragon. Riding had consist of one flying dragon and one person. In contrast, the existence of the flying dragon general, who could command countless flying dragons without putting in all that time, was a natural enemy of Serena, whose strength lay in the flying dragon squadron, as well as a thorn in her side. Serena Balleroy was a trusted friend who was at my place for a long time if he went against His Excellency, and even pointed a spear at him. It could be said to be inevitable that the fault would turn towards me, but Ram, whether you are willing to resign yourself to that disgrace is a different story, isn't it? Serena, each and everything you say appeals to the depths of my heart. Ram is obliged. Responding to Ram's bland expression of gratitude, Serena sighed deeply. Serena did not deny what Roswell and Ram had pointed out when being pressed by their respective voices. By the time she had Ram lower her wand, she had already resolved herself. That was a sign of her willingness to talk on an equal footing rather than divulge the circumstances under threat. In other words, Serena, even with all this, I didn't mean to cause trouble while you were here, okay? With those words, Serena Drackroy touched the white scar on her face and smiled fiercely. Her strikingly ferocious smile was the same one Roswell had seen in his younger days when he met her, the ambitious one she had shown before she stole the position of head of the family from her father. However, now her smile was directed not at her father, whose eyes had clouded when his daughter began to steal the trust of his retainers from him, but at the fearsome being who ruled this vast empire. Roswell, I see, Serena, you. Seeing that smile, Roswell belatedly realized his misunderstanding. In an attempt to prevent the situation caused by Ram's snap decision from getting worse, he had tried to guide Serena's thinking by clarifying the position the Drackroy territory had been placed in, but that was a mistake. There was no need to steer her in the direction of supporting the rebellion. Even the rise of the rebel army with the black-haired maiden was nothing more than a chance for her. Serena had already decided where she would stand, and in her own way had shown consideration for Roswell and the others. She showed consideration in her own way by not dragging in an old friend that had come to find a missing person and did not know anything. However, Roswell and the others had thoughtlessly stepped into the opposing camp. Without realizing the magic stones had already ignited, they had poured additional mana in. In other words, Serena, I was as careful as I could be. Only this once would it be all right to regret meeting a clever wife, or maybe that you went out of your way and turned down my marriage proposal. Roswell, Serena, don't worry. If I were to reveal your identity, I'd be suspected of having colluded with the kingdom. In that case, a war on two fronts will be pure insanity. If I'm going to do it, I'll fight a battle where there's a chance of winning. Control of the discussion was stolen, and the situation with Serena had reversed. Since their positions overlapped, there was no reason for Roswell and the others to harm Serena. On the other hand, Serena had the leeway to make full use of Roswell and the other circumstances. Ram Roswalsama, could it be? Roswell always stepped straight into the hunting grounds of a bee Serena if we hadn't broached the subject. Serena, in that case, I would have given you the appropriate hospitality for a few days, and then let you escape before the Civil War was in full swing. But if I'm invited to fight together by an old friend, then there's no helping it right. Roswell so barefaced. It was unclear whether she had intended to act in concert with this rebellion or take action independently. Nevertheless, Serena had already decided to rebel. They did not know whether that was anger at the Emperor's cruel behavior or connected to the fact that her confidant lost his life. If only one thing was certain. Serena, His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valaquia, there is an exceedingly great amount of people who have accumulated discontent with his peaceful reign. If great flames of war rise, once those flames will spread in one swoop. Roswell, those flames of war, might you have any idea but them? Serena, I wonder what it could be. You're the one with an idea, aren't you? Chuckling, Serena seemed to have an ace up her sleeve that Roswell did not know about. Roswell, on the other hand, also had an idea of a singularity that would be no matter to be trifled with if left unchecked, although he was unsure how it would affect this unfamiliar land. If it was him, no matter what predicament he fell into, he would get through it one way or the other. All that remained was who he met in that predicament, how much he wished to save them, and how his influence would spread. Or perhaps, Roswell, have you also gone and set the whole empire ablaze, Subarukan? If that were to happen, how should Roswell act? Of course, for his long-cherished wish that must be fulfilled, it was necessary to return to the kingdom with his reputation intact. Even if that was not the case, there were the promises he exchanged with Subaru. It was unilaterally imposed on him, but unlike Subaru, he could not revoke it. The future that someone else lacks was something that was difficult for him to accept, as he had decided to pick up the pieces. Even without his promise to Roswell, he would probably struggle as much as he reached out. At the very least, Roswell would only act to reduce the number of his attempts. Then it becomes just a matter of not letting Subaru realize things had turned out in an undesirable way. Serena, well, thanks to Ram endangering my life, my ill wills have ended up vanishing. Ill forget about my duties for day and open a celebratory drink. Ram having pointed the wand, it might not be Ram's place to say this, but are you sure about that? Serena, we both needed to cultivate stronger unity toward the same goal. That's why we should drink and get to know each other, considering who we're going to challenge. It's a very natural activity. Serena nonchalantly invited Ram to have a drink with her, with a face that blithely forgot her previous outburst. Ram was unusually perplexed by Serena's big-heartedness, as she seemed to be relieved that she no longer had to hide things from Roswell and Ram. That said, it was unthinkable that Serena would eloquently trick Roswell and the others and catch them off guard with a shallow move like that. In doing so, Serena would risk her own strength and even her own life in exchange for Roswell's freedom in the Empire. Roswell, so are you going to wait for the flames of war to rise, or will you become them yourself? Serena, I at least know where I stand. No need to rush is not far off. Or is it your idea to stay put quietly, Roswell? That's not it. Serena, right, it's the same for me. Although both parties may have had different ideas of these flames, a war, they seem to have had a similar perception of what they had in mind. Roswell crossed his arms thoughtfully as he noted that Serena, meanwhile, had nonchalantly gone to her display cabinet and started looking for a drink to loosen their tongues. Ram Roswalsama, in the fortress city of Garrow. Roswell, in terms of position, Emily is Sama, and the others are closer to us, attacking from the east. The same rumors will be heard over there. So if they can join us, they will, of course. It would be frustrating for you. Ram, no. Shaking her head, Ram replied with a bottled frustration. She would like to be reunited with Ram as soon as possible, with rumors of Subaru all over the fortress city of Garrow. Ram was most likely to be there. On the other hand, even with Roswell's flight magic, a vain attempt would be a heavy setback. Finding people in a wide empire required a certain mind-numbing rationality. Roswell, for that reason, let's wait and see, as she says, the flames of war that will rise. Ram, yes. With some hesitation, and her wavering voice, Ram nodded her head in a healthy manner. A few days later, the flames of war that Serena Drackroy had spoken of rose. The momentum of the rebellion led by the son of Emperor Vincent Valachius spread throughout the empire, and also to rebel groups in various regions. Among them, it was said that the first to declare their intention to join the rebel army was the High Countess Drackroy, and it was said that the brave lady had a handsome stranger and a lovely servant at her side. Chapter 83. Warfare and War Zones. Steadily, the rebellion's flames of war spread throughout the Valachian Empire. Over the past few days, the empire had been bustling, as if the tranquility of the past few years was nothing but a fabrication stirring up the thirst for blood built up within it until it had turned to sludge. The history of the Valachian imperial family had been a river of blood for generations, and the current emperor was expected to put an end to this horrifying tradition. In fact, during the reign of the emperor, although there were some skirmishes, the situation that was considered a major upheaval was avoided. The people were supposed to be enjoying peace for the first time since the founding of the country. However, when you look at it from the outside, the people of the empire didn't want a peaceful and safe life. On his knees, sitting in his chair, while looking at a map showing the state of the war, he muttered in a compassionate mood. Vincent Valachia, the emperor, it wasn't known what principles he used to run the country, but it is not like he maintained peace by chance either. Exhausted physically and mentally on a year-by-year basis, he built an unprecedented era of peace in empire. One could only imagine the disappointment in their hearts when they found out so easily that they were not wanted, the people were stupid, and the emperor was pathetic. From my point of view, I don't know why they bothered to increase the possibility that they might die. I don't know what goes through the minds of those insane people, that guy, and Jamal and others. He remembered how he used to advocate for the pride of the imperial people in his spare time. Todd Fong braced himself as he tried to remember the man whose face was no longer blurred. It would be troublesome if he made a careless remark and was found to have forgotten Jamal. At the very least, Jamal still has to live within his heart and mind in front of a woman who should be treated with care and respect. Todd, are you tired? Suddenly, at the edge of Todd's vision, as he unfolded the map, he saw the face of a woman leaning over. Frankly, it was heart-wrenching. She must have been on the roof of the carriage just before Todd's perception could not grasp when she had arrived next to him. However, there were countless such masters in the world. The world would be a very difficult place to live if they were frightened by the existence of opponents whom we could not beat in a fair fight. Most people falter because they confused not being able to win with not being able to kill. Even if one could never win, there were some people who they could easily kill. Todd did not consider such an opponent a threat, hence neither did the woman next to him, Arakia. Arakia Todd. Sliding in through the open window, Arakia sat on the carriage bench. or rather squatted on the seat with her knees bent unceremoniously. Even though she had been living in the imperial capital for a long time, she had not mastered the manners of the city at all. This was either because the person in question did not have that kind of education, or the people around her did not raise her right. It was commonplace to leave strong people like her to their own devices because they were strong. In Wallachia, the strong took precedence over all qualifications. Hence, a vicious cycle was established in which no one could blame the strong Arakia for any unseemly or disrespectful behavior. Of course, if one were stronger, then she was one would be allowed to complain about her manners, because the Blue Lightning is a name worthy of an even greater weirdo than Arakia. If one was in the Wallachian Empire, one would have plenty of opportunities to hear rumors about the Empire's most powerful, the First. For better or worse, each and every rumor about the First were considered bad, even by the esoteric values of the Empire. Above all, they were ill-suited for someone with Arakia's upbringing. As a result, this behavior of Arakia's had probably not been enforced. Of course, Todd had no reason to correct that, but he did anyways. Todd, Arakia, sit down properly. It's unsightly. Arakia, sit me in the chair. Todd, what else is there? What do you think a chair is for? Hearing the inquiry with a strange look on her face, Todd replied with a grimace. In response, Arakia wondered, but immediately assumed the correct way to sit in the chair. However, since her legs were spread, he hit her knees to make her put them together. Todd, people down there see how the strong behave in the Empire. Anything goes as long as you're strong. But that's the thing, soldiers have hearts too. Even you don't have to think about whether it's easier to fight a superior officer good or ill will do you. Arakia, is there a point in doing that anyway? I'm going to fight alone. Todd, after you ravage the battlefield, what about hunting down the survivors? Who's going to clean up the corpses? Who will negotiate with those who surrendered? Arakia, Todd, in fact, if you want to be alone, why I hear your words are full of contradictions. After a mild argument, Arakia, who made a difficult face, fell silent. Fortunately, he now knew that this was not the face of the vigilant second most powerful person in the Empire with pent-up frustration, but rather a face of acceptance that he had a point. In the beginning, he was careful about pointing things out, but now he did not hold back. Once he got the hang of it, Arakia was like training a sheepdog. What makes it different from a sheepdog was that the dog itself was also a wolf with tremendous strength. He laughed at himself for thinking like that, though. Arakia, Todd, are you tired? I knew it. Todd, if I'm tired, it's because of the long journey. You are a hard worker. I can see why His Excellency the Emperor and the Prime Minister and others find you useful. Arakia, and necessary so. Arakia again expressed a concern for Todd, who had fallen silent. After Todd lashed out to dismiss her concerns, Arakia's eyes dropped to the floor. Arakia was probably aware that she was being used as a convenience. She was not the type to indulge in life stories, and since Todd was not interested, she did not delve into the topic, but considering future treatment, it might be worth asking. If people who know Todd can feel closer to him on their own accord, it was a worthwhile deal. Todd, you, Arakia, the map, what were you looking at? However, his attempt to speak was completely squashed by Arakia, who changed the subject of Todd, choked on his words, and tilted the map so that Arakia could see it. The map showed the entirety of Wallachia, but it was a simplified version that only showed the major cities and topography on which Todd had drawn this, and that according to his own senses. Arakia stared at it, her well-shaped eyebrows risen a great deal. Arakia, I don't get it. Todd, no doubt. Arakia spoke of incomprehension, but Todd did not blame her for being ignorant of it. In fact, it was not due to Arakia's learning shortcomings, but simply because the map was written in such a way that no one but Todd could decipher it. No special words or symbols were used, but the meanings were reworded, or intentionally incorrect symbols were used so that information could not be extracted by others. Even if the map was inadvertently dropped, Todd's actions would not be exposed to him. And also, in the unlikely event that he was captured, he may be kept alive for the purpose of deciphering the map. It was worthwhile since this move, called a third hand, avoids suffering setbacks. Todd's significant notes record the location and scale of the battle. Nonsensical notes are just a distraction. I won't tell you, which Arakia. I don't know, so even if you tell me, do you have a lot, Todd? Yeah, I've never seen a situation this out of hand since His Excellency had acceded to the throne. Although a subjectless question, Arakia's question referred to rebellions that had taken place throughout the Empire. Not only was it an expression of rebellion against the Emperor, but there had been frequent clashes between actual imperial soldiers and rebels, and the call for rebellion was high and widespread throughout the region. However, this was just a catalyst. What became the symbol of the righteous cause of the rebel army planning to usurp the imperial throne was Todd, the illegitimate child of His Excellency, the Emperor, the black-haired crown prince. Arakia, His Excellency's child for real. Todd, well, what's important is not whether it's true or not, but rather that such a rumor is being spread, and that the force of flames is continuing to grow stronger without being extinguished. Arakia. Todd, that's why hard-working people are being recruited all over the place. Incidentally, I was as well. As one of 9 divine generals personally selected by the Emperor, it was natural that Arakia was in position, allowing her to speak with Emperor Vincent Valakia, who supposedly resides on an unreachable plane of existence. It was a mystery to what extent Arakia's sense of values could be trusted, but even from her perspective, it seemed the existence of the Emperor's illegitimate child being held up by the rebel army was questionable. However, as Todd himself had said, whether it was correct or not was not important. Todd, if they didn't want people to think this rumor was important, they should have extinguished the fire while it was still small, because this fuddled uproar is the result of having fallen behind there. Arakia, is it connected the thing with Gladiator Island, Todd? That was. Having closed one eye, Todd was interrupted by the muttering Arakia next to him. She had mentioned the matter of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhai, which was the first task for Todd's group, as well as a secret order by Bristetz, the Prime Minister of the Empire, and they had failed it spectacularly. It had happened just a few days prior, but having been ordered to kill all the gladiators on Gladiator Island, Todd and Arakia had proudly headed there in high spirits and retreated just before they went ashore, ending the matter without anything happening. Naturally, Bristetz reprimanded him for failing to fulfill his duty, but Todd's instincts for sniffing out danger led to him firmly refusing to land on that island. He had sensed that there was a threat over there that he absolutely should not confront. Todd, who placed absolute faith in that feeling, did not regret not landing on the island. The fact that after that the Gladiator Island was taken over by the gladiators and was contributing to the spreading flames of war as a part of the rebellion happening all over could not possibly compare to endangering his own life. Even if Todd were to regret that decision, it would be Todd ridiculous. That's not like me at all. Arakia, Todd, it's nothing you worry too much. Rebellions are happening all over the place, but none of them will last long. They're just dreaming. Todd took the time to deny the question Arakia had begun to ask earlier and then shrugged. He had not intended to mislead her or play her for a fool. Truly, the rebel army was dreaming. It was a kind of nightmare that felt good while in that dreamlike state of mind, but the self-hatred when they woke up would make them want to die. Or perhaps it had been a nightmare unfolding to its end before they could wake up. General First Class Arakia, Private First Class Fong, we are arriving. It was right after Todd spat that out that the sharp voice from the coachman's seat of the horse carriage had reached them. The shaking spreading from beneath their seats gradually subsided, and the speed of horse carriage heading towards their destination had decreased. Then the carriage slowly stopped, and Todd and Arakia exited out the door. Todd. The two had lined up on a small hill, and the weather was dark and overcast with thick clouds, which seemed to Todd as if the sky was apprehensive about the future of the Empire as it plunged into an unending civil war. If he lowered his sight to capture this poetic impression, what could be seen was a battlefield on a sprawling wide plain with a group of familiar uniforms fiercely clashing with another unfamiliar group of uniforms. With the western plains as the battlefield, the clash between the Imperial and Rebel armies had already begun. Todd, who was the opponent, with the Imperial soldiers having already set up an encampment, one of them came over to the pair on top of the hill. That person looked daunted, having received Todd's question as soon as they opened their mouth, judging from his cloak. He was probably a general to his bewilderment. Todd, who was nothing more than a private first class, started speaking to him quite overbearingly. However, upon noticing Arakia next to Todd, they straightened up. General, the citizens of Kino Helmet are in high spirits after killing their consul. It seems the consul had just arrived after being appointed. Todd, seems like an ill-timed move. That consul was also unlucky. So is at pest with that group who are burning with enthusiasm. General, it has not been confirmed. We believe he is not here, Todd. If he was, he should have shown his face at the beginning. General First Class Arakia, MM. Nodding after receiving the report from the General, Todd called for Arakia, turning around with sigh-like reply. She was ready for this opportunity to fully demonstrate her abilities as ranked second within the Empire. With that out of the way, all that remained was for Todd to make sure that no unnecessary obstacles were introduced. Todd, give the signal, and let your troops retreat. I recommend completely focusing on withdrawing. Otherwise, General, otherwise. Todd, General First Class Arakia's flames do not choose who they incinerate. It was not a statement particularly intended to threaten, but it seemed to have had the same effect on the general who heard it. They gasped slightly and glanced at Arakia. Arakia, with her usual stoic expression, noticed that gaze and looked at the general. Faced with a crimson eye not covered by her, eye patch, the general's cheek stiffened. General, sound the drums, pull back the troops. The general immediately switched gears and issued directions to the subordinates in the camp in a sharp voice. Unlike the unreasonable common soldiers of battlefield with a proper general, thankfully meant a conclusion could be reached more quickly. However, that did not make the battlefield pleasant. So they should finish their unpleasant duties quickly. Todd Arakia don't let the soldiers who withdraw after hearing the drums. Arakia and the others, Todd, do as you please. Arakia's eye flickered with a slight bewilderment at having been told to do as she pleased. Todd immediately reflected that the way he said it had been poor. She was a woman with the power to do unthinkable things, but Arakia did not seem particularly like fighting. So it was not appropriate to tell her to do as she pleased on the battlefield. Todd, kill anyone who opposes you. That was the best possible way to issue commands. Arakia. As soon as the sound of drums echoed through the air of the battlefield, they could look down upon from the hill transformed. The audible sound of steel and steel exchanging blows in a sword fight faded away, and in its place angry roars and battle cries the great volume of the pursuers, and the pursued began to sweep over the battlefield. However, that would not last long either. The raining explosive flames turned those wannabe hunters pursuing fleeing backs to ash. It was when the ally in front of them, the compatriot beside them, or even one of their own limbs was engulfed in flames that they were freed from their crazed pursuit and noticed that they were not the hunters, but merely the hunted Todd. Gripping a branch in one hand like a child playing and lighting the lower part of her legs on flames, Arakia rose above the hill higher and higher, high up in the sky, and then made flames rain down from the sky incessantly. A terrifying tactical weapon that seemed to change the color of the world. That was an appropriate description for this spectacle. Flames headed full speed at the ground-burning enemies in accordance with the commands Todd had issued. Those who stopped upon seeing their enemies being burnt, these lecherous bystanders thought twice about stopping to stare. If they stopped, Arakia's flames would not be able to choose who to scorch. General, sound them, sound them, sound them, sound the drums. Everyone fall back. Witnessing the war situation being rewritten, the general raised his voice with all his might. Although all Imperial soldiers faced the battlefield with a readiness to die, that was not the same as not being afraid of dying in vain. Even if they remained there, they would not obtain any more prestige than a stray dog that burned to death. Therefore, Private First Class Fong stopped General First Class Arakia. While he watched as a flame devil engulfed the battlefield, collapsing the battle formation of the rebels, an angry roar hit Todd's eardrums, who felt like he had already accomplished his job. When he turned around, a different Imperial soldier from the general who ordered the soldiers to withdraw was shouting with his soot-black stained face, making a desperate expression. As Todd frowned, wondering what the meaning of this was, the soldier's face illuminated red from the flames. Soldier, the other side has come forth to surrender. The battle is over. Todd, can we allow such a convenient offer? I don't like saying this, but unlike the situation where if we didn't pull back, we would also suffer damage. We can now unilaterally annihilate them all. It's better to cut off any unnecessary sources of trouble and make an example out of them. If Arakia's ability was used, well, their side could secure victory without losing a single soldier. Todd thought that it would be more appropriate to make an example of them and make them regret their decision to join the rebellion, rather than allowing them to surrender and get the upper hand. However, Todd's opinion was overturned by the soldiers' appeal that followed. Soldier, we can't. Those who have surrendered are accompanied by the Crown Prince. Todd, what did you just say? At the Imperial soldiers' report, Todd reflexively grabbed him by the collar. The soldier choked out a GH, but Todd did not care as he brought his face closer. Todd, why has the Crown Prince turned up here? I thought you said he wasn't here. Soldier, Thady hit him and now has emerged. Todd, TCH, was their intention to use a trump card. Those guys don't even know the value of their hand. Releasing the soldier whom he had grabbed by the collar, Todd gave a deep exhale. He then looked up at Arakia circling overhead and hesitated on whether to call out to her, and then, after careful consideration, Todd dragged the messenger here. Soldier, but Todd, bring him here. If they don't want to get annihilated, make him run desperately. The soldier began to argue with Todd's nonchalant instructions, then quickly realized that it was pointless and turned away. Todd also did not want to wield Arakia's brute power either, but he had no choice but to do so while it helped the discussions move forward quickly, especially in the worst-case scenario when the other party had the Crown Prince. Soldier, Private First Class Fong. Not long after the soldier from earlier returned to Todd. Beside him was a ragged-looking young man, and in contrast to bravery, the armor he was wearing, his face appeared dismal and depressed as he realized his defeat. There was no helping it. Even Todd felt the same way when he saw Arakia's violence against the other side. Although he felt pity for him, there was something he needed to confirm. Todd, I hear you guys have the Crown Prince. Is that the justification for your revolt? Messenger, yeah. The Crown Prince desires the Imperial throne. We sympathize with that aspiration, and in order to pave the way for that ally. Todd, that's a lie, Messenger, Staring intently into the face of the person who was saying something significant, Todd interrupted, hearing that the man's expression was one of bewilderment, and a shiver ran through him. That reaction convinced Todd they were all talk but no-show messenger act. The next moment, Todd swung the axe at his waist and smashed the upright standing man's head open. The man with the axe thrust into the top of his head grunted softly and fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head in response to Todd's immediate action of slaying the messenger. The soldier slightly widened his eyes. Soldier, private, first class, such arbitrary actions are. Todd, this guy lied. The opponent doesn't have such a thing like the Crown Prince on their side. These people chose a low road when it came to surrender. General First Class Arakia will continue to do as she has been doing. Soldier GUH, if the Crown Prince is truly here, then Todd, he's not. At Todd's declaration, the soldier was unable to continue with any further words and kept silent as Todd then gave a nod. He dragged the corpse of the fallen enemy at his feet. Todd scraped the flesh and blood from the axe with his fingers and let out a long sigh. Together with Arakia, he traveled around the country, crushing the seeds of rebellion, but each time he did, so the presence of the Crown Prince stood in his way. The illegitimate son of Vincent Valakia, the only possibility to give legitimacy to the rebellions that erupted across the empire. How many would attempt to revolt under guise of that illegitimate child? Even worse was Prime Minister Bestetz's order to capture the Crown Prince unharmed, if at all possible, and bring him back to the imperial capital. Todd, good grief, I can't help but say it, how long until we can go back to the imperial capital? Every attempt to return to the imperial capital was unsuccessful. Somehow, it became a journey that took them all over the empire. Todd bit his lip as he thought of his fiancée, who even now was still waiting for him to return to the imperial capital. The flames engulfed everything on the battlefield, and those who chose to resist were regretfully burned to nothing. He pitied those who had failed to see this future, and ended up choosing to stand on the wrong side. But at the same time, he scorned them. The uprising was crushed. No matter how much they raised their spirits, they would never be able to gain victory over the weight of the empire. While he was thinking that there was absolutely no doubt about this, Todd suddenly had a thought. Todd, the beginning of a genuine uprising, and the rebellion's flames of war spreading in every place. Just as if it was by somebody's design, beyond a blaze of warfare spreading throughout, somebody was present. Endlessly, Todd's survival instincts were being made to throb by somebody. Todd, with warfare spreading its flames and a literal burning battlefield coming to a close before his eyes, Todd came to a standstill. This warfare engulfing the Valakian Empire. Just who in the world desires it? Whatever the case, Todd would read through it and obtain what he wished for, no matter what. For that purpose, he would spare no effort, no consideration, and nothing whatsoever if there was one thing that concerned him. Arakia, is it connected the thing with Gladiator Island? Flashing through the back of his mind was Arakia's question posed just before arriving at the battlefield. Fundamentally, Todd did not look back to the past. No matter what he did, it would be made correct by the future nevertheless. That incident was the only thing that continued to bring him unease. Without stepping ashore, Todd had abandoned the Gladiator Island withdrawing. That decision was sure to have been the right one. He was supposed to hold no regrets. However, possibly by some chance, if there was some reason to have regrets, that was Todd to retreat on that day. It was the only time my life had been in checkmate. Chapter 84. T-Chamber 1. As the flames of rebellion spread throughout the Valakian Empire, signs of unrest were growing with each day. More than 9 years had passed since Vincent Valakia ascended the throne as the emperor, but this was the first time domestic affairs were burnt to a crisp and people's hearts have been in turmoil. The history of the Valakian Empire was a history of war. Even if a historically unprecedented era of peace had arrived, conflicts occurring in places beyond the reach of the eyes and ears of the imperial capital could not be completely prevented. As a result, people were never truly at ease. But even so, the people living in the imperial capital of Lipagana had had a semblance of peace. As the imperial capital was under the emperor's heel, it was only in that magnificent city that conflicts did not occur in a way the safety rested upon Emperor Vincent Valakia's authority. However, that was a thing of the past. The year before last, an attempt to assassinate the emperor had occurred in none other than the imperial capital. The emperor had been so severely wounded as to nearly lose his life, the perpetrator a divine general. Since that incident, the people learned that they were never truly safe within the empire. After they learned it, they also anticipated this. Therefore, the emperor's status remained unshaken by the spirit of rebellion of the 9 divine generals at the peak of the empire's military might, and the Valakian Empire would not collapse no matter how much it was shaken to the core. The safety and expectations of the people have been greatly shaken as of late. A report acknowledging the cracks in the basic principles laid out in the empire When this report echoed to the majestic throne room, every person trying to close their ears to these unpleasant words could have been mercilessly beheaded on the spot. So it was not surprising everyone was so hesitant. The civil officials and military, officers lined up here in the imperial capital's Crystal Palace, even if their respective battlefields differed, all the people gathered here at the very core of the Valachian Empire were doubtlessly warriors. Even those people could not help but hesitate, because to be seen here as a cowardly warrior was directly linked to nothing but death. It was not death that any of them feared. What they feared was dying in vain. They feared they would meet a death unbefitting a brave warrior of Wallachia. Therefore the generals paid respect to the white-haired wise old man who proposed it, Prime Minister Bristetz von Dalfin, and then they awaited the response of Vincent, to whom the Prime Minister issued his report. Vincent, the large throne enclosing the entirety of his slender body, had been continually passed down as a symbol of authority since the era of the first emperor of Wallachia. With a national flag hoisted behind the throne, the national emblem of a wolf pierced by swords looked down upon the troops. With the sword wolf behind him, Vincent sat calm and composed. Leisurely leaning back against the throne, Vincent showed no sign of military might. In fact, no one had ever heard a rumor that this emperor endowed with unfathomable wisdom would excel at martial arts. It was unlikely that anyone had seen him wield a sword or express an interest in hunting. As long as an emperor resided on the imperial throne, he was expected to rule the entirety of the empire without exception. Even though the empire valued strength above all martial arts, skill was not a requirement for the emperor at its top. That was because the emperor's sword was none other than his peerlessly powerful followers. However, a large part of the troops were pressured by the emperor, who did nothing but sit there silently. Not only would they lose nothing from trying to cut him down the throne, was merely a few seconds worth of distance away. If it was natural for the strong to oppress the weak, then the imperial troops did not have the slightest reason to fear this emperor. Nevertheless, the distance and the unopposable presence of the emperor were unassailable. Vincent, the safety of the people, HM, suddenly breaking the silence. Till then, these words left the emperor's lips, just as it seemed that the tension pervading the throne room would subside. It grew heavier, instead constricting the hearts of the troops. Vincent narrowed his almond-black eyes and gazed at Bristetz, who had continued to pledge his fealty, with his palm and fist put together in front of his chest. Vincent, since when had the emperors of my country begun to take notice of its people's anguish? Bristetz, I understand what you are saying, Your Excellency. However, the reality is that the people's rumors have raised concerns about Your Excellency's reign. If this is neglected, this poisonous blood will spread like a disease throughout the empire. Vincent, are you advising to spill all this poisonous blood? Bristetz, most humbly, even Your Excellency the Emperor would lose his life if he were decapitated. Would it not be imprudent to lose one's head to spare a limb? Vincent, Bristetz, of course, it would be ideal if this matter could be repressed with just fingers, ears, and nails. Concluding his final remark with a bow, Bristetz thus stated his own opinion, that frank, or in other words, inconsiderate proposal, made the other troops shudder, but at the same time they admired him for speaking for them and saying what needed to be said. After all, Bristetz expressed a collective opinion of all the troops about the rebellion spreading throughout the empire. The imperial soldiers were furious at the people resigning to Vincent's reign, bandwagoning, with the ones occasionally raising their voices and rising up in rebellion all over the place. If one were to be a part of that first group, they would also be qualified to take the stage as a valiant adversary. But what of the shamefulness of those that followed? Fighting, winning, and securing were the fundamental principles of the people of the empire. The people of the empire must be strong. Too many people misinterpret the intent of that saying and use it for their own gain. Wouldn't exterminating them be the only way that the intent of the people of the empire must be strong could be truly embodied? However, Vincent had not taken proactive countermeasures against these rebellions and relied on the spread-out garrisons to fend them off, although Bristetz dispatching all the generals of the first class just to nip the rebellions in the bud will not fundamentally resolve the situation. Vincent, quite eloquent Bristetz, facing me directly with all the troops in formation behind you, makes it look as if you were the head of the rebellion. Bristetz, you jest. I am not prepared to lead a rebellion and drive Your Excellency away from the throne. Vincent, humph. With a small snort, Vincent paid no mind to Bristetz's refutation. Nevertheless, it was understandable why Vincent would say such a thing. After all of Bristetz's words had been spoken on behalf of the hearts of the imperial troops for quite a while, including the point where he mentioned the anticipated deployment of the generals of the first class and advised against it as being insufficient, setting aside the blood-soaked, sharp-tongued exchange that followed. Bristetz, Your Excellency, this rebellion is Vincent. I have heeded your counsel, however, Bristetz. Vincent, I too have a plan. Vincent's gaze swept over Bristet's and the assembled generals and troops, erasing any lingering distrust they might have had of the emperor. When the meeting was called and they were initially assembled in the throne room, each of the troops had their own feelings about Vincent's reluctance to take a stand against this rebellion. In fact, it was Bristet who advocated on behalf of the troops, but the feelings of the troops were shared by all of them, which became all the more amplified when they heard what he had to say. Those feelings, which in a sense were about to spread like the flames of rebellion, were extinguished. Like a great fire being doused by wind and water, they were slowed, weakened, and drowned out. And then, Vincent, or do you doubt my words? Bristet's eyebrows quivered as he was asked by the emperor, the owner of such profound wisdom. What kind of emotions were flickering behind those thread-like narrow eyes, unenterable by the rest, was unknown to anyone in attendance. Only one thing was certain: troops, no, absolutely not. It was that the troops were in unison with their voices, and they answered the emperor's question in a gallant manner. Stamping their feet, the military officers drew and raised the swords from their waists. The civilian officials clasped their palms and fists together in front of their chests, each making the most respectful bow appropriate for their position, and responding as such to the emperor's question. No one could decipher the thoughts of Emperor Vincent Wallachia. However, the question being imposed here was whether to dismiss that which they could not comprehend as being something untrustworthy. Then that was a no. If what was needed for trust was words and accomplishments, Vincent had demonstrated a proven record. His achievements were worthy of note, beginning with his imperial selection ceremony to become emperor, which was followed by a reign free of major turmoils. Having demonstrated his performance, the emperor had also spoken the words necessary for trust. "Do you doubt my words?" he had asked. "Vincent, I've given this rebellion a great deal of thought. So unless I tell you everything from beginning to end about this, is it the case that you cannot even satisfactorily obey?" "Troops, no, absolutely not." "Vincent, then, if that is so, prick up your ears and do what needs to be done before your eyes wander about. I have no intention of sugarcoating the veneers of your position for those who fail to do what needs to be done." The emperor's speech was both cold and sharp, which was why he seemed so familiar to the troops. Vincent's gaze and tone of voice had the power to manipulate the zeal of others' souls. His devilishness, which was capable of being hot or cold, made the hearts of the troops burn at that moment. The troops' eyes glazed over with anxiety and suspicion as they wondered what he was thinking. No concrete answer was given, but the clouded eyes of the troops cleared because their emperor made it clear to them that he was working his deepest machinations. Only then could the many imperial soldiers trust in victory and fight on. "Bristet, what would you like to divulge to me and the troops, if only a little?" "Vincent, for what purpose? If I reveal it, it will cast a shadow over my strategy. Instead, what would be gained? Peace of mind for you and those troops who are frightened of what lies ahead." Vincent brushed Bristet off with a harsh tone, as if to say there's no merit to comparing these. But the troops supported Vincent's answer. They no longer had the feeling in their hearts from earlier that Bristet's words spoke for them. Rather, they even felt angry and frustrated at Bristet's proposal. Vincent made it clear that he had his own thinking. That should be enough. "Vincent, you may disagree. I, however, do not intend to offer an explanation based solely on the prestige of the empire." Looking at the silent Bristet, Vincent added to his words. At the sound of the emperor's voice persuading his unconvinced opponents, many of the troops inwardly shook their heads. No further words were needed, and yet the emperor continued. "Vincent, but as I stated, I have no desire to reveal my intentions to you. Instead, I have only one word for you. Bristet, your excellency." "Vincent, the people of the empire must be strong, Bristet." "Vincent, I shall prepare a battlefield befitting the way of the sword wolf." Nodding deeply, Vincent promised the assembled troops over Bristet. A beat later, a scorching passion burned through the troops' bodies. The inferno that clad them was no less ferocious than the fires of rebellion spreading throughout the empire. If the rebellion was a flame of distrust of the emperor, then the burning within the troops became a flame of confidence in the emperor. Vincent and Bristet looked at each other silently as the heat quietly built among the troops. The emperor and the prime minister, both of whom occupy the highest positions in the empire, thanks to their ingenuity, the surrounding troops could not guess the intended glances exchanged by the two. However, Bristet did not make any further statements that would undermine the emperor's intentions. But instead, "Bristet, your excellency, with all due respect, I have one more question." "Vincent, more questions and suspicions, unlike the first time, those behind you do not appear to be on your side." "Bristet, it is very difficult for one in the position of prime minister to decide whether or not to make a recommendation based on the presence or absence of allies." "Vincent, your mouth work, speak." Vincent urged him to do so, giving a jerk of his thin jaw. In response, Bristet prefaced his remarks with the words then, and then continued. "That was Bristet, the crown prince with the black hair, Vincent." Bristet's the ones who rebel throughout the land have championed him as their leader. He is a black-haired, black-eyed boy, and his origins are that of being an undisclosed son of His Excellency. Like fire magic stones infused with Mana Bristet's act of throwing them in for better, or for worse, once again made the troops around him, who couldn't grasp their surroundings, clearly speechless. The troops had heard the rumors about this. Even for them, it would be a lie to say that they did not care about the truth of the rumors, but they did not have the courage to confirm them. Bristet questioned this directly, and yet again there was anticipation, as the troops who should have been overcome with animosity seemed to do an about-face. The existence of the Crown Prince was now the sole focus of attention of all the people of the Empire. How it appeared to Vincent's eyes, how his ears heard it, and how his mouth spoke of it. After a short pause, Vincent called out the Prime Minister with the Bristets. And then, "Vincent, do not be swayed by such frivolous rumors. I have no children. If necessary, find out where these rumors come from, and bring the heir to the throne before me. I will keep him as a clown for my amusement." And with a wicked smile on his face, the black-haired emperor assured them so. 2. Bristet is the Crown Prince truly, not your Excellency, son. It was the same question that was posed a few minutes ago in the presence of a large crowd. However, the tone of emotion in his voice was slightly different and carried more weight. It was a serious question, and a voice that only those who heard it would understand. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the old man who asked the question. The location was neither the throne room nor the Crystal Palace, but the Prime Minister's residence within the imperial capital. Although they were both in charge of the government of the empire, the tension between Vincent and Bristet was always on edge, and the perception around them was that they did not get along, to put it politely. For that reason, their dialogue was sure to be a great shock to those who witnessed it. Vincent of Wallachia secretly visited Bristet's Fondalfin mansion, and they faced each other in a room in this way. Of course, if you went by the meaning of the word shock, it would be far more on the side of reality. Vincent narrowed his black eyes at the question, fixed his eyes on his partner, and remained silent rather than simply deliberating. The emperor took pauses in order to drive his opponents into a corner. So Bristet was in no hurry. He was an old man who knew the effects of both silence and pauses. In fact, although it was called a matter of life and death, there was not a trace of anxiety, agitation, or self-preservation in Bristet's appearance as he posed a question and waited for an answer. Indeed, there was not the slightest hint of self-preservation. That was what was most alarming about this old man. Vincent, obviously Bristet. Vincent, the answer changes not. I have no heirs. All of that is nonsense. Bristet, as I told you before the discussion here, will not leak out. Even if it were General First Class Albert, his strained ears will not pick up anything. You know this. After a long pause, Bristet responded to Vincent's answer. The tea chamber in Bristet's mansion was a small fortress with all the necessities for the sole purpose of holding secret talks. There was talk that within Wallachia the mystical barriers that used rare magic were employing things like mysterious curse arts or meteors. It was rumored that this tea chamber alone cost enough to buy an entire city. Bristet, I have received the necessary stipend. I will offer to you after my death, so you may put to good use. Vincent, do you think a room named Tea Chamber would suit the Crystal Palace? Bristet, the name and interior are not important, so you can redecorate it as you like. What's important is its function. Here, you don't need to wear a false skin. Rather than using implied meanings, Bristet spoke in a frank register to strip him of his mask. At that, Vincent closed one. It was not contemplation. The answer was obvious. This was just another pause, another period of silence. Even though he knew it would have no effect on the old man before him, he would not cut corners. He was not going to deviate from what he had already decided. He had been told bluntly by easygoing old acquaintances that it was not a game, but it was in his nature. Vincent, I have no reason to follow your lead. You and I are in a relationship of mutual struggle based on our mutual interests. Do not misunderstand that. Bristet, I see if that is the case. I would like you to dispel my doubts. Vincent, Bristet, I will ask again. You do not have a son, do you, Your Excellency the Emperor? Vincent, the answer remains the same. Vincent repeated the same answer over and over again. Bristet responded with short, I see, without a trace of disappointment or relief on his face. If he considered the goal of this old man, he understood just what he had to respond with. But as Vincent was connected to the matter at hand, he asked a question in return. Vincent, for the sake of argument, if I had a child, what would you do? Bristet, if His Excellency had a son, it means that His Excellency was willing to fulfill the duties of the Emperor. The son would be secured as soon as possible, and we would have the real His Excellency return to the throne. Vincent, then what about me? Bristet, as to how traitors meet their end, we both know, don't we? Bristet was thorough in his response, which was matter-of-fact and calm. It was refreshing to see a man who had come all this way to the extremes of selflessness. in order to serve the Empire's way of being, the fact that there was not a speck of uncertainty in his appearance made the abnormalities stand out even more, with that despite Bristetz's thoughts. Vincent, the rumors about the Crown Prince must have been spread by the man himself who keeps on getting away. Bristetz, do you think it will provoke rebellion in various places? Is it possible that there were children of whom even you and General First Class Cecilus weren't informed? Vincent, it is not possible. Bristetz, even you don't know everything about His Excellency Vincent. It is not possible. Vincent shook his head at Bristetz, who liked to iron out the finest details. This was not wishful thinking a desire, or pretending to understand it could not have happened. He could assure him, without a shred of doubt, regardless of authenticity, Vincent Valencia did not have a child. The man must have been very thorough to leave no room for such suspicions, or even a glimmer of possibility. To eliminate any doubt, he had never even shared a bedchamber with a woman. A steel will to never close his eyes in front of others. That was what made him stick to his way of being. Therefore, Vincent Valencia does not have a child. Your actions were just. Bristetz, just if this can be called just, then I ought to usurp the throne with my own hands, when that cannot happen. It is not just to begin with. Vincent, Bristetz, with these arms that feel like the withered branches of an old tree, I am unable to protect the might of the Empire. The old man's flat tone of voice seemed to be more of a frenzied obsession than anything else. Many people believed that they were doing the right thing and acted accordingly, otherwise they would not be able to fully demonstrate their abilities, and of course, they would not be able to validate themselves. Just how many people in this world could remain unwavering, while they were realizing that they were making mistakes, unwavering their return with only these results? So then as they moved forward while making mistakes, just what awaited on the path ahead? Bristetz, if all doubt has been dispelled, what I ought to do shall remain unchanged. While Vincent was contemplating, Bristetz was speaking in an unconcerned voice. Perhaps he did not anticipate the existence of a crown prince in the first place. If he was told by his closest confidant that there was no such possibility, he could withdraw his doubts for the time being. Consequently, Bristetz's attention and topic of interest also quickly moved to the next subject. Bristetz, then, how do we deal with the rebels who turned their blades against you? Vincent, were you unsatisfied with the exchange from the throne room? Bristetz, I dare to represent the troops, but I am ultimately in a different position from them, since they have complete trust in your wisdom and authority. We have sent General First Class Arakia and General First Class Madeline to various parts of the country to crush the seeds of rebellion, but that alone is not enough to compensate. Vincent, while propping up his chin in his chair, Vincent listened silently to Bristetz's report. In fact, Bristetz's behavior in the throne room was not arranged, but given the situation within the Empire and Vincent's position, it was the best tactic possible, with that the troops' frustration and suspicion were redirected. However, Bristetz, who had knowledge of the fact that Vincent was merely sitting on a vacant throne, was doubtful about his authority. Bristetz, normally this is a point in the plan where the commanding ability of either General First Class Chisha or General First Class Gaz is required. Since it is difficult to mobilize both of them in an alternative plan, how about bringing General First Class Groovy back? Vincent, the movements of the Northwest are awfully suspicious. Whether it is Karaji or another party, we have no option of moving them away from that border at this time. The original duties of a General First Class was to uphold domestic security and keep external threats in check. This situation was caused by Vincent and Bristetz's collaboration, but if it jeopardized the Empire's footing, it would be like putting carriage before Galewind horse, strangling it to death because of self-centered leadership. Groovy Gumlet's deployment was also an indispensable linchpin in the defense of the Empire. Bristetz, then, how about General First Class Albert Vincent? We do not want to carelessly move him away from the imperial capital and unnecessarily expose him to the rebel forces. It is essential to keep him in the capital and deploy him at strategically important points, at least for now, as long as he is willing to follow us. Bristetz, there is also the recuperation for the arm that was lost in the incident in the Demon City. Given the circumstances, it will not be too difficult to keep him in the imperial capital. If that is the case, then General First Class Meguro. Vincent, for him, there is a duty that only he can fulfill. Tapping the floor with the toe of his shoe, Vincent dismissed Bristetz's suggestions one after another. The 9 divine generals had all been given critical assignments. There were only a few of the 9 divine generals that did not fall into this category. Bristetz is General First Class. Cecil is still an unknown. Vincent, is extremely difficult for him to distinguish between friend and foe. His beliefs do not change no matter what principles or great causes one is there for. I have removed him from the board. They had known each other for a long time, suffice it to say, but not once had they felt like they understood one another. Perhaps no one but Cecilus could understand Cecilus's ability with the sword was undisputed, but there was no room they could afford to leave for the uncertainty in his standpoint, though for Cecilus, who desired to stand on the grand stage, it seemed to be quite a regrettable story. Vincent, in any case, there is no chance of him returning more than ones that cannot be used pawns that are troublesome. When used, will only derail the calculations. In general, the rebels should be looked at in a similar manner. Brestetz, if he has not returned to the board, I have no objections. If so, what war potential do you have in mind to engage the Crown Prince instantly presenting himself as His Excellency's son, the rebels gaining momentum, and General First Class Yorna? Vincent Arakia, Albert Dunkelken, and Madeline Eschardt Brestetz. Vincent, if you think it insufficient, add in Chishaw Gold and Maguro Hagain. At the word insufficient, Brestetz shook his head and just said, not at all. Although it was doubtful how open-minded one could be about this, it was an extraordinary situation to have 5 of the 9 divine generals face off against an adversary. In addition, there were also the generals of the second class with Kaphma Irelix at the front, who could virtually be called a general first class in terms of strength, and were not few in number. Therefore, Vincent, in the imperial capital of Lupagana, we shall engage the rebels. Brestetz, perhaps the rebels will change their war strategy once they assemble all their forces. Vincent, a black-haired crown prince to gather forces, and a bunch of collaborators using him as a symbol of deception. How can such a group of people be so united in their insistence on the authenticity of a non-existent crown prince? In the short term, this might be a clever move to light the fire of rebellion, but discrepancies will inevitably build up over time. The rebels took advantage of this opportunity to raise their voices, many of them under the banner of a fake crown prince. Even if all the rebel forces from all over the country were to gather in the capital, they would not be able to coordinate with each other. However, Vincent of Wallachia certainly had not failed to consider such a possibility. With that in mind, it left some element of unease, and speaking of unease, Brestetz, a decisive battle in the imperial capital, HM, ever since the founding of the sacred Wallachian Empire. For a group of rebels to march on the imperial capital, it's just like Immigrits' guillotine. Vincent Brestetz, yes. Vincent, you certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. At Vincent's remark, Brestetz gave an unusually confused huh. However, when he pinched his cheek with his fingers, he became aware of these feelings for the first time, thoroughly probing for the joy that had slightly spread and for its true origin. Brestetz, I am terribly sorry. I know it's me of all people, but I offer my heartfelt apology. Vincent, apologies are unnecessary. Why do you smile, Brestetz? A smile. It's just I thought it was as expected, Vincent, as expected. Brestetz has expected the depiction of a maelstrom of war. That very thing is of the Wallachian Empire itself. To anyone outside the empire, it would have sounded like a silly thing for an old man to say. However, this was probably a sentiment held by almost everyone in the Wallachian Empire, young and old, and Brestetz was not unique in this regard. No, of course, it was rare for anyone to say such a thing, even in this position. Vincent is the existence of the Wallachian Empire entirely determined by that. Brestetz, we each have our own picture of the future we envision. Your Excellency, no, I'm sure you do too, Vincent. In the tea chamber, there was no margin for eavesdropping. Nonetheless, he had said a bit too much. This kind of talkativeness was uncharacteristic for Brestetz, and perhaps it was proof that human blood flowed through his veins. If that was the case, then perhaps Vincent may not have human blood in him after all. The reason was, Vincent, you said too much, Brestetz. Just who do you take me for? Indeed, in the quiet words of his response, the elation and lamentation that should have been there had not been present whatsoever. Chapter 85. Friend 1. A rather gloomy atmosphere has spread within the mansion over the past few days, don't you think? Rem quietly muttered at the tingling sense of tension in the air. The dry air and cold winds brought in from outside seemed to be mixed with faint human anxiety and irritation surging up on the battlefield. Although it was only for a short time, Rem had roughly experienced what it means to be on a battlefield on a few occasions. If one yielded to that feeling, the tension they experienced on their skin would increase day by day, waiting for the moment to collapse. Even the soldiers guarding the mansion appeared to be gradually losing their composure. That being said, that too was probably due to the influence of the current circumstances. Rem, I heard that the rebel army has the upper hand. Now rebellions are taking place in various parts of the empire. The imperial army has been so busy dealing with them that they haven't been able to respond proactively. Ironically, what had ended up triggering those rebel simultaneous uprisings was the battle at the fortress city of Geralt, which also caused the abduction of Rem and many others. Imperial army's all-out offensive, with even a divine general having been dispatched, had been narrowly staved off by the hodgepodge rebel army. The rebel army, it was a conflicting way of referring to them for Rem, who knew the fact that Abel, the one leading them, was the real emperor, but she had heard that the resistance forces were continuing to grow. There even was a rumor praising an indomitable city, which splendidly repelled the merciless attack led by the Flying Dragon General, further boosting belief that there was naught to fear from an Imperial army helplessly driven away. Rem, it could perhaps be said that they're not lying, but from Rem's perspective, as someone involved, the commander of the Flying Dragons, Madeline, did not retreat for strategic reasons, and it was questionable to conclude that a city damaged to such an extent was the winner. Of course, from the rebel army's point of view, a victory was still a victory, and there was also no reason to pass up the perfect opportunity to spread their agenda, because of insurgents from all over the place have been joining the surging rebellion. Strategically, there was nothing strange about it, indeed, nothing strange at all. There were also other reasons why the rebels have been in high spirits, Rem. One other reason besides the narrow victory of the fortress city that explains the unprecedented success of the rebels' uprising being that the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame General First Class Yorna, Miss Higger, has joined the cause. The defection of this capricious General First Class, known for her exceptional capabilities, had sparked the rebels' momentum, and that in particular was Abel's plan from the start, as well as the plan of Natsuki Subaru, who went with him. Remy could have just been following along, and there's a possibility he wasn't useful at all. What proportion of these events have been set in motion by Subaru? After mentioning the possibility that he had not been useful for anything, Rem herself admitted how unconvincing those words were. Hypothetically, if he had actually been useless, then it was only because all of Subaru's words and actions had been blocked off. And since she could not imagine Subaru keeping his mouth shut and not acting in the slightest, he probably accomplished at least something, or even convinced a General First Class to change sides. Then again, she is probably overthinking it, Rem. Do I? An undeniable premonition made her ask herself that question. The rebels had risen up simultaneously, and the foundations of the Empire were shaking unlike ever before. Winds filled with the scent of blood and steel were blowing in the Imperial capital, as well even reaching Rem and the others who had been taken captive. To what extent had Abel possibly foreseen the situation? Rem was even the initial self-directed hostility part of his calculations. He had probably even calculated the spread of the rebellion, and that the fake emperor would assemble his forces in the Imperial capital following the successive outcry of the rebels. Even Subaru was simply used as a pawn by Abel to realize his greater plan. Subaru probably had not been told the full details of the plan to begin with. In the end, Subaru was nothing more than a pawn to be used for Abel's goals, not that she was not aware of the reason for it. She was shameless to feign ignorance of such a deception, Rem. At this rate, would the small rebellion sparked off in the village of the people of Shudrak engulf the entirety of the empire and turn into a political upheaval for the history books? If so, how would Abel and Subaru, who were at the center of it, end up being spoken of? And in the midst of it all, just what exactly should she accomplish? Hey, Rema, what are you spacing off, or why you're the one that said you wanted to do it properly? Yes, properly take responsibility, and do so until the end. With those words, Rem snapped back to reality from being lost in thoughts with wide open eyes. At her first glance, Rem noticed a woman playing with her dark brown hair, Katia. She had been staring sternly at Rem through the mirror on the dressing table in front of her. Her unruly hair was tangled around Rem's fingertips. That was only natural, as Rem had been right in the middle of doing Katia's hair. Rem, sorry, I was thinking about something. Katia, you don't need to tell me, of course. Everyone always has something on their mind. Haven't they? Don't report every single thing like it is an excuse. Rem, Katia, not that I am saying you shouldn't, but thinking she might have gone too far, Katia awkwardly corrected herself. The apologetic Rem inadvertently ended up feeling delighted at the attitude of the puppy-eyed girl. Katia, Oryu woman, held captive in Prime Minister Brstetz's mansion, and just like Rem was under house arrest. Unlike Rem, who had been brought along as a healer for a wounded flop and put under house arrest by a concerned Brstetz, it seemed she was here because of different circumstances. It was not like they exchanged the details of their respective circumstances, but compared to their meeting, even being able to talk like this meant they considerably warmed up to each other. Katia was the kind of person that would snap at the slightest remark and double the distance to someone going to the trouble of getting close to her. Katia, what's with that expression? It is quite irritating. Rem, sorry, even now, I also haven't properly gotten used to seeing it. Either it's almost like it's from a stranger. Katia, see, could you not say scary things after hearing the story about you losing your memories? I can no longer tell when you are serious. It's scary. Staring in a gloomy manner towards a mirror, Katia brought her own finger to her mouth and bit at it. Whenever something went awry, Katia had the habit of biting her nails like that. Rem had only known her for a short while, but for better or worse, she would often resort to that when feeling on the edge. Biting her nails, Katia's reproachful gaze was reflected in the mirror as she glared at herself, and Rem, standing behind her, behind the woman, sitting in the wheelchair. Rem was still staring at her reflection in the mirror on the dressing table. After all, what she had told Katia was an exaggeration. Even Rem, without her memories, had long since accepted that this was not the expression of a stranger, but her own she could ill afford to snap at everything she sees and touches. If she starts doubting the kindness of Lewis, the people of Shadrach, Medium, Flop, Priscilla, or Schultz, wouldn't nothing be left her but an empty self. Since she knew that wasn't about time for the very first person to lend her a helping hand to, Katia, you're good at doing hair, Rem. Katia, like I said, you're quite good at doing hair. Maybe before you forgot everything you were doing, this is your job. But there's no way Right 2 said something stupid, forget about it, just forget it. Looking away from her reflection in the mirror, Katia blushed at the sight of Rem absent-mindedly doing her hair before she even noticed Rem had finished doing her hair, and her skill was clearly worthy of praise. Using both hands to softly hold the pigtails steady hanging down on either side of her head, Katia glared at Rem, her lips trembling. Katia, you're spacing off again. I'm such a boring person to talk to then. Please don't. And look to someone else. Rem, no, everyone else in the mansion is in the middle of working. Katia, then am I just the only one loafing around? And then coming to me of all people. Rem, it's not like that, please don't put me in the spot. Like that, Katia, which one of us? Turning the wheels of her wheelchair, Katia fled to the back of the room, there biting her nails and glaring upward. She was as ferocious as a cat whose territory had been violated. Rem's unclear attitude made Katia uneasy. Rem, Kataisen, I am sorry for the misunderstanding. I didn't come to Kataisen's room because she was the only one free in the mansion. Katia, then what are you saying? Why did you come to me? Rem, that is... Asked for an appropriate reason, Rem thought for a moment. Just as she had answered to Katia, Rem did not take a position lightly enough to seek out someone to kill time in this situation. However, after a little contact, she realized that Katia was not a particularly important person, nor did she hold any of the Empire's secrets. From Rem's point of view, who was in a hurry to do something, there was no doubt that there was little to be gained by interacting with her. Still, Rem actively tried to get involved with Katia, because Katia, WWHY, tell me, if you want say. Rem, I think it's because Kataisen and I are friends, Katia. Rem, Kataisen. She seriously tried to look inwards and search for words that seemed to fit, but all that came out were hazy thoughts. Rem did not have any sort of shrewd thoughts when it came to Katia, so she could not give Katia a reason why she wanted to be there. Rem would be in trouble if she could not convince Katia friend. Who the hell is friend? Rem, huh? That's not someone's name. Friend means something like a companion. Katia friend at companion. Katia looked wide-eyed in astonishment as if she had heard an unbelievable word. Katia's reaction made Rem suddenly think that referring to her as a friend was too familiar. To begin with, the relationship with Katia was one that Rem was forcing on her. It may have been a bit thoughtless to call two people friends when they got to know each other while being unwillingly placed under house arrest in Bristetz's mansion. Rem, I'm sorry, that was self-serving. It'd be better to say fellow house arrestee or house arrest companions. Katia for friend, Rem, yes. Katia, I said we're friends, yeah. I said we're not particularly good friends, but still. Putting both hands on her face, Katia said so, while looking away when Rem blinked at those words. Katia exhaled, Katia, but if you don't like it, you know you can stop any time, Rem. I understand then. Katia, you want to stop? Rem, I don't want to stop. No, I mean that Kataisen and I are friends. Unexpectedly, Rem nodded, hoping that the person in question agreed. Katia's eyes widened, then she pulled her hair down, bit her nails, and muttered yes. Rem had analyzed that she bit her nails when feeling anxious, but since she just did it right in front of her, just now Rem was wondering whether she offended or scared her. However, she didn't look upset, so Rem decided to reconsider why she was biting her nails. Including that hard to understand part, Rem felt that Katia was someone who could not be left alone. Rem did not know much either. However, this would be enough to meet the requirements of a friend. Katia, despite that you, that is Rem, that is. Katia, yes'm, that you seem to know a lot about the rebellion out there. Katia, who had been biting her nails and closing her eyes, changed the subject as if she suddenly remembered. For a moment, Rem was confused as to what she was saying, but quickly realized that she had just been lost in thought while doing Katia's hair. Rem, I'm not sure if I know enough about it to say I'm well informed, but I have an interest in it because I was originally brought in from a battleground. Is it different for you, Kataisen? Katia, not exactly, no. However, I don't want to think about it too much. My older brother, my stupid brother, died, and I hate war. Remo, dropping her gaze, Katia muttered while intertwining the fingers of both hands in her lap. The death of Katia's brother was not news to Rem. He must have been very important to Katia. She often spoke of her dead brother like this. The most recent part of Abel's rebellion resulted in the death of Katia's brother. Perhaps his death was not unrelated to the battle in which Rem was involved. Rem would also hate fighting, if someone close to her died. Even now, she wished that there was no conflict. Rem, still, even if I block my ears, it won't go away. I was told that Katayasen's fiancé is also on the battlefield. I'm sure you're worried. Katia nodded him. He won't die no matter what, however, Rem. You thought the same of your brother, right? Katia, perhaps it was something that could not be avoided if you were born into this empire, especially if you were born into an aristocratic family. Her brother died in battle, and her fiancé also went off to war. Rem had mixed feelings about going to battle. As an imperial soldier, Abel would show no mercy to his enemies. The same was true even if the soldiers were formally supposed to be his subordinates. Rem, it's strange. To begin with, Rem was not inspired by nor in agreement with Abel's philosophy. Originally, she was taken prisoner in the imperial camp, and Subaru enlisted the help of Abel and the people of Shudrak to take her out of there. In order to pay off that debt, Subaru cooperated with them. Rem also acted with them in an effort to make amends, but there should have been no obligation to do so. Yes, it should not have happened, but it was already in the past. Rem, for Louis, John, Priscilla, Sam, Mazelda, Sans, Group Flopsan, and so on. One could say that the people related to Rem were either taking care of or looking after each other. Such people shared the same path as Abel. Before she knew it, Rem had a hard time closing off her heart from it. But such things did not concern either the hostile imperial soldiers or Katia. If Katia knew the reality of Rem's situation, would she forgive Rem? Katia, due to Katia grieving the loss of her dear brother, Rem did not have the courage to open her heart to her. Katia, you. Rem, no, it's nothing if I seem to know the details of what's going on outside. I think it's because of the people who've been assembled somewhere else in the mansion grounds as of late. Katia, somewhere else in the mansion grounds are those guys. Hearing Rem's story, Katia's voice lowered a notch and her eyes grew stern. That unsettled reaction by Katia was understandable. To begin with, Katia was shy and distrustful of people, and it took a lot of effort for Rem to approach her. From her point of view, it was unwelcome to have more and more people in the mansion, and even more so with the flags of rebellion gathering from all over the country. Katia, there's so many of them. Do you really think is there among them His Excellency the Emperor's? Rem, illegitimate child. Katia, I've already been found out, so I have nothing to hide. Cutting off Rem's reply, Katia made an uncomfortable face. Another redundant word, she seemed to think, but Rem paid it no mind. More than that, the meaning of the word was far too captivating. In Bristet's von Dalphin's mansion, in a separate part of the mansion, where Rem had also been under house arrest, a large number of youths from the battlefields throughout the empire had been assembled. All of them were teenage boys, a trait shared by the black-haired crown prince. Katia, there were all these stories about how strange it was that His Excellency doesn't have a son. Well, there was... Muttering this in a hushed voice, Katia reminded Rem of the time when she met Bristet's unknown right after she was brought to the mansion. Bristet's, who ousted Abel from his throne and replaced him with a false emperor, was claiming that Abel resigned from his role as emperor as the reason for his treason. Their neglected role was a lack of an heir to the throne. Katia, His Excellency, never took an empress, and all the previous emperors have had many spouses and children, so it falls to them to select the next emperor. Rem, that is a conventional practice to do so, and yet Abel said no, Emperor Vincent did not abide by that. Then there were rumors of a black-haired crown prince. Katia, it seems that you are saying that the empire cannot be left in the hands of His Excellency. Utterly ridiculous. Rem, ridiculous, you say? Rem raised an eyebrow at Katia, who muttered with heartfelt hatred while looking downward. It seemed like Katia's rebellious remarks stemmed from her anger toward the people who started the war rather than her irritation at the causes of the war. Rem Katayasen, what is your judgment about Emperor Vincent? Katia, I would never do anything so presumptuous as judging His Excellency the Emperor, but in an empire where the strong dominate, there is no place for someone like me, and in peaceful times there is not really a difference between the two, so it was comfortable. Rem, comfortable, is it? Rem's eyes were downcast as Katia stammered and faltered as she revealed her feelings. It did not seem like Abel's capabilities were lacking, and Bristet said that he would not have contemplated rebellion if it had not been for the heirship matter. In fact, the empire had been at peace for so long that there were probably more than a few with opinions like Katia's. While there was no fighting, there would be fewer people risking their lives. Katia's brother died as soon as the fighting started, and her fiancé was dragged off the battlefield. From Katia's perspective, it would be difficult to have a good impression of the war. However, Rem, I don't think there's a real crown prince to be found in that place. Whether or not Abel really had a child, Rem had come to that conclusion. Hearing Rem's answer, Katia asked in a hushed voice why Rem averted her gaze by turning her head towards that far-off person. Rem, the ones being held captive in that separate area, are the crown princes who participated in the rebellions all over the country. At the very least, they're calling themselves that. Katia, that's what I've heard too. But can it be? Rem, if you ask me, is self-proclaimed son of His Excellency the Emperor instigating a rebellion and promptly get himself captured does not sound like a well-thought-out situation. Katia had difficulties ascertaining such a thing with certainty there. Were just too many circumstances and bits of information she could not talk about. Not only had these crown princes been taken prisoner from many battlefields, they had also been taken alive, so that the facts could be ascertained. They had been assembled at this separate section of the mansion as to wait for the time the matter of their position would be addressed. Since Rem already knew the character of Abel, the real emperor, he would be more cautious. When it came to his child, at least, she did not think he would be that foolish. In the first place, shouldn't supporters of the rebels' side cooperate with Abel, since he is their leader? Considering that father and son would be working together to oust a fake emperor, it was hard to believe that this crown prince so effortlessly captured was actually the real deal. Rem, of course, there is no way to be sure. Even Rem could not state that her thoughts and impressions were absolute either. Even Abel was not almighty surely. There was a scenario where he could be captured and rendered unable to act by some unforeseen mistake. However, being defeated in battle and taken prisoner was a different story. If there was a calculated plan to include getting captured, she might consider it, but it was not clear that one of the crown princes in the separate house had planned to do so. Katia, I am by no means confident, but what are you to His Excellency the Emperor? Rem, I have never met him. I think the man himself would even insist on it, but I wonder if the people who would share my opinion on this faraway crown prince are that few. Katia, you mean they're deceiving people with fraud? What's even the point of such a dreadful thing? Rem, it's probably just a good way to recruit people. Using the emperor's biological son as a propaganda move would be the best possible pretext to claim the throne. From what she had heard, there were no instances in the Valachian Empire in which the imperial throne had been superseded by usurpation. However, the logic of the empire does not forbid usurping the imperial throne. If one sees the imperial capital took the throne and beheaded the emperor, that person would become the next emperor. It was very convenient to support the next emperor candidate as a pretext for gathering the necessary manpower to carry out such a plan. Rem, in addition, the crown prince, has never been seen publicly, and we don't know anything about him except that his black hair and black eyes first come. So people are free to make up claims of their own. Benefits. Katia, who are the people who started saying that, Rem? I guess it means they're part of the rebellion. Katia's question made her think about the people around the captive crown princes, rather than himself. These so-called comrades would not get away scot-free if the crown prince had been taken from them. There was only one destination for those who defied the emperor. Katia, they get taken advantage of, and then they get killed or arrested for it, such stupid people. Rem Katiason. Katia, well, what did I say something wrong? Or did you just say you're a hostage too? Or are you saying that they are better than me? Katia's voice faltered, as if she was having a tantrum, causing her eyes to tear up. Perhaps the reason why she insists on being different from those far-off people in such an exceedingly malevolent way was because she came to realize how much she has in common with them contrary to her belief. Katia often cursed herself for her own inadequacies because the awareness of her captivity and the remorse she felt were a burden for the ones around her, first of all her fiancé, Rem. Because Rem knew how she felt, she was at a loss for words. She would be called a fraud if she was to oppose, and any words of understanding would be met with insults for being arrogant at this point. She was not convinced that they had grown close enough for her to relieve Katia's heart without causing an argument. Pondering about what she should say, Rem gripped her cane in frustration. And then, "You're friggin' noisy girl, Rem." With those words, a terribly cold voice echoed through the room, and Rem and Katia held their breath. No, Rem may have been able to settle for this, but not Katia. Shocked Katia faced her wide-eyed gaze behind Rem to the room's window that looked out onto the courtyard. The voice had come in from the window. So in other words, the person speaking was there. Katia made direct eye contact with the other person and had ended up completely frozen in place. Katia, enough of your grating voice. Quit being an eyesore. It is a mark of disrespect before this dragon. Wide-eyed after having let out a ragged breath, Katia was struck by a cold voice, as if her whole body was being gripped tightly by that voice. Katia's throat had not even been able to properly respond. At the sight of Katia trembling violently, Rem bit her lip and turned to look back. There, Rem Madelinson. Madeline, healer girl. What are you doing here? You should be fulfilling your duties. Did you get carried away in the absence of this dragon? Rem, that was not my intention. With the focus of that strict voice directed towards herself this time, Rem was the one feeling intimidated. However, Rem shielded Katia behind her from that gaze and faced the other party directly. Standing in the courtyard, outside the window of the room, was a petite girl in lovely clothes and two black horns growing out of her head. Madeline Eschard. She was one of the 9 divine generals and the person responsible for bringing Rem to this mansion when she made her return after leaving the mansion on Bristette's or Vincent's command time, and time again Rem would be surprised at the appearance of the girl. It was not about her appearing, because of her fierce appearance. Madeline stood confidently in the courtyard, her appearance stained with sticky black blood. Rem, is that blood? Are you injured? Madeline, don't change the subject. The dragon surely told you to heal that man's wounds. Rem, I'm not changing it. Flopsand's wounds are being properly handled one step at a time. More importantly, please answer me, that blood is. Madeline, it's not this dragon's blood. This is the blood splatter of victims. With an annoyed frown, Madeline pulled at her clothes and answered Rem's question. The crispy sound it made was probably because the dried blood had already stuck her clothes to her skin. Rem caught her breath upon being told that that large amount of blood was that of victims. In just what way could you have hurt someone else? Or perhaps how many people would you have had to hurt to be bathed in that much blood? Rem, have you been fighting? Madeline, a fight is something done with an opponent you recognize. As an equal, do you think there is anything that could stand on equal footing with this dragon? What this dragon has been doing is hunting with bothersome limitations. Rem, bothersome. Madeline, let those with black hair live, kill the rest. Rem could not respond carelessly to Madeline's direct manner of speaking. However, she was able to understand that Madeline bore the duty of bringing back the crown princes from various battlefields in order to be held prisoner in a separate building. As expected, Bristette's was probably the one who ordered the securing of the crown prince. Given the original purpose for bringing about the rebellion, if Abel truly had an illegitimate child, that fundamental reason itself would end up being lost. Rem did not know whether Bristette's feared that or welcomed it. She did not know, but Rem, if it's saying to capture and not to kill El. If a real crown prince was found, she had a feeling that the old man would die satisfied. That was a supposition that chilled Rem's heart. In any case, Rem. So, did you return to stick another crown prince in the separate building again, or to make sure I was not slacking as Flopsand's healer? Madeline chattering, does this dragon have a reason to chat with you? Don't get carried away, you, at this stage. Even without you, the imperial capital has plenty of healers. Rem, will those healers be able to keep a secret if the prime minister hasn't appointed them? Finding such a person will be very difficult. Madeline, don't friggin' get carried away, you. Rem, unintentionally forceful in her reply, was not trying to be pushy. Madeline stepped up to the window and narrowed the pupils of her golden eyes as if she had been offended by it. At the sight of this fierce, chilling presence, Rem felt a slight shiver run down her spine. Katia, idiot, don't say anything you don't have to. It's not true at. Oh. And then with squeaking wheels, Katia came rushing out in a grate. Hurry! Katia, with her pale face turning more white, turned to face Madeline, who was looking through the window, her throat quivering beneath her gaze. Katia, you don't have to take anything. She says, seriously, don't worry about it. She just doesn't know anything, because she forgot everything. She's an idiot. Ram Kekatiason. Katia, she's an idiot, but it's better if she's here, so stop it properly. It'll let you do your job properly, and she'll fix the one with the blonde hair, too. Rem quietly gulped at Katia's frantic choice of words. Madeline's eyes narrowed at Katia's vigor, and she stared at her. Then, wondering what to do in the case, there was an outrageously dangerous expression on her face. Rem waited for Madeline's next move, ready to protect Katia with her body. And then, Madeline, do not defy this dragon, such a weak thing like you. There will be no next time, Katia Eek. Madeline placed her hand on the windowsill and squeezed it as she spoke indifferently with a violent sound. Katia's throat caught as the masonry was crushed with a light touch. However, despite finding Katia's attitude to be inexcusable, Madeline seemed to have decided to let it slide. Rem, please correct what you said. Calling Katiason a weak thing, a weak person, would not have chided you like that. Katia, stop, idiot, die, idiot, stop, Rem Katiason, but Katia, no, but just stop, die, stop. Katia collided into Rem, who was walking with her cane and had tried turning around to face Madeline. Since she was frail, it was a weak ramming attack, and even Rem could easily stop it. But since Katia looked desperate after that, as she extended her arms, naturally Rem could not shake herself free. As for Rem, she had wanted Madeline to retract her excessively condescending statement about Katia, but if Katia frantically stopped her like that, there was nothing she could do. Madeline snorted and turned her back on Rem, who had thus abandoned her direct appeal. Madeline, watch your mouth, girl. It'll seriously arrange for a replacement healer. Rem, please wait. Where are you going? Madeline, to that man's place. This dragon has something to discuss with that man. Rem, if you're going to Flopsand's place, please go after you've washed off the blood and change your clothes. Since he is injured, you need to also take heed of his state of mind. Please take this into consideration, Madeline. You, without hesitating, Rem declared that to her back when she was about to leave there. Madeline, once again made an unpleasant face, and Katia said die as she pulled on Rem's sleeve. However, Rem could not die, and she could not let Flop die. Covered in blood as she was, it would be extremely filthy and unsanitary no matter the common sense of the Dragonkin or the Empire. On that alone Rem would not compromise. Rem, take a bath. Madeline got it. Rem, please, also change your clothes. We have lots of cute clothes to change into properly. Madeline, I friggin' said, I got it. Friggin' persistent girl bared her fangs and raising her voice the overpowerment in. Madeline's scream struck Rem, and incidentally Katia like the wind, and made them catch their breaths. Still, Madeline also probably understood that she should not go against Rem's instructions. That was Flop's major achievement for having successfully won her over. Someday would he be able to get Madeline to change sides in that way. Madeline, don't look at this dragon with insolent eyes, girl. Everything you scheme is futile. Rem, I don't think you can say it's futile no matter what you do. Madeline, that's not what I friggin' mean. I'm friggin' saying there's no time to do anything. Rem, no time. Tilting her head, Rem narrowed her eyes and tried to search for the true meaning of Madeline's words. However, there was no need for her to search for the true meaning. Madeline should have hated Rem. But even still, perhaps because of the Dragonkin's pride and way of life, she hated things like lying and deceiving. Therefore, she properly explained clearly the meaning of the words she had said. She had said, Madeline, the decisive opportunity to settle things with those who defy the Emperor is friggin' near. It was for that purpose that this dragon was called. Back your roll also friggin' ends there. So she spoke. 2. With that leaving behind these seemingly hopeless words, Madeline departed from the garden. Since she did not head straight for Flop's room, she presumably would follow Rem's advice to bathe and change her clothes, and from there she would pay a visit to his room. Flop would be welcoming of that in itself, and if he was not going to be hurt, then Rem had no reason to stop her. However, Rem, the decisive battle with the rebel army. Katia, she didn't say where though. Rem, while biting her nails and still worrying about the movements outside the window of Madeline, who had gone away, Katia was harboring the same apprehensions that Rem was. The concern she had was about the decisive battle between the Imperial Army and the rebel army, specifically the time and the place. From Madeline's words, she indicated that it was not. Herself this time, Rem was the one feeling intimidated. However, Rem shielded Katia behind her from that gaze and faced the other party directly. Standing in the courtyard, outside the window of the room, was a petite girl in lovely clothes and 2 black horns growing out of her head. Madeline Eschardt. She was one of the 9 divine generals and the person responsible for bringing Rem to this mansion when she made her return after leaving the mansion on Bristet's or Vincent's command time. And time again, Rem would be surprised at the appearance of the girl. It was not about her appearing because of her fierce appearance. Madeline stood confidently in the courtyard, her appearance stained with sticky black blood. Rem, is that blood? Are you injured? Madeline, don't change the subject. The dragon surely told you to heal that man's wounds. Rem, I'm not changing it. Flopsand's wounds are being properly handled one step at a time. More importantly, please answer me. That blood is... Madeline, it's not this dragon's blood. This is the blood splatter of victims. With an annoyed frown, Madeline pulled at her clothes and answered Rem's question. The crispy sound it made was probably because the dried blood had already stuck her clothes to her skin. Rem caught her breath upon being told that that large amount of blood was that of victims. In just what way could you have hurt someone else? Or perhaps how many people would you have had to hurt to be bathed in that much blood? Rem, have you been fighting? Madeline, a fight is something done with an opponent you recognize. As an equal, do you think there is anything that could stand on equal footing with this dragon? What this dragon has been doing is hunting with bothersome limitations. Rem, bothersome. Madeline, let those with black hair live, kill the rest. Rem could not respond carelessly to Madeline's direct manner of speaking. However, she was able to understand that Madeline bore the duty of bringing back the crown princes from various battlefields in order to be held prisoner in a separate building. As expected, Bristet's was probably the one who ordered the securing of the crown prince. Given the original purpose for bringing about the rebellion, if Abel truly had an illegitimate child, that fundamental reason itself would end up being lost. Rem did not know whether Bristet's feared that or welcomed it. She did not know, but Rem, if it's saying to capture and not to kill El. If a real crown prince was found, she had a feeling that the old man would die satisfied. That was a supposition that chilled Rem's heart. In any case, Rem. So, did you return to stick another crown prince in the separate building again, or to make sure I was not slacking as Flopsand's healer? Madeline chattering, does this dragon have a reason to chat with you? Don't get carried away, you at this stage. Even without you, the imperial capital has plenty of healers. Rem, will those healers be able to keep a secret if the Prime Minister hasn't appointed them? Finding such a person will be very difficult. Madeline, don't friggin' get carried away, you. Rem, unintentionally forceful in her reply, was not trying to be pushy. Madeline stepped up to the window and narrowed the pupils of her golden eyes, as if she had been offended by it. At the sight of this fierce, chilling presence, Rem felt a slight shiver run down her spine. Katia, I idiot, don't say anything you don't have to it. It's not true at. Oh. And then with squeaking wheels, Katia came rushing out in a grate. Hurry. Katia, with her pale face turning more white, turned to face Madeline, who was looking through the window, her throat quivering beneath her gaze. Katia, you don't have to take anything. She says, seriously, don't worry about it. She just doesn't know anything, because she forgot everything. She's an idiot. Rem, Kekatayasan. Katia, she's an idiot, but it's better if she's here, so stop at him properly. It'll let you do your job properly, and she'll fix the one with the blonde hair, too. Rem quietly gulped at Katia's frantic choice of words. Madeline's eyes narrowed at Katia's vigor, and she stared at her. Then, wondering what to do in the case, there was an outrageously dangerous expression on her face. Rem waited for Madeline's next move, ready to protect Katia with her body. And then, Madeline, do not defy this dragon, such a weak thing like you. There will be no next time, Katia eek. Madeline placed her hand on the windowsill and squeezed it as she spoke indifferently with violent sound. Katia's throat caught as the masonry was crushed with a light touch. However, despite finding Katia's attitude to be inexcusable, Madeline seemed to decided to let it slide. Rem, please correct what you said. Calling Katayasan a weak person would not have chided you like that. Katia, stop, idiot, die, idiot, stop, Rem, Katayasan, but Katia, no, but just stop, die, stop. Katia collided into Rem, who was walking with her cane and had tried turning around to face Madeline. Since she was frail, it was a weak ramming attack, and even Rem could easily stop it. But since Katia looked desperate after that, as she extended her arms, naturally Rem could not shake herself free. As for Rem, she wanted Madeline to retract her excessively condescending statement about Katia, but if Katia frantically stopped her like that, there was nothing she could do. Madeline snorted and turned her back on Rem, who had thus abandoned her direct appeal. Madeline, watch your mouth, girl. It'll seriously arrange for a replacement healer. Rem, please wait. Where are you going? Madeline, to that man's place. This dragon has something to discuss with that man. Rem, if you're going to flop Sand's place, please go after you've washed off the blood and change your clothes. Since he is injured, you need to also take heed of his state of mind. Please take this into consideration, Madeline. You, without hesitating, Rem declared that to her back when she was about to leave there. Madeline once again made an unpleasant face, and Katia said, die, as she pulled on Rem's sleeve. However, Rem could not die, and she could not let Flop die. Covered in blood as she was, it would be extremely filthy and unsanitary, no matter the common sense of the dragonkin or the empire. On that alone, Rem would not compromise. Rem, take a bath. Madeline got it. Rem, please also change your clothes. We have lots of cute clothes to change into properly. Madeline, I friggin' said, I got it. Friggin' persistent girl, baring her fangs and raising her voice, the overpowerment in. Madeline's scream struck Rem, and incidentally Katia, like the wind, and made them catch their breaths. Still, Madeline also probably understood that she should not go against Rem's instructions. That was Flop's major achievement for having successfully won her over. Someday would he be able to get Madeline to change sides in that way. Madeline, don't look at this dragon with insolent eyes, girl. Everything you scheme is futile. Rem, I don't think you can say it's futile no matter what you do. Madeline, that's not what I friggin' mean. I'm friggin' saying there's no time to do anything. Rem, no time. Tilting her head, Rem narrowed her eyes and tried to search for the true meaning of Madeline's words. However, there was no need for her to search for the true meaning. Madeline should have hated Rem. But even still, perhaps because of the Dragonkin's pride and way of life, she hated things like lying and deceiving. Therefore, she properly explained clearly the meaning of the words she had said. She had said, Madeline, the decisive opportunity to settle things with those who defy the Emperor is friggin' near. It was for that purpose that this dragon was called. Back your roll also friggin' ends there. So she spoke. 2. With that leaving behind these seemingly hopeless words, Madeline departed from the garden. Since she did not head straight for Flop's room, she presumably would follow Rem's advice to bathe and change her clothes, and from there she would pay a visit to his room. Flop would be welcoming of that in itself, and if he was not going to be hurt, then Rem had no reason to stop her. However, Rem, the decisive battle with the rebel army. Katia, she didn't say where though. Rem, while biting her nails and still worrying about the movements outside the window of Madeline, who had gone away, Katia was harboring the same apprehensions that Rem was. The concern she had was about the decisive battle between the Imperial Army and the rebel army, specifically the time and the place. From Madeline's words, she indicated that it was not far off, but where would the location be? Was there somewhere suitable for an all-out confrontation? with rebels rising up all over the empire and battlefields scattered here and there. If you could prepare to take down such an opponent, in one fell swoop it would be. Kadia sheesh, they really are just idiots, you two, you're a big idiot. Rem Katiason. Kadia, Fat Hat, was a divine general of Dragonkin who can't be communicated with right. And yet that kind of behavior could have resulted in death. If you want to be stupid, go ahead and die on your own, die, you idiot. Kadia blamed Rem in a tearful voice, replacing the anxiety of waiting with the frustration of the immediate situation. Unlike Rem, who had settled her resolve, Kadia had been pushed too much. In fact, if Kadia had not intervened, it was quite possible that Madeline's anger could lead to Rem getting hurt, if not killed. Rem, my apologies, thank you, but I couldn't keep quiet after she said bad things about Kadia. Kadia, like I care, I'm used to being told what to do, and yet that kind of idiot. Rem, it is ridiculous to get used to being told what to do, so no matter how many times you say it, I would argue the same way again in the same situation. It was not a good feeling to hear Kadia belittling herself. Still, humiliation had its due reason and consideration, though Rem could not bear to see Blades turn on a complete stranger. I think it's selfish to look back at myself, though. Rem, that's what I think. So, She knew it was selfish, but she did not want to cease having a voice. Kadia's eyes blinked repeatedly, and her mouth fluttered at Rem's answer. Then she glared at Rem with sharp, teary eyes and bit her nails, kinda like, I care things like your matters like I care, stop it. Just stop, we're not friends for me, it'll just stop. Rem, no, I should have the choice whether to stop. I refuse Kadia such a one-sided conversation. Rem smiled wryly as Kadia retorted to her with her throat choking up while softening the tightness in her chest slightly, Rem thought. The decisive battle of which Madeline spoke, if that is so close at hand. Rem, I wonder, just what can I do? In her empty self with nothing contained therein, was it even possible for something to resound? That was the only thing which continued to make Rem's heart pound so badly. Chapter 86. The Five Bastions. 1. The giant-eye Ismail was a valiant warrior of the Cyclops tribe and the hope of his clan. In the center of his valiant face, a large blue, I fixed its gaze clearly on the future, without hesitation. As the name suggested, the Cyclops tribe was a race which had no more than a single eye. If one took into account the fact that most races were born with a pair of eyes, a single eye could almost never have an advantage in survival. In that case, was the Cyclops tribe a pitiful race with an inferior ability to survive? Absolutely, that could be denied. For the Cyclops tribe, which had only one eyeball in exchange for their weakness of their survival ability diminishing with the loss of one eye, that single eyeball possessed many peculiarities, with the basis of an eyesight that could see much further into the distance than other races. And while it varied based on the individual, there were many who could see the concentrations of mana or heat, or those who were abnormally superior at seeing movement. The Evil Eye tribe was another race with an eye that possessed peculiarities, but unlike them, who were often born with weak bodies in exchange for their unique abilities, the Cyclops tribe was also physically strong. In a sense, the eye was superior to all other abilities in battle. Needless to say, in day-to-day life, the amount of information obtained from what one could see accounted for the majority of perception, and that became even more obvious on the battlefield, where it was more directly tied to survival. Therefore, the Cyclops tribe could be called a superior species that was well-equipped for producing excellent warriors. Returning to the topic at hand, let us speak of the giant-eye Ismail. Having turned 21, Ismail was a fighter who wielded an enormous battle axe with his well-trained body as mentioned before. A single blue eye blinked in the center of his face, and had become something which members of the Cyclops tribe trembled at due to its excellence, and members of other tribes trembled at due to its intimidating air. For the sense of beauty of the Cyclops tribe, there were many ratings of the beauty in the shape and size of that eye as well as its color and radiance, but Ismail's eye was an exceedingly first-class item in each category. With a beautiful big blue, he was expected to follow a different path from the ordinary as soon as he was born, and was nicknamed Giant Eye from a young age, and along with the hopes of his clan. He became a boy, he became a young man, and he became a warrior. Wielding a battle axe taller than himself, the Giant Eye would tremendously mow down the battlefield. He was in an era where war raged in the Valachian Empire. That name would be famous not only in his clan, but throughout the country. However, the times had not waited for him to grow up, and he complacently plunged into a state of stagnation and relaxation. Many cursed that bad luck of Ismail's, however, fate had not abandoned him. The torchlight of rebellion that had begun in the east, before long it had spread its flames throughout Wallachia, and invoked Ismail, deprived of the opportunity to fight to the battlefield. Ismail, as long as I have a chance to fight. Then with his battle axe, I will achieve results in battle that no one can imitate. That was Ismail's pride and a promised future that everyone in the clan believed in without question in the empire, at the peak of military prowess, were those known as the 9 divine generals. But the same chance that those people had been blessed with had presented itself, he would astonish all of them. Therefore, when Ismail the Giant Eye shouted that the emperor must be defeated, not a single member of his tribe dissented, and they also had actively helped search for the black-haired child. Just as the signs of rebellion had spread throughout the empire, so too did the existence of the black-haired crown prince. It was not about whether he actually existed or not that was important, but that there was a bill making a justifiable claim. Simply put, having a black-haired boy was a qualification to join the great uprising that had begun in the Wallachian Empire, and those who failed to see the opportunity undermined the righteous, cause they were joining at that point. Those who quietly observed these circumstances standing by and watching the competition for supremacy from outside went against the ways of the empire. The people of the empire must be strong. To this day, it was a teaching that had been spread throughout the empire, even to the people that were unconnected to its capital. Those who could not understand that principle were not qualified to participate in this great uprising, nor were they qualified to live in the empire afterwards. When Ismail fulfilled his ambitions, he would uproot all of them and create a more powerful nation. For that purpose, Ismail, it is I who shall reign supreme over this Wallachian empire. Pressing the tips of his feet against the base of the colossal stone wall, Ismail's body ascended to the sky, a wall that had probably been thought of as insurmountable for people outside, with the people inside absolutely not allowing any hostility to pass through it whatsoever, easily traveling over that. He planted his feet on the wall. Seeing Ismail, who had landed atop the rampart, the soldiers there, who had drawn their bows, were in chaos, and they panicked as they tried to draw the swords at their waists, but they were too slow. Ismail, what unsightliness for soldiers of the empire! Gripping the handle of the battle-axe, he carried on his back the muscles in his right arm swelled than a flash. The huge blade that was released swept through the air without a sound, and the upper bodies of the 5 soldiers in its path were obliterated simultaneously. Having lost everything above the waist, their lower bodies slowly collapsed. A great amount of blood flooded out, and the surrounding soldiers screamed. His eardrums grasped that those people were filled with intense caution and a meager amount of trepidation. Ismail Borish, rather than warriors that harbored vigilance and nervousness, the ones who succumbed to cowardice were. Exceedingly disappointing, Ismail blinked his blue eye once and switched the world he could see. At that moment, bright colors vanished from the vividly colorful world, and his field of view was filled with dark colors. No, not just dark colors, red, yellow, and blue lights emerged from the darkness. Those were the emotions carried by living things. Perceiving them as colors was the special trait of Ismail's eye. With the power of his eye, Ismail could catch a glimpse of whether or not the enemy had the will to fight, what kind of skills they had mastered, and their history as a warrior. Possessing a field of view of those omitted colors, Ismail chose his enemies. Namely, Ismail, disappear, you cowards. Stepping forward, the battle-axe swung towards the mediocre people who harbored a blue light with their minds already detached from the battlefield, those who were trying to prioritize self-preservation. Mowing down the backs turned towards him, denying the legs that tried to run away, smashing the faces of those who tried to beg for their lives' death, and blood were spreading atop the wall. And thus he rampaged, seeing the blue lights increase one after the other. His disappointment intensified. Ismail, what the hell? Is this should be the imperial capital of the territory at the side of His Excellency, the Emperor of the Wallachian Empire. Pointing his battle-axe towards the interior side of the rampart, Ismail shouted his fury from the top of the wall. Out in the distance at the center of the Wallachian Empire, the symbol of a powerful nation that no one had ever been able to defeat, the Crystal Palace, considered the most beautiful castle in the world, could be seen, and Ismail could reach it in less than a few minutes. He would rush into the Crystal Palace, defeat the soldiers arrayed there, and take the head of the emperor sitting on the throne. That was what Ismail wanted. However, that was Ismail. It's not such a cheap honor that could be obtained by tyrannizing such cowardly soldiers. Feeling betrayed by what he believed in, Ismail's angry voice sounded like lamentation. Even so, the diligently forged battle-axe was precisely aiming for the enemy's life, and with each and every step life was wiped out, and the disappointment grew more intense within the giant eye. Following Ismail as he did so, warriors of the same Cyclops tribe reached the top of the wall one after another. They too used their weapons to drive away fleeing soldiers, knocking them down and taking their lives. He wanted to be proud of that. He wanted to make it known that the Cyclops tribe was here. Ismail, but that's not going to happen if our opponent is you guys. Wait, stop. In front of the sorrowful eyes of Ismail, the man he was chasing collapsed. The man ran away from the warriors and fell in front of the person who was the most dangerous to approach, seeing Ismail with a sneer on his face, and yelped out with a quivering voice. Putting both his hands forward, he scooted back on his buttocks, while he grudgingly shook his head at Ismail. Soldier, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Ismail, stop. Already don't live in such dishonor. Any longer, soldier. Aha. Ismail, that's enough. Ismail's face contorted at the soldier's attitude, which was so miserable and pathetic, when it was too disgusting to hear any more. He raised a battle axe up high in his hands. With a gleam, the blood-soaked blade shined dully, and the soldier's eyes were stained with despair. Ismail, if you're a warrior, I'll at least give you a fitting, and soldier, you're wrong. I'm not a warrior. I'm not a soldier. Ismail, what? As he swung his battle axe down, his arm stopped just before he was about to split the life out of his opponent along with his skull. With a snap, the axe stopped near the skin on his head, and the man exhaled a few as he slackened. Though it was not that he spared that life on a whim, the brief comment from just before that was what stopped him. Ismail, not a soldier. What do you mean you're currently equipped as a soldier? Soldier, they made me wear it wearing this taking a bow, and fighting if I do that. Ismail, if you do that. Soldier, ID be pardoned, they release me, and I could leave the prison. Ismail. He peeked at the desperate man's face. There was no lie to be found in his pale, cold complexion. A reasonable amount of trembling would be created in the face of someone who was lying and trying to conspire against you. Ismails, I which did not overlook the subtleties of this case, did not find any deception. Ismail, there's no way. Now, taking in what he had just seen, Ismails looked around the top of the wall. Pursued by the Cyclops tribe who had climbed the wall, the Imperial soldiers had fallen into disarray atop the wall. All of them had a cowardice that made him want to close his eye, but no matter how much they resisted, it would never be enough. On the way to attack the Imperial capital, the soldiers of the garrison with spears still put up a better fight. Ismail was disappointed that the regular soldiers in charge of the defense of the capital were in such a state. Were they not regular soldiers, but criminals who had been given equipment? If so, for what purpose did they Ismail? After thinking about it, Ismail suddenly realized the answer. If his thoughts were correct, then right now, the only people on top of the wall were the warriors of the Cyclops tribe, which he led, and the criminals they were doing battle against. In other words, burn all at once. Suddenly a quiet voice struck Ismail's eardrums amidst the sky, reverberating with angry shouts and screams. The volume of the voice, which should not have been audible, and the fact that it was heard made his whole body alert, a rare phenomenon on the battlefield, the kind of thing where power resided in even the voice of a powerful being. A somewhat idiotic voice, seemingly lacking in seriousness, reached the ears of the giant eye. Ismail, widening his large single eye, Ismail looked up at the sky of the imperial capital. Inside the ramparts of the city, protected by solid walls where the buildings were lined up in an orderly manner, there was a brown-skinned woman floating in the sky, with her legs having become fire. With one of her eyes covered by an eye patch, she turned her blood-red eye toward him and the woman. Ismail, R-A-H-H-H-H-H. The moment he saw her, Ismail let out a war cry, and kicking off the ramparts, he soared. Swinging his large battle axe, he furiously swooped down on the woman in the sky. It was such a mighty blow that even if it did not hit a vital point, but only graze a part of the body, it would send a painful blow throughout her entire body. The cells in his body were screaming that he had to fire a shot with all his might, a shot that was an order of magnitude different from the one he had fired at his cowardly opponent on the wall, and that he could not win without unleashing it. Without missing, he plunged into the slender body of the woman floating in the sky. Disappear. Following the woman's single word, a light filled his vision with white that enveloped Ismail's world. 2. Kahak. Coughing and suffering from a burning sensation all over his body, he sat up. His throat burned, and when he reached for his throat quickly, his ragged, charred skin and fingers began falling off. Witnessing the damage, he realized that it was a miracle that he had managed to survive. No, it was not a miracle. Right away, he had used his battle axe as a shield to protect himself from the oncoming flames. Even that was only possible because of the scorching heat that seemed to overwhelm everything and anything in its path. Only Ismail understood that he was probably the only one who had barely managed to survive. Ismail, when he forced his trembling eyelid open and looked up, he saw the ramparts of the imperial capital glowing red-hot, and that the warriors of the Cyclops tribe, who had been fighting ruthlessly, as well as the mobilized criminals, had been burnt to nothing all at once. There was no doubt that most of them were engulfed by the flames without knowing what had even happened, or perhaps they had understood, and those who were able to react had their suffering prolonged. Suffering and still being the only one left alive as death was a cruel one, and most cruelly of all, what there are still survivors, you had good luck no would. It'd be bad, you sure are a bad guy. Amidst the smell of the burning vegetation and human flesh stepping on ground, which had been covered with ash and soot, a single man appeared. The man that carried an axe on his shoulder tilted his head and looked down at Ismail. In the burnt field, looking into his terrible, cold-parched eyes, Ismail felt an instinct, stationing the criminals on the rampart and burning them together with Ismail and the others who were fighting them. This man was the one responsible for carrying out that brutal strategy. Ismail, you everyone is. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not the one who burned them. I couldn't have done such an outrageous thing. It was done by a monster. Who could do it? If you're going to hold a grudge, hold it against them. Ismail caught his breath at the tone of the man's voice, neither mocking nor playful, but as if he sincerely believed that from the bottom of his heart. Then he quickly switched the vision of his single eye and concentrated it in order to see through the man. However, Ismail was then astounded. He was blue. Those who harbored a strong fighting spirit would be red. If they had a strong degree of nervousness and anxiety, they would be yellow. And if they turned their back on the battle with panic or fear, they would be blue. Despite the fact that it managed to successfully trap and round up Ismail and the others, he was blue. This man was not even a warrior, nor was he a coward. He was something far more horrifying. Ismail, I cannot let you live. Indeed, acting in accordance with the appeal of his instincts and the world seen by his single eye, Ismail jumped up. The flames showered upon him had scorched his internal organs, and his left arm was completely lost of fire from his shoulder onwards due to the wounds he had sustained all over his body. His movements were slow compared to when he was in his best condition. However, even the melted and misshapen battle axe lying beside him was enough to strike his opponent dead. With all his might, he swung his battle axe straight at the man, hearing the creaking of his burnt arm and the cracking of his flesh. I agree that we can't keep you alive. Also, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while, but Ismail HK, there's no way that a guy with only one eye could be strong. In front of the eye of the charging Ismail, the man threw a small package from his waist. The package opened while midair and spilled out its contents of black powder. It was a kind of spice, and there was no way for one to avoid it from being used against him, as a smoke screen, the right arm gripping his battle axe, could not shake it off, and it was needless to speak of his left arm that was missing. And as a result, his vision was blinded by the black powder. Letting out a grunt at GUH, his battle axe attack was interrupted, and he flew backwards. Although those of the Cyclops tribe possessed excellent eyesight, his weakness was exploited nicely. However, they should not be underestimated. Targeting the eyes of the Cyclops was a common practice, so there were countermeasures prepared. The large eyes of the Cyclops tribe could secrete a large amount of tears in an instant. Lace with Ismail had stimulated his tear glands to secrete tears, but he did not open his eyes again. The next moment, a shell from a magic stone cannon hit Ismail, who had closed his eyes and completely blasted away that giant eye altogether. 3. Todd let out a sigh when before his eyes the Cyclops tribe was blown to pieces by cannonballs. He finished it without having much trouble, since he had precisely set a trap for them. But if he had originally tried to have a fair fight, he was not sure if he had a chance to win. That was the kind of expert he was. Todd insurance is something you gotta have. While looking at the corpses of the Cyclops tribe that had been blown away and the traces of cannonballs that had caved in the surroundings, Todd raised his clenched fist to the sky, communicating to the gunners on the wall that there was no need for a pursuit. Make the enemy's vanguard ascend the ramparts and keep them there using allies whose deaths do not matter. Then use massive firepower to burn everyone on the opponent's side to a crisp. It was really a simple strategy. However, the result was immediate. Todd, in most cases of people with confidence, are the first spears to breach enemy lines. When it came to battles like this that involved a great number of people, those who volunteered for the role of the vanguard were eager in their desire for glory, or they thoroughly understood the importance of a preemptive attack in war. For example, no matter who the opponent was, if their thrust went through, it would become troublesome later. In a double sense, it was necessary to stop the vanguard. Todd, well, we've crushed the opponent's initial charge, but how will they proceed? Even if they had defeated the utmost vigorous Cyclops tribe, there was no shortage of those who would dare to try killing His Excellency the Emperor. It was an exhibition of the belligerent tribes that had assembled from all over the empire. In addition to the Cyclops tribe, he was preparing for a mountain's worth of people with differences in the number of limbs and eyes and the size of body parts and the color of their skin and blood, and in languages such that it was troublesome to even think about how to deal with them. However, Todd, no matter how many strange tribes the opponent gathers, I don't think it's going to have a considerable impact at any rate. As Todd muttered that, Arakia flew overhead, her whole body clad in a swirling wind. The charge of the Cyclops tribe, there should have been attacks at the same time, but to the lot that had missed that opportunity, he felt like attacking additionally at the bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the city at the 4 places separate to the one. Todd's group was in charge of the Guardians. In charge of those places had commenced their attacks. Purple Thorns rampaged, mowing down the large army of halfmen, half-horse, centaur people who were trying to advance. The exceedingly huge flying wing blade tore through the sky, and the weaponkin who used one part of their body as a weapon were chewed to pieces. The fists of stone golems, which sprang up from the ground, struck down the pitiful winged people who grew wings and capable of flight. A group of deviants who had mastered the art of slaughter massacred the glow people who each had a scintillating stone embedded in their foreheads. Todd, if the circumstances involve monsters, then our side will have a good match, becoming one with nature and reducing the Cyclops tribe to ashes with bright red flames, as if it was the same as just breathing. 5 monsters equally capable stood at the bastions of the wall that protected the imperial capital of Lupagana. With 5 monsters at 5 bastions, did the rebels who had only spirit and ambition have a way to surpass this? Todd, in any case, if it was me, even if I was asked, I would absolutely refuse nevertheless. There was a plan to keep them from approaching the walls, a plan for how to kill those that did a plan for those they failed to kill, and a plan to escape. It would be best if they did not end up all the way at that last plan, but the circumstances in the battle were hard to predict. In the first place, the fact that the rebels arrived at the imperial capital like this, and that this battle had even begun, exceeded what Todd had imagined before the war moved into full swing. Todd, because of that, even though I've returned to the imperial capital, I haven't been able to meet with Katia. Just how long must you get in the way of my meeting with Katia before you are satisfied? It was not a discontent which he could say about anyone or towards anyone, and if he had to say, it would be towards the world. So while he did that, Todd looked up to the sky thick with the scent of death and kicked off the ground of the burnt field. Many more people would die. Just how many more people would have to die for a decisive person to lower their weapons? Todd, enough with this, you warmongering freaks. For, unfortunately, you guys are out of your depth. I shall not let you go any further. In an imposing stance atop the rampart, he spread both arms wide as he caused peristalsis throughout his entire body. Immediately after the inside of General Second Class Kaphma Irelick's body pulsated, and purple thorns were released from those arms with tremendous vigor, flying toward the group of centaur people fiercely galloping across the farmel and with their upper halves as human, and their lower halves possessing horse-like characteristics, the bottoms of their feet were mowed down, their torsos were pierced, and they were sunk into the solid ground. Evading the thorn attack, the brave men came even closer to the rampart and brandished their spears, throwing them. The leg strength and vigor of a horse was transmitted to their upper bodies, and the hurled javelin's power was no less than that of a magic stone cannon, unlike magic stone cannons, which took a huge amount of money to get in sufficient numbers. As long as the centaur people had spears and some rune-up distance, their javelins would exhibit more than enough destructive power. It was a defensive wall safeguarding the imperial capital, inscribed with the divine protection of Earth. It would not collapse under ordinary attacks, but it was struck by hundreds of spears of that power some damage could get through. However, Kaphma, it was your ill fortune that you happened to choose the bastion I am protecting. Declaring so, Kaphma spread the arms, which let the thorns loose wide open in accordance with that movement. The thorns would move sideways across the battlefield and deal the warriors of the centaur people that had tumbled a finishing blow. However, the javelins and the brave men who threw them evaded the thorns' pursuit. Therefore, Kaphma invoked not thorns, but a different insect that had entered him. Kaphma HK. There was a sound of bones creaking with pain, and Kaphma's chest, wearing light armor, burst open from inside. White ribs opened outwards from inside his body, and they pointed their sharp tips downward while trembling. The brave men of the centaur people galloped forth, and at that group was aimed the gap of the ribs exposed from Kaphma's open chest, as they readied themselves for whatever that may happen. However, even if they readied themselves, there was no use. Immediately after, Kaphma's entire body rebounded violently, and the recoil sent his tall figure sliding back his heels that had been firmly dug and paired to the rampart, and Kaphma looked forward as he endured the tearing pain. Below him, the line of fire that Kaphma's ribs had aimed at was completely hollowed out, and it swallowed up all the centaur people who should have been on their way, annihilating them. Like the thorns, it was a new insect suitable for taking on a large number of enemies at once. He had been nervous that he would once again be in a pupa state during an essential scenario. Kaphma, but I made it in time. As long as I am here, you shall not pass by the protection of the imperial capital. Firmly he stroked down his torso that had moved the centaur people aside, and his ribs closed back inside his open chest. The new insect was powerful, but the backlash was just as great. It was a double-edged sword that completely took away the strength of his mind and body, and it should not be fired rapidly. However, even if he had to reach out to such a menace, there was value in attempting it. Kaphma, you damn rebels, are thoughtlessly trampling on the peace that His Excellency brought about through his ability. As a general, he had seen the reign of Emperor Vincent Valekia up close. As a man of the rare and constantly shunned insect cage tribe, he had lived in a world created by Emperor Vincent Valekia. As the person known as Kaphma Irelix, he had seen with his own eyes the magnitude of Emperor Vincent Valekia's great accomplishments. For what reason should a blade be turned to Vincent Valekia? How could anyone else rival the supremacy of a man who attempted to change the state of things in the empire, and who is in fact continuing to change it? Therefore, Kaphma, I cannot afford to let the likes of you lot proceed to the front of His Excellency the Emperor. G is sure got quite the great resolve, don't you? I don't hate it. Evading both the thorns and the white bombardment, Figure kicked off the farmland and leapt up the rampart, while looking down at his short opponent Kaphma, narrowed his slitted eyes. He was a newcomer and had enough skill to reach the spot the brave men of the Centaur people had not simply put he was a formidable enemy. From the start, he had not been good at cutting corners. He was also not very good at going easy or playing around. However, Kaphma had determined that this was an opponent with whom he would not have an ounce of leeway. Kaphma, General Second Class of the Valachian Empire, Kaphma Irelix. Thus introducing himself with that 6 transparent wings protruded from Kaphma's back, tearing the cloak he had worn from the inside. Seeing that preparation for war rather than preparation for war, he accepted that as an introduction. It was proper for a warrior to give their name when taking on another warrior, of course, on the battlefield. There were more than a few who did not follow that way of doing things. Garfield Kaphma. Garfield, my Amazon self, the gorgeous tiger Garfield Tinsel. In truth, my Amazon self was told not to give my name, but there are times where I ain't got a choice. With that, the man with a ferocious smile on his face, Garfield, brought both of the beautiful gauntlets on his arms together in front of his chest, making a pleasant sound like an instrument would. Entrusted with guarding the ramparts of the imperial capital Kaphma, had been prepared to stick it out till the end no matter how many days it took. The crucial bout that had arrived on the first day of the war, the strongest man of the Empire's second-class generals had not misjudged it. Chapter 87. Decisive Battle at the Bastion. 1. The siege of the imperial capital Lupagana by the rebel army for the purpose of defeating the Emperor Vincent Wallachia rebels had gathered from all over the country in cooperation, and it had begun as a united front. Was not what had happened at all. There was certainly a great number of rebels who were currently gathering around the imperial capital of Lupagana. Gathered from all over the empire, they laid siege to Lupagana, the heart of the Valachian Empire, and prepared a force that overwhelmed the number of imperial soldiers the imperial capital held. In most cases, battles were decided by numbers. The larger the scale of the battle, the more decisive this rule became, and it could be said that the rebel forces, which had been able to gather more than double the number of troops in simple forces ratio, gained an overwhelming advantage in their attack on the imperial capital. However, that is if the assembled troops can function as a cohesive unit. In the innermost place of the imperial capital Lupagana, seated atop the throne in the audience chamber of the Crystal Palace, Vincent's black eyes narrowed as he received reports of the all-out offensive with the rebels that had begun. The capital was surrounded by rebel forces and attacked with an overwhelming difference in troop strength. Despite being in a predicament unprecedented in the history of the empire, there was no sign of fear or impatience in his cold, demonic appearance. This was largely due to the analytical factor that he had just mentioned himself. Vincent, the objective of the assembled rebels, may be united around my head, but there is no room for a compromise in the methods used to be able to do it from the beginning. They were the ones who strived to stand at the front after things began to occur. The harder they try not to be outdone, the more difficult it is for them to come to terms with the idea of coordinating with the others. This sure gets me to remember back to the times of the imperial selection ceremony. Vincent, in order to determine the next emperor, a blood ritual in which the siblings of the Valachian imperial family vie for the imperial throne. Even on that occasion, as well those who refused the alternative were removed from the board most of all. With that, Bristetz, who was standing next to the throne, cut off his words and accumulated them for a moment within those eyes as narrow as a single thread. The old man's emotions could not be read, but one could get a rough idea of what he was feeling. After all, Bristetz was yet another one of the people who had experienced the bloodshed of the imperial selection ceremony. Bristetz at that time there was wariness regarding the personality of His Excellency Barthroy, who had created the largest faction, and as expected, he was quickly removed, though. Aside from those inner thoughts of Vincent, Bristetz touched the mustache under his nose as he vocalized the end of his accumulated words. The way he spoke about it was as if it were some other person's business that was terribly ingenuine. Vincent, you dare to speak of such, was it not none other than you and Lamia, who removed that elder brother? Bristetz, while it is shameful, I followed the judgment of Her Excellency Lamia. In addition, I was unable to see the true intentions of His Excellency Barthroy, so even now I continue to live in disgrace. Vincent, elder brother Barthroy's intentions, H.M. Bristetz, indeed, it was a conspiracy hatched by none other than His Excellency Vincent and His Excellency Barthroy. Deeply drawing back his chin as he gave that response, Bristetz's expression did not change. Considering the events that took place, one might expect him to harbor a grudge, but he was a man free from such miscellaneous human emotions, and moreover, He was reasonable enough to know that it was useless to say anything to Vincent. That deed was Vincent Volochyasno. It was a result of the actions of Vincent Abel Lux from before he became the emperor. Since the real His Excellency is outside the walls at this time, the feelings of His Excellency, the Prime Minister, who gets lost at the brunt of offense, are something that I can understand. Brestets, whom the two of you are giving me stern looks, did I say something unnecessary? The gentle man who shrugged his shoulders in an aloof manner as he faced Vincent and Brestets, the highest-ranking members of the empire, was an unorthodox being who was permitted to visit the Crystal Palace regardless of his rank, the stargazer Audiobook. It was not that the heckling Audiobook suddenly broke into the conversation. He was there from the beginning when Vincent and Brestets spoke with each other. He just had not interjected. Nonetheless, Vincent, even if no one else is around, it is not something you should feel relaxed discussing. Audiobook, I was unnecessary to top it off with the title of real. Wasn't it no wonder His Excellency the Emperor and His Excellency the Prime Minister would get so angry, though if I don't let out once in a while it may inadvertently come out through an outburst. Don't you feel sorry for the soldiers who even now continue to risk their lives to protect the imperial capital? Vincent, Audiobook, if it were to be inadvertently revealed that His Excellency the Emperor Vincent, who everyone is all trying so hard to protect, is actually a fake. Putting his hand over his mouth, Audiobook brazenly spoke aloud what he had just been rebuked for. His abilities had made him a valuable asset, but his behavior certainly had the frivolity of a clown. However, the duties of being clown could not be seen as merely a permit for making practical jokes. Even if his abilities as a stargazer were excellent, Vincent, your repeated rudeness cannot be written off. If everything until now comes to fruition, I will cut off your head myself. Audiobook, of course, I'm aware of this, but your Excellency know you are a prudent one. Until the very, very last moment, I had been assuming that my life couldn't be taken. Even when he was pierced by a glare from the throne, Audiobook met his gaze with a smile. He continued more than that and looked over to Brestets. Audiobook, I'm more afraid of His Excellency, the Prime Minister. It seems that within him he is hiding hell itself. Brestets, it's not like the stargazer to be afraid of someone like me. Why not ask the stars whether someone like me is deserving of your fear? Audiobook, my apologies, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister. The stars look down on this world from high in the sky, and unless they assert their dazzling selves, they cannot be seen. Those who are insignificant are not reflected in the future that stargazers see. Whether that was a facade or his true thoughts was impossible to read from Audiobook's speech and conduct, but peacetime nonsense aside, Audiobook's words could not be ignored when he was performing the role of a stargazer. 9 years had passed since Audiobook began serving the Valachian Empire as a stargazer. Perhaps it could be said that his achievements had been building for the sake of this very moment. Audiobook, whoa! Suddenly a thunderous roar from the distant sky reached the audience chamber, which had fallen into silence. A slight tremor was felt under their feet, and the atmosphere of a fierce battle could be felt even in the depths of the Crystal Palace, that said the phenomena which caused this thunderous roar was probably someone on the side of the imperial capital for the most part. Audiobook, even though in terms of numbers the rebels surrounding the imperial capital should outnumber ours. Vincent, in the end, it is just a disorderly mishmash of people. No, they are not even cohesive, but a bunch of outlaws who may even drag each other down in some cases. That is no way to compete with the pack of sword wolves who are governed by the law of iron and blood. Audiobook, I see. However, no matter how for blood the imperial citizens are, they will not invade the imperial capital without a chance to win. Isn't that why each tribe will throw in their own hero? Vincent, have you forgotten what you said in front of me just now? Vincent spoke to Audiobook, who tilted his head, shifting his attention to the battle outside. Due to the shaking, Audiobook closed one eye at those words, and Vincent rested his chin on one hand. Vincent, if there is dazzling light of the stars above the ground, you said that you would notice. In that case, it would not be strange if a glittering star that could move this war situation had let you gaze upon it beforehand. Audiobook, Vincent, has there been such an occurrence, stargazer? Narrow his black eyes, Vincent quietly posed a question. Audiobook laughed at the question as he scratched his cheek with his finger and, Audiobook, unfortunately, I haven't heard anything of the sort. Brestets, in that case, it aligns with your own role as well. I guess that's how it is. With that statement, Brestets put Audiobook's forced smile to an end. Audiobook was at a loss with an awkward look on his face, but there was no sense of being cornered to begin with. Regardless of whether Audiobook was a stargazer or not, it was something he thoroughly understood. Certainly all the insurgents would come take the head of Vincent. The one sat upon the throne. For that purpose, each tribe would dispatch their strongest warriors to try and proclaim their supremacy. But that notion was misguided to begin with, since it was based on a widespread misconception. It was bound to happen. Just what did they think the 9 divine generals were? Vincent, they were already setting themselves up for failure by measuring the heroes of each tribe based on such small standards. To begin with, what other criteria do they believe were utilized to select the generals of the first class to 9 divine generals? Vincent Wallachia had gathered the strongest entities within the Wallachian Empire. The unofficial heroes within the lands of the Empire were no match for them. If a sleeping giant of the sort did exist, it would never have gone unnoticed by Vincent. No matter what it took, he had kept them close at hand and bestowed them status befitting their abilities to take precautions for the future. Once they failed to meet Vincent's expectations, a hero was subpar compared to a monster. The Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire had assembled monsters that no hero could ever hope to stand a chance against. Lupagana, the impregnable imperial capital, was protected by star-shaped ramparts, which had never permitted outsiders to trespass ever since the founding of the empire, and the 5 bastions of the points of Star Wall, these monsters awaited any invader. All those superior transcendent entities would without mercy crush the arrogant heroes that had gathered upon witnessing the scene of devastation. Even the most hot-headed among them would come to realize that they had averted their eyes from reality, casting them towards a dream called madness. Brestetz, however, it would be difficult to expect all the rebels to be well-behaved. Vincent, it seems, so in that case, what shall we do? Brestetz, I know it is not my place to come out from a curtain when the prominent generals have already chosen their battlefields, but merely sitting idly by is unbearable. Audiobook, my, that's awfully our ally, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, is awfully out for blood. Bending at the waist, Brestetz gave a bow towards Vincent as Audiobook pierced with those words, but the old Prime Minister took that being pointed out in stride, and Brestetz in the end, I am also a man of Wallachia. And leaving those words without even showing his smile, Brestetz walked out of the audience chamber. Without stopping that back, Vincent silently saw the old veteran off as he made his departure. With the door closing and Brestetz taking his leave, Audiobook shrugged with a, "Is that fine?" Audiobook, as he said himself, there's nothing His Excellency, the Prime Minister, can do to influence the current war situation. I also think that, but Vincent, contrary to my expectations, he endured it with perseverance. He has always been someone who has restrained himself for the sake of his ideals. If I were put in a way that I would like to avoid an outburst. Audiobook, I see, by the way, is His Excellency the Prime Minister in the know. Hooking his thumb on the hem of his robe over his chest and wriggling his other fingers, Audiobook posed that question. Vincent, understanding the significance of that unfriendly question, closed one eye. Receiving that silence, Audiobook nodded and said as I thought. Audiobook, I had a hunch about that, so I just refrained from being overly careless with my words, but whether I should be happy or sad about my hunch coming true, I have pretty complex feelings about it, no. Vincent, sad. Can you even comprehend such human emotions? Audiobook, what a terrible thing to say. You make it sound like I'm not even human. So I feel very hurt compared to the first, and the second, I'm much more reasonable, don't you think? Vincent, if you raise Cecilus as an example, he stands little chance in most topics. Erikia is also a girl that lives by the logic of a beast rather than that of a human, but she can be managed once she is settled on an owner, however. Cutting off his words there, and then Vincent's black eyes pierced Audiobook. His presence was unwavering to whatever cruel gaze was cast at him, as paying no heed to his own life was his way of living. Vincent, you are but a husk in the shape of a man made of human flesh. Audiobook, oh, that really hurts my feelings. At Vincent's words, Audiobook lowered his eyebrows with a forced smile on his face. Doing so would make him appear sad or bitter, a forger of emotions, as though someone had taught him to do, so at the very least Vincent's eyes perceived it as such. With an expression that did not betray that impression, Audiobook placed his hand on his chest, and Audiobook, by your logic, all those with the same role as me, all the stargazers, lending an ear to the commandments, are husks. Vincent, I do not know any stargazers aside from yourself. I have no inclination to answer you. Audiobook, there. You go again. You don't need to lie like that. I don't think you would put that much trust in me, of course. I expected you would track down and torture every stargazer in the country instead. Vincent, Audiobook, I fully believe that you wouldn't thoughtlessly base your decision of what the stargazers are solely on me. Confronted with Audiobook's trick question, Vincent's expression did not budge an inch. He did not state whether the former's points were factual or mistaken. The only thing he was convinced was that every single stargazer who had been bestowed a commandment without exception had a mental disorder. He also did not intend on going out his way to state how he had reached that conclusion. Vincent, otherwise how could you possibly commit an act as barbaric as to destroy your own evil? I just approve your identity. Audiobook, that was quite painful. The feelings of loss weren't normal either, but thanks to that you became willing to listen to me, didn't you? While he spoke, Audiobook pulled his hand on his chest further back, exposing his bare skin. Directly in the center of his slender chest, a large burn mark had been painfully seared. In the past, Audiobook used a branding iron to burn the evil eye at that spot. to crisp, leaving nothing but that scar. He destroyed his very meaning for existence as a member of the Evil Eye tribe, a deed just to prove that he did not pose any danger, and if he had not been stopped, he might have even crushed his own limbs. Henceforth, Vincent, I do not demand an honest answer from you. Just answer carefully. Audiobook, your wish is my command. Vincent, there is not even a whisper of a new commandment in your ears, without any doubt. Audiobook, yes, I for one wouldn't lie, no new commandment has been handed down in the first place. Without completing the previously passed down commandment, one wouldn't try for a new commandment to be passed down, however. Shaking his head, loosely side-aside, Audiobook smiled. With a truly inhuman smile lacking any resemblance of joy or abasement, he continued. Audiobook, the board you have created won't be thrown into disarray by any interference from the heavens. Virtually everyone across the empire resides in the palm of your hand. Vincent, Audiobook, is anything the matter? As those assertive words did not yield the desired effect, Audiobook appeared puzzled to his question. Vincent shook his head with a no. He did not believe Audiobook's statement just now had been a lie. He was a man who valued the whispers of the mysterious stars more than his vassalage to the emperor, but his lack of selfishness was genuine. Therefore, Audiobook himself probably had no ulterior motives with his declaration. It was just that. Vincent, the people of the empire are in the palm of my hand, you say. Those decorative words that had been deliberately left unspoken had left an unease in the mind of the man playing the role of emperor, too. And then that unease on the throne proved to be correct. Oh! At one of those bastions of the star-shaped wall, a war cry rose up, and a tiger rushed furiously. With both arms mantled with shining silver gauntlets, he stepped right in front of an enemy with lightning speed in order to be able to reach someone who had pulverized a group of centaur people in a dreadful manner. 1 step, 2 steps, and Garfield Tinzel charged forward in a blink of an eye. However, indeed Manionon is my specialty, but Garfield HK. Even an unknown fight won't cast any clouds over my brilliant technique. In opposition, Kaphma Irelix readied both arms to intercept that brave voice. His tattoo-covered dark brown skin bulged from the inside, and immediately after an enormous amount of thorns shot out, completely filling Garfield's field of view as he charged Hedon. The speed of the thorn vines growing countless spines gave the impression of a carnivorous beast leaping at its prey. In other words, it was the fastest attack to reap the life of an opponent. Garfield Brash, atop the rampart, the considerably thick wall for protection of the imperial capital, was quite broad as a place to stand, but compared to an open battlefield of restricted mobility, felt like being strangled. With the thorn vines spreading sideways and surging forth like a great wave, closing off any means of escape, rather than poorly evading, Garfield chose to hold up his gauntlets and plunge into the thorny vines. Trusting in the strength of his gauntlets and legs, he went in a straight line into the storm of vines. Kaphma, that resolve is admirable, but your decision was a mistake. At the same time, Kaphma muttered that Garfield made contact with the leading edge of the surging thorn vines, but the next moment Garfield clenched his teeth, an impact greater than what his gauntlets could presumably receive. Garfield GUH. Even if unleashed in such an unusual way, vines were still vines, and from the size of the ivy and thorns he had readied himself for a certain degree of power. However, the actual power of the vines far exceeded his assumptions, and the speed of Garfield's advance faltered. Without exaggeration, the pressure was like that of a whole forest crashing into him. Upon being struck down by a literal forest of overgrown thorns brought forth by a single person, Garfield adapted his approach. Garfield, then what about this Kaphma, what? Clenching his teeth so hard they creaked, Garfield swung his foot down fiercely after being struck by the surging wave of thorn vines. The force, spreading from the sole of his shoe, rose up the portion of the wall he was standing on and tilted Kaphma's foothold on the opposite side of vines, causing the stunned general to lose his position. It was an effect of Garfield's divine protection of Earth spirits. Essentially, the divine protection made it possible to receive power from Earth and conversely interfere with it, but the scope was largely depending on the interpretation of the divine protection's wielder. In Garfield's case, as long as his feet were on solid footing, that was the Earth. Garfield, as long as I'm not flying. It would be a different story with the dragon ships that are carried by the famous flying dragons in the Valachian Empire, but otherwise Garfield could firmly believe it was the Earth. Kaphma shifted his footing not once, but 2-3 more times as the rising foothold pursued him, and the man of the insect cage tribe dealt with it, while flying backwards, meanwhile dealing with the thorns, disrupting the precision of his attacks. Garfield pushed forward while his cheeks and shoulders were torn up by the thorns he failed to block. Bright red blood splattered in sharp pain, cut through his entire body, but the distance between them shrank and shrank. And just when the distance remaining between them was nearing a few meters, Kaphma, then it'll just cut deep. Abandoning his mid-range thorn attack, Kaphma, who was about to fall back, reinitiated his attack. For a moment, he was still wary of the unleashed shockwave that mowed down the centaur people. Kaphma did not open up his chest, but he severed his control over the thorn vines from his arms and started buzzing the wings on his back. Momentarily, those wings fluttered so fast they were difficult to see, and at the same time the sight of Kaphma, having kicked off the rampart, appeared right beside Garfield. Rather than just being quick, he varied his speed. Via this method, he went around and entered from behind Garfield's awareness. However, "Garfield, I won't let you." Forcibly shutting off his circumvented directional awareness, Garfield roared. Along with his roar, the released backhanded blow was striking into Kaphma's face that had appeared beside him, against that Kaphma threw up his arms in defense, both being covered with black carapaces. Like Garfield's gauntlets, it was protection for himself. However, with thorns, wings, ribs, and now carapaces, he already had 4 abilities. Just how many insects did he have in his body? Kaphma SH. One blow was struck, but the pair's battle did not stop there. Ultra-close range was favorable for Garfield. He took a full swing with his left fist, using the momentum of turning all the way back around from the position where his backhanded blow had been stopped, and then drove a headbutt into his opponent, who had tried to parry the blow. Impacts and cries of pain bursted between the two, and from their fierce punches aimed at vital organs were exchanged. Garfield, Kaphma, HK. Gauntlets and carapaces, both sides exchanged blows with their reinforced fists. However, his prior pride was not misguided. Being within reach was favorable for Garfield, and getting beaten from that position was out of question. Garfield, Gaewa. He turned and caught the incoming fist in return. He drove a fist into his opponent's chest and torso. From below, Garfield's opposite fist shot up into his loosely dangling jaw, and then he drove a knee into his torso that had bent backwards. With a cry of pain, Kaphma flapped his wings and greatly leaped backwards. "Garfield, you're not getting away," Kaphma GUH. Seizing Kaphma's leaping legs, he forcefully slammed him back down against the rampart. He then pressed Kaphma's body to the ground and started dashing ferociously to tear the wings from his back. On the wall, Garfield ran, while raising a plume of smoke, and Kaphma's back spurted out blood. As one wing, 2 wings were torn to shreds at that rate, he was about to. A moment later, Kaphma's chest opened as the wings on his back flapped, powerfully lifting him off the ground. Beyond his protruding ribs, his eyes caught a glimpse of the golden insect within his chest. Garfield. Following the urging of every survival instinct, he abandoned Kaphma's body and leaped directly to the side. It was the correct decision, right where Garfield had previously been. The golden insect had gouged out the entire top of the city wall in its line of fire. As short hairs on his body were shaved away, Garfield felt a chill run his spine. "Kaphma, I admit my lack of insight, Garfield." Immediately after experiencing the sensation of bloodlust, Garfield was drawn back by his voice. His gaze caught Kaphma kneeling on the wall, touching the torn wings on his back, looking at Garfield with admiration and reverence in his eyes. He wiped the blood running down the edge of his mouth with his hand and rose to his feet. "Kaphma, I was unaware of the existence of a brave warrior. Like you, I am ashamed of my ignorance." Garfield, I don't blame you. If you didn't know, I'd be more worried if you did. "Kaphma, what do you mean?" Raising a chivalrous eyebrow, Kaphma questioned the truth of Garfield's words. From his point of view, it would have never occurred to him that a person from another country, especially from the kingdom, would be involved in such an important event within the empire. "Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things." Otto, who remained behind at the main camp, had said this to Garfield before he jumped into the battlefield. Kaphma had already identified himself to him, and he has already identified himself back. But if he gives any more information, there was a possibility that Kaphma, who seemed to be smart, would be able to guess all of this. There was no way they could turn this insurrection in the Empire into a gigantic war that involved the kingdom. "Garfield, sorry, but I was only letting you know about my name, but I can let one thing slip about Two-Face Kurolukiak. That is, Kaphma, I have no doubt that you are a person of great skill, whether you keep your mouth shut or not. That's why I'm also regretful." Garfield, regretful. Kaphma shook his head and lowered his voice, causing Garfield to frown. There was no falsehood in Kaphma's delivery, and it was laced with regret with no intention to provoke. But the regret was not attributable to Kaphma himself. "Kaphma, if it weren't for the circumstances, I would have liked to have had a straightforward conversation with you." Garfield, It was the moment he was thinking about whether he should question the meaning of his words. Taking a step forward, Garfield's knee gave out, and he knelt down in place when a gasping breath leaked out, his eyes growing bloodshot as he held his own chest. His heart was beating and pounding so very loud and perilous. Garfield realized what he heard, the alarm bells of his horrified instincts pleading for his life. There was something crawling around inside of him. Garfield gagged. "Kaphma, if you were going to fight in close quarters with me, you should have avoided getting hit." Kathma stuck out his hand to Garfield, whose teeth were trembling bitter tears. Streaming down his face, at the tip of Kathma's 5 bent fingers, could be seen a tube holding a white, wriggling insect. An insect had implanted an egg through these tubes, and one of the wounds inflicted by the thorns, it hatched inside Garfield's body and crawled around inside him. Garfield grew. The moment he realized this, Garfield embraced himself and activated his healing magic. Intense healing waves enveloped Garfield's body, and a pale light forcibly healing the wounds he had sustained witnessing this. Kathma slightly raised, his eyebrows revealing his surprise. Kathma healing magic, which means you are also a healer's versatility, is something to keep an eye on, however. Garfield HKAO. Kathma, the purpose of the insects that circulate inside you is not to wound you, but to make your body a seedbed for their own. You can heal the wound, but you cannot heal the transfiguration. Kathma's cruel declaration, it was proven correct by the unhealable malaise. Garfield gasped in agony and cursed the result of clawing at his own chest, thinking that he had in fact blocked the escape route of the insects in his body. His breathing became agonized and his vision turned bright red. Unable to bear the sight of Garfield's agony, Kathma stepped forward with a somber look on his face. Kathma, your skill and prowess, I Kathma Irelix, will surely bear them in my heart sleep valiantly. His right arm was once again encased in a black carapace, and his fist thrusted into Garfield, who was unable to move. The impact smashed his skull, causing blood to spray and his body to tumble violently. He rolled and rolled and rolled and bounced right off the edge of the ramparts, consumed by a sense of floating, and fell. Garfield's faint death cry escaped his throat, and his powerless body fell unprotected beneath the city ramparts. 3. Otto, listen, Garfield. Please remember this well. Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things. Otto, though I do say that since it is you, I am not expecting you to be so patient. I am not telling you to exchange words in a tit-for-tat as a merchant would. Therefore make sure you properly remember this one thing, Otto, if you get caught up in an exchange of words. For in the battle against the insect cage tribe, it will be impossible for many to avoid being killed upon first sight. The insects that they put inside their bodies had evolved and grown beyond the bounds of human imagination, and their abilities could be said to be of an infinite variety. In addition, if they harmonize with the insects bred within their own bodies and hasten the development of their skills even further, then the insect cage tribe did not yield 2 warriors who were the same. Not to mention Kathma Irelix had been born as a genius among the insect cage tribe. Kathma declined to be promoted to the 9 divine generals because of his own beliefs and philosophy, and his abilities were recognized by Emperor Vincent as being on par with those of the generals of the first class. As a warrior of Wallachia, he was an exceptional individual who was allowed to stand atop the summit. Naturally, since he was born into the insect cage tribe, he had no hesitation or guilt in borrowing the power of insects and using their abilities as his own, including the power of insects that was the strength of the warrior known as Kathma Irelix. And yet, Kathma, I am not without my own thoughts. Unable to expect anything but victory, Kathma, who demanded the destruction of as many enemies as possible, did not have the time to fight against just a single warrior. Therefore, using an underhanded move in order to bring down his opponent as fast as possible, he defeated the enemy. Kathma, the ritual of inserting insects into the body, was the culmination of careful preparation even for the insect cage tribe. From the time they were newborn babies, their bodies were altered in preparation for future insertion of insects, but the ritual was forbidden until they reached the age of 12. That was to say, it took at least 12 years of preparation before an insect could be inserted into the body. If the process was skipped and an insect was implanted, the subject's body would not be able to withstand it. Henceforth, Kathma, it pains me to have to settle this with you in this way. Declaring his regretful feelings, Kathma closed his eyes and offered a silent prayer to his vanquished opponent. But the time he immersed himself in sentiment was short-lived, and Kathma quickly turned around and once again looked beyond the rampart. Although he had fended off the initial attack of the centaur, people, the second group, would launch their attack on him. No matter how many times they rushed at him, it would be fine each time. He would fend them all off. It was the moment directly after he thought that. Kathma HK what? In an imposing stance, Kathma tried to call forth the thorn insects that were circulating in his body, but there was a thunderous roar that erupted right nearby him. He widened his eyes at the tremendous impact, which appeared to be an explosion. For a moment, Kathma suspected that the rebels had brought out some kind of weapon to breach the rampart, but he quickly realized that he was mistaken. However, that understanding did not lead to relief. The reason was Kathma Garfield Tinsel. In Kathma's shuddering vision, Garfield stood, having crawled back up the fallen ramparts. Taking on the form of an enlarged, ferocious beast, the mad warrior, his entire body wrapped in a blazing fire, stood. 5. It was a blessing in disguise that the place where he fell was on top of an open field. If he had fallen down onto the ramparts, he might not have been able to muster the strength to get back up. By virtue of falling onto the ground, the earth itself had taken Garfield's side. Still, the damage done to his body was severe, with his head split. The sensation of his body being stirred up from the inside beckoned for death to encroach on Garfield's life with every passing second. A split head could be restored with healing magic. However, an insect was preventing the activation of it. Since the insect was not actually attacking healing magic, could not get rid of it either in the first place. There was no time to use the healing magic, and with the interference of the insect, his head was split, and the blood was blood, was blood, was blood, was. Garfield Gauf. Clenching his back teeth and holding on to his tenuous grasp on life, he stopped using his head. Naturally, it was a split head. It could not be relied upon. What was needed was the instinct to live, to follow it, to move the body forcefully, and then the magic stone cannon that had been prepared on the wall. Ready to intercept the enemy coming from outside the walls, he had swallowed the magic stone loaded inside it and crushed it in his belly. Instantly, the mana that had been stored within swelled up inside Garfield, burning the insect. Once the insect was burned, all that Garfield was left with were fierce scars. No, it was just the wounds and the enemy. Otto, listen, Garfield. Please remember this well. Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things. Otto, though I do say that since it is you, I am not expecting you to be so patient. I am not telling you to exchange words in a tit-for-tat as a merchant would, therefore. Otto, therefore, make sure you properly remember this one thing. Otto, if you get caught up in an exchange of words. Garfield, if I got speaking inarticulately while his rationality became dim due to the reflexive beastification to heal his severe injuries, what Garfield heard endlessly in his brain were the words of someone akin to his older brother, the man he could count on in any situation. Ahead of where he looked as he slowly turned around while being burned by the swaying flame, there was a fearsome enemy confronting him. That enemy was needed to carry out what his older brother told him to do. An enemy was needed. After all, he had said that to him. Otto Suin had said that to Garfield. Otto, make sure to beat that opponent up until their legs can no longer stand. Garfield will fucking crush ya. The roar of the beast rose again, and the transformed Garfield, now a raging beast, trampled and smashed as he soared across the ramparts. Upon witnessing such a display of might, the enemy in front of him, Kafma, opened his eyes and smiled. Grinning, Kafma raised both his arms overhead and rushed forward. Kafma, come Garfield Tinsel. Garfield, A-R-H-A. The furious attack of the golden tiger bearing his fangs, as he leapt and crashed right through waves of purple thorns, cramming his vision from directly opposite to them, and a crack was formed at the bastion on one of the star's points. Undoubtedly, it was just as if that was substantiating the unease harbored by the emperor on the throne. Kafma, it was a retaliation of the crack, engraving the falls of the indomitable heavens upon the history of the empire. Chapter 88. New Wind. 1. The siege of the imperial capital of Lipagana had begun with a fierce battle that neither side would willingly concede. By all rights, there was no need for Amelia and the others to take part in this all-out war between rebels who bore discontent against the current Wallachia and its national military, who were trying to protect these peaceful times. Originally, the reason for Amelia's party entering the empire was in search of people. Of course, they harbored a sense of compassion and duty for the people they had met on their travels after they successfully entered into Wallachia in secret. Regardless of the borders of the kingdom and the empire, there were people whom they wanted to make happy, and even those they wished to lend their strength to. Everyone in the party agreed on that. However, no matter how unmistakably soft-hearted Amelia's party was, they still had their priorities. To ignore their original objective would be getting their priorities backward, and the party had people Otto Petra, with the judgment to admonish the others, Amelia Garfield, whose conscience made them reflexively try to save others. After being attacked by flying dragons, they only had taken part in the ultimately hellish battle of the fortress city, because they had reason to believe the friends they were searching for had been in that city. Since things had gone contrary to their expectations, logic would normally dictate that there was no reason for Amelia and the others to join in on the rebel army's attack on the imperial capital. In fact, even as they heard about the empire's domestic affairs being burned to crisp day after day, Amelia's party had steeled themselves to be minimally shaken in their sense of purpose. No matter what, since the one who abducted that girl was a flying dragon general, she is likely located in the dragonkin Madeline Escar's residence, the mansion of her owner. Positioned in front of a map spread in a room on the topmost floor of the Fortress City Hall, Abel had answered Emilia's question while touching the Oni mask that concealed his face. Hearing Abel's answer, Emilia muttered Madeline's owner. Time looped back to a few days before the siege of the imperial capital of Lupagana, with their hopes of uniting with Subaru Dash, who should have returned to Geralt after heading to the Demon City, and having just missed the awoken Rem, Emilia's party had been unsure as to what course of action to take from then on. They pondered whether they should prioritize the search for Subaru, whose whereabouts were completely unknown after the destruction of the Demon City of Chaos Flame, or Rem, for whom they have only identified her abductor so far. The opening words had been what Abel told Emilia, who wanted some basis for making the decision. Abel was not like one would ever hear from the fractious Dragonkin, but she was a general first class recommended by Prime Minister Berstetz von Dalfin. If anything were to happen, she should return to his side. Emilia, Abel, what do you have doubts? Emilia, no. It's not that I just thought owner was a really mean way of putting it. Emilia, who had exchanged only a few words with Madeline, but rather fiercely quarreled with her, had thought that Madeline would get extremely angry at the way Abel just formulated that. Remaining silent at what Emilia had pointed out, Abel narrowed his eyes behind his mask. She hoped he would reflect on his statement and realized that it had not been nice. In any case, Abel's knowledgeable opinion was helpful for understanding the circumstances of the imperial side of things which Emilia and the others had not known. With the rising rebellions all throughout the empire in the air, the look of the sky, and the dryness of the air growing worse made Emilia have this sense of foreboding, even though she wanted to think things through as much as possible. Since they had failed to meet the people they were looking for at every possible opportunity, their time in the empire had been nothing but poor. Emilia, but if Madeline went back to that Berstetz guy, then Rem also. If Remchen's there, then so is Big Bro. Emilia retraced the flow of the conversation, and Medium, who had been holding onto the operations desk, Placer joined in. Emilia's lips relaxed as her eyes met Medium's, who vehemently stretched her small body to its fullest together with Rem, her precious brother, had also been taken by Madeline. Medium, surely very anxious and worried, did not show any sign of being weakened. That undauntedness made Emilia think how she could learn a thing or two from her. Prime Minister Berstetz von Alfonsma is this very talented and capable man, said to be the keystone of the empire. Next to Emilia, who had been struck by Medium's admirableness, was Petra cutting into their conversation. Unable to let Emilia go alone, Petra leapt, sticking close to her, putting a finger to her lips. Emilia murmured, "Is that so?" and tilted her head. Emilia, the keystone of the empire, sounds like a really remarkable evaluation, but isn't that the emperor? Petra, of course, I think the empire always being peaceful was because of the capabilities of His Excellency the Emperor. However, His Excellency the Emperor's capabilities also include properly utilizing his talented subordinates. Emilia, that's right, even if the Emperor is really strong and really smart, that doesn't mean he can do everything all by himself. Despite her assiduous efforts, Emilia could not imagine seeing things the same way as Walachia's Emperor. However, since she eventually needed it, she had to keep trying her hardest. However, no matter how hard she tried, Emilia would always be relying on everyone's help. That should have been the same for the Emperor of Wallachia. However, while Emilia and Medium were impressed, Abel seemed to harbor a completely different impression. His sharpened gaze radiated through his Oni mask directly at Petra. Abel, what exactly are you trying to accomplish with this blatantly obvious rationale? Do you honestly believe there is room to listen to the words of a young child? We hardly have the time to spare. Petra, my apologies, that was roundabout. I just want to ask you this. If he is His Excellency the Emperor's important right-hand man, then Prime Minister Sand's residence is in imperial capital, right? Abel. Petra was not afraid of that sharp gaze, and Abel remained silent at her question. Abel's scary gaze should have felt like having the blade pointed at her, but Petra had not wavered in the slightest. That was how strong Petra's resolve was. That was enough to make her fellow campmate, Emilia, want to proudly puff out her chest. Abel, the answer to your question is affirmed. Inevitably, both of the individuals taken by Madeline as Chartrem and Flop O'Connell should also be under the care of Berstetz in the imperial capital. Abel responded in a low voice, as if he was yielding to Petra's gaze. Emilia was about to praise Petra for her words. But Petra's expression was not good. On the contrary, she sighed visibly and, "Petra, it's like we are being manipulated. And it's not funny, Emilia. What do you mean by that?" Unsure of the meaning of Petra's response, Emilia blinked her eyes in response to Emilia's words. Petra's voice dropped in tone with a sour look on her face. "Petra, we have nothing to do with the problems unfolded within the Empire. I know that there is going to be a very large battle, and I am worried about Medium Chan and Yudikatikin, but Emilia, yeah, it's okay. I know exactly what you mean. We came looking for both Subaru and Rem. Preempting Petra's reluctance to speak, Emilia chose her words gently. She understood Petra's fears and concerns. After all, Emilia, if nothing else, would like to continue to work with Abel and the others on the sly, as she wanted to help everyone she knew. However, if they only focus on immediate problems, like that they would never get to Subaru and Rem, which was their original goal, Emilia, After thinking that far, Emilia got stuck in her own head. As she answered Petra, Emilia remembered her group's goal was to bring Subaru and Rem back safely. So even though it was painful, they must pass by the battle going on in Wallachia unnoticed. At least she thought so, but I think Rem might be in the Imperial capital now, if that's the case. Emilia, we have to go to the Imperial capital too. As Emilia's icy doubt started to melt away, her eyes met Petra's on the other side of the ice. Petra had a very bitter look on her face. Because she was the first to realize that fact to back up Emilia's amazement, Petra glared at Abel. And then, Petra, it's not fair you were silent until we said it ourselves. Abel was a principle that naturally led to one conclusion. If you thought it through, it would be arrogant of you to call me despicable considering your own ignorance of how slow on the uptake you are. Petra, so please tell us you mentioned that there are 2 places for Madeline, the Flying Dragon General, to return to Prime Minister's residence in the Imperial capital, and another one, but you only talk about the Imperial capital, so that Emily would not pay attention to the other one. Abel, Petra taking advantage of someone's ignorance is called shamelessness, where I come from. Insistently, Petra glared at Abel reproachfully as Petra spoke. Emilia, who had been deceived by the missing information, lowered her eyebrows. On Abel's side, 2 medium who was peering at the map next to him looked up to admonish him for his methods. Abel chin. She reflected on it very much at the same time. Emilia understood why Petra was angry. Aside from the concealment of information, Abel was right, that Emilia could have noticed it if she had thought it through without being told after fact. Of course, Emilia did not intend to rely on others for every single matter. Emilia, Abel, you also said you didn't have time. That's true for both of us, but you don't have to be mean about it. Abel, that's just what your pride makes you say. Why should I go to the trouble of explaining to you in detail why things are the way they are? Emilia, if you want our help, you will have to say, please, Abel, what an aggravating woman. Crossing his thin arms, Abel exhaled a long, heavy breath. However, in response, Emilia asked, is that so, and had a completely different opinion. It was not that they did not mesh well, but that Abel did not want to consort with her at all. Emilia, isn't that right? After all, if you have to fight an incredibly troublesome battle in Wallachia from now on, you must feel compelled to ask us for help since we are really strong. Petra, Emily, it is a little worrisome how you say that. Emilia, we are really reliable. Petra, we are reliable, especially Emily and Garfson. Emilia rephrased her statement, and Petra next to her also spoke as such and puffed out her chest. As for Emilia's group, Garfield was unquestionably a strong fighter, and Emilia was proud to say she was quite formidable to Otto, and Petra were very smart, and Frederica had always been a master in being considerate. Beatrice could not afford to strain herself until she was reunited with Subaru, and was currently resting, but the thought of protecting her let strength surge up within Emilia. That was why. Emilia, it would definitely be easier to fulfill Abel's goals if we were here right, and yet you are only talking like that because you don't want us to think you are asking us to help you, Abel. Emilia Roswell is also not very good at saying please. Abel, like Roswell, probably had a personality that did not want to expose weakness to his opponents. Because of this, they tried to get other people to say something instead of themselves. Perhaps that was how things had always worked out for them, though. Emilia, I think you should stop before you get smacked really hard like Roswell by Medium John Yorna or Zickersan. When he had been involved in a devious scheme involving the mansion and the sanctuary, Roswell received a slap on the face from everyone, including Emilia. As someone who took part in it, Emilia described how painful it was, but Roswell was simply rebuked and got away with a swollen face. So who knows what would happen to Abel? And that was even without being considerate of Abel's well-being. Emilia is what I'm saying totally off the mark. If so, I'm embarrassed. But please say, so then ill apologize and think of something else. Abel, something else. Emilia, I don't think of you as someone who can't think ahead, or of anything at all. It's important to keep thinking about what you might be thinking about. Previously, Emilia had been quick to give up on things she did not understand. She was quick to blame it on something, give up, and naively assume that doing as Puck said was the right thing to do. Lately, she had been enlisting the help from others who were good at thinking like Ram and Otto. But she did not want to turn into a person who simply changes the people to rely on. Petra mentioned that the Emperor of Wallachia was very good at utilizing people, but even an emperor who was good at manipulating people still needs to think about what he was going to use them for. And those in important positions, those who are in the center of everyone else's lives, must be able to do that. That was what Amelia had chosen to work towards. "Oh, dear, your encouraging thoughts are so elating, Emily." A voice from behind complimented Amelia, who was faced sharply toward Abel. The voice was familiar even without turning around, and its owner was the ever-reliable Otto. He was on a different mission to investigate something, but the City Hall Wasno, he probably had some business with Abel. "Amelia Otacon, did you have business with Abel too? Are you okay on your own?" "Otto, thank you for your concern, but you do not need to worry so much." "Amelia, yeah, but Otacon, there was a time when you were kidnapped while we all weren't keeping an eye on you." "Otto did not put me on the spot like that. Well, I was prepared for that too." Otto's voice rose at Amelia's concern, and Garfield appeared right behind him, apparently following Otto's investigations. Relieved, Amelia patted her chest. "Amelia, thanks, Garfield." "Garfield, huh? I don't need to be thanked for that. What were Emily and Lady Petra talking about?" "Amelia, well, many things, but thanks to Lady Petra, I wasn't persuaded, was I." "Petra, yes, everything's fine. Emily, I was very surprised how reliable you were." "Amelia, he isn't that right?" Amelia and Petra high-fived in front of Otto and the others. In the end, it was a worthwhile effort by her, as well as Garfield, protect Petra as best they could. As Otto lowered the corners of his eyes at the sight of the two, he turned to face the person donning the Oni mask on the other side of the operations desk and spoke, prefacing with Abel-san. "Otto, I can imagine what you were discussing with Emily and the others about how Rem was taken by a divine general, and that we're already in a position to become enemies of the Empire if we head to the imperial capital of Lupagana. Isn't that about it?" "Amelia, amazing Otacon, did you secretly listen in on us?" "Petra, were you eavesdropping?" "Otto, not only Emily, but even Lady Petra. There is no way I am eavesdropping." "Amelia, I see then you are amazing after all." "Petra, was he really not eavesdropping, Garfson?" "Otto, Emily aside, Lady Petra is." Amelia was impressed, and Petra confirmed the truth with Garfield, and while smiling at the two extreme reactions, Otto cleared his throat after guessing the conversation from before. Then, turning his now fading playful eyes to Abel, he said, "Otto, I have just been listening to the people who have come to town from the outside. It's the same with the rebellious voices in many places, but they are gathering here one after the other. Abel, it is no surprise given the circumstances, and the fact that the Flying Dragon General has retreated. Yorna Mishager has brought the residents of the Demon City with her and has made this her new base." "Otto, yes, that is right. It is excellent handiwork." Abel responded to Otto's, nodding with a curt response. The content of the exchange itself was something that Amelia already knew of. Over the past few days, people had been gathering in Garrow, and Amelia had been lending a hand in repairing the damaged housing. However, Frederica and Petra cautioned her not to do too much heavy lifting, so her role was solely to participate in repairing supports by magically freezing them. Anyway, there was nothing new in the matter. Still, what Amelia found modestly disconcerting was perhaps Otto's attitude. As usual, Otto was quiet, smart, and dependable, but what Amelia felt in his soft demeanor seemed to be a hidden but not fully concealed anger. "Otto, how far did you go with the planning, Abel?" It was these words that confirmed Amelia's suspicions. Abel was silent in response to Otto's question, but Amelia took it as a pause. This was not because he was thinking of an answer, but to hurry the other party along. Because Abel's gaze never wavered and his eyes never changed, the answer was already decided, but he was simply too pompous to let them hear it. "Otto, I wonder how far you're willing to go to get what you want." Again, Otto asked the same thing, but in a different way. It did not seem like a matter of being rushed or being outlasted. While he did not like to talk about victory and defeat, it was already set in stone who would win and lose at this point. Otto's attitude was meant to ask why he lost, and that his defeat did not come as a surprise to Amelia and the others. It was essentially the same question. "Abel, I only learned of your existence when I returned to the city. If you want me to include you in the plan, you need to become apt in reciting the stars." "Otto, so you think this is just a coincidence?" "Abel, I am not going to dismiss it as a coincidence. After all, fortune is ultimately nothing more than one of many factors." Shaking his head once from side to side, Abel categorically denied Otto's words. Seeing Otto's cheeks harden at Abel's words, Amelia could not resist pulling on his sleeve in doing this. She put an end to his feeling of bearing this burden of defeat all alone. "Amelia Otacon, what does that mean?" "Otto, just now there was a report about the situation at Tsukusen, and I thought it was quite the ridiculous development. Petra, it's just like Medium-chan is smaller, right?" Hearing Otto's story, Petra glanced at Medium, who was standing next to Abel. Medium spoke of being attacked by an enemy in the Demon City and being transformed from an adult into a child. She had informed them how Subaru had been put in a situation similar to hers. Furthermore, in order to protect Subaru in such an uncertain state, Emilia, Abel must have spread those rumors that the boy with black hair and black eyes was a child of the Emperor. That way, in case Subaru was discovered by people thinking badly of him. Otto, they at least would need to keep him alive to confirm the matter. I thought it was an ingenious idea at the time, as well, no matter what would lower the level of danger Natsuki-san was in, however. Garfield, as it turned out, it ain't no longer just a matter of safety for the captain. Garfield crossed his arms and spoke up, referring back to Otto's statement. Emilia turned around with "huh" as Garfield gnashed his sharp fangs. Garfield, there's a lot of people coming into the city, and they're all trying to fight the Emperor. My Amazon self got nothing to say about that, but if the captain is in danger, that's something else. Emilia Subaru is in danger, Petra. I see that's how it is. Emilia's eyebrows rose, and next to her Petra muttered, as if she had noticed something. Then she sharpened her round eyes and glared at Abel the same way Otto did. Petra, a boy with black hair and black eyes, whether he is the real illegitimate son of the Emperor or not, the soldiers could no longer just lead him be either. Emilia, yes, I know. So Subaru is safe, and Petra, but his safety only lasts until they make sure whether the boy is legitimate. This begs the question, where do you need to go to accomplish this? Emilia, after listening to Petra as she organized her thoughts, Emilia finally caught on to the main points. Because of Abel's rumor and Subaru becoming a child, boys with black hair and black eyes were being sought out, and any children found were taken into custody to verify their legitimacy. The place, of course, was Emilia, the imperial capital where the Emperor is. Abel, by fortune, or not both of the persons you're looking for are, in the imperial capital, two birds with one stone, one would say. Petra utterly shameless. When Emilia arrived at her conclusion, Abel nodded deeply, as if he had been expecting it. Immediately, Petra raised her voice at Abel and strongly denounced his attitude. But Abel, for his part, shrugged his shoulders at Petra's anger. Abel, I should have told you your existence is not something I expected. I merely spread the rumor, as a means to an end in order to fan the flames of the rebels' presence. Petra, HK. Abel, or what else do you expect me to say after deliberately shrinking Natsuki Subaru and making him disappear? I spread rumors to mislead the entire empire, and incidentally had one of the 9 divine generals kidnapped, an only girl with the ability to use healing arts, as well that I had orchestrated all of it. I must be quite the busy man. Petra's expression stiffened as he spoke to her, as if mocking her. Of course, neither Otto nor Garfield were pleased that Petra treated that way, so Abel should be relieved that it was Emilia who made the first move. Emilia stepped forward to protect Petra and stared intently at Abel with her arms crossed. Emilia, I don't think of you as someone who knows everything about everything. Don't bully Lady Petra with your misleading way of putting things if you do that again. Abel, what if I do it again? Emilia, I'm going to be the first one to make good on what we talked about earlier. Emilia said this with her clenched fist out in front of her. Emilia, too, believed that everything should be ideally resolved through dialogue, but if someone was just unwilling to listen, and impossible to get through to with words, a clenched fist becomes your only option, especially if someone was not talking badly at Emilia herself, but rather a valued member of her camp. Abel, a completely open book. Are all of your leaders like that? Otto, yes, I do often have a hard time getting them to pick the right words, but Garfield is the kind of guy that makes it all worthwhile way better than some asshole who stubbornly follows the same path and removes every obstacle with some stupid-ass logic. Abel's eyes narrowed, and Otto and Garfield each responded in kind. Somehow Emilia felt that the topic that was being discussed was about her, not Petra, who was supposed to be their provisional representative, but Emilia did not press that point too deeply. Now they all had to cover for Petra and talk about. Garfield had cut it short. It's possible that both Rem and the captain could be in the imperial capital. Otto, and since there is a strong possibility that the decisive battle between the national military and the rebels will be in the imperial capital, we have no choice but to find a way past it. Petra, no shame whatsoever. Subaru and Rem might be in the imperial capital of Lupagana. Theoretically, Rem could also be in a different location, and Subaru might be brought together with other black-haired boys to the imperial capital, but this might just be wishful thinking. Even so, it was the most likely scenario, just as everyone said. Emilia, I've decided, let's all go to the imperial capital. We have to find Subaru and Rem. Otto, Emily, the decision is reserved for Lady Petra. Emilia, oh, of course. What do you say, Lady Petra? Are you willing to go along with what I've decided? Petra, yes, it's fine. Emily, the truth is, I do not like the fact that it seems like everything is going to play into this guy's hands. With a fixed stare, Petra glared at Abel, yet quickly softened her expression. She was willing to take the frustration of Abel's outburst on behalf of Subaru, and the others' Petra's concern was appreciated, and Emilia turned to Abel and said, yes, that's right. Emilia, hey, Abel, Lady Petra said everything was exactly as you wanted it to be. Abel, I told you it is impossible for me to control and guide everything. Or do you like that girl consider me to be just that extraordinary? Amelia, no, I don't believe that. I think you are a smart person who wears a funny mask, and is a bit of a klutz too. Putting a finger to her lips, Amelia replied while tilting her head. When she mentioned the mask, Abel's hand gently touched the Oni mask, and right behind him Otto Garfield, and Petra could also be heard laughing quietly. She was pleased with their reaction, and Abel asked, what sort of assessment is that? Abel, I have never heard anything like it. Why are you describing me in such a way? Amelia, about being a klutz, well, the reason, I thought that was, I meant Subaru. Petra, it's Subarus, what do you mean? For a moment, Petra's eyes widened as Amelia searched for the path leading to her conclusion. Petra, who saw Abel as a master subterfuge, may not have quite understood what Amelia meant, even though Amelia also thought of Abel as a master subterfuge. Amelia, that's what Abel said, right? That it was pleasantly unexpected for him to have us. Abel, do not embellish my words. Amelia, it's true that you would be better off if we were here, right? Abel never once said that it wasn't so. Let's get back to that, shall we, Abel? Amelia, maybe it was unexpected for us to be there, but Abel's rumor of the black-haired boy for Subaru was planned, and if that makes it more likely for Subaru to be in Imperial Capital, then that part went according to his plan, right? Whether planned or unplanned, Amelia had said it so many times that it nearly jumbled her thoughts, but she chose her words carefully and organized them to try to reflect Abel's thoughts properly. Even without Amelia and the others, he had lied about the Emperor's child cooperating with the rebels in doing, so there would be less dangerous scenarios for Subaru as a child, and if anyone caught him, he would be brought to the Imperial Capital to find out if the lie was true. Amelia, the lie Abel told, was a lie in order to make it a little more likely that Subaru would be in the Imperial Capital when we all fight there, am I right? Garfield, HK, that may be so. But WHYD, that guy have to be the captain. Amelia, that's obvious because Subaru is really reliable. It was difficult for Amelia to decipher all by herself what all these various speculations were all about and for which purpose. But the answer to the question Garfield mentioned was straightforward. Abel's many devious plans were designed to bring Subaru to the scene of the decisive battle. It would have been really awkward if his preparations were actually made so that he would not be discovered. But even if they were, Amelia, if you had asked for help, I'm sure Subaru would have listened to you. It may be that it was more difficult to say the word please at times than it was to manipulate someone. Amelia had never thought about manipulating anyone, so she was unsure about that, but there were times when she could not say please. And by how many could this even reduce the number of situations in which one could not say please? How much could one rely on the other party saying please? It was now Amelia's goal to be able to draw that line properly within herself. Amelia looked at Abel, waiting for his answer. While their black and amethyst eyes met each other, Amelia suddenly realized that behind the Oni mask, Abel never blinked with both of his eyes at the same time. One of his eyes was constantly open. She wondered if his eyes would become dry. She wondered if she could push herself that hard without drying out her mind. Abel, well, what are you waiting for, Amelia, huh? Abel, is there any reason why I should ever respond to your incoherent babbling about this, and that do not expect my whims to last forever? Medium Abel Chin. Abel was about to end the conversation after a long period of silence. Amelia was so astonished by his remark that it was Medium who raised her voice instead. She watched the conversation in silence, tugging at Abel's sleeve beside her. Medium, that was so uncool. Just now, even from my point of view, you lost, Abel Chin. Abel, I do not recall making this a competition to see who will win or lose. Do not pull on my sleeves. There is no replacement. Medium, when you run out of clothes, dress up as a girl again. It suits you, Abel Chin. Brusquely, she firmly tugged his sleeve once more, and then Medium stuck her tongue out at Abel. She quickly walked around the operations desk and approached Amelia and the others. Medium, I don't know anything complicated either, but if Remchan is in the capital, I'm sure Big Bro is there too. I want to see them again, and Subaru Chin too. That's why. With faltering sincerity, Medium bowed her head with a jerk. Her long golden hair fell over her head as if it was tossed over and fell at the feet of Amelia and the others. However, Medium was oblivious to such things. Medium, please, I know Abel Chin is how he is, but Emily Chan and the others can help. Medium pleaded so desperately that her voice trembled as she spoke. At her pleading, Amelia involuntarily narrowed her eyes. Then she looked over to Abel, standing beyond the bowing Medium. Amelia, Abel, I think this is what it comes down to. At Amelia's prompting, Abel looked at Medium's back as she bowed her head then, without letting his black eyes show what he was thinking behind the Oni mask. Abel, you shall also join the attack on the Imperial Capital. I regard this as a statement of intent. Petra shameless medium Abelchin, and the angry voices of the two young girls scolded Abel, who could not say please. 2. With that interlude, Amelia's party had decided to take part in the decisive battle at the imperial capital. Truthfully, they did not know how far Abel had calculated and set up the board. Perhaps just like they had told Petra everything about Subaru, and Rem might have been completely according to Abel's calculations, or everything could have actually been a mere coincidence. If there was one thing they could say, Otto, without getting too caught up in Abel-san's utterances and presence, let us carry out our own objectives. Petra, yes, I also think it's best to do as Otto-san said, so what about Dudley? Otto, for the time being, he is at a friend's a minor target. It seems they were able to join up with High Countess Drakroy, and apparently the aforementioned High Countess was eager to rebel. Petra, then, that High Countess, and Dudley Roswell, too, will be going to the imperial capital. Otto, it seems to be the likely outcome. It keeps getting more and more exhausting. It seemed like Roswell was also torn between successes and problems on his independent mission, visiting an acquaintance that was in the Valachian Empire. However, it seemed like both Roswell and Ram would also apparently be heading to the imperial capital of Lupagana. If Subaru and Rem truly were in the imperial capital, everyone would end up gathering there at once. Frederica, however, what awaits us on our way, there is the center of a great rebellion that is engulfing the entire empire, and to be honest, the situation has completely changed from what we had originally envisioned. Garfield, hey, big sis, don't tell me you're scared now. Frederica, I'm not frightened, but I'm a little worried it's a problem to interfere in the quarrels of other countries, and when it comes to the battlefield. Frederica, her eyes downcast, her expression hardened, and she hesitated to say anything beyond that. What she was unwilling to put into words, everyone around her could imagine if their destination were the decisive battle in the imperial capital, there would be a lot of damage to both parties. The inevitable great surge, which should have been an event in a neighboring country. Petra, Frederica, Nisima, I'm glad you're concerned about me. But, Frederica, of course I'm worried about Petra, but I'm afraid for myself. I'm sorry for being a scaredy cat. Petra, Nisima. Frederica shook her head steadfastly, and Petra hung her head at that compassion-filled voice. It was likely a battle where many people would be hurt or even lose their lives, and Frederica's apprehension about taking Petra to such a place was understandable. That anxiety and reluctance was shared among everyone, not just Frederica. That was why Emilia, if we weren't in the Empire, would frown at it as something that happened in a neighboring country and just dismissed it. But, Garfield, Emilia, by being here, we've got to know the people who are going to join the fight. So even if we can get away from here, we can no longer stand idly by and frown on it. Even if the lives would be destroyed were the same, the feeling of it happening to a person you know compared to a person you don't know will be different. Life is very precious and cannot be compared to anything else. So if life could be compared, it would only be with another life. This was surely a very self-righteous way to think about it. However, if they were prepared to follow through with their selfish ideas, then it was already decided. Emilia, if we participate, I think we can reduce the number of casualties. Otto, Emily, no, Emilia Sama, that is quite a thorny path. In response to Emilia's words, who had put her hand on her chest, Otto corrected what he called her to say those words. Otto, who had stubbornly used a pseudonym to avoid misnaming, even in a place where there was no one but friends around, gave them a glimpse of his seriousness. It would be rude not to respond to that seriousness, so Emilia nodded in a serious way. Emilia, I know maybe Otacon is having a way more difficult time than I thought, but it'll do something about that too. Otto, our goal is to bring back Natsuki-san and Rem-san. If only 2 people die in this decisive battle, and those 2 people are Natsuki-san and Rem-san, we will have failed. Conversely, if the people of the Empire are annihilated, but those 2 are safe, we win. Garfield, Otto, bro, not every end justifies Otto. I am talking to Emilia Sama now. Garfield was about to interrupt Otto with a quiet string of words. However, Otto cut him off and asked only Emilia for an answer. Looking back into Otto's eyes, Emilia's amethyst eyes shook slightly, and then, Emilia, I'm sorry, Otacon, you've been working so hard. Since we came to the Empire, no. Since before we came to the Empire, when we had to go help Subaru and Rem. Otto, because that is what I am supposed to do, so I will share my thoughts how I go about it. Emilia, yeah, I know we need to be at our best, and since we need Otto to give our all, we're going to ask him to hang in there until we meet Subaru and Rem. Even if Otacon collapses, I'll forcibly carry him on my back, so... Otto, Emilia. So let's try really hard to both save Subaru and Rem, and keep the people of the Empire from dying as much as possible. Emilia was aware that she was saying something very unreasonable, and she knew it was a very selfish request. Even so, Emilia had stopped giving in before she even started trying to do what she wanted to. For that reason. 3. Emilia let us blow a new wind into this battle. A fierce cold wind blew violently, filling the verdant grasslands of Wallachia with a blanket of white air. Struggling with the falling temperatures and chilly atmosphere, many people stopped in their tracks. In the vicinity, ceasing their movements and exhaling white breaths, were the people equipped with one part of their body as an eye-catching feature, male or female. Regardless of age, they all had one thing in common: a weapon had been cultivated on their bodies. There was one who had swords for arms, and someone else whose entire leg was made out of steel, someone whose head had become a hammer, and also one whose entire back had become a shield. She had heard Wallachia was home to a wide variety of demi-humans, but as so many people had gathered from so many different parts of the empire, it was indeed a battlefield that never ceased to amaze her. However, even if their bodies were weapons, it neither destroyed nor protected them from all the problems in front of them, as evidenced by their wounded and fallen. So then, taking a big breath in, "Emilia, everybody get away from here. I'll really try to do my best here." Saying this to the people who had Faleno the weaponkin, Emilia hurried forward with long strides. In order for no further pursuit to be made against them, Emilia tried to draw the opponent's attention to herself. However, Emilia's idea was unnecessary. It was not that it did not work; enough had already been done, and the other party's eyes were drawn to Emilia. The reason was waiting at the bastion of the city walls, where Emilia was headed. "So it's friggin' you again." Emilia, astonished at seeing Weaponkin for the first time, felt her strong feelings dampened with the existence that could not be seen even within a melting pot of diverse races that was a Wallachian empire. Eyes shining gold and two black horns dully gleamed on her head. Catching the return of her thrown-flying wing blade in her small hands, the little girl was clad in an intimidating air unbefitting of her small stature. Looking up at her opponent standing there, Emilia pointed a finger at her in a sharp gesture and said, "Emilia, yes, it's me again, Madeline, 80 passing spiritual arts user Emily. Madeline, you're a friggin' irritating girl. You couldn't beat this dragon in battle the other day." Gnashing her teeth with strength, Madeline's expression shifted to a rather blood-curdling one. Viewing Emilia as an enemy in an attempt to make up for the recent battle in Garo, Madeline raised her flying wing blade at Emilia below. Emilia Haya. In the subsequent instant, similar to the previous time, a block of ice larger than the city hall crashed into Madeline like the very falls of the heavens, and together with a thunderous sound, the battle between Emilia and Madeline broke out. Chapter 89. Kaphma Irelix. 1. Even in the land of the Empire, where a wide variety of demi-human people lived, there were those who were regarded as heretics. The Insect Cage tribe was exactly that, and even in an empire where demi-humans of various species were intermingled, the reality was that they weren't free from being seen as strange and heterodox. In appearance, the Insect Cage tribe did not differ significantly from the human race. Many of them were brown-skinned, and they had a custom of tattooing, but did not have any other obvious characteristics like the Cyclops tribe, and Evil Eye tribe with their distinctive eyes, or the Multi-Arm tribe, and Long-Leg tribe with their distinctive arms and legs, or especially the Beastman tribe and Half-Beast tribe, who could not be any more distinctive. Still, there was a reason why the Insect Cage tribe were looked at in a peculiar way by other races, their way of living. That was due to their way of living in symbiosis with insects within their bodies, which was a unique characteristic of the Insect Cage tribe. As mentioned above, compared to other demi-humans, the Insect Cage tribe had little difference in appearance from a human race. If they did not have insects in their bodies, it would have been possible for them to live as a part of the human race. However, that was not the case. The tribe had insects in their bodies and inherited their characteristics. It was, so to speak, the acquisition of characteristics of demi-humans after birth, and forbidden art transforming the body in which one was born. That was the primary reason they were shunned by other demi-humans. This distinguished them from the weaponkin, who were born with a metallized part of their body that they could reforge into a weapon of their choice as they grew up, and from the glow people, who were believed to have taken the souls of the people they killed, thereby increasing the radiance of the pyroxene crystal that grew on their forehead. The way of life of the Insect Cage tribe, who did not mingle with others and never left their homeland, was shrouded in mystery. Since falsified knowledge was often spread with prejudice, some of the rumors would be hard for the Insect Cage tribe to avoid laughing at if they had the opportunity to hear them. However, there were few opportunities for the rumors to be corrected, and there were again no opportunities for the misunderstandings to be cleared. The most common misconceptions were the timing of when the insects were introduced into body, as well as the connection between the insect's way of living and the Insect Cage tribe. In other words, it was about the history of the Insect Cage tribe. To begin with, it was quite dangerous to implant insects into the body. In the southern region of the Valachian Empire, deep within the village where the insect cage tribe lived, there was a cave where insects lived, and the cave was called the Abyss because the deformed creatures and poisonous air that pervaded the insects inhabiting the cave had a strange appearance and were fundamentally different from the insects that were commonly thought of. Just who had come up with the idea of taking in these mysterious creatures was unknown. The consensus was that it was probably an extraordinary method discovered by shaman shinobi and other aberrants with abnormal principles in order to gain power that could not be obtained through conventional methods. In any case, given their existence, the existence of the insect cage tribe was merely a byproduct. The ancestors of the insect cage tribe were the ones who wished to live in symbiosis with their natural powers by implanting mysterious insects into their bodies, and this madness had been passed down to the present day. Returning back to the original topic, the insect cage tribe waited until they were 12 years old to receive their first insect. Until that age, they trained their bodies and minds to be suitable vessels for the insects, so they were recognized as an insect's host during the actual ceremony, and the time of hatching could be appropriately arranged. After that, the symbiotic insect would only recognize its obedience toward the host if they had complete mastery over it. Thus, they were then allowed to call themselves a full-fledged member of the insect cage tribe. The ritual was forbidden until the age of 12 because taking in insects was a risk to one's life. Those who challenged a ritual before they were physically and mentally ready would be eaten alive by the incorporated insects. The minimum age to challenge the ritual was 12, but as long as the vessel was not ready, the age was allowed to be extended to 15. If the vessel was not ready by then, they would be deemed unqualified to be considered a member of the insect cage tribe and thrown into the abyss as food for the insects. The suffering associated with the ritual of taking in those essential insects was indescribable. There were different types of blood among the human race, and trying to compensate for a lack of blood via the transfusion of a different blood type could endanger one's life. The suffering of the insect ceremony was similar to that. The feeling that all of the blood flowing through one's body was poison, rotting one's organs and burning one's brain. The insect grew into a chrysalis that tested the host to see if it was worthy of being its vessel, and then spent 3 days and 3 nights deciding whether to use it as its vessel or to dissolve and devour it. When the chrysalis finally hatched and the human form was still intact, the ritual succeeded, and the insect became a symbiote. The first physical change occurred in the insect cage tribe, when an insect was taken into the body and hatched from out of their chrysalis. Some acquired antennae and wings, some developed compound eyes, others grew multiple arms and legs, and others covered their fingers and bodies with shell. The fact that these characteristics were similar to those of real insects was the reason why the insect cage tribe was called as such, despite the fact that the insects they took in were not actually insects at all. Of course, even in a different shape, their essence remained unchanged. However, it was also true that there were those who viewed the insect cage tribe as these abnormal people performing rituals to retroactively transform themselves to become vessels for insects. This was a prejudice that awaited them at the end of their suffering, and yet the way of the insect cage tribe remained the same. In order to be recognized as a member of the insect cage tribe, a person must take in a single insect. However, the more insects one took in, the more powerful one became as a warrior. Therefore, the best warriors of the insect cage tribe had taken in at least 3 insects. However, with more integrated insects, the risk of them cannibalizing each other inside the body and endangering the life of the host increases. Therefore, the number of symbiotic insects is directly related to the quality of the warrior. The current chief of the insect cage tribe was known as a warrior among warriors and was revered and respected as the hero of his tribe for having taken 8 insects into his body. And Kaphma Irelix was a monster that had taken in 32 insects. The birth of a monster that overshadowed even the feats of heroes, a monster that went against the code of the insect cage tribe from the very beginning. The ritual of implanting an insect was not supposed to be performed until the 12th birthday for fear of endangering the vessel's life, but Kaphma had taken his first insect when he was only a few days old. As the elder brother of the chief, his father turned mad because he remained inferior to his younger brilliant brother and directed it towards his own child. Once Kaphma gained awareness of his surroundings, he was made to known of his circumstances by his father. His real father was executed by his younger brother, the chief, his true intentions remaining unknown. However, his father had declared his son dead soon after his birth, isolating Kaphma and performing the ritual of implanting an insect into him every year. Ironically, when Kaphma's existence was discovered and he was first taken out of hiding at the age of 12 the same year, his brethren were to undergo the ritual of implanting insects, and Kaphma was already a monster living in symbiosis with 13 insects. Even among the insect cage tribe, opinions were divided on how to deal with Kaphma, an existence inconceivable to the tribe. With his father already dying after he was emotionally executed for breaking the law and cursing his child, the reason Kaphma had been able to incorporate over a dozen insects was completely unknown. Eventually, his uncle, the chief, declared that he would take responsibility for Kaphma's existence and allowed him to live. This was not a lie, and Kaphma Irelix was grateful to the chief. His blood-related uncle, for better or worse, maintained a certain distance and discretion when dealing with Kaphma and did not direct any excessive blame or apologies toward him because of his father. His uncle's attitude of not being neither particularly kind nor heartless showed his awareness to not give Kaphma special treatment as a member of the insect cage tribe, for which Kaphma was grateful. No matter how my uncle treated me, the fact of the matter is that I am an anomaly among the tribe. Yet the generation that was still unaware of the pain of implanting insects kept Kaphma at a distance, while those who already incubated insects feared Kaphma for the unimaginable number he took in. The insect cage tribe was regarded as heretical by other tribes, and Kaphma had become even more heretical among them. Of course, Kaphma had no reason to be blamed or persecuted. Kaphma could have ignored the stares he received and continued to live the life he had as an unrelated outsider. However, despite being raised differently from others, Kaphma's character was virtuous. I did not appreciate the environment in which my own people were afraid of me. To become a member of the insect cage tribe, one was required to implant an insect inside oneself. However, Kaphma had passed through that stage before he became self-aware, so he spared no effort in understanding his brethren in different ways. He actively interacted with others, learned how to be a warrior from his chieftain uncle, and showed that he was not different from them by being tenacious in his interactions with all generations. In order to be respected as a warrior of the insect cage tribe, he challenged a ritual of implanting a new insect into his body. There was some opposition, since Kaphma was unique in the history of the insect cage tribe, who had already taken in 13 insects. There were high expectations for how much growth he would achieve simply by growing up. They had said it was a mistake that should not have happened, that he would lose his life before it even hatched. Kaphma knew what those old men were thinking, but he did not think it was a good idea to stop. Before receiving permission, Kaphma took the insect and went through with the ritual unsupervised. Kaphma later learned that he had inherited this reckless behavior from his father. But this time, Kaphma recklessly took his 14th insect, and after 3 days and 3 nights of suffering and vomiting blood, he survived. And so, Kaphma Irelix had finally hatched as a member of the insect cage tribe. Kaphma, despite his peculiar birth, was possessed of virtuous spirit and won the outstanding respect of his tribe, making him the strongest in the history of the insect cage tribe. In the Valachian Empire, it was the strong who were honored and glorified. Shouldering the hopes and expectations of his entire tribe, Kaphma also set out to make his mark as a general of Valachia and make the strength of the insect cage tribe itself known. Naturally, there were those who liked to gossip everywhere. Sometimes he received heartless abuse and harassment from those who believed false rumors about the insect cage tribe, but these were trivial matters. It was trivial for Kaphma once he got to the outside world. Yes, it was trivial. Kaphma Irelix was a monster born out of the history of the insect cage tribe. With a virtuous spirit and a sense of camaraderie with his fellow countrymen, he took the initiative to fight the enemy and protect his tribe. However, no matter how much effort he put in, his tribesmen continued to draw a line between Kaphma and themselves because they knew the difficulty of coexisting with insects. They could not see Kaphma as one of them. Therefore, for Kaphma Irelix, leaving his homeland was his aspiration. Only in a place without his tribesmen, the insect cage tribe could Kaphma see the light that he sought. By all rights, everyone in the insect cage tribe was supposed to undergo the process of hatching as they grew up to close and to recognize that they are only one until finally. 2. Garfield Rara. Kaphma gnashed his molars hard at the howling, furious golden tiger that had leapt in front of him. Kaphma did everything in his power to meet the enemy, who explosively enlarged his upper body and raised his sharp animal claws at a warrior who called himself Garfield Tinsel. Kaphma, I apologize for underestimating you. With a flap of his backthorn wings, Kaphma released purple thorns from his outstretched arms. Although a newcomer among the insects that Kaphma had adopted, thorns were used frequently because of their ease of use. However, even with its suppressive power, it could not halt Garfield's momentum. With one fell swoop of his claws, he mowed down the tip of the thorns in every floor of the rampart, and the sensation of the insects screaming within shook Kaphma's brain. The seemingly endless amount of thorns were part of the insect that Kaphma had taken in. Naturally, if they were hurt, there would be a proportionate backlash. They just suppressed it through their sheer vitality to make it seem like there is no reaction at all. Garfield stepped forward with unstoppable momentum, and out of the corner of his eye, Kaphma slid down the ramparts with the acceleration of his wings and slipped past the fierce tiger. The impact of thundering roar echoed just off to the side, and Kafma was horrified by how much the margin for evasion had been narrowed down. Every attack was even faster and more powerful than the previous. Either one grew in battle, or one drew on one's dormant strength. Neither of which was realistic. Almost every change in force that occurred on the battlefield is a reduction in power. Of course, any perfect condition set up before a battle is lost with every second that passes once the battle commences, until one's energy reserves are depleted and the optimal results can no longer be achieved. That was why it was important to unleash the greatest firepower and skill within the first move of a battle. Of course, Kafma was no stranger to this rule, unleashing maximum firepower and fighting techniques on the enemy. And Garfield ought to have been the same too. It should have been that way, so it did not make sense. Such an increase in power and speed over the course of a fight regardless of the particularities of beastification. Kafma, and you must be seriously injured at K. Kafma's earlier attack, it could have been described as a sneak attack or a poison assassination of sorts. Whether the means were good or bad, Kafma did not abstain from the act itself. If elegance was the difference between life and death in battle, then one should choose the means that suit one's desired outcome. If those fixations were related to whether or not a person was capable of performing at their best, then it would be a different story. Kafma, whatever the case, Garfield's overall injuries were unusual. The largest injury he had sustained was head trauma from Kafma's attack, but the insects that had burrowed into him were also quite resounding. However, the same methods would not work again. Having swallowed the fire magic stones, Garfield's body was still burning red hot. His whole body was covered in flames, but inside his body must have been in an even more unmanageable state of conflagration. While the host body was at risk when implanting an insect without a host was also extremely vulnerable and could easily die off if in an even slightly harsh environment. There was no such thing as an insect that could live in a continuously burning body. Kafma thought of it as terrifying. Even if one could use healing magic, it could not kill insects with it. Instead, the insect needed to be removed in order for the magic to heal the wound. This was the best way to break through that antinomy, but it seemed unlikely that he could think this up on his own. Rather, it was probably the result of following instinct rather than thinking with one's head. If he had thought it through with his head, he would have never been able to swallow the magic stone and burn his body. Kafma HK. The moment he slid to an unguarded side, red antennae shot out from Kafma's shoulders like cannonballs. Garfield's body was blasted off the ramparts with a roar as the tips of the insect horns from Kafma's transformed shoulder bones pierced through his steel-like abdominal muscles. A crushing blow, but Kafma did not come out unscathed. Kafma GUH. Kafma's cheeks tensed up at the bone-numbing pain of having two of the antennae snapped off at the base. If victory came at the cost of pain, it brought Kafma down to his knees. But Kafma was not foolish enough to kneel here because Garfield J.O. Harawa. Garfield, supposedly blown away, crawled up the ramparts, his claws piercing the walls, and leapt up high before Kafma's eyes. Red steam erupted on the side of his body where the horns had supposedly pierced, and the wound closed up. Kafma exhaled as the healing magic's pale light violently glowed with phosphorescence, and the wound healed rapidly and unexpectedly. Kafma put a hand over his mouth, realizing it was an impulse to laugh. Then, as if giving up, he put his hand down and shook his head, loosely. Kafma refreshing. He admitted it. Kafma Irelix had enjoyed his battle with Garfield Tinsel to the fullest. Garfield Oea. The howling Garfield brought his arms down, and they fell as vertically spinning golden discs. Kafma raised both arms and decided it could not stop them, so he pushed forward and decided to go beneath Garfield's groin and behind him, aiming for his exposed back, which he could see from the side. However, Kafma unleashed his wing slash without turning back, and was knocked away by a rising stone right between them. Just before Kafma's attack could reach him from beneath his groin, Garfield placed his outstretched leg on the floor and activated his divine protection, blocking the attack. Moreover, his wings struck against a hard stone and were torn noisily. On the other side, Garfield's hind legs were violently unleashed. Kafma HK. With their backs to each other, Kafma's body went flying after a powerful blow. His efforts to stay on his feet turned out disastrous, and his outstretched body had failed to dissipate the impact, bouncing off the floor, spitting blood, and sending Kafma's tall body bouncing over the wall. Once twice bouncing higher, he saw Garfield's face as he spun around over his rolling momentum. To the bottom, Kafma a second time 8K. His chest open and his ribs spread apart, his reddish organ stored deep within rumbled, and the shock wave emitted from him surged forward straight into Garfield. This Kafma's trump card was not the result of introducing a new insect, but a new organ created by the coexistence and symbiosis of the 32 insects that had been inserted up to that point. The functions of multiple insects were combined to release a shock wave that engulfed and destroyed everything in its path with A. Ferociously precise vibration and destructive blow, pulverizing everything into pieces. The moment any warrior was exposed to it invisible to the eye, it turned him into a bloody mist. Kaphma, but that conviction remained unshaken, as Garfield's golden hair was now stained with blood. Any warrior would be turned into a bloody mist, therefore Kaphma, a monster. Breaking his tumbling body with an arm thrust against the floor, Kaphma looked up. Then Garfield, with his blood-stained upper body trembling mouth wide, open, rushed in straight towards him. The monster struck a blow that would have killed any warrior. Garfield. The swing of that huge fist caught Kaphma in the face, and a reflexive counterpunch rocketed upwards to his opponent's jaw. Like that, a violent brawl ensued, red flowers of blood blooming across the wall. It was an epic battle that no one could interrupt, a clash between monsters. Kaphma, exhaling and looking beyond the pain, Kaphma poured all of his energy into it. He was an extraordinary monster yielded from a peculiar origin that was the reason for Kaphma Irelix to be so distinct from his tribesmen, a fate which he had cursed with his very being. Leaving his closed-off hometown and stepping forth into the wide world, Kaphma had tried to discover. He had tried to discover evidence so that he may puff up his chest with pride, that he was not a monster. However, that was not the case in reality. Even in the outside world, Kaphma's remarkable true strength was beyond the norm and thereby regarded as heretical many, that he stood shoulder to shoulder with as regular soldiers feared Kaphma's prowess, and they kept away from his abnormality. That no matter where he was a monster, that in the end it was a fate he could not escape, such was as Kaphma had thought. However, rise up, General Third-Class Kaphma. Together, let us do everything in our power for the glorious sake of His Excellency. Well, don't think too much about it, for just like you, we are all monsters. With a loud voice, the words of the large man, who gave that masculine laugh, had been a heavenly blessing for Kaphma. Wanting to deny that he was a monster, Kaphma had tried to ingratiate himself with his tribesmen. Since that wish had not been fulfilled, he had tried to seek it outside, and still he had failed. However, what if he looked upwards? Gathered together were monsters that even Kaphma Irelix, who was feared as a monster, was no match for. It was not that Kaphma wanted to be told that he was not a monster. It was just that he did not want to be in a loneliness that could not be shared or understood by anyone. Even though he was a monster, the world had not left Kaphma behind, therefore. Kaphma, and with my fight against you yet another. While Garfield's entire body was bathed in a four-pronged barrage of antennae fired at an ultra-close range, he endured it with sheer force by healing his wounds as soon as he sustained them. The uncommon defensive power, vitality, and extreme regenerative abilities that likely include the power of a divine protection were the gimmicks of the monster before Kaphma's eyes, and the cause of his enthusiasm. The thorn vines released from his right arm had wound around the fierce tiger's entire body, and the thorns were forcibly shaken off, while they were tearing the skin to bits. His fists, covered in carapaces that thrust aside every slash, directly collided with Garfield's shining silver gauntlets, and the carapaces shattered tremendously. The insect eggs that had been planted with a flick of his left hand burned in the flames, and the shock wave emitted when he was forced down to his knees, which had caused his internal organs to churn, was still unable to overcome that recovery ability and fell flat. Refreshing! Ah, how refreshing. In the end, he was a military man, and no matter how he may try to pretend, he was a monster, and going along with the insects that cheered. From within him, before he knew it, a smile had stuck to Kaphma's cheeks and would not come off. The 32 insects, the beings that had become one with himself and were closer to him than his own family, were delighted that they finally had a chance to show their full heart and soul and began to rant and rave. Victory must be wrought. For the sake of a great cause, for the glorious sake of His Excellency the Emperor, who guides the empire, for the sake of repaying his benefactor, who raised him to this domain, and for the sake of his tribesmen, who wish to improve the status of the insect cage tribe. Garfield bastard, where fuck die I think you're looking. He heard a voice amidst the pain, the suffocation, and the accelerating thoughts that filled his brain. Even though they were both pounding each other's vitals with such ferocious vigor and might that it would not have been strange if one of them died, and even though there was no room for a proper exchange of words, he heard it. A pair of emerald green eyes fixed their gaze onto him from in front, and a bloodshot glint pierced his soul. The sharp fangs made a noise as to slurp flesh and blood, and the sound of creaking bones made all of his perception feel distant. So while everything was being put to use for the stage of battle, the monster, before his eyes, howled. Garfield, my Amazon self, is right here, Kaphma. Garfield, for just this moment, I ain't gonna let anything get in the way. That instant color faded from the world, the sound of the wind, and the ringing in his ears went silent, and that large enemy before his eyes became all that remained in Kaphma Irelix's world. Kaphma was ashamed of his own inadequacy, thinking how tactless he had been. And then he quickly tossed that shameful tactlessness aside and nodded. Kaphma, it's just you and me. That moment their fists crossed and slammed into each other's faces, and time accelerated. An open palm caught hold of his face, and Kaphma's skull screamed from that extraordinary grip strength. But Kaphma also put his hand in his opponent's mouth, and from there he poured thorns into his opponent's body. Since he could not break through from the outside, then he would do it from the inside. The overflowing thorns rampaged through the inside of his body, and conclusion devouring him from the inside was imminent. However, while the thorns were flowing into Garfield, he swung Kaphma's body up, and then swung his body down, slamming him into the ramparts. Kaphma HK. As his back was buried into the rampart, he was lifted up and dropped again, lifted and dropped, lifted and dropped, lifted, lifted, dropped, and he was trampled upon. A crack formed in the rampart where his entire body was buried, and the tip of the bastion of the Star Fortress was split in two. His vision was dyed a deep red, and in place of his breast, blood gushed out. Nevertheless, the thorns did not lose their power, and they continued to flow into Garfield's body. Until Kaphma exhausted all of his strength, the insects would hunger for victory. Garfield Ga, the open mouth of the large tiger, was not able to bite through the bulky bundle of thorns no matter how much his claws tore into them. The undulating layers of thorns were too thick. No matter what he did, Kaphma would not let him go. The thorns were also finite. There was a limit to how much he could send forth. If Kaphma were to send them all forth at this point, he would be giving up his best chance of defeating the other insurgents who were closing in on the ramparts. However, this victory would be worth it. No, the monster known as Garfield Tinsel will be worth it. Kaphma, RAHHH. Ignoring the pain of the broken bones in his body, Kaphma's throat raised a war cry. The overflowing thorns filled Garfield's body to the brim, and the pressure of the deadly thorns, having no place to go, would cause a rupture that led to death. No matter how hard he tried to twist his body, no matter if he completed his beastification, it would not let him escape. Concentrating the remaining power of all the insects in his body, Kaphma suppressed Garfield and pitched forward to wrest victory in. Then he bore witness to the unbelievable. Kaphma Wa, the large tiger with golden fur, had swelled up to the verge of bursting from thorns that poured into his mouth before that body could burst the pressure, and thorns was rapidly lost. Why was that? It was because an escape route had been created for the thorns that entered his body. Garfield's sharp claws tore across his own abdomen, and thorns poured out from a wound. His terrifyingly desperate tactics were acts of barbarism which brought him close to death's door. If thorns rushed into a wound that was created, the wound in the stomach could be open for the same reason that the mouth could not be closed, and his body would be split in two, and it would be the conclusion. Indeed, to merely invite death like that was an act of barbarity far too foolish. However, the instant Kaphma witnessed that barbarism, the momentary emptiness in his mind gave Garfield, who was on the verge of tearing himself apart, a moment to catch his breath. He closed his jaws. There was a sound of thorns being torn apart, and the large tiger's large mouth closed. Kaphma lost a decisive blow with his thorns, and before he could realize it, Garfield stepped forth, and his fist struck Kaphma's face with a hard impact of his silver gauntlets. Collapsed on the top of the wall, a fist slammed into Kaphma's face as he lay sprawled out on the floor, and now the impact that was deeply hammered into him inflicted decisive damage to the rampart. A thunderous roar resounded, and the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lipagana, extolled to be impregnable, began to crumble. While he felt the collapse through the sound behind him, Kaphma looked straight ahead to Garfield, who pulled back his fist. Slowly unraveling his beastification, the boy regained his original human, formed a wound in Garfield's abdomen from when he had torn himself open was closed with a plume of blood. It was a fatal wound, but seeing him forget about it even happening so terrifyingly quickly, Kaphma bursted into laughter. What an absurd sight. Kaphma, a monster. Thus, right after he muttered to himself, as if to catch his breath, the collapse was fully realized, and the ramparts crumbled. Falling amongst the crumbling ramparts and rubble, Kaphma's consciousness slowly faded away, until there was nothing left to hold on to. Kaphma, your excellency, I apologize. Until the very end, while he thought shamefully of himself for putting on airs of a loyal retainer, he fell. The voices of the insects which he had been hearing since he was born also seemed to be awfully quiet. 3. Forcefully grabbing the man's body as he fell defenseless, he kicked off on the rubble to escape the scene of the collapse. Grazing the ground with his heel, he killed his momentum and turned around to see the ramparts crumble with a thunderous roar, opening a large hole in the strong fortress. Garfield, I fucking opened a hole for new wind. The words had been spoken before the start of the battle, remembering Emilia's order. His cheeks contorted, feeling pain in the corners of his mouth, which had been torn wide open. Garfield screamed Ga. He hurriedly placed his hand on the wound and activated his healing magic. Garfield, shit, that hurts, but Roughly healing his torn mouth, Garfield intently stared down at his hands. The sudden fierce battle and being put into a condition where frankly it would not have been strange if he died, but the horrific wounds all over his body had closed up and the seeping pain became a lingering sensation. Even while in his beast form, he thought that he was able to maintain a certain degree of composure while continuing to fight. Thanks to that, he was able to recover from his wounds quickly. Was that really all there was to it? Garfield, has my Amazon self gotten stronger, clutching his open hand tightly, Garfield spilled that out. He had not been entirely sure, perhaps it would be better to call it fortunate, but until now Garfield had not faced an opponent to whom he had to give his all. Except for the battle against Kurgan, the Eight Arms, in the Watergate City, the battles in which Garfield was not able to use the entirety of his strength had continued. With those shackles removed and the result of once again being able to fight with all his might, he had a definite sensation. He breached the wall at a level stronger than he was before. That was what he had ascertained during this battle. That was why. Garfield, you call me a monster, but I say the exact same thing about you. With that, Garfield lowered his right arm, dropping Kafma's body to the ground, and snorted his nose. Kafma's chest was slightly falling and rising, and he was still breathing. This was war, and in order to think of it as true victory, he should not let his opponent live, though he understood this. Amelia said they should try to reduce the number of people who would die by their hands. And Otto likewise told Garfield to beat them up until they could no longer stand on their own feet. Indeed, Amelia had shared these words from the bottom of her heart, and Otto had said them out of concern. He wanted to fulfill that, therefore, in this place. Garfield, it's my Amazon self win. And so, having defeated one of the bastions on the points of the star, Garfield pumped his fist into the air. Chapter 90. The Cradle of Hell. 1. No doubt about it, in front the first bastion is the second-ranked Arakia. It's presumed to be the 9th-ranked Madeline, as charted. The second bastion, a herd of flying dragons, is circling overhead. The guardian of the third bastion still unidentified. Also no confirmation on the guardian of the 4th bastion. Unable to confirm. 5th bastion, such a flashy attack. Not a general first class. It is general second class Kafma Irelix. The battle conditions were coming in one after another in a loud voice, almost like an angry shout or a scream. The soldiers assigned a role of long-range observers took up as high of a position as possible, their eyes bloodshot, as they tried to obtain as much information as possible by looking at the majesty of the imperial capital of Lupagana in front of them. The decisive battle for the imperial capital had finally begun, if one considered the simple difference in the number of soldiers as the difference maker. The military strength of the rebel forces was nearly twice that of the regular army of the imperial capital. If all of these troops were to run out onto the plains at once and clash heated, it would be obvious who would win the battle. I never wanted to be on the attacking side of Lupagana, the robust imperial capital. Shaking his distinctive hairdo from side to side, Zikr Osman wrinkled his brow as he documented the reported battle situation on a map he had, spread out in the simple command center. As a general second class of the Empire, he carried out his duty as a general and still had a high level of loyalty to Wallachia, so it could be said that the imperial capital was the armor that protected the heart that he needed to protect. He would never have considered himself being in a position where he had to capture the imperial capital and vanquish the existence of the one who perversely called himself the emperor on the throne. The situation, however, will not wait for your incessant whining to cease. No, not only you, time passes equally for everyone. Zikr Abeldono. Able return to the battle situation, obtain the reports from the long-range observer's priority, should be given to the 3rd and 4th bastions. No matter how trivial it is, we will identify the guardians there. Zikr right away strengthened the long-range observations on the 3rd and 4th. Without a doubt, a general first class is on the battlefield. Zikr nodded and ordered his nearest subordinate, causing the air to fluctuate at a dizzying pace. Savoring the dry air on his skin, Abel squinted from behind his Oni mask at the imperial capital in the distance, outside the cloth-covered command center, where the star-shaped ramparts protected the city. As noted previously, in terms of military strength, the rebels outnumbered the regular army. However, the assembled rebels lacked a sense of coordination, a rabble that rushed off in haste, likely as to not relinquish glory and military achievement to others. In addition, the enemy whom they needed to attack was confined to the innermost part of the imperial capital, which painted a picture of robustness and solidity. As was discussed when capturing the fortress city of Geralt, some held the belief that in cases where the attacker was attempting to defeat the defender, if it only boiled down to pure military strength, they would require 3 times the number of men. Considering that the defensive measures of the imperial capital were far superior to those of Geralt, the difference was all the more pronounced. Above all, able the existences that disturb the balance of military strength the most are the powerful, who are equivalent to 1,000 men in strength. Zikrit is a decisive battle in the defense of the imperial capital. Although the battle has started earlier than expected, how many of the 9 divine generals have been recalled? Even though the rebels could be surmised as a rabble, if they were to get it on the head and doused with water, they would turn tail with their ears, ready to listen. If that happened, then they would be able to incorporate them into their tactics and shape them. That is, if the water was simply a wake-up call, and not something that made them close their eyes forever, which was no easy task when confronted with the 9 divine generals. Able at minimum Arakia Madeline Eschart and Meguro, Hagain will be in play Kathma Irolix, is equivalent to a general first class on Mare alone, and Albert Dunkelkin may refuse to participate due to his injured arm, but that is unlikely. Zikr, there will be no participation by General First Class Gaz or General First Class Groovy. Is that what you expect? Able Gaz Ralph and may or may not be alive, and Groovy Gumlet may or may not have been recalled from the West. It depends. But the latter is difficult to mobilize. The uncertainty concerning the West's movements is neither orchestrated by this side nor theirs, but it smells fishy. In the first move of the rebellion, Gaz had taken up resistance to allow Able to flee as he was ousted from the imperial capital. He was likely to have died as no further information about his whereabouts was known. Gaz, who possessed the extraordinary support of his soldiers because of his superior command capabilities and personality, would be one of the greatest threats in the war if he were to become an enemy. But then again, knowing the identity of the imposter sitting on the throne, there was practically no chance that Gaz would join the other side, making him nothing more than a dead pawn that was hard to deal with. Able, the only possible effective use of a dead pawn is to utilize its death something around the lines of taking Gaz Ralphin's death and pinning the blame for on the rebels to stir up the morale of the soldiers. Zikr, I do not wish to think about it. If I had remained unaware of the situation over there, I would have also taken up the sword for the sake of General First Class Gaz, even if it meant dying. Even Zikr General in his own right mourned the supposed death of Gaz. It was a feat of trust and achievement that Gaz Ralphin had built up, and in fact, if they were to resort to such a scheme, it would be necessary to reevaluate the strength of the regular army. But if they had intended to do so, the best time would have been before the war had begun. Able, either he deliberately passed up on the opportunity, or he did not want the uncertainty of any fluctuation in force due to improved morale. Either way, he is going to be pulling the strings. Running through his thoughts, Able put his hand on the edge of his mask and tried to grasp the other party's intentions. When it came to reading one's intentions, there was no room for being worse at it against most opponents. However, this time the opponent was outside of the most category, and in addition, he was an enemy who knew the hues of his mind better than anyone else so far. The conditions here were the same. However, different wind conditions mean different options, and so to the place where Able was staring at the map was Able Chin. A lively voice sounded through the entrance of the tent, and with a quick movement, a little girl jumped into the room. She took her place at the desk and turned to Able, her blue eyes shimmering with immense emotion. Medium, I want to go too big, bro. Is there? Remember, I can't wait anymore. Able, nonsense. We do not need more contingencies. How can you be sure that your brother is in the capital? Medium, there was a girl named Madeline. She's the one who took Big Bro. And Remchan, if she's there, then maybe the two of them are there too, right? Able, that hardly sounds like a guarantee. Furthermore, your brother and that girl are of little strategic value. In the current situation, do not confuse our priorities. Medium, but there is nothing more important to me than Big Bro and my friends. With a banging on the desk, the girl Medium snapped at Abel's words. This was an emotional and implicit opinion ultimately. As he said, there was no reason other than emotion to give priority to Flop and Rem, who were both kidnapped under the circumstances of this war, and therefore it was a worthless decision for Able. There was a liberating alternative for Medium, though Able causing needless dissension to Medium what? Lowering her eyebrows, Medium tilted her head unconcerned about her own worth, or was she encouraged by the rightful appraisal of herself? Able quickly dismissed it as overthinking. In any case, he could not afford to devote much time to her. Able, no matter how much you voice your aspirations, you should be aware how lofty your goal is right now. If you cut loose your shackles and head for the battlefield, you needlessly throw away your life. Medium, but that. Zikr Miss Medium Abeldono is concerned about your safety, and I share his opinion. I cannot just let you go. Looking up and down, Able and Medium glared at each other respectively, and Zikr, who interrupted them, rebuked them in a calm tone. Zikr, the general in command, was also aware of the unpredictable situation of the battle nevertheless. He must have been quite distressed trying to keep the unreasonable Medium at bay. Without revealing any of his emotion with his expression, the man called Womanizer exchanged glances with Medium and spoke, and what do we do about that? Zikr, that solid city wall, is made up of 5 bastions. One cannot attack the imperial capital without considering these 5 bastions. At the very least, we need to understand our opponent's intelligence and eliminate any ambiguity before we talk about this again. Medium, that is why I'm also properly taking this into account. I really want to hear from Madeline about my big bro, but it's hard to do that. So from an unguarded spot, I'm going to go inside. Abel, wait. After Zicker's attempt at gentle persuasion, Medium emotionally tried to push him away. However, Medium's statement made Abel think of something, so he interrupted them. Abel grabbed Medium by her slender shoulders and turned her to face him, causing her to widen her eyes. Abel, you said an unguarded spot. If you mean one of the bastions, from where did you get that information? Medium, from where you say, oh, that's right, sorry, Abel Chen. Her complexion changed at the question, and Medium grasped Abel's hand on her shoulder with both hands. As she continued to hold his hand tightly, her blue eyes again wavered emotionally and... Medium, I should have told you this. Well, the third bastion is full of golems, and the fourth bastion is nothing but black shadows. Neither of them has a person like Yornikin. Abel. Medium, Abel Chen. Abel's eyes widened slightly at the message from Medium's mouth. However, this reaction was immediately quashed with a blink of an eye, disappearing in a silent sigh. These uttered words, there was no need to scrutinize their content. He fully understood their meaning. The question was how the information was obtained. Abel, who made you tell me this? Medium, huh? Abel, who? Opposite his gripped hand with his left hand, he held the back of Medium's head and turned her to face him. Medium gasped as he looked straight into her blue eyes. Then she moved her pale pink lips to answer Abel's question. The answer to that question was 2. Otto Suin closed his eyes while being engulfed in a vast, raging whirlwind of information. Otto. A storm of voices poured in. From right to left, from top to bottom, from front to back, an unending assault of voices. It was the second coming of the cradle of hell, where he once spent for as long as he could, almost like a triumphant return to his nostalgic hometown. Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was said to be one of the outliers among the many divine protections that existed in this world. This divine protection, which allowed one to understand and communicate in every creature's language, had too many flaws to be considered a strength obtained at birth. First of all, a newborn child would have no ego or self-consciousness, and only a vague sense of self. Since children cannot firmly establish themselves, they have no choice but to rely on their surroundings. But for the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language, these surroundings would be far too vast. It would not be about up, down, left, right, or depth, but literally everything. More specifically, a child with the divine protection of the soul of language could not even distinguish between human, animal, insect, wind, rain, or the ringing in one's ears. Such a living creature bereft of definitive judgment and attention span could hardly survive. The only reason Otto was able to last through that period without dying was because of his circumstances. It was a devotion of his wealthy and loving parents, as well as siblings who never dismissed or denied their brother despite not being able to understand each other, that kept Otto alive. But even after establishing oneself as a living being, the suffering of the divine protection of the soul of language did not end. Rather, it was just about to begin. Those who possessed the divine protection of the soul of language were able to communicate with everything around them, but they risked being isolated from everyone in return. This was a major factor in their lacking sense of belonging. Assuming that talking, touching, and cultivating bonds were the foundations of life, the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language could establish relationships with any creature. There was no need to merely bond with human beings. One could communicate with any animal, insect, and even fish because of the divine protection, allowing one to connect with all living things, thus making it easy to isolate oneself. One could be trapped in an eternal prison of doubt as to who one was due to that all the previous holders of the divine protection of the soul of language met an early demise. Otto did not even want to think about how many of his fellow possessors of the divine protection had died without even being able to speak their names, let alone realize the power of the divine protection or make it known to their surroundings. What was the value of living in the midst of unrelenting downpours, uninterrupted storms, and utter helplessness, knowing one would never be understood? In fact, he had never heard of any accomplished possessor of the divine protection of the soul of language, and Otto understood that feeling all too well. Literally, the cradle of hell was a place where one was forced to listen endlessly to lullabies enticing one to death. Otto, in this nostalgic, Hell Otto consciously narrowed the focus of the voices he had lent an ear to. It was the same way people picked up only the voices in a crowded place or at a party that talked about topics that were relevant and interesting to them. It was a domain only a handful of possessors of the divine protection of the soul of language had been able to enter, in which could adjust the effects of the divine protection. It was that kind of constantly active divine protection that would lose its impact when its effect were adjusted. Otto to usually set his divine protection to the lowest setting, so that his head was not filled with so many words. He increased the volume of the weakened divine protection and raised its intensity to the maximum. Otto, When Subaru pestered him about the divine protection of the soul of language before he had called it channel, he thought that did not sound so bad. So he opened a channel. The countless voices that popped into Otto's ears and mind were all related to battlefields centered around the imperial capital. Many of them were accompanied by avoidance, loathing, fear, and anger, and pretty much useless, but he scrutinized them all. Anyhow, Otto I have asked a lot of Garfield too. When Amelia made the decision to end a battle for the imperial capital, Otto concluded that it was Garfield who would have to shoulder the most difficult role in this battle. Because of their prowess as combatants, Amelia and Garfield were the ones taking on the dangerous enemies in battle. However, they could not let Amelia fight to the death. Of course, Amelia's life took top priority, even before recovering Subaru and Rem. Therefore, if Amelia was in danger, he would make her back down no matter what she said. Everyone in the camp, except Amelia, had been notified of this commonly acknowledged fact. However, it was not an option to come all the way to the Empire and return empty-handed. They must bring Subaru and Rem back home with them. In order to achieve this goal, Garfield was responsible for sustaining the most wounds and spilling the most blood. Otto Garfield may or may not be aware of this. Did Garfield understand how reckless and cruel the instructions were for the role he was entrusted with? Otto was certainly aware that he had been terribly self-serving and unreasonable in his instructions, and Garfield probably thought he was being reckless, but did he truly get the gist of it? Or perhaps Garfield took it as a sign of trust. Otto, I do not like this. Muttering a few words, Otto thought of Garfield's innocent look of trust. Even if he was giving unreasonable instructions, Garfield believed that. Otto had an idea, and that it was his role to see it through in the same manner Otto anticipated Garfield would see his instructions that way and entrust him with a role only he could fulfill. At first glance, this was an exchange of mutual trust. However, Otto, as someone involved, believed that this was not a fair balance of what each side had to bear. Garfield was the one in harm's way, wherever they went, not Otto. All I do is sit back in my comfort zone, feeling pain and guilt, and when all is said and done, Garfield would say, as ID expect of Otto, bro, I am not sure how I feel about that. You gotta be kidding. Otto, if I can bear it, I should bear it myself. Do not run away from your responsibilities, Otto Suin. Otto placed his hand over his mouth as he reminded himself. When their camp had finally decided on a course of action to take on the Empire's upheaval, Otto warned, Amelia, you're going down a thorny path. In response to Otto's words, Amelia stoutly held her chest and chose her path. It was probably a stupid idea, a foolish path. If Otto were alone, he would never have chosen this approach of all danger and little gain. But there was something important in the little that was gained, and Otto was relieved that Amelia had chosen a path that he never would have chosen on his own. He was inwardly delighted thus. He could not be the odd one out of several possibilities. It was Otto who had chosen this path. If blood needed to be spilled for that purpose, he did not want to leave the bloodshed to others. Therefore, Ottoson, you can be a real dummy sometimes. Suddenly, amidst a flood of meaningless voices, he heard a clear voice and blinked his eyes. In an instant, the sound of hellish rain and storms faded away, and before Otto turned around to squeeze through the channel, his eyes met Petra's, whose eyebrows were lowered with dismay. She went up to Otto and offered him a white handkerchief, saying, take this. Petra, your nosebleed is really gushing. I'm a little scared. Otto knows. I failed to notice it. Petra, so it seems, please sit down. You don't have to stand right. Otto looked at the handkerchief offered to him in a daze, irritably pulling Otto's hand. Petra made him sit down on the grassy field. She then put a handkerchief against Otto's face and wiped off the blood. Petra, is that what happens when you overuse your divine protection? Otto, yes, if I increase the number I am listening to and arrange, this is what happens. I do not really resort to this, but it is an emergency. Petra, so that you don't lose to Garfs and Otto. Petra, as I thought, Ottos, and you really are an idiot. As Petra stared at him, Otto scratched his head, saying guilty as charged. Petra's point was correct in a broad sense, although subtly different from what she was trying to say. If she had been smart, she might have known what Otto really meant and rephrased it. Petra, the fastest growing member of the camp, was getting sharper and more strong-willed by the day. Petra, even if Ottoson has lots of nosebleeds, I don't think he can ever be like Garfson. Otto, certainly the amount of blood we shed cannot be compared with each other, unlike Garfield. I bleed to death much more easily, but I should at least be prepared to bleed myself. Petra, is it because Ottoson told everyone to go? Otto, I truly am no match for Petra-chan. Otto laughed as his nose was pinched to flush out the blood that had accumulated. Considering only the events that had taken place, it was Amelia who had decided that she would participate in this battle, and it was Amelia who had declared that they would do it, so Petra's point was way off the mark. But the reality was that Petra was correct. It was Otto who had led her to say that. No, those were precisely the words Otto had wanted her to say. Otto, in fact, I am not hurting myself for nothing either. I hate to say this, but my divine protection is very useful in war. I cannot afford not to use it. Petra, Otto, it is difficult to find someone that can help us because of the circumstances, but it is worth just getting the information I just entrusted. Medium, send with a message I've able, send can make effective use of it, then the state of battle Petra-chan. Petra, ha. Otto attempted to at least make amends by explaining the usefulness of his actions, but Petra's response was one of cold and growing dismay. Saying good grief, Petra ran her hand through her light brown hair and looked into Otto's round eyes. Petra, I am not the slow-witted child you believe me to be, Otto. Otto, no, yes. I think Petra is a very quick-witted girl. Petra, in that case, Otto, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are. Otto, that is a tough one to respond to. I am not so conceited to believe that I am one of these all-seeing schemers no one else can match. Otto's self-assessment for why he had been able to make it this far would be the number of rules of thumb and small tricks he had, as well having excellent crisis management skills. If they started comparing intellect, he would fall far short to the all-seeing schemers. However, it seemed that this notion of Otto's had missed a mark here, Petra, right now. That's not the kind of intellect I'm talking about. Otto, and I have no intention of being the kind of helpless child you think I am. Otto, that is. Petra, I believe I can be a proper assistance, for instance. Saying that, Petra tightly squeezed a hand that baffled Otto. Then her small hand gave off a white glow which then permeated through Otto. At that moment, the ringing in Otto's head abetted slightly. Otto, is this young magic? Petra, it's part of the magic that I have been learning from a master, even though it is just the absolute basics, Otto. Petra, Ottoson, I also know the time calls for unreasonable actions, but that doesn't mean taking on more suffering is an admirable thing to do. Otto, who had been determined to put himself in harm's way earlier, held his breath at Petra's words. Petra sighed a little at the sight of Otto. Petra, even though that's the kind of thing that Ottoson would always say, I want to tell everyone, Ottoson, but you've been fretting all along, haven't you? Otto, Petra, you have been angry the whole time. I know how you feel, but your voice and attitude are too harsh. Hearing that, Otto bowed his head and could not even make a sound. As Petra had said, Otto had made some uncharacteristic misjudgments, as if he got stuck in a vicious cycle of misunderstandings. Through Petra's small hands, he felt that he could grasp what she was trying to say. Otto, the admirable thing to do is not getting a nosebleed, but getting done what you need to. Petra, yes, what would you like to do, Otto-san? While holding the hand of the still sighing Otto, Petra lifted hers. Petra, if I'm present, you can do your best more efficiently, and yet you want me to stand back, because it's something children are not supposed to see. Otto, that is a bad way to put it. Petra, would you like me to back off? With a smirk on her face, Petra put pressure on Otto. He had succumbed to that pressure, giving in willingly to it. Otto let out a long sigh. Otto, even now, countless voices popped in as soon as he opened the channel. Just when he was about to be washed away in the midst of the furious momentum, Petra's hands held on to Otto into place. A little more distantly, many, just so you might listen to them, or so they would have you believe. Otto, I will have Frederica scold both of us later. Petra, yes, I'm glad to hear Ottoson say that he would rather have a nosebleed with me than have a nosebleed alone. I don't like nosebleeds, though. Otto smiled radiantly and closed his eyes at the sight of Petra, who had decided to help him. There was no way that this clever girl could not have noticed the slight tremor in his tightly clenched hands. It was Petra's first time seeing war a battlefield where her loved ones were involved, and the safety of her friends who were sent away was in jeopardy, and she wished she could do something about it. Imagine their thoughts use a hand at my disposal when I can be a merchant. Otto, Petra-chan, please lend me your hand. I will control the channels on this battlefield. Petra, we will control them. Otto chuckled at Petra's brisk reply. Well, then he replied, and opened the channels to dive back into the cradle of hell. So Otto returned to his nostalgic hometown, with the only difference being that he was no longer as lonely as he once was. Chapter 91. Racing across the battlefield. 1. She took off her robe and stretched out her arms and legs that always tried to stay ladylike. She kicked the ground strongly and sent her supple body flying forward. The feeling of the gallant golden hair cutting through the wind was pleasant, and she cautioned herself in her mind as she ran across the grass. This was a battlefield, a place where many lives would collide with each other, a terminus for lives that would be scattered. Even though she knew this in her head, the scent of blood that slipped through her nostrils and the numerous fighting spirits that reached her through the air threatened to embolden Frederica, who had turned into a beast. Frederica, it is unpleasant. Without looking away from her exuberance, Frederica muttered with emotion detached from her instincts. Fortunately, or not, Frederica had not suffered any notable disasters, despite being a member of the camp and standing beside the great vortex. Certainly no disaster had passed that was comparable to when the old Roswell mansion burned where she and Garfield had met for the first time in over a decade during the fight with Maylee and her female partner, at that time in the truest sense it was such a desperate battleground where she barely escaped with her life. It was precisely because she had lived those relatively peaceful times that she realized, whether she liked it or not, that the blood that flowed within her, the mixture of human and beastly natures, was biased without sufficient awareness and consciousness. It would be easy to lose sight of what was important to her. What troubled Frederica was a kind of fate tied to her half-beast body, an instinctual appeal that her brother Garfield could unconsciously control. At a high level, Frederica was very annoyed with her own inability to control it. The source of the blood that shaped her seemed terribly vile and merciless. Frederica, I do not have time to feel sorry for myself when Garf and Emily Sama, as well as Petra and Otto Sama, are doing their best. Finishing the conversation within herself, Frederica faced forward while snapping her animalized limbs. Both the exuberance that swayed her and the anxiety about the uncertain future were negative emotions induced by Frederica's own uncertain position within her camp. Naturally, Frederica and her comrades were represented by Amelia. Although each one in the group had their own opinions on their strategy, Amelia would ultimately make the final decision. Moreover, Amelia herself was a powerful spiritual arts user and could be relied upon in a fight. Garfield was perfectly competent as a military officer, and Otto set the course with his excellent judgment. Even in a neighboring country that had entered a state of war, both Garfield and Otto were a little overwhelmed by Subaru's absence, but the former sought opportunities to vent on the battlefield, while Petra handled the latter well. Frederica, if she becomes too dependable, I will feel desolate as well. Although she mumbled sulkily, Frederica was proud of the growth of the girl she loved like a little sister. That it was accompanied by a feeling of loneliness was kind of her being softened. Otto, using his divine protection of the soul language and listening to every living thing around the battlefield, had probably gained the most information in this great upheaval. Petra, standing by his side, was applying her newly learned yang magic, which would improve both physical and mental functions to herself and Otto, reducing the repercussions of overuse of his divine protection, while also helping them discern the information he gathered. Petra, who had been learning as a new maid under herself for the past year, had grown incredibly through her own tireless efforts in addition to her memory and her ability to complete tasks. In terms of her level of growth, she probably was the best in the camp, surpassing even Amelia and Subaru. While still young and forbidden to step onto the battlefield because of her immaturity, she didn't waste away and instead sought a role supporting Otto, who was in peril, and fulfilling her unique role. She was proud while at the same time reflecting back on herself. Unable to fight like Amelia and Garfield, she had neither the intelligence nor the ability to assist like Otto and Petra. What could she, one who simply ran across the battlefield, as a beast suppressing her burning instincts, do? Frederica, use your divine protection to the fullest and dominate this battlefield. That is what Otto was prepared to do, and in fact Frederica believed was happening thanks to Otto's efforts, which leaned on Petra's assistance and minimized thinking about the future. The collected information was brought to Abel's headquarters one after another. The tactics that could be assembled expanded once Abel was able to grasp the currently ongoing events and progression of things, and the battle of the rebel army progressed certainly to his advantage. Of course, Abel's instructions did not reach all of the rebel army. The other rebels who had begun fighting without waiting for the arrival of his group, which included Amelia and her party from a fortified city, showed no signs of coordination or cooperation. However, it was Otto's and Abel's opinion that this frustrating situation would not last forever, and signs that were already beginning to appear. Carried away by the momentum of the uprising, the ones who met the rebels that had attacked the imperial capital in one fell swoop were the elite chosen by the emperor who ruled the empire of the monsters. The rebels would have been hit heating with their strength and were shocked and horrified from it. They're holding the expectation that if they could only get them out of the state where they can only see the enemy in front of them and the glory, that laid ahead they would listen to their side. During the frustrating time until that happened, Frederica, could only Frederica, I found you. Tarita Sama, Tarita HK what? A moment later, Frederica rushed over to the person she was looking for in the fast-changing battlefield. Tarita turned around and widened her eyes in shock at the sight of the four-legged beast running, furiously kicking at the grass. However, her agitation was short-lived as she picked up her bow with a terrifyingly cold eye. The tip of the nocked arrow was pointed unhesitatingly at Frederica and... Wait, Tarita, it's an ally. It was Mazelda holding down her sister's bow from above who saved Frederica from being nearly shot through seeing Tarita's eyes widen at her sister's words. Frederica landed on her feet and apologized in a loud voice. I am so sorry. Frederica, please excuse my appearance. I am Frederica. Mazelda, I see it's you, huh? That is a beautiful beast transformation. If I didn't know, it was you I'd want to skin you and display your fur in the village. Frederica, I should take that as a compliment, right ahem? I have something to tell you. This is a message from the head of the main camp, Abel-sama. Facing Mazelda, who had crossed her arms, Frederica went straight to the point despite feeling troubled by her praise. Frederica turned into a beast and ran across the hellfire, raining down on the battlefield to serve as a messenger. She had come to pass along the information that Abel had scrutinized, which had been gathered by Petra's supporter Otto. Mazelda, from Abel, what did he say? Wary of the presence of the enemies guarding the star-shaped citadel and its 5 bastions, and fearing a melee with the rebels who had sat ahead of her, Tarita, who had been on the offensive, leaned forward. Although the combat power of the people of Shudrak was threatening, their true strength lied in their ability to fight in groups, and they could only be truly effective when they were prepared for a situation that could be described as hunting. They could not take full advantage of their strength in the field on open land. If these girls could climb over the wall, the defenses of the imperial capital would be quickly reduced. For that reason, selection of the wall to attack was considered important, and that was Frederica. At the headquarters, they have concluded that the 3rd bastion would be one we need to break through the most. Mazelda the 3rd over there, after receiving the message that had been handed down, Mazelda turned her eyes to the rampart in question. In the distance, the group of rebels had taken the lead to topple the walls one person after another, and attempted to get over the sturdy rampart that protected the imperial capital of Lupagana. However, seemingly slicing through that fervor, blasts and screams mocked these approaches of recklessly leaping in and showed them how mercilessly they would be cut down. There was no doubt that powerful beings guarding the imperial capital were positioned at all 5 bastions. However, the reason the 3rd bastion could serve as a breakpoint was Mazelda's stone golems seemed to be moving there. Tarita is at the steelman. However, there should only be one of the 9 divine generals. Frederica was struck speechless at the sisters that conversed nonchalantly as they gazed at the rampart in the distance. As a half-beast, Frederica currently had better eyesight than usual in her beast form. Even so, she could see nothing other than the cloud of dust that hung over the wall the pair were gazing at. Even though they were a tribe that hunted to survive, she had once again felt disgusted at her lack of ability. Mazelda, Frederica, what did Abel and the others say about the dolls? Frederica, yes, well, Abel-sama said that they were the troops of Meguro, Hagain, one of the 9 divine generals. Tarita, 9 divine generals. Gazing off into the distance, Tarita's cheeks stiffened after she heard those words. Frederica painfully understood the reason for the slight tinge of anxiety in her mutterings. Naturally, since Tarita was going to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital, she must have considered the possibility of a clash with a member of the 9 divine generals. However, even if one considered the possibility, there was still certain uneasiness that could not be dispelled. In the same manner, the fear of the sword saint remains, even if one knew for a fact he was not there. Mazelda, Tarita, don't worry, Tarita's sister. However, it was Mazelda who chuckled at her sister's tense appearance. She clapped her sister on the shoulder, so firmly, her powerful eyes shining brightly. Mazelda, even if it's against a divine general, will never be outdone. Again, if it's that divine general, it'll get my revenge. And if it's not that, one then will be mad and he questions HM. Asking Tarita with a shrug of the shoulders, Mazelda showed her right leg, which had been replaced below the knee by a wooden stick. Frederica could not decide if these were words of true madness, or if they were meant to encourage her sister. Tarita, no questions. Tarita blinked once, then twice, and nodded, and the next moment, with blinding speed, she drew and knocked an arrow and shot it right over their heads. Immediately afterward, Frederica looked up, hearing cries of pain high in the sky, and saw a flying dragon spinning and fall into ground a short distance away from the 3 of them. The arrow that hit the flying dragon under its chin pierced all the way through the top of its head, killing it, while Frederica was amazed by Tarita's overwhelming archery skills. Tarita exhaled and, Tarita, when the time is right, we will breach the wall ourselves. If we get past the walls, we win. Mazelda, so as expected, the chief of the Shudrak, Frederica, what about you? Mazelda turned to Tarita, nodding her head in satisfaction at the determined look on her face. Frederica, who was almost overwhelmed by the pressure of the sisters, came to her senses at the mention of these words. Frederica, I will relay this message to the others if all those who are willing to listen to me will gather in one place. Mazelda, 1 hole breaks the dam. Frederica, yes, 1 hole for a new wind. That was the course of action the Amelia camp and Frederica must take. Because she knew how her position still teetered on the edge within the camp, she was determined to do the best she could within the scope of the role she had been entrusted with. Frederica, Tarita-sama, Mazelda-sama, Please have good luck in battle. Do not throw your lives away. Tarita, yes, Frederica, be careful too. Mizelda, if you die, we Shudrak will pass on your pelt for generations. Frederica, unfortunately, I have no plans to give it to you. Freed from a little bit of tension, Frederica ran off, accepting the send-off by the sisters. Like a gale, she kicked the grass and ran ahead to relay Abel's instructions. The collaboration between Petra and Otto could not be in vain. In turn, this would help Garfield and Amelia in their struggle, and also Subaru and Rem, who might have been in the Imperial capital. Frederica, but for now, I just have to keep on running. 2. Leaving a slight trail of swaying grass and lingering shadows, the beastified Frederica disappeared. She was a golden leopard, a 4-foot beast that bore no resemblance to her original tall, beautiful looks, yet was so refined that even a hunter would have to admire her beauty. According to the information provided by Frederica, Tarita and Mizelda were ready to mobilize the Shudrak to challenge the third bastion. And just when she had made up her mind to do so, TSK, I can't cut them down. There's too many of them in the way. With a crude voice, a man with an eye patch holding twin swords dropped from the sky. Dexterously handling his 2 long swords, the man slashed away the wings of a flying dragon, and then jumped aside of the other flying dragon that dropped down at the same time, cutting off its head as it tried to bite him. A brilliant sword strike, and the one who unleashed it and turned around was Mizelda. Jamal, I guess your face isn't satisfying to look at. Jamal, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of this shit. If we don't get into the Imperial capital somehow, they'll never know if Kadi is safe or not. Todd, you bastard. I hope you're protecting her. Sputtering and swearing, Jamal yelled, scratching his dark brown curly hair. As an Imperial soldier captured in the fortress city, he was in the rare position of joining forces with Abel after learning of his true identity, but nonetheless he was a man of great ability. Unfortunately, his face was revealing his crude nature and did not meet Mizelda's approval as someone caringly deeply about looks. In any case, Tarita could not stay ignorant about how frustrated he was about his family being left behind in the Imperial capital. Anyhow, Mizelda, regardless of us, the other rebels will probably take what they can get their hands on. Jamal, I already know that's why I'm going to end this ridiculous charade by chopping off the head of this fake emperor as soon as possible. Mizelda, since you are so raring to go, I got some good news for you. We're about to head to the third bastion. Word is that we have a chance to strike there. As Jamal stomped his feet, Mizelda revealed Frederica's earlier message to him. Hearing this, however, Jamal frowned dubiously with I what? Jamal, a chance, who told you that Mizelda Abel, it seems. Jamal, tell me about that. Quickly, you guys get ready, we're going to the third bastion. Jamal was quick to switch gears, and he harshly called to the other soldiers to start assembling those in the same situation as him who joined them in the fortified city. His voice was loud, his will was clear, and he boasted some genuine strength. Surprisingly, he might have the makings of a general. Seeing Jamal's back, Tarita moved to catch up. Tarita's sister, we also need to call Cuna and Holly to get ready. When they called out, Tarita reflexively held her breath. Eyes widening, she reached for something that fluttered and fell before her eyes. Just when Tarita gently reached out her hand, something white disappeared from her palm in less than a second. It was a white light that slowly and furiously danced across the sky of the burning battlefield. No, it was a cold grain of ice, a snowflake. Tarita, why is this happening? Mizelda, right? Guess you didn't see it. Tarita's sister. Beside Tarita, who was stunned by seeing the presence of snow for the first time in her life, Mizelda nodded her head. For some reason, unlike Tarita, Mizelda seemed to know exactly what she was seeing. In fact, she recognized it. Mizelda, it's Emily. Tarita, Emily. The name Mizelda gave belonged to a silver-haired girl in the same camp as Frederica. It was still fresh in Tarita's mind when she revealed herself as a half-elf, yet somehow she was the one who had caused the snow to fall. For what purpose was she doing it? Perhaps because she had experienced something outside of her imagination. Tarita felt a slight shiver and softly hugged her own shoulders. Mizelda, the world out there is really that big. How the Shudrak's chief and former chief come together too often, and we are left on the bottom. The snow is no different besides. Mizelda, who was looking up at the sky as snow fell, turned her gaze in the other direction. It was the grass Frederica had stepped on earlier and the direction in which she had disappeared. The thought of this outrageous duty to continuously carry the message of the latest information from Abel across this vast battlefield without losing your breath. Mizelda, a beautiful beast, keeps us alive. Wherever we go, it is a hunter's delight. And she extolled that other person who sold herself short way too much. Chapter 92. Rekindling Old Ties. 1. The air screamed and the world slowed little by little. A heat had dominated the battlefield, No, it was not the battlefield that was dominated, but the empire. The heat had overtaken the entire empire, and the land was engulfed in an unprecedented upheaval. Many raised their voices, raised their weapons, proclaimed their ideals, and heated their enthusiasm. It propagated outward, becoming bigger, wider, faster, stronger, and hotter. The heat was one that had been smoldering in the hearts and minds of Wallachia's citizens for many years. It is a heat that has been endlessly pushed into a box, losing its opportunity to dissipate. Nevertheless, the trap heat continued to grow stronger during that time, and it finally exploded when it found an opportunity. Things that had started that way in and of themselves were not to be denied. There are many different ways of thinking where many people live in addition different countries, have different ways of thinking, and different ways of living are rooted in different kinds of soil, water, and air. No matter how much one meddles, and no one would listen to one's complaints. Therefore, it was out of place to talk about right and wrong here. In such a place where so many things were intertwined, if there was only one thing that could be said, that will be, "I really hate this." The voice murmured literally changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. The farmlands, grasslands, and the expanse of green surrounding the imperial capital of Lipagana were covered with flakes of white snow, a scene that would not have been possible in an empire known for its warm climate. What is this? It was the weaponkin collapsed to the ground, who cried out in confusion in front of the snow they saw for the first time. They were born with parts of their bodies made of metal, which they reworked into weapons for use on the battlefield. They challenged the imperial capital and were crushed by a powerful enemy. Just as they regrouped and prepared to take on the enemy, once more with those who were still able to fight, the white scene slowly appeared. Taken aback for a moment, they quickly turned their attention back to the battlefield. It would have been no surprise if the enemy had taken advantage of that split-second opportunity to take their lives. However, the enemy did not seem to regard the weaponkin as a threat anymore and did not take advantage of the opportunity. They pulled up their humiliation, wielded their anger and their blades, spears, and axes to destroy their enemies for the dignity of their race. And it was at this time that they realized that their bodies were numb and unable to move as they intended. Again, the Wallachian Empire was a country where the climate remained warm throughout the year. Of course, if one's hometown was situated high in the mountains along the border with neighboring countries or close to the great waterfall, one had the opportunity to experience a different climate. But this was not the case for the weaponkin. That said, one could hardly blame them. Who could possibly know to be concerned? Who could imagine that even now at midday on the battlefield, where blue skies and sunshine were peeking through a body heated to the point of sweating, got cooled down all at once, and a freezing wind blew so hard that it made one's blood run cold? Everybody get away from here. I'll really try to do my best here. As they forced their numb bodies to move, a voice struck the astonished weaponkin. In the cold air, making it difficult to even grasp a weapon, a figure could be seen moving forward with large strides across the meadows, silver hair flowing in the air. A beautiful girl with fair skin, amethyst eyes, and a tremendously well-defined facial profile stepped forward majestically, taking the spectacle around her as a given. As they admired the sight, the weaponkin realized they understood by whom this was brought upon them. "So it's friggin' you again." The astonishment of the shivering weaponkin continued. As the silver-haired girl advanced forward, a voice called down to her. Madeline, Eschart, the small figure standing on top of the city wall, a dragonkin with 2 black horns on her head. She was a monster who reigned supreme as the 9th of the 9 divine generals and had crushed the weaponkin's battle line with a single stroke. Looking down below in disgust, Madeline held in her hand her flying winged blade, an armament too large for her stature. Yet she was a master at manipulating it, though it was heavier than it looked. Even in an empire filled with demi-human tribes, a rare species of dragonkin was so intimidating that even a mere confrontation with them would make a weak-minded person cower and kneel. However, yes, it's me again, Madeline, a passing spiritual arts user Emily. Emily, the girl who met the golden glare of the dragonkin, did not care about that sharp look. An unfearful exchange that was all that was needed for the weaponkin to understand. They understood the disparity between the stage that Emily and Madeline were standing on and the disparity in the height of the viewpoints they saw. Weaponkin, there was disappointment and frustration at the reality of the situation, but immediately afterward a welling sense of elation. It was the anticipation of the battle that was about to unfold before their eyes, a battle that transcended human understanding. It was about to begin the battle of the top classes that could never be reached simply by being born strong. A warrior's shiver occurred irrespective of their blood, cooling with the drop in temperature. And then, Madeline, you're a friggin' irritating girl. You couldn't beat this dragon in battle the other day. Madeline's face, which could even be described as adorable, turned fiendishly serious. Raising the flying wing blade in her hand, the angry dragonkin poured all her strength into her slender arms, heedless of the extreme cold that hindered the weaponkin's movements. They intuited the moment that flying wing blade was wielded, a battle that would be remembered throughout history would begin. Emilia Haya. The next moment, a block of ice as large as a castle crashed to the ground just beyond Emily's reach, and Madeline's figure on the ramparts was swallowed up in the icy shards beyond with a roar. 2. A large block of ice slammed into the rampart, and Emilia thought good in her spirit. The battle between the rebels surrounding the imperial capital and the regular army trying to defend it had begun, and it left Emilia's head in quite a mess. Let's do the best that we can and reduce the number of people who die by all means. That was a policy that Emilia had set forth, a goal that her colleagues accepted without opposition, even though they knew that would be difficult. Yet when Emilia and the others arrived at their destination, the rebels who arrived earlier had already begun the battle. From the imperial capital's point of view, they are all the same rebels, but each tribe has its own agendas. It was not a battle that began in an orderly manner with all the tribes lining up to fight. One can understand that, without even thinking about it. Abel had said rather nasty things to the impatient Emilia, but they themselves who had entered the battle from a fortified city took up positions and joined the battle, albeit delayed. Of Emilia and the others, the two main players in the battle were herself and Garfield Beatrice, and Petra could not fight, and Otto and Frederica both had other roles to play. It was very frustrating for Emilia, as she could only fight, but she had learned that the division of roles was very important, so she decided to leave it all up to everyone's specialties. Abel Upagana, the imperial capital, is surrounded by star-shaped ramparts. It is a city that is hard to attack and easy to defend. The only way to conquer the city is to capture the 5 bastions. Emilia, the 5 bastions. Abel is a star-shaped wall. You can command the battlefield in depth and at a distance from these 5 bastions. Conversely, if we take these points, we can greatly reduce the opponent's strength for that reason. Emilia for that reason. Abel from the rebels who strike first, we will determine the enemy's force distribution. If they can reduce the opponent's strength, even if only slightly, then that would be satisfactory. Emilia, then the people who strike first will be in danger. You absolutely can't do that. Even though it was Abel's role to come up with a winning strategy, Emilia could not accept that approach. Hence, she had departed for battle for the sake of capturing the much-needed bastions at the vertices of the star. Honestly, though she was unable to find the decisive factor as to which one she ought to rush to. Otto, Emily, I will tell you where to go. I have a plan. As Emilia was about to take off, Otto offered to help her. Emilia was unsure what to say to Otto due to him looking so reckless to her that she was not sure what to say to him. Petra, don't worry, Emily, leave him to me. Because Petra told her, so Emilia could believe her, and she was able to start on her way. Garfield, Emily, my Amazon self, is over here. Let's blow open a new hole. After pledging good luck to the spirited Garfield and to each other, they all split up on the way to their respective bastions. Frederica, Emily, no Emily Asama, I will also be racing around for my role. Please be safe, and do not be too reckless for Subaruzuma's sake. Frederica, running alongside her, turned into a beast and ran across the battlefield with blinding speed. Everyone was scrambling to do their role. Emilia, I also have to work really hard. With a strong determination in her heart, Emilia arrived at the bastion to do what needed to be done. Closing her eyes tightly, she laid her left hand on her right hand, which was placed on her own chest before the battle began. Beatrice, regretting not being able to participate in the fight, had held her hand and said, Beatrice, it is infuriating, but Betty is asking you to take Betty's place. In fact, after Betty, the next person who can do their best for Subaru is Emilia, I suppose. Emilia, yes, I truly want to believe that. Whether it was because of Beatrice's trust or because of everyone's cooperation, Emilia's body and mind were in surprisingly good shape. Her flustered heart and her confused mind had calmed down, and she was very calm. Very calmly, Emilia balanced her role with what she wanted to do. Emilia's role was to defeat Madeline, who was guarding her bastion. What Emilia wanted to do was to prevent as many people from dying as possible. Madeline and her would fight from this point on in order to keep a lot of people from dying. Emilia, opening her eyes, Emilia concentrated on her gate deep inside her body, releasing all her accumulated mana at once and dropping the temperature of her surroundings at a furious pace. Wallachia was a warm country. So many people did not like the cold. According to the studious Petra, Otto, an animal lover, also told her that flying dragons in the sky also did not like the cold. Then, again, when it got cold, it made people want to curl up, according to the siblings Garfield and Frederica. With everything else, and with none other than her experiences, Emilia realized That was Amelia when it's really cold people can't be in position to fight. Once at the Roswell mansion, the one before it had burned down, the area around the mansion was completely covered in snow when Puck, before he fell asleep, had a problem releasing his mana. The problem spread to the nearby Arlem village and caused quite a commotion, but it remained a strange memory for Amelia, who had never felt cold in her entire life. The experience and knowledge gained from that time were put to good use. Amelia, I know that I can't easily sway everyone's opinions or feelings. Regarding this fight, I wish I could talk to them and understand them better if possible, but I don't have the time. Therefore, Amelia decided she would use force. No, she would hold everyone down with coldness. Everyone's fingers would get numb. They would be unable to pick up their weapon. They would be unable to use their skills with their knees. Shaking their teeth would not stop. Chattering their gaze would be unsteady, and their breath would be so white that they would be shocked. If they came to realize that, then everyone would be incapable of even thinking about fighting. And yet if there was an opponent who still raised a strong body and mind to fight, Amelia, it'll be your opponent. Madeline, stop messing around, and don't friggin' get carried away. Amelia's cry of determination was covered over by the roar of the ice blocks that had fallen onto the ramparts. Amelia was not surprised like others when she heard an energetic response from Madeline, even after the direct hit by a block of ice larger than a house. It was the same as when she encountered her in Garrel a few days ago. That time as well, the fight started the same way, with ice blocks striking her opponent. Madeline, you lack skill. A high-pitched sound echoed through the air, and the next moment the huge piece of ice broke in half vertically. Emerging from behind the scattered pieces of ice was an energetic Madeline, holding her flying wing blade above her head. The pupils of her golden eyes narrowed as she watched the shattering ice splinter into shards, particles, then reduced to mana. Madeline, even after going through an experience that terrible, you haven't changed your mind, half-devil. Amelia, an experience that terrible, that last one was surprise, but I think Priscilla and I were about to win that fight, you shouldn't lie. Madeline, HK, don't friggin' underestimate this dragon half-devil. Madeline bent her knees, preparing to jump off the ramparts, her eyes angry. At Amelia's rebuttal, Amelia's eyes widened at that action, and after glancing at her surroundings, Amelia Haya, she waved her arms and made an ice block rain down on Madeline, as she had done before. It was not even a diversion from Madeline, as expected, and was repelled and shattered by her weapon, which she raised, annoyingly rendering the attack ineffective. However, Amelia, Haya, there's still more. Take this, Madeline Wah. One after another, she created ice blocks in the sky and dropped them repeatedly onto Madeline on the ramparts. Since speed was prioritized over power during the process, the size of the ice was much smaller than at first, about the size of a fist at most. Even so, if they were to hit one's head, they would undoubtedly cause tremendous pain, and Amelia's hands would produce 10, 20, 50, or even 100 of them, which would then rain down on top of the ramparts. Ice pebbles, though it was not as pretty as pebbles, it was an ice storm. Madeline, don't get carried away. Against that downpouring ice storm aimed at her, Madeline wildly fought back. Using her whole body, which was unaffected by the cold, she used her flying wing blade not as a throwing weapon, but as a swinging one, swatting down the falling storms of ice chunks. A chain of concussions and cracking noises repeated, and a flood of ice chunks rushed toward Madeline as she sprinted along the ramparts. Madeline dodged, flipped, sidestepped, and spun around at the gait of a dancer, or even a gymnast, as she dodged the icy barrage. Her mobility was also eye-popping, but it was not Amelia's purpose to hit. It was an attack that was supposed to be avoided, and its purpose was to buy time. That was to say, Amelia, everyone get away. The fight between Madeline and I will be dangerous for everyone around here. Amelia called out to the surrounding rebels as she hurled a storm of ice into the air. The beaten weaponkin were huddled together, seemed to be looking for a chance to recklessly join in, but they were shivering from the cold, and many of them had lost their weapons. The difficulty in moving their limbs was extremely egregious because of what Amelia did, but she hoped that they would do their best to move those limbs and withdraw with their allies. And then, Amelia HK, oh wait, no. Through Amelia's monotonous attack that prioritized quantity, Madeline's flying wing blade was unleashed, breaking to the finely shattered ice pieces. Amelia quickly dodged the flying wing blade, which roared furiously as it cut through the wind, but as it circled back the battlefield with its roar, the flying wing blade returned with frightening precision. The whirlwind of death that reaped everything in its path came to Amelia, mercilessly shredding everything. Therefore, Amelia ran to prevent collateral damage on the slow-moving weaponkin. Amelia intervened in front of the weaponkin, who were unable to dodge the oncoming whirlwind of death. With her upraised foot, she kicked up the flying wing blade's edge. The impact made every bone in Amelia's body creak, but she gritted her teeth and endured it without hesitation launching it with all her might. The blade went over the heads of Weaponkin and herself, flying toward their backs. Amelia, now you can't. Madeline, did you friggin' think it was over? Amelia HK. Before she had any time to feel relief, a voice spoke from behind her. Beyond her flowing silver hair, the flying wing blade that Amelia had sent flying was grasped. Madeline's figure brandishing the blade, being reflected in her amethyst eyes. A downward slash to dodge. It would put everyone in danger. Amelia Icebrand Arts. With no other choice except to receive the blow, Amelia immediately formed an ice sword in order to meet the flying wing blade. A duel with swords locked together. It did not turn out to be the moment the opponent's blades came into contact. The ice sword abruptly cracked and shattered, but that was only one of them, with the second one in the other hand to hand. Losing the first blade produced a third one. Even if they keep on breaking, Amelia's relentless barrage of ice swords keeps roaring out. With a large turn, she kept on striking the side of the flying wing blade, striking barely, parrying it, falling. Amelia Kaya. The flying wing blade that struck down hit the ground, and a moment later a shock wave impacted Amelia's entire body. Hit by the same force the Weaponkin that failed to escape, were blown far away. The Dragonkin's raw strength was absurd, even more so than the already strong Amelia. Amelia still, jumping up as her body rolled. Amelia slapped her cheeks and looked in front of her. Pulling the flying wing blade from the ground, Madeline glared in displeasure at the still lively Amelia, and then looked around. Madeline, so it's just friggin' you. What about that woman? Amelia, that woman? Do you mean Priscilla? Madeline, do you think that this dragon would think to memorize a human's name? I mean that friggin' crimson woman. Amelia, that's Priscilla. I'm Emily. Priscilla has someone she wants to meet. While Abel was forming his strategies back at the encampment, and Amelia's team were running across the battlefield, both Priscilla and Al had also stepped onto the grounds of other battlefields. However, unlike Amelia's team, who wanted to bring back Subaru and Rem, and Abel's team, who wanted to somehow overthrow the Emperor, Priscilla's goal was hard to comprehend. When asked, she never answered properly either. Amelia, even Yorna wouldn't tell me what they spoke about. Since it was a reunion of mother and daughter, she thought that they must have had a lot to talk about. Thinking about the day she would reunite with Puck after he eventually awakened from the magical stone around her neck, Amelia wanted to ask them for some advice. Of course, she also just wanted to simply hear Priscilla's joyful tale. Madeline would like to meet Amelia there somewhere on this battlefield. I think she said that it was her problem, and I also prioritize my knight, but Lady Petra's knight maybe. Madeline, in the Valachian Empire, where she had to disguise her social position. Amelia hurriedly corrected herself. Madeline, looking at her suspiciously. All the suspicions aside, Amelia was simply not good at lying. When she thought about how trying too hard would just increase the likelihood of being exposed, she just shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Amelia, no, that was a lie. Yes, Subaru is my knight. Sorry for tricking you. Madeline, in the first place, even if you tell me that he isn't even friggin' here. Amelia, oh really? Madeline, what a little girl like you thinks is completely irrelevant to this dragon. It's friggin' frustrating that crimson woman is not here, but even so it's friggin' convenient. With these words, Madeline's body slowly began releasing steam. In the cold air dyed white by her exhaled breath, her body continued to heat up as it radiated her visibly rising fighting spirit. As this visible fighting spirit began to pour over, Amelia instantly produced a pair of swords in her hands. Amelia held a vigilant guard, at which Madeline let out a savage laugh. Madeline, one by one, those who make a mockery of this dragon shall be massacred. Her blazing golden eyes shone as she charged forward. With a step causing the frost-covered earth to explode, the distance between them vanished. In a single breath, Madeline raised her flying winged blade over her head as Amelia prepared herself. And then, Amelia, even without Priscilla, I'm not alone. Madeline, what are you saying is what Madeline was about to shout out. But an unforeseen figure did not allow her to finish. As it halted the strike of the brandishing flying wing blade, Madeline opened her eyes wide at this, looking at the figure that had jumped on the flying wing blade. That was a body that blocked the attack by colliding with it, a Natsuki Subaru made of ice. Madeline Wa, Amelia Haya. Toward the stock-still Madeline, Amelia's twin blades of ice thrusted forwards. 3. Battles began on the bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the imperial capital, and the nature of the warfare changed. It was almost comical how many were being eliminated by such a small force, nearly a singular force. It was like a microcosm of the Valachian Empire, a land where the strong were revered. No matter how many weak people gathered together, one swing of a strong person easily plucked away their hope. In fact, even a battle that was enthusiastically labeled a decisive battle of the imperial capital would result in every single rebel being cut down if left unchecked, and those with smoldering fighting spirits would become docile in a year's time. It was possible for that to be weeding out the rebels, but it was doubtful if that was currently the Emperor's expectation. Although, even so, that would have also been the story if His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Wallachia hadn't been ousted from the throne. With a kizaru in one hand, Yorna Mishiger looked down upon the battlefield and uttered a few words tinged with purple smoke. Daring to start that small fire himself, those thoughts that slacked during times of peace needed to be braced, it was something the Emperor would probably take care of, but it would not be something he would do by giving up the throne himself. However, she had not known the truth and had not been invited as one of the 9 divine generals who ruled over the demon city. Which side would she have joined? Yorna, I don't have time for such useless sentimentality. I have a role to play. Yorna quietly looked forward, abandoning the implausible alternative. Vincent Wallachia, the true emperor, had kept the peace in this empire. The future under the reign of the false emperor who ousted him, and where it would lead was marked in a deep darkness. Yorna believed that this was the case. Yorna, my beloved children, and the people who live in a land of His Excellency's beloved empire. Her beloved children foolishly lost their demon city, and continued to adore her even though she failed to show the might she should have shown. The people of the empire loved by a man who she once loved, and who she still continued to love with undiminished affection. Moreover, she wanted to give none other than her children with whom she had shared her soul a world appropriate for them to live in. That was, Yorna, I would rather have the peace of a true emperor than a future built by a false one. As Yorna said this, she slowly began to swirl the earth around her as she spun her kizaru, drawing a spiral. This was Yorna's technique of imparting the soul marriage technique to inorganic objects and making them do as she willed, a technique that others could never imitate due to the capacity of their souls. However, unlike in the demon city, where she had spent a long and intimate time imbuing her thoughts and feelings, the soil of the imperial capital was slow to move. Perhaps Yorna's own mixed feelings about the empire were not unrelated, though. Yorna, I'm sorry I am not in the best of shape, but I shall be your partner. In front, Yorna's gaze looked up at the top of the ramparts, and then further above them. The reason for that was plain and simple. Her opponent, who she should pierce with her gaze, was higher than the ramparts and flying freely in the sky above the battlefield. Transforming her shins into flames, the Spirit Eater concealed the destruction contained within her slender body. Yorna, General First Class Arakia, you are still fighting as flamboyantly as ever. Even from a distance, I could recognize you at a glance. The brown-skinned dog person with a tree branch in one hand and an eye patch over her left eye, Arakia. She casted a wary eye at Yorna, who appeared below her, and while her skin scorched with hostility, Yorna looked around her surroundings, narrowing her eyes at the burnt farmland. It was at this bastion, Arakia's, that there was the most flamboyant of interceptions in response to the rebels' attack. Of course, this was due to the fact that she herself was powerful, but perhaps it was also meant to show off her power to those around her. Yorna was not the only one who had spotted Arakia at first glance as the guardian of this bastion. Even if one of the military men did not know who Arakia really was, it was easy to recognize that she had tremendous power. More than just Arakia's own aims, that was... Did somebody put that idea in your head? Arakia, HK. Yorna, you. Behind her, stepping onto the black grassy field that had been burnt to a crisp, the voice of the arrived person shook the battlefield. Both Arakia and Yorna gasped, and their eyes widened. Yorna raised her eyebrows at the appearance of a voice that should not have been audible, but was. And then walking far enough to Yorna's side, so she did not need to turn around. What is it, dear mother, even after having died, once are you still unable to let go of your child? Thus opening the fan in her hand with a sound, the crimson-eyed Priscilla cruelly laughed. Yorna was caught off guard at that unexpected appearance and the words that followed, and she spilled out a long sigh. Yorna Prisca, it is natural that you cannot forgive me, but... Priscilla, unfortunately, the girl who bore that name is dead. If you're concerned about her, it would do you well to visit her grave. My name is Priscilla Bariel. Strive not to get wrong. Yorna, was it not that Abel had said that this place was to be entrusted to me? Priscilla, was it not that at the same meeting where I said myself shall not do what Abel tells me to? Priscilla, who had a comeback for every remark, responded mercilessly, and Yorna was at a loss at Priscilla's attitude. However, Priscilla snorted with a humph, and the smile on her face disappeared. Immediately after, her crimson gaze shifted towards Arakia overhead. Arakia was one of the strongest divine generals, and Yorna was assigned to be her opponent, because it was understood by everyone that no one but Yorna would be a match for her. Nevertheless, the prudent Priscilla came to this place because she had a reason to confront Arakia, regardless of such factors as strength and tactics, as evidence of that Arakia was clearly shaken by Priscilla's entrance. Even in front of Yorna, her expression, somewhat detached from the world, did not waver. But as soon as she saw Priscilla, her mask crumbled. That was unmistakable proof of the special relationship between Priscilla and Arikia. Priscilla, Arikia, have you made up your mind? Priscilla's profile was sagacious. As she asked the question, her gaze so sharp that she looked as if she was about to kill the target of her gaze. However, the words spun by her lips somehow felt gentle and even benevolent. A harshly embellished, gentle question, to which Arikia caught her breath and nodded. Arikia, it'll take back the princess. It'll kill His Excellency the Princess is the real emperor. Priscilla, you desire a formal resolution of the imperial selection ceremony. That shall do fine. Hearing Arikia's answer, Priscilla closed the fan in her hand. She tucked it into her cleavage, raised her empty hand to the sky, and pulled her treasure sword crimson out of thin air. The heat emitted around the blade was such that the air seemed to waver. It was a young sword that only the Emperor of Wallachia was permitted to wield. Unconsciously, Yorna gazed at it in admiration. It was as if an image of Yorna's beloved man, who once wielded that treasured sword of deep crimson, came back to her behind her eyelids. Priscilla, this is no time to admire dear mother. Yorna, all of those selfish ramblings. Although I was not the one who raised you, why did you grow up to be this way? Priscilla, well, now there is no particular reason why. I am myself. Additionally, there was one thing I failed to tell you. At Priscilla's sidelong glance, as she readied the young sword, Yorna's whole body tensed up, and she too entered a fighting stance. Having adopted that posture, Yorna turned to her daughter with a questioning look in her eyes. Without meeting her gaze, Priscilla pointed the tip of her young sword at Arikia and, Priscilla, she is my foster sister, dear mother, after your death. She was raised together with mineself, as if we were sisters now. It seems her goal is to place mineself on the throne. Yorna, while Priscilla is coming. Yorna's eyes widened at the revelation, and the unsympathetic pronouncement was made almost simultaneously. Swelling flames covered the sky, and in order to turn the already burnt field into grounds of scorched earth, that enormous heat rained down. Beyond that, painting the world a color of red, Arikia shouted, Arikia, I will take the princess back with my own power. That's what I've been told. For, gazing from afar at the flames controlled by Arikias, excessively setting the world ablaze, Todd Fong sensed that the atmosphere of the battlefield was changing with the direction of the wind. Todd, there's no doubt that the first move was effective, but the great firepower broke the fighting spirit of the invading rebels, and the first invaders would always be people who were recognized for their ability. There was no way that a group could maintain its morale while it was being burned without any way to do anything about it. Hence the 5 bastions protecting the star-shaped ramparts. He had guessed that the bastion with Arikia, which he had been assigned, was the safest and the place where the enemy's attack would be weakened. In fact, Todd's judgment proved true, and after the Cyclops tribe that had bravely marched and was wiped out the attack of the rebels, fearing Arikia, was in tatters, and the battle was practically won. The cause for this change of mood was the repelled first group of rebels being joined by a second group that had arrived late. After being struck on the head and losing their fighting strength, it seemed like the first group had been about to collapse, but they had been absorbed by the second group that had come around later, and they were attempting to restore their fighting strength. Of course, even if the losers came together, it should not have a significant impact on the outcome, but the ones that came after brought together the group whose morale should have been broken and kept the damage to a minimum. Thinking that there was likely a very quick-witted commanding officer in the second group, Todd shuddered at that frightening possibility. Todd, no way, was arriving late, also part of their plan. Without keeping an equal pace with each person fending for themselves, the empty-headed rebel army had charged in seeing that painful experience of the first group, and from there the battle was about to end with the regular army's overwhelming victory. However, after the first group lost powerful people and grew disheartened when they had their hot-headedness cooled, the nuisances that did not have the ability to listen to a discussion had been completely lost. In that case, to snatch a victory in the battle they had undertaken, the group had no choice but to join the ranks of the other party for a better chance of success and frantically perform for the sake of receiving a share of the leftovers. Todd, rather than the vanguard, which was full of idiots, is the second group, the true contender. Even when it came to taking on Arikia as an opponent in battle, the true contender was likely to have countermeasures prepared. It was hard to imagine that Arikia would be defeated, but Todd did not think an opponent who could calculate to this extent would come without plans in hand for an assault on the imperial capital. There were some sort of preparations for not only Arikia, but also the guardians of the other bastions as well. In addition, other than those guarding the bastions, the soldiers of the regular army, whose role should have been only to hunt the survivors, were starting to spend time on the rebels' movements, even if it was not a hard fight. It felt troublesome, as if eyes and ears that could reach great distances, and even skillful limbs were following the brain of a demonic enemy. It would be best to leave the strong enemies to Arakia and the Guardians. However, Todd thought that the truly troublesome enemy in this conflict was something else. Therefore, Todd, I got to deal with the guy who is up to no good. Chapter 93. The Stone Army. 1. An arrow pierced a head that had no eyes, ears, or nose, and the golem made of stone was thrown a great deal backwards. However, the head, without any human-like parts, could not be a human-like vital point, so the advancing enemy's footsteps were undeterred whether it was pierced by an arrow or part of its head was missing. If crushing its head ain't enough, Holly got it. Shuffling, the stone golems rushed towards them with outstretched hands. The sight of them no bigger than human beings coming at them with their inhuman movements evoked a sense of disgust, channeling that antipathy into her fingers as she drew the bowstring the strong. Bow made a sound like a thunderclap. 3 arrows were released at the same time. They struck the stone golem's torso, not piercing it nor hitting a critical point, but smashing it to pieces, stopping the golem's movement. If its whole body were broken to pieces, even the stone golem would cease to move. However, with this amount, you can't take them out one by one. Kina looked up to reach the target rampart, the third bastion, which she had been told was a hole in the enemy's formation, but when she managed to reach it, the number and nature of the enemy soldiers deployed made her feel hopeless. The third bastion was supposed to be guarded by Meguro Hagane, one of the 9 divine generals. Fortunately, Meguro himself was not visible on the rampart. Was it because they had not reached Meguro yet, or was Meguro himself somewhere else? Either way, Holly, it's as if they're ants gathered around a tree's sap. I can't knock them down like this. Kuna, this is no time for your whining shoot. Shoot as many as you can. Holly, geez, Kuna, you're so strict. Raising her voice in a way similar to a shriek, Holly pulled an arrow from the quiver on Kuna's back and fired them one after another from her powerful bow. 2 or 3 stone golems were destroyed with each shot, but that was not enough to keep up with the number of enemies, because there were hundreds, thousands, even of stone golems too many to count. Kuna, TSK, what are we supposed to do? Clicking her tongue and distancing herself from the enemy, Kuna cursed Abel for giving her these orders. She only knew them from rumors, but Meguro Hagane was a special kind of demi-human, called a steel folk, unlike the weaponkin whose bodies were only partially made of metal. She had heard that they were existences whose bodies were entirely made out of minerals. In that case were all the countless stone golems in front of them also steel folk. Holly, they all look so lifeless, they really look like dolls. Q and I have the same opinion. What kind of a gimmick do these guys have? While maintaining a moderate distance, she glared at her surroundings and looked at the crowd of stone golems. Thanks to their lack of eyes, the stone golems did not seem to have any self-consciousness. They simply surrounded those who approached them, beating and bludgeoning them to death with their tough limbs and monstrous strength. Those who had been unable to escape were caught up to and died tragically as they were exposed to the violence of sheer numbers. The rebels who challenged the third bastion and were trampled by the hordes of stone golems would have literally had their corpses stepped over, and their remains would not have remained intact outside of the shape of their formation, and this was not an event that Kuna and the others could laugh at as if it were someone else's problem. If they continued as they were, they would be trampled by an overwhelming number of enemies, unable to stand a chance against them. Before that happened, Kuna, if things get really bad, we're going to have to retreat. But Holly, hey, Kuna, look at that. Kuna, huh? Both of them were forced to stomp the grass of the farmland that had now become a battlefield and shoot while running away. As Kuna turned around at the sound of Holly's voice, something surprising entered her field of vision. A figure stood still on the battlefield, and then the stone golem rushed in and slammed their stone arms down on them. It seemed as if the target would be knocked down by the blow and left to die in a puddle of blood. Don't get in my way, you stone golem. It was Mazelda who howled, her ferocious beauty contorted in anger. As she shouted angrily, she swung her club held in both her hands, crushing the head and upper body of the stone golem that had leapt towards her, effectively beating it at its own game. No, she was not the only one who had chosen to attack the stone golems rather than run away from them. Get out of my way, get out of my way, get the fuck out of my way, you're all shame of the Empire, who don't understand the authority of His Excellency the Emperor, so don't fucking get in my way. The slash was released with a guttural cry, and it brilliantly separated the stone golem's neck and torso, and further split the flying head vertically in midair. If that was not enough, he slashed the torso, diagonally slashed off the arm from the shoulder, and when he saw that it stopped moving, he kicked it down and moved on to the next one. A rough-looking man with an eye patch similarly dove into the stone golems, as Mazelda had. The relentless attack power of these two attackers in hand-to-hand combat thwarted the stone golem's ability to launch an attack. But what truly stunned Kuna, and Holly was not either of them Kuna Holly, a powerful sword roared, and mowing down the stone golems, it blew them away. It was a rough and violent slash that could hardly be described as brilliant, However, it was the most appropriate swordsmanship to use against the stone golems that needed to be destroyed in order to keep them suppressed. Swinging that sword and bearing the onrushing horde of stone golems was a red-haired swordsman and man who she only knew as a follower of the proud and haughty Priscilla Heinkel. A man who looked somewhat dead inside had joined the war front before anyone could notice and cut down the stone golems one after another. Without speaking, the scene lacked a sense of reality, much like a nightmare on a night of poor sleep, looking only at the events that were taking place regardless of whether there were circumstances that Cuna and Holly should welcome. They were unsure of whether they should accept it with delight, and there were negative thoughts swirling around in them. Surely the reason for this was the expression of Heinkel's face as he wielded his sword. Holly, it seems like it's full of pain. After witnessing the same thing, Cuna could not help but agree with Hollis' mutterings. She could not understand Hollis' thoughts as the latter expressed that, but from Cuna's eyes it looked more like he wanted to die. Sometimes warriors would head to the battlefield in search of a place to die. Even in Shadrach, there were times when those without much longer to live would choose their final moments by taking a bow and challenging the large creatures hidden deep in the forest. It was probably not an ending that Cuna would choose, but she could understand such thoughts. However, those of Heinkel's were different from those of a warrior seeking a place to die. Wanting death while fearing death, the figure that fiercely fought against death only exacerbated how pathetic it was to look at. Even though she knew his presence was dominantly supporting the war front, Cuna wished for him to collapse and die right away. He was a man who swung a sword surrounded in melancholy to the extent that it made those around him think that. Cuna Holly, with those words of mood of the battlefield, still continued to shift, ignoring that mental image Cuna and the others had. The one who called their names and overtook them as she was flying to the grassland was Tarita, carrying her quiver on her back, and having returned to the typical Shadrachian attire, she arrived in front of the two of them. Tarita, it's dangerous to stop moving. This is the path Sister and Jamal have created. Cuna, I understand that even without you telling me, Chieftain, I was just a little bit distracted. Tarita Heinkel was it. Looking at her fondly, Tarita perfectly guessed Cuna's embarrassed, gloomy feelings. Tarita was Mazelda's younger sister, and she succeeded her as chieftain of the people of Shadrach. Previously, she was shy and indecisive, a girl that had stood out for being more cowardly than careful. However, as a condition for taking over as chieftain, the experience of going along on the journey to the demon city of Chaos Flame seemed to have been significant, quieting that cowardice and leading her to acquire a refined strength. Her pointing things out now had also probably accompanied that Holly chieftain, don't you find it creepy? Tarita, I think creepy is too direct, but if it's true that it's desperate and that he will become our war strength, then I have no objection to fighting alongside him. Cuna, what a magnificent answer. That's fine with me too. Even though there were things that were unaccounted for, there was no need to account for them at this moment. Originally, Tarita was good at changing her approach in hunting situations, if not in everyday life. Now, as the chieftain, she could successfully adjust to any situation. As Cuna evaluated the situation, Tarita looked at the quiver on her back. Tarita, the number of arrows left has decreased a lot. While we have the chance, let's collect the fallen arrows. It'd be best not to use too many arrows on one person. Cuna, in theory, yes, but Holly, I can't seem to kill them in one shot. Tarita, there's a trick to dropping them in one shot. Aim for the heart like this. Before the struggling duo, Tarita quickly fired 3 arrows from her bow as 3 stone golems approached Mazelda's back in the distance. The arrows pierced the 3 bodies through their back, head, and thigh, killing them. Cuna, wait, why did they die in one shot? The heart, Holly, they're stone golems. So, I don't know where their hearts are. Tarita, Isis, that's so. If you look closely, I think you can see where their vital spots are, but Tarita's brow lowered with a troubled expression as Cuna and Holly pressed her. Apparently, she really did not do much more than look closely. Tarita was indeed Mazelda's sister, although her personality was so opposite to hers that it was difficult to tell. As one of the people of Shadrach, Cuna was proud of the high degree of purity in her chieftain sisters. Cuna, since that consultation wasn't helpful, let's do this our way, pick up arrows. And if there aren't enough, use a club, or whatever, then, well, beat the enemy to death. Holly, let's put an end to this doll game. Tarita, I think that's the spirit, but at some point the real divine general is going to come out of the woodwork, as was the case with Yorna. The 9 divine generals are anything but standard. Be very careful. Holly, you should probably tell that to Mazelda. At the serious face of Rita's opinion, Cuna shrugged her chin at Mazelda, who was already rampaging on the front lines. The former chieftain, who had a prosthetic leg, had given up her position to her sister, and was now running rampant with her lightweight physique. At this rate, if the divine general were to appear from the enemy lines, she would be the first to collide with them. Even without one leg, Mazelda was capable of putting up a good fight against any serious challenger. Tarita, sister, please don't go too far. You will die if you are alone, Mazelda. Tarita shouted, taking a single shot at the head of the stone golem, blocking the way ahead of Mazilda. At the sound of Tarita's voice, Mazilda gave a big wave of her hand, communicating that she understood what was happening. Kuna was genuinely surprised and impressed by Tarita's judgment in her statement. Tarita had truly stopped hiding behind her sister's back. Kuna, I didn't see what happened at that time with Marielai, but Holly, Tarita, you're flourishing, so we're also happy for you. Tarita, is this really the time to say that both of you please go? Fight! Holly shot the stone golems that surrounded them with her bow. Kuna bashed them with her short hatchet as she gave a remark, and in response, Tarita said that with sharp voice. Kuna and Holly nodded to each other and obeyed without hesitation at the direction of their ever-reliable chieftain. A covenant of old, a promise exchanged between a former emperor of Wallachia and the people of Shudrak, a promise that was now far removed from the present, which Kuna and the others could not be blamed for having forgotten. This battle began fulfilled, that however was now certainly a battle that Kuna and Holly as people of Shudrak absolutely must gain victory in. 2. Stone golems charged directly toward him. Without faces, they had neither hostile intent nor intent to kill. Swinging his sword at those opponents, while cursing the puppeteer who had inconsiderately chosen those golems, Heinkel Istria looked out onto the battlefield. For what reason was he swinging his sword in the vast lands of the Empire? For what reason was he still swinging his sword after exposing so much of his shame? For what reason on the lands where the person who must see him being useful was not present was he there? Heinkel HK, slashing upwards from the elbows of those extended arms the upper body of his opponent, was blown away by the aftermath of the attack. The opponents were stone golems, and above not being able to dampen their fighting strength by merely cutting off their head or limbs, what was required more than refined swordsmanship was to drive the opponent into a position where they could no longer do anything in attack akin to that of a barbaric tribe. Changing his grip on his sword, he spread his legs wide and decided on a stance. He unleashed the sword he had readied by his waist, and it obliterated the stone golems in its path to an amusing extent. It was not amusing. There was nothing about this that was amusing. He had no such memories of the sword ever being enjoyable to swing. For him, the sword had never been anything but a shackle that was heavier than it appeared. Heinkel fuck. While spewing curses, he landed a blow on the enemy that had entered his sword's range. Filling his head was nothing but the doubts of for what reason, and blowing away all those hindrances in the way of his vision. He swung his sword. He swung it. He swung, and swung it about. Heinkel fucking hell. Free your mind from all obstructive thoughts. Such was how he had been instructed during his training with the sword. Strengthen your concentration, become free from obstructive thoughts, hone your skills. To become one with the sword, no matter how many times he was told this, he had no idea what the instruction was trying to say. Heinkel fucking hell. He was told to not think, but if he tried to put that into practice, he would end up thinking about not thinking. So there was no way his mind could become free from obstructions. Completely focusing on nothing. But the sword, how could humans do such a thing? If one lived, they would get hungry. They would also breathe. They would probably feel itches in their body. And also get assailed by drowsiness. Their worries would be endless. And their families would always present in the corners of their minds anxiety about tomorrow. Anxiety about 10 seconds later never ceased. And the failures from 10 seconds earlier, let alone the failures from yesterday, and failures from even before that were things they eternally worried about piling up on and on and on. The thoughts were everlasting. How could one possibly become free from obstructive thoughts? Completely cutting off the thoughts that were naturally born from human activity. Such a thing was surely unthinkable, for a human, in that case, was a swordsman who could free himself of obstructive thoughts not truly human. Was that why he was not truly a swordsman? Heinkel fucking hell, goddammit. That limitless stream of profanity, no matter how much he let out it, could not disappear from his mind. As if to mow that all down in one go, Heinkel recklessly swung his sword and proceeded to turn the stone golems blocking his way into a mountain of gravel. Just how much value was there in these actions? Failing to do the things he had to do in the place he had to do them, and letting the person he wanted to win favor with clean up his mess in the end, he owed a debt to yet another person who helped him survive. Doing these kind of actions over and over, just how much would he be recompensed, and for what? Sorry, Pops, but my Amazon self ain't got any idea about what you're dealing with. In his head, mixed in with his own profanity, he heard the voice of another person. Still young, the voice that he heard could even be called unripe, and it had been from he was drunk on the lookout platform, even though he expressed that he did not want to speak with anyone, and had secluded himself. It was the voice of the boy who had tactlessly barged him back then. I ain't got any idea about if you failed nor how badly you mess up either, but you know if it's an experience of failing, then my Amazon self has also got that. After chasing him away once by saying careless things, the boy started to show up again and again. Then, even though he himself also had a face which seemed to hold doubts, he tried to interject into Heinkel's worries, and things had become like this. That was also terribly childish and cheap. Those naive and idealistic ideas made him want to laugh scornfully. There ain't no one but yourself who can make a distinction of what you've messed up. That's why I've been telling you, Pops, if you're going to do it. Heinkel, shut the fuck up, you damn shitty brat. Encouragement or consolement, pity or sympathy, whatever it was, he did not care. Everything directed toward them was troublesome, and there was absolutely nothing that he desired from them. There was not even a single thing he desired from other people. There was nothing he desired. There was just a person who he wanted to offer this to. There was value in what he would receive from that person. So everything other than what he would receive from that person were merely stone weights which he would drag as he walked. Heinkel HK. The ominous stone golem silently creeped up, and before his eyes he slashed them with his sword, vertically splitting two of them into two, halves each as if to take advantage of his large swing. Another came flying in from the side. So he smashed its face area with the tip of the scabbard, and followed by drawing the beloved sword Stria back and skewering it for the kill. Opponents, without faces, only using moves they had been taught. If it was that kind of match, then he could cut them down no matter how many there were. As long as he kept breathing, then he could take on 10 or 20 with no problem. However, just what significance did that have? Scoring these kind of points without even showing it to the person, he must show it to just what? Pops, if you're going to do it, you got to restore it through your own sword. Heinkel fucking shithead. It was laughable that he was still clinging to a fading light, which may or may not even be there. On that note, he again collided with the notion of why he was even still living. Just what did he want to prove through this sword? What did he want to gain? What was it that he desired? Heinkel, when it came to the quantity of main threats, everyone in the surroundings would successively launch an attack on that. Charging in was Heinkel, the woman from the tribe of hunters, wielding a club, and also the eye-patched twin sword user, who employed elegant sword skills unbefitting of his face. However, with the orders of the hunter tribe's chieftain, who mainly used the bow of the war front, was resolutely upheaved, and the other rebels who had once stepped aside had each regained their spirit. A hole in the enemy's line of defense pointing that out had been worthwhile. Compared to the other four bastions, it was evident that just this bastion had a weak defense. The fact that Heinkel could cut his way through was proof of that. One person indeed. If there was even one person who was truly strong, then it would be impossible for Heinkel to lead the charge like this. Follow after that back. Don't let the red-haired man get all the achievements. Well, also push forward. That swordsmanship isn't too bad. If he shaved his beard, his face would become more visually appealing. Lagging behind Heinkel, who led the charge, the many people raising their voices were unthinkable. He did not have the time to be captivated by them as a phony. Heinkel fucking hell, bring it on, bring it the fuck on. With just this, I won't even be able to. Score points trying to accept the situation before his eyes. More severely, more pragmatically, Heinkel lifted his head. The stone golem standing directly opposite him, their formation was blown away from a sideward sword slash, and tried to look at the imminent ramparts. He funneled power into his knees as he leaped towards them. Immediately taking hold of the ramparts, if he eradicated the enemies atop the wall, then the capture of the third Bastiano, be clear it was not that he would slay some enemy general. So would it really be a contribution? So then, to compensate for his failure in that fortress city, would Heinkel be the one to connect the spider threads of what Priscilla wished for? At the very least, even if it was only a little. You kill me most, Heinkel. Indeed, the moment he recklessly took hold of the ramparts, a voice struck Heinkel. His lungs felt paralyzed, and a hoarse breath leaked out his throat. It was not that he had suffered an attack, nor had he avoided an attack. It was just that he heard a voice. With that alone, Heinkel's entire body trembled with fear. The various thoughts from just before flashed through his head about being free from obstructive thoughts, about his own desires, about recovering for his failures. They were all painted over with white and vanished from sight. What he did understand was what he had happened across a threat to which he could not do a single thing about. That was, kill me most, therefore I also kill you. An emotionless voice resounded, and before Heinkel's eyes a tall and thick wall began to change. It was not the stone golems lined up atop the wall. It was not the stone golems deployed to try and protect the ramparts either. The bastion on the ramparts of the Star Fortress on the thick wall, which they called the third bastion, a change arose. Heinkel, in the vision of Heinkel, who leaked out breaths, countless lights were born upon the ramparts, which stretched both to his left and right. No, whether those could be called lights was a matter of divided opinion. The lights born upon the ramparts, they were fist-sized orbs which glowed a bright green, and at a glance they seemed like harmless things from which no danger could be felt. However, those had not originally been on the ramparts. On the wall where there had been nothing, the countless lights from orbs had suddenly sprung up to Heinkel. They appeared to be just like the eyes of a living thing, It seemed that all at once he locked eyes with those lights. He became frightened when simultaneously those lights seemed to glare at him. Heinkel Eek. That moment Heinkel's entire body froze and his grip on the sword loosened. Fly away. That instant in contrast to that monotone voice making an unbelievable thunderous roar, and clad in a strong wind a gigantic stone fist, seized the leaping Heinkel and threw him away. Heinkel Ka, thoroughly beaten from head to toe Heinkel, was blown away to the sky with nothing he could do, similar to how he was handling the opponents of stone golems. Until a moment ago the expression of being kicked around would be fitting. Heinkel was spraying blood everywhere as he soared, and then he saw it. Within his revolving vision, the circumstances of the surface had completely changed. That was not the result of the blown away Heinkel's consciousness being hazy, as there was a definite change that was hard to look away from. Meguro Eighth of the 9 divine generals, Meguro Hagain. It was the etiquette of a warrior on a battlefield of grand estimation in its own introduction. However, that scale was far too abnormal. Heinkel, the rampart of the Star Fortress, which they should have captured, the third bastion itself moved. That was unmistakably one of the 9 divine generals, the mighty being which introduced itself as Meguro Hagain. Chapter 94. Determination for the sake of whom. 1. A roar like distant thunder shook Beatrice's consciousness as she closed her eyelids. Beatrice, such an unpleasant sound, I suppose. The little girl's faint whispering brought back memories of hearing similar sounds over and over again in her mind. 400 years ago, in the age of witches, during a time of constant warfare, it was not uncommon for large numbers of people to clash with each other, exchange blows, and fight for their lives. Beatrice was not intimately familiar with the battlefield. She was born and raised in the mansion of her mother, Echidna, a place free from human conflict. Even though the battles were far below her notice, they were still aggravating. As time passed, she spent 400 years with the book entrusted to her, during which the world outside was far from the madness of those days, although it could still be turbulent. Yet this once far distant madness was now close at hand, that being a struggle for countless lives all around the imperial capital. I am worried, I am anxious. I know how you feel, Shu, I guess you, and the others should be leaving too. Oh, you. Though that's no good, our job is to wait we are waiting. Beatrice, endeavoring to close her eyes and conserve energy, overheard the exchange. What could be heard were the voices of children she had become quite familiar with over the past few days. Schult Utakata and Louis Arneb. Beatrice and the other children were settled behind the main camp, where they waited in a tent that overlooked the battlefield from a hill, and although it sounded good to say that they protected the rear of the camp, at least Beatrice knew that this was just a pretense not to be expected of them. Normally, it would be wise to leave non-combatants like children behind in the fortress city. Similarly, the non-combatants among the residents who had relocated from the Demon City with Yorna Mishigur and were unable to survive the battle stayed away from the front lines and focused on cooperative support like logistics instead. The reason why children did not do the same was because of their guardians. Priscilla A. skirmish is one thing, however, it would be pitiable to keep them at a distance. When it comes to the big stage, the fringes of the battlefield shall be acceptable to me. Wherever you may be, you shall not mistake my brilliance. Mizelda Utakata is one of the Shudrak cowards who turn their back on the battlefield, and the hunting grounds are not fit to be a member of the Shadrakian people. Naturally, they'll be taken to the battlefield. These were the respective statements of Schult and Utakata's guardians' opinions that could not be dissuaded, since Schult and Utakata were both highly determined. Both may have spoken from different morals and beliefs, but Beatrice had no right to interfere as long as the parties involved were in agreement for the time being. To be honest, as a great spirit, Beatrice had not been pleased with the situation in which she and these children were being treated as a package. Nevertheless, since everyone in the camp had their own role to play, it was only logical that Beatrice was assigned here, considering how restrained her actions were. The role entrusted to her was Louis Uuo. Like Schult and Utakata, Louis had also been ordered to stay behind in the tent. Beatrice, except her treatment, was distinctly different from that of other young children. Unlike with Schult and Utakata, there was no obvious guardian. However, the main focus was keep an eye on a certain person. Of course, that was a sin Archbishop. The danger would never diminish, no matter what those who knew her in the Empire said. So, unlike the other children, Louis was the only one. They had no choice. They could not leave her by her lonesome. Although currently she is a bomb with the least inclination to make a move. Beatrice, John, I do not wish to burden you too much, but please keep an eye on her. We cannot tell Emily Sama or Garfield about this. At least we need to remain level-headed, had been Otto's statement before he decided to participate in the full-scale rebellion. It may have been a precaution so that Beatrice would not be discouraged by the helplessness of having no role to play and staying in wait to conserve her energy, but it was also an unsettling statement, because she started losing the ground under her feet. The fact that he purposely tried to keep a calm look on his face was unsettling. Both Petra and Frederica had the same concerns, so perhaps they could have done something about it. In any case, Beatrice, you shouldn't fidget around so much. In fact, calm down, I suppose. Yudakata Bay is awake. Beatrice Betty has been awake the whole time. In fact, also that name you used is unpleasant. I suppose it kind of makes one feel like there being a camp bed. In fact, there were no beds in the camp tent to lie on and no lap of Amelia, nor Petra to borrow either. Consequently, Udakata's lips pouted at Beatrice, who had had her eyes closed as she sat on a simple chair. Opening her eyes thinly at the reaction, she looked at the three restless people in the camp. Schultz was anxious. Udakata couldn't handle the fighting spirit, and it was hard to tell what was going in Lewis' head as she impatiently bounced her shoulders at each sound of the battle. Beatrice, looking at the behavior alone, there appeared to be nothing suspicious about Lewis, a child who was simply hypersensitive to changes in her surroundings. Other carefree people who were unaware of the threat of gluttony would have inadvertently regarded them as a normal child, but that was not the case for Beatrice. Beatrice, Amelia, and everyone else are doing their best to help Subaru and the others, I suppose. The reason Amelia and her group were willing to intervene in this rebellion and fight for their lives despite having no obligation to do so was that they were likely to find their friend Subaru and Rem there. If Beatrice was unable to fight alongside them, she would at least be able to cut down on distractions by keeping a close eye on Lewis. So Beatrice braced herself through shallow breathing, and Lewis, Beatrice, what are you up to, in fact? Beatrice's lips pursed as a small hand caressed her head. She glanced at Lewis, who was looking at her with lowered eyebrows. For a moment her body stiffened at the risk of being touched by Lewis' hand, but she did not feel threatened by her, nor did Lewis make any gesture to snatch Beatrice's name away. As far as Beatrice knew, gluttony required calling out the other person's name and eating it in order to activate the authority, but Lewis' mouth never even uttered the right sounds to begin with. Of course, if Lewis only required awareness, there was still a possibility for her to activate the authority. So Beatrice was nervous about Lewis moving the hand that touched her head to her mouth. If Lewis ever showed the slightest gesture to eat Beatrice's name, then Yudakata Bay, your face is scary. Do you still hate Lou? Beatrice, what a way to comment on Betty's adorable face, I suppose. Besides, Betty does not hate this girl. In fact, despising would be more fitting, I suppose. At the sight of Beatrice glaring at Lewis, Yudakata pushed up both her own eyes with her fingers, while saying her face isn't adorable, and Beatrice let her true feelings come out in the end. So yes, I find myself hating Lewis. Not just Lewis, but the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony in general, everything that caused Subaru and the others to suffer. Beatrice regretful, in fact. For the Amelia camp, and above all for Subaru, Gluttony's biggest victim had been none other than Rem. Watching Subaru suffer over the girl who was indefinitely asleep made Beatrice constantly regret the time wasted before she'd been contracted with him when she was indifferent to the world around her, wondering what could have been if Beatrice had opened up earlier and shown a willingness to cooperate with Subaru, and the others things might have turned out differently. Not allowing the White Whale, the Witch Cult, and the like to do whatever they wanted. Subaru would not have ended up displaying such a never-ending expression of sorrow beside Rem as she continued to sleep. That was why she decided to never let Subaru suffer like that again and stay by his side for the rest of his life. Yet here she was, after being separated from Subaru. She could not help Amelia and the other members of the group to the fullest extent. Because she was forced to conserve energy, the meaning of her existence was in tatters. Schultz be Beatrice John. You can't talk like that to Louissima. Beatrice Betty doesn't feel sorry for her. I suppose you're being imprudent to begin with. In fact, why do you refer to Betty as Chan when the others are called Sama? I suppose you lack respect. In fact, Schultz, I'm terribly sorry, Beatrice John. Picking up a sense of danger, Schultz interjected. As she stared at him, how did Schultz, who did not waver despite being terrified, see? Beatrice, could it be that he thought she was a little girl, since she had been asleep all this time? Beatrice, in any case, do not fatigue Betty. I suppose the whole purpose of being left here is to prevent everyone here from doing anything unnecessary. In fact, as much as a pain it is to do exactly that. Louis, you. Beatrice, it is much better than letting you run amok, I suppose. Beatrice grabbed Louis' hand resting on her head and made the startled Louis sit down in a chair right next to her. In the end, she decided to hold on to Louis' hand and not let go of it. Beatrice, you too. In fact, Schultz, stop moping around. And Yudakata, if you do not have anything to do, just take care of your bow, I suppose. So, it appears that there is no need for me to interject. Beatrice Wah. As she was dealing with the restless children, she suddenly heard a calm voice enter the camp tent. When she looked, she saw a man with curly hair, Zikr Osman, peeking inside. Beatrice furrowed her brow at his appearance. Since he was supposed to be at the main camp, commanding alongside Abel. Yudakata, Z, we've been busy, but now you're here, it's time for you and the others. Beatrice, you wish in fact, but what business do you have, I suppose? Zikr, my apologies, Miss Yudakata, but it's not your time. However, there's a possibility that we may move the camp at a later date. So I thought I would let you know in advance. Schult, moving the camp, you say? Zikr's intellectual round eyes made Schult tilt his head. Zikr nodded yes in response as he pointed at the battlefield behind him. Zikr, currently we are devoting our forces to breaching the city walls, but once a bastion has been opened, we will venture forth to the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital. At that time, the commander must also go to the front. Beatrice, Abel does not seem capable of fighting. In fact, he is safer in the rear, concentrating on giving orders, I suppose. Zikr, you are right. However, then the troops will not follow us in the case of us paving the way for His Excellency, the Emperor. Then no one would allow him to sit on the throne. Beatrice, such bothersome national ideals, in fact. The fundamental principle of the Valachian Empire was that the people of the empire must be strong. However, this apparently applied even to a leader taking over the nation. If the supreme leader did not possess any strength to boast that they would be overthrown by their subordinates in the blink of an eye. Zikr, yes, it's bothersome, but that is what our homeland is about. Shaking his head gently, a slightly wry smile appeared on Zikr's mouth. It was hard for Beatrice to discern what emotions were being mixed in there. He may not have been entirely comfortable with it, but neither was he negative about it. Schult, Zikr-sama, could it be you are heading into battle, Yudakata Z? Suddenly beside Beatrice, who was watching Zikr's lips, Schult asked him a question, while Yudakata called out to him in a quiet voice. At the children's gaze, Zikr raised his eyebrows slightly then. Zikr, as you have guessed, I will also be participating. Even though we outnumber them, we are still at a disadvantage in terms of generals below general second class. So we have to change that situation. Beatrice, why is that, I suppose? Zikr, pardon. Beatrice, why do you bother to come here, in fact, in your position? You could have just ordered your men to do it. I suppose what purpose is there in you showing up in front of Betty and the others, in fact? Zikro, that's what you mean. If one was about to head into battle, one would want to be even more focused at this point in time. Nevertheless, Zikr showed up at a camp tent full of children who could not be left behind on this battlefield. When he was asked his reason, Zikr put up an embarrassed smile. Zikr, there are only men at the main camp since the women of Shadrach are also on the front line. If we are in need of encouragement before going to battle, only women can make you truly exhilarated. Beatrice, huh? Schult, I see certainly Yudakatasima and Louisima are here, as well as Beatrice John. Hearing his unexpected answer, Beatrice's eyes widened in contrast to Beatrice's reaction. Schult looked convinced, and Yudakata nodded with her short arms folded. Then she turned to the astonished Beatrice and said, Yudakata, give it up. Z's been like this from the start. Beatrice said it was a big mistake to think this guy was the only normal one, I suppose. The signs were there for some reason. He was called a coward, and instead of trying to argue about it, he was proud of it. However, there was no reason for her to get deeply involved, so she just didn't say anything. As a result, Zikr's eccentricities ended up on display at the last minute, with it resulting in an awkward situation. Zikr, besides, if you are aware of what is behind you, you have a better chance of not getting lost. Beatrice, you have a family, in fact. Zikr, a mother and numerous sisters. But when I joined this side, their position became much worse. It's a terrible misfortune for my family. Zikr was originally a general on the side of the Empire, as a general second class. Since he defected, it was only natural that his family would be affected. Zikr was prepared for that, and still considered it worthwhile. To choose this side, Beatrice wondered if Abel was worthy of this choice, but no one but the man himself knew the reasons. She was simply curious. Beatrice, what is it you fight for, I suppose, Zikr? Beatrice, you are not supposed to be like those guys who fight for the sake of fighting. In fact, why is that, I suppose? A simple soldier may have been fine with this, which made the Valachian Empire such a terrifying place, since many of its warriors were a similar mindset. But that was not the case for a general, much less Zikr. At Beatrice's perception, Zikr raised a thick eyebrow in slight contemplation then. Zikr, of course it is for the sake of the future of the Valachian Empire, for which I place my faith and to which I owe my loyalty. With a strong voice he replied, and then he continued with, of course. Zikr, I am a coward after all. So I doubt I could resist, so may I ask you, Miss Beatrice? Beatrice, what in fact? Zikr, the obvious, the blessing of a lovely maiden. As he said this, Zikr pulled out the sword from his side and presented it to Beatrice. After narrowing her eyes and looking down at the proffered item, Beatrice sighed, and Beatrice, for the record, Betty, does not know much about the proper etiquette, I suppose. Zikr, in such matters, the feelings are what's most important. As long as the giver and the receiver's hearts are in tune with each other, the etiquette is of no significance. Beatrice, since when are our hearts in tune with each other, in fact? Good grief. Muttering Beatrice accepted the sword in front of Beatrice. Zicker reverently dropped his head and kneeled down. His seriousness reminded Beatrice of ceremony she had attended one day when Subaru was knighted by Amelia, and she followed her example. With the sword she received, she tapped each of the kneeling Zicker's shoulders once. Beatrice, to see this through properly, I suppose for the sake of no one else's but your own wish. Zicker, as you command. At Beatrice's blessing, Zicker looked up in somber acknowledgement. He sheathed the sword returned in by Beatrice and looked towards Utakata and the others by his side. Seeing the look in his eyes, Utakata called out Z. Utakata Yu is a Shadrakian warrior, so we don't do things like bay, a send-off in the style of a warrior. As she said that, Utakata pulled out the knife from her waist with a knife made from the tusk of a beast. She cut a thin slice of skin from her palm to cause a small bleeding. Besides Schultz's pain-faced Utakata gently pressed her blood-soaked palm against the armor Zicker wore, marking it with her handprint. Utakata Shadrakian blood, the blood of strong warriors, makes Z strong too. Zicker with gratitude. Shelter, well, I can't think of anything like Beatrice John or Utakatasama, so I'll cheer for you, hooray, hooray. Zicker, Sama, I'll be there. In response to Utakata's action, Schultz also shouted a loud cheer to Zicker. Zicker accepted it with a smile and stood up in place. And then Zicker, Louis slipped out of Beatrice's hands and hugged Zicker's waist. As he stood up, Zicker was startled by the little girl's embrace as he patted her on the shoulder with a frown. In Beatrice's eyes, Louis' behavior was an indication of positive feelings towards Zicker. The fact that she could not control her at a moment's notice was also because there was no sign of unpleasantness. Zicker Osmond, as I depart for battle, please remain in good health. Schultz, may you have success in battle. Breaking free from Louis' embrace, Zicker exited the tent with a cheerful look on his face. Schultz waved his hand, while Utakata narrowed her eyes as they watched him go. As Beatrice watched Zicker's back grow distant, she understood that he headed into battle fully prepared to die, just like it was the case 400 years ago, when war was happening in faraway places. However, there were frequent visitors to her mother's mansion, and they all sought the witch's knowledge and cooperation, all with a strong desire to improve bad situations. That being noted, it was up to every single person to realize whatever advice one received from the knowledgeable. After seeing the possibilities within the future of her mother's advice, many turned their backs on the mansion and headed toward their own futures. Zicker's back appeared to be just like ones from that time. Beatrice, you. Watching Zicker leave, Beatrice addressed Louis. Turning around, Louis stared back at Beatrice, with her already wide eyes becoming more wide upon her childish face, completely thoughtless. No, that would be a mistake. Yet looking at her face, which seemed to be devoid of any plan, she asked, Beatrice, which side are you really on, in fact? 2. HK. With a full swing, the pair of ice swords struck her chest, and Madeline, her eyes wide open, flew a great deal backwards. As Amelia chased after her, she called out, thank you to the beings that prevented Madeline's movemento, the sculptures of Natsuki Subaru made from ice. To fight alongside the 7 soldiers of ice was a tactic Amelia had developed as a last resort when she had taken Volcanica's trial at Pleiades' watchtower. On her own, she may have lacked manpower. Without time to waste on her vague apprehensions, these ice soldiers were the result brought about by her confidence that I'd been watching Subaru closely. As for an official name, she intended on asking Subaru to provide one once she showed them to him. Amelia, so for now, just do your best as soldiers. There was no direct reply to Amelia's words, but one by one the 7 ice soldiers pumped their fists up, giving response to Amelia's cheers. While she thought that reassuringly, Amelia and the ice soldiers drew near Madeline, who had been blown away. It probably looked just like a scene where 8 people were bullying a small girl, but Madeline gayer. If one were to see the howling Madeline swinging her arms, blowing away the upper bodies of 2 ice soldiers, such a leisurely impression probably would not come to mind. Even without her flying winged blade, Madeline's dragging claws and superhuman strength were exceedingly frightening. Amelia's ice had been made hard and firm, and even if it was not to the extent of iron, it was at least as hard as a strong boulder. If one were to carelessly strike it barehanded, it was hard enough to reasonably break their hand instead. So easily had it been destroyed by Madeline's fingers merely wrapping themselves around it. Amelia, I'm sorry. The soldiers resembling Subaru were destroyed, and Amelia could hear the screams of Beatrice in her mind. Apologizing to Beatrice inside her head, Amelia remained vigilant for Madeline's counteroffensive. While she was vigilant, she chose not to back down, but instead to continue stepping forward. Amelia, Haya Yayateria. Brandishing a pair of ice swords, she proceeded to rain down attacks on Madeline, who had not been able to fully halt the momentum of the initial strike. Although when the pair of swords struck the shoulders of Madeline, her arms widespread, they shattered into pieces. The tough skin of the dragonkin remained unyielding to the sword slashes of ice. She needed to use even heavier attacks. Amelia with this. The shattered pair of swords became shards of ice, and what Amelia had made to replace them was a large ice mallet. As Amelia brandished at two of the kneeling ice soldiers' linked arms to create a foothold before her eyes, and she stepped on that, and jumped up high, gaining speed immediately after Amelia drove the ice mallet into Madeline with enough force to make her own body spin vertically. Madeline HK. Without any defense, Madeline received Amelia's blow directly on her head, landing before Madeline, who had turned downwards as of the impact. Amelia used the recoil to put power into a second strike. Amelia, As soon as she gripped it tightly, the handle of the ice mallet shattered. No, it was not just the handle. The entire thing had been destroyed. The ice mallet that struck Madeline's head was the one unable to bear the opponent's hardness. Amelia widened her eyes upon seeing that, and simultaneously the claws below her eyes rose sharply. The moment the claws moved within the edges of her vision, a small shield of ice intercepted its trajectory. Amelia, ow! However, the ice shield was smashed at that instant, and cries of pain erupted. After having poured energy into her body an earned moment, the side of her head was slashed by the claw tips, and at the slight impact of her silver hair being grazed, Amelia's vision greatly and violently shook. Nevertheless, the attack did not end with that. Madeline, do not mock this dragon. The howling Madeline raised her claws overhead. The wind of destruction that followed turned over the surface of the ground. She promptly flew backwards as to avoid the claws, but the wind that arrived afterwards struck her, and Amelia's body was flicked away, having been hit in kind engulfed by the ground, turning over like waves. Amelia's body bounced, being blown away. Amelia, roo-roo-roo, with eyes just like those of a dragon or a snake, Madeline caught up and raised her flying wing blade overhead. As it swung down, it accelerated with aim for Amelia's lower back. In an instant, Amelia funneled power into her abdomen to try and withstand the oncoming strike, but she immediately concluded that it was something that she must not be hit. By reaching out her hand, she tightly grasped a cold and solid sensation. Amelia, her arm was jerked up with force, and Amelia's body, now having been pulled up, escaped the trajectory of the flying wing blade. The one which had done that was an ice soldier who caught up to blown away Amelia as fast as it could and pulled her arm while diving into a forward somersault. The ice soldier forcibly pulled Amelia up and heaved her away just after Amelia's body spun around as it was sent flying, and in her field of vision, the ice soldier was overpowered and shattered by the flying wing blade which she had evaded. Amelia Subaru. It was not Subaru, but Amelia had called out with a feeling that Subaru had received harm. Catching up to Amelia, who had again been sent flying, was an ice soldier different to one which had been destroyed. Without a pause, she was thrown over to the next ice soldier, received then thrown over, and was escaping from the dragonkin. Madeline enough quit friggin' messing around. With an angry bellow and a flash, the solid earth fissured where it had been stepped on by Madeline, her face red, and with her firm foothold, she took the flying wing blade with tremendous and ferocious vigor. The flying wing blade revolved at a velocity so intense and extreme that to the eye it did not appear as anything but a disc. It was a disc that cut down anything and everything in its path, and clad in a strong wind approached Amelia. Amelia, I'm counting on you. Before that could reach her, the ice soldiers, receiving Amelia's voice, rushed out one by one. They lined up in single file and wedged themselves into the gap between the flying Amelia and the disc flying towards her. All of them took an ice weapon in their hands and used them to fight against the flying wing blade. As a result, the sounds of ice shattering at high speed chained together, and the Subaru ice soldiers were completely annihilated. However, just before each Subaru was shattered, they each landed as much a hit as they could onto the flying wing blade. The change and the danger of the flying wing blade was something that ordinary people would not know, but that revolution had very slightly, just a little wee bit weakened. She felt like it had weakened. Amelia, it weakened, she declared in a loud voice, and it truly appeared like it had become like that. Using the leeway that the ice Subarus had made for her, Amelia equipped her legs with thick-soled ice boots, placed the two arms of her airborne body on the ground, and met the oncoming flying wing blade with her two legs. Amelia was well aware that legs were just a little stronger than arms. Amelia Hayaya, firmly clenching her teeth, Amelia extended her knees using all of her might. The direct impact from a flying wing blade delivered a shock to Amelia's entire body, and from head to toe, all the bones in her body were creaking firmly, withstanding it, she would withstand it to the end. Fully extending her legs, which were experiencing resistance, even while crevices started to form in her ice boots, Amelia's kick shot the flying wing blade up into the sky. Madeline Waugh. It seemed like it was beyond Madeline's expectations for it to have been stopped, so she raised her voice in surprise, facing that Amelia got up and leaped, reaching her hand out to the flying winged blade, which had been kicked up. She tightly grasped the edge of the flying winged blade, and into that arm she poured a considerable amount of strength. Amelia, this time I'm returning the favor. The flying winged blade was much heavier than it looked, but Amelia was also someone who possessed indomitable power. It was difficult with a single arm, so she twisted her body. In order to change to a two-handed grip from there with all her might, she resolutely flung the flying winged blade away with a hiya. Madeline HK. Seeing the flying winged blade flung away, Madeline widened her eyes. Receiving the vigor of rapid spinning, the flying winged blade soared. Although it paled in comparison to when Madeline had thrown at the dangerous weapon, still cut through the wind as it flew. Flying toward an incorrect direction, it had flown away amazingly. Amelia, Madeline, you what the frig is your intention? Amelia, I may have messed up. She was trying to return a favor and deal damage, but she was completely unable to handle the flying winged blade. Well, so it had flown away on the forehead of Madeline, who had been angered by that a vein had begun to bulge very quickly. Immediately after, Madeline's cheeks stiffened, and she stepped forward in order to chase after the flying winged blade, which had flown away. However, Amelia, that's a no-no. Then Amelia, her hands outstretched, created a wall of ice ahead of where Madeline was proceeding. The wall of ice erected from the ground was thick, and she had also made it fairly long, horizontally going around it or jumping over it neither. Feet would be managed so easily. She had not been able to utilize the flying wing blade very well, but it would be dangerous if Madeline were to wield it. It was not as though that was her aim, but she thought that the current situation of it being at a distance was the most beneficial. Amelia, I'm sorry, but I can't let you retrieve that weapon. If you are to continue, then it shall be without that. Madeline. Amelia, if you surrender, I will properly accept that. Actually, if you do, that it would be really helpful. What will you do when you continue? Amelia posed a question to the back of Madeline, who cast her eyes downward as she faced a wall of ice. If Madeline, who had lost her weapon, were to surrender, that would be the best scenario. In order to get Madeline to believe she was at a disadvantage, Amelia once again created the Natsuki Subarus of ice, which had once been annihilated in her surroundings, and she crossed her arms as she stood. 8 against 1 this time in a state. Without her weapon, Madeline was in a much more unfavorable position. With all this, then Amelia was enthusiastically thinking as such, but alas. Madeline, why the frig do you think that I the dragon would give up? Muttering, Madeline gently placed her hand on the wall of ice before her eyes. Gazing at that gesture, Amelia reflexively caught her breath with an ah, with a crack the very moment that high-pitched noise reverberated the entirety of the gigantic ice wall, began a fissure with the pattern of a spiderweb. The origin was naturally Madeline's palm, so the fissures that extended across the entire ice wall were centered on her. Amelia had gone all out when creating that ice wall. The hardness and density of the ice were just as previously mentioned, and even though it was not something that could be destroyed easily, Amelia, Madeline, you. Madeline, when talking to you humans as dragons, head gets friggin' weird, you. That healer, that senile old fool, all of you are in this. Dragon's way, Amelia. Turning her back, without revealing her downcast face, mixed into Madeline's trembling voice were complex and intricate emotions, anger, sorrow, and all sorts of other things. It seemed just as if Madeline herself did not understand which of her own emotions was the strongest. What she had spoken of were those who were in her way. Of course, Amelia understood that she herself was in a position confronting Madeline outside of Amelia, the one she called a healer and a senile old fool. Did they also happen to be her enemies? As a dragonkin, as an ally of the Empire, Madeline opposed Amelia and the others and went on a rampage. Amelia, Madeline, for what purpose do you fight Madeline? At the question, Madeline swayed, her head to a tilt. Her 2 black horns at a slant, Madeline's golden eyes stared at Amelia from above her shoulders. Though she was getting a horrifying, blood-curdling sensation, Amelia did not avert her gaze. Going against the instinct to turn away, Amelia fixed her eyes on Madeline. Thinking about it now, she should have done it sooner. She should have tried to talk like this from the very start. Both this time and last time, even though Madeline, who was blocking the way, had been brimming with fighting spirit, Amelia had gotten caught up in it and suddenly begun an attack. But, Amelia, if we can talk with each other, then I really think that talking is the best scenario. Madeline, why do you fight for the sake of whom? Madeline, what about you? Why, Amelia? Wondering if it would really be necessary to say that Amelia realized that Madeline was trying to continue. The fact that she had responded with that was something very difficult for Amelia. The reason that Madeline had given Amelia something she must speak of that unfortunate occurrence was something which Amelia could not be prepared for. If Amelia were to refuse her dialogue, and if the result of that refusal was claws being swung, Amelia would wield an ice weapon as expected and would need to oppose Madeline. In that manner, upon Amelia's cheek stiffening, "Madeline, why do you resist? There's no friggin' chance you'll come out victorious in resisting this dragon." Amelia, Madeline, why do all of you friggin' resist? That was a question posed from Madeline's side. Unknowing of Amelia's circumstances, she responded as such the words she should have brushed off. On the contrary, being questioned about, that Amelia cautioned her own slow mind. She thought she could not respond with anything. However, it was not like that, just as Madeline had said. If Amelia could not get Madeline to speak, then she herself should be the one to open up her heart first. After all, this battlefield was harsh, so Amelia prioritized the things she herself wanted to do and the things she herself wanted to say. But even so, at just this moment, for what reason did she think to try and have good manners? Why did she fight? For what reason would she hear the answer to all of that was, "Amelia, I came here to meet my treasured knight. No, everybody's treasured knight." Saying that, Amelia touched the shoulder of one of the ice soldiers' imitations of Subaru directly next to her. She thought she had made them, she had replicated his hairstyle and tracksuit quite proficiently. Though no matter how well they imitated him, Subaru's reliability could not be reproduced. His positive words, his reliable attitude, his kindness, which gave her delight just about everything. Not Suki Subaru-ness, just thinking about it made Amelia's chest grow pleasantly warm, and it was impossible for anyone except the person in question to possess. Amelia, he's a really treasured person, that person. And the girl who should be with that person, many people are awaiting their return. So that's why I am here. For that purpose, I'm trying my very best. Madeline, Amelia, the reason I fight, that's it. Madeline, what about you? She probably had someone or something which she wanted to protect. If that was the case, they could make a promise to not hurt the other's treasure thing, and they could probably stop fighting. Subaru and Rem would open the path to reach the two who she wished to bring back. Those hopes and wishes that Amelia held were Madeline Ball Leroy Temeglyph. Amelia, that name is. Madeline, that was the name of the man who was to be this dragon's darling. He is this dragon's entire reason for fighting. They were betrayed by Madeline, who fought for the sake of someone who had already been lost. Amelia, hearing her voice lose all spirit, Amelia caught her breath. She was unable to find the right words to say at the spur of the moment, and because she was not close enough to reach her hand out, Amelia could not make it in time. For that reason, Madeline killed a man who killed Ball Leroy, that is this dragon's long-standing desire. A violent sound rang out as Madeline crushed the ice wall with her grip. There was no other way to describe it than crushed it with her grip. She tightened her grip with the hand placed on the wall, and from there the destruction spread throughout the entire ice wall that had been shattered in one fell swoop. Taking the flying wing blade present on the other side, Madeline looked at the figure facing her once more, and while Amelia digested those bitter feelings, she and the ice soldiers headed towards Madeline. Having lost someone dear to her, the Dragon King girl was desperate to fill the empty hole in her chest. Stepping forward to chase her, that was the moment. Madeline Mesriera. Facing the sky as she bathed in the fragments of the shattered ice wall, Madeline cried out, as though it was ripping apart the sparkling ice shards. As they danced down, the loud voice echoed throughout the sky of skies, hearing that Amelia's eyes grew wide, and she looked to the sky. The sound Madeline had made, Amelia had heard it once before. Her lips had previously spun that sound, and at the time when it was spun at that time, Amelia at that time, there was a really big attack. A white corona rained down incessantly, and mowing down the fortress city in the blink of an eye. The very terrain had been altered. Since Amelia was together with Priscilla at that time, they were somehow able to defend against it. Supposing the same thing happened here, Amelia wondered if she would be able to stand a chance against it on her own. That would be very difficult above the head of the panicked Amelia. The same thing did not occur. However, despite the fact that the same thing had not occurred, Amelia could not greatly rejoice. After all, I am Mesria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Spreading its wings, a pure white body, a colossal scale, clad in the very essence of an overcast sky, the cloud dragon Mesria, invoked by Madeline Eschardt, swooped down upon the skies of the imperial capital. Chapter 95. Enemies on all bastions. 1. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield caught sight of being clad in clouds of pure white, having descended to above the ground. Excessively magnificent and majestic, the transcendent being that from the foundations of its existence was in a completely different dimension from worthless mediocrity. Everyone understood that with just a glance. That's a dragon. Widening his emerald green eyes, Garfield muttered beside the crumbled rampart. After his fight to the death with Kaphma Irolix ended, while taking rough breaths with his shoulders, just as he looked around searching for battlefield, where his next duty would be that it happened. In the distance, a colossal presence that made it look like the sky itself had fallen had appeared on the battlefield where the most fighting spirits were flaring up in this empire at the decisive battle on the bastion, which had been frozen white. Garfield Emiliasima, possessing a gate with absurd capacity, using her mana, without needing to be subtle, taking the heat away from the world, was undoubtedly the work of Emilia getting serious. The 5 bastions of the ramparts, if she was fighting an enemy guarding one of them, their opponent would be a divine general or a being of equal strength. Even at the minimum, that opponent would be on the same level as Kaphma. Even though that alone was enough for them to be an enemy, he did not want to make Emilia fight. It had been particularly absurd that the additional fighting force that had appeared there was a mythical being. Garfield did the Flying Dragon General call, and down shit, I gotta get her out of there right now. Gnashing his fangs, Garfield decided in his heart to shift battlefields. Emilia fighting, and letting Emilia fight were simply not connected. Emilia herself would probably object, but letting her fight was a distressing decision for camp. Originally, Emilia should have been in a position overseeing everything from a place without concern for injury. Garfield, my Amazon self, wouldn't be able to face Captain. It was natural that Emilia would not want to leave the whole situation to someone else. He thought that narrow-sightedness and a good sense and thoughtfulness were desirable traits, but he could not permit all of that and could not let her do what she wanted. It went without saying that Garfield was a military officer of the Emilia camp, and his role was to repel all the sparks that rained down on the camp and defeat the enemies standing in their way. Garfield, closing his eyes, Garfield quietly ascertained his own condition. He got severely wounded from his battle with Kaphma. His entire body had been mangled, his insides had been spread outwards. He had burned his own body to kill the insects that had nested there, and yet Garfield was still alive and well. It was a situation where the only thing he had to boast about was that he was alive and well. Garfield, it may be exaggerating to say I'm full of life, but he'll do it. Even now, he was absorbing power through the soles of his feet planted on the earth, and through invoking healing magic with all of his might, Garfield's body healed at a furious pace both inside and out. Normally, this would be a load on the body that could potentially reduce his lifespan, but the events in the Watergate City forced Garfield to break out of his shell both physically and mentally. Though it was not visible, Garfield tore through the shell that was certainly there and stood tall. With the steam rising from his many bloody wounds, as if his body were truly blazing hot, Garfield settled his resolve to face the dragon in the distance. Garfield, everyone my Amazon self tore down the rampart, hurry the fuck up and get your asses in there. Opening his mouth, Garfield howled at the group of rebels who were watching him from afar. They were the group that had challenged Kaphma before Garfield and were mowed down, although a considerable number of them, including those wounded but supported by their comrades, should still be capable of functioning as a fighting force. But they had all stayed away from Garfield and Kaphma's battlefield and remained motionless even after the battle had been concluded. There were those that might say that this was just because they were overwhelmed by Garfield and Kaphma's battle. However, it was not just that. You're the one who broke through the rampart, so you should be the first to go through. Garfield, brave warrior, we respect your might. No one, whoever they maybe would dare to desecrate that. One of the Centaur people had thus gallantly answered Garfield's words. Having defeated Kaphma, Garfield deserved to be the first to climb over the ramparts. That was why they had stopped and fixedly waited for him to cross over the rampart. It seemed that this was not his opinion alone, but the opinion of everyone who saw the duel. Just prior, those who started the battle for selfish reasons, hidden within them was the historic warrior's pride. It seemed that in their judgment, Garfield's way of fighting had been radiant. Their consideration in and of itself was heartwarming, but Garfield, my bad, but there's somewhere my fucking Amazon self has got to go. This ain't the whipfrock who came back, it's the one over there. Garfield jerked his chin toward the white dragon reigning over the distant sky. In both the Pleiades watchtower and the fortress city of Geralt, there had been opportunities to meet one. Garfield had continued to let them get away due to his poor timing, and he was finally in a position to take on a dragon. It was not that he wanted to fight. It was an opponent that must be fought. Rebels. After seeing Garfield's gesture, the rebels also gasped at the sight of the white dragon. It was a matter of course, but they had also become aware of its existence, fearing that though it was the unusual spirit of the imperial citizens to not bend their knees or hang their heads, whether or not they would challenge, it was a different matter. Garfield would challenge it, therefore. Garfield, he'll leave crossing the rampart to you guys. If the rebels crossed over the collapsed rampart and surged into the imperial capital, the situation would change. If all 5 bastions were defended by the greatest military powers of the empire, then there was also the possibility that the defenses were thin in the area around Emperor Vincent of Wallachia, who should be in the Crystal Palace. There was a possibility that a literal decisive blow could be fired to the big hole that he had opened in this rampart. Garfield, that's why. After handing over the vanguard of the attack on the Imperial capital to the rebels, Garfield will begin his battle with the White Menace. Then it had happened when he had been about to embark towards the bastion where the dragon was. Garfield shuddered as all the hairs on his body stood on end. Garfield HK. Free from obstructive thoughts. He was free from obstructive thoughts. Without hesitation, without question, following the sensation that his brain had brought to his attention, he unleashed a blow using the full force of his body. The backhand blow of steel that was able to shatter rock, striking the wind dead about to hit what lay ahead of his instincts. Oh, so you can see through my invisibility. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Such a hoarse voice could be heard from beyond his strong fist. Garfield Ka. That instant his backhand blow should have hit the shadow behind him. Undoubtedly, there was a sensation of something touching the surface of his gauntlet. Nevertheless, a bitter sound escaped his own mouth, and Garfield stared in shock as his thoughts were struck by that impact. The impact had struck him in the back. Someone's small foot or toe was perfectly placed on Garfield's back. An absurd kick. No, that was wrong. That was entirely your own punch. I just let it pass through my body and return it to you. A voice answered his doubt, and every bone in Garfield's body creaked as his eyes widened. Whether it was true or a lie, Garfield's vision was greatly shaken as his internal organs and brain were jolted by the force equivalent to his blow. Using the full force of his body, cuts, bruises, broken bones, and ruptured organs could all be healed immediately. Even if he could not fully heal, he could bring it to a point where he could move through sheer force. However, an attack that resonated throughout the core of his body could not be negated. Garfield HK. At the numbness of his whole body, he gritted his teeth, and Garfield's entire being was on alert for a follow-up attack. He moved his limbs, which were slow to react, and somehow managed to protect the vital points of his neck and head. However, the follow-up he feared did not come. Instead, what was done with the time for that follow-up was containment. Actually, it'd be a pain in the ass if they got past the wall and went inside. With a sigh mixed into his words, the pained cries of 10 people rang out at once. Exhorting his collapsed knees, what filled Garfield's vision as he raised his head was a group of rebels which had accepted his command and were moving to push their way into the Imperial capital. Those lined up at the vanguard of their formation had fallen. Centaur people and beastmen had their lives taken away in an instant by having black iron flying blades, throwing blades, called kunai, punctured into their foreheads and chests. Even if he were to rush in and cast a healing spell, he would not make it in time. It was an attack that caused instant death. As warriors, they must have also had the ability to take on the Imperial capital, even if they were not as good as a general like Kafma. If you die, you're a small fry. What does it matter if you're a warrior? Garfield. Kaka, your eyes look like you aren't too, please, youngster. You're also the one who busted down the rampart, aren't you? Know it's real troubling when dangerous guys keep coming out one after the other, isn't it? The small shadow laughed with an open mouth and ran a finger through his long white eyebrows as he spoke. At last, Garfield kicked off the ground with his foot, and filling his vision, as he moved, and was an old man, even shorter than Garfield, who himself was considered to be short. However, an old man of small stature was not a very fitting description of this monster. Garfield, damn you. Oh, wait, it'll be your opponent in a bit. Oh, there we go, Garfield, huh? Garfield glared at him with hostility, his hair standing on end, but the old man stuck out his arm, his right hand missing from the wrist, to hold him back. Garfield raised an eyebrow at the missing arm, and the old man shook his leg at the same time. A moment later, not knowing what he had done, a horizontal sweeping kick drew a deep line in the earth. It also split the space between Garfield, the old man, and the rebels behind him. And then the old man turned to the rebels on the other side of the line and told them, "Try stepping over that line. To get over here, you're all gonna die, Rebels HK. My might or relief that you guys are so attentive. I want the young peeps of my village to learn from you lately. They've been disobeying me every time when I say something. I'm the village chief, R&I. Shrugging his thin shoulders, the old man chuckled, showing his white teeth. It was an attitude of not caring at all about the threat he had made to the rebels just prior to this moment. However, everyone here was made to understand instinctively that the threat was neither a lie nor anything else. Garfield also understood just as the old man in front of him was Garfield, the vicious old man, Albert Dunkelkin, ain't ya? Albert, I say this every time someone calls me that, but I really don't like it. It's like slander, isn't it? Garfield, what the fuck do you think you're doing here? Toward the old man, tilting his head towards Albert, Garfield posed that question. Albert appeared carefree and natural, which was why Garfield could not let his guard down in the slightest. Albert stood behind Garfield, without any sign of his presence. Right here in the middle of this plain, with good visibility, Garfield. It would still be understandable if he were out of sight, hiding behind a building and approaching stealthily. Even still, that was more than enough of a threat in that case. He could be satisfied with the events that took place. However, how could he perceive a being that intruded into this space without a hint of a presence? Though he was a being that could not be perceived as anything but a threat. Before the trembling Garfield, Albert raised an eyebrow with his unchanging attitude and let out a ho. Albert, why am I here, you ask? Isn't that how it always was? Even though it's our job to keep the rebels out, Kaphma had the nerve to be a failure, and now I have to clean up his mess. Stating that the old man pointed out Kaphma lying on the ground with his arm, missing a hand, then with an oops he retracted his right arm and pointed correctly with his left instead. Albert, I drew the short end of the stick seriously. That's why I told him that it would be dangerous if they didn't bring out Chisha or call back Groovy, but sure enough he had the nerve to lose. Garfield, sure enough, old man, you ain't got the fucking right to laugh at this guy. Albert, ho. Albert closed one eye and looked displeased. In order to obstruct the old man's gaze, Garfield wedged his way in between Albert and Kaphma and exhaled a heated breath. Kaphma was an enemy that would not change, but no one was qualified to speak about how Kaphma fought except Garfield, who had exchanged fists with him heathen. Garfield, this guy was fucking strong. My Amazon self was just stronger. Albert, well, yeah, I know that from just looking ya. I'm not going to try and deny that you know, so just what you trying to say you? Garfield, I'm saying I don't like your damn attitude. Is that how you talk to a fellow general on your own side, huh? Opening his mouth wide, Garfield snapped back with a howl. At the ferocious roar, Albert frowned and tilted his head. Seeming like he was truly doubtful, the old man continued, do you know? Albert, I'm a general first class. Kaphma's a general second class. We're not even remotely the same, Garfield HK. Unapologetically, Albert's remarks were just conveying the obvious facts. Garfield's pupils narrowed as he felt an incomprehensible gap. The moment the carnivorous beast determined his prey, he raised his tail and pounced on the old man. He felt like he should pay respect to Kaphma. However, he did not feel that for the enemy before his eyes. The old man, too, neither wanted it, nor would he give it. Within battle, the things he placed value, indifferent to his opponent, and recognizing that. Garfield, he'll fucking crush you. His arms, both raised overhead, closed in on Albert. With a strong arm that could not measure by feel, he wondered if it was different from when he smashed the ramparts, and it probably exceeded all the might he had used. Then he had put enough destructive power into it, so that it was more than enough to destroy that small old body. Then, without letting him get away, his arm smashed into Albert's head. Boom! The impact of the crash shook the earth, and a cloud of dust ascended from the smashed ground. As if there had been an explosion, the dust rained down upon the heads of the rebels who had been stopped by Albert. Perhaps Albert would be smashed to pieces after being struck by so much firepower. However, Garfield's eyes widened at the sight before his eyes. Before him, Garfield's fist slammed into Albert's head from both sides. As if sandwiching him, there was a definite impact and resistance, which Garfield felt to the recoil in his arms. Despite this, the old man, with his head caught between Garfield's fists, showed his white teeth and laughed, and then, Albert, incredible, isn't it? I just released the power of your attack onto the ground. Garfield, Albert, well, the ground exploded, 'cause you've got some dangerous arm strength, though. Immediately after finishing his words, the old man's face, trapped between his fists, slipped out from under Garfield, followed him with his gaze, but Garfield, as his eyes followed Albert, who should have slipped below, an impact struck the top of his head. Even though Albert should have crouched down, something had hit him from above. Albert, up when you think it's down, down. When you think it's up, that's the basics. Garfield, JHH. At the crouched Albert's flippant words, Garfield furiously swung his fist downwards. They thrust into Albert's head of gray hair. That moment, a sharp impact pierced the back of Garfield's head, his back, and his buttocks. Garfield's fist, swinging downwards, whiffed and struck the ground with a tremendous impact. Instead, the voice of Albert, who disappeared in an instant, was heard from directly above. Albert, that's why if you think I'm below, you'll be above. Those who don't learn will be left behind, you know. Exerting his body, he faced the voice and raised his arms overhead. The moment his fingertips caught hold of something, Garfield swung it down forcefully, trying to smash it into the ground. Smashing it into the ground, preventing its movement, and then struck it with all his might. He thought that if the feet were separated, then acrobatics like the ones before would not be possible. Garfield, the appeal from his fighting instinct ceased when he realized that it was not Albert within the grasp of his fingers, but Kaphma's body that the old man had thrown over Garfield's head. Stopping his movement to throw the body to the ground, Garfield's lips quivered. At that instant, Albert, listen here. Why do you think there are 50 second-class generals and only 9 first-class generals? It's 'cause we're so stupidly strong. The voice and shock bore into Garfield's head from both left and right. 2. As a massive flame descended, that wrath of sky intended to consume the world in its entirety. It gave Urna the illusion that the world was being dyed in red before her eyes. If one could greatly rouse its wrath, the world would probably take out all the anger it had saved up to this point on that single individual. The ground had already been turned to scorched earth, and the rebels and plants were all burned with the same method. That devastating firepower rained down upon them to scorch them down to their entrails the same way the corpses had been. However, facing that, Yorna made not even the slightest movement. And Yorna Young's sword. Priscilla, my mind, making your daughter use such a terribly rough thing. The sound spun by Yorna's lips was a signal for the treasured sword of deep crimson to swing vertically. It was a beautiful sword that would capture the eyes of those who saw it burn their hearts and even captivate their souls. That bewitching nature was only an accessory. To the treasured sword, it was not even a sliver of its original purpose. In other words, when it fulfilled its original reason for existing, the brilliance of the treasured sword will become even stronger. Yorna, the Yong's sword, the tip of which was swung vertically upward to intercept the tremendous fire that was raining down upon them. That instant the mighty flames that had permeated their vision disappeared. It was not that they were cut away. Quite literally, they had disappeared, as if they had never even existed. Priscilla, my Yong's sword burns what I wish to burn, and slashes only what I wish to slash. That logic was far too violent, far too irrational, and far too absurd of an imposition. However, that sight had materialized before her eyes, and the inferno that seemed like it could destroy even the world vanished. Pouring in an appropriate amount of power, she had released that great firepower with the intention to dampen their first move, but at the sight of its erasure, with a single swing of a sword, even their opponent was not able to stay calm. Priscilla, do not look down on her, for that is the Spirit Eater. Regardless of whether it was an explanation or a warning, it was impolite, and with those words, Priscilla's figure flew to the right. Similar to Priscilla flying to the opposing left was Yorna. In between the two of them, a massive flash flood rushed through. Yorna HK. It was as if the entire contents of a well had been unleashed in Yorna, while successfully evading felt that her enemy, that Arakia, had heightened her capabilities above her previous impression. This was not the first time Yorna had fought Arakia. They had previously crossed paths just once before during an uprising considered to be brought about by Yorna. At that time, Valakia's strongest was looming behind Arakia, and the stage was set in chaos flame, where Yorna herself was in a perfect position to face them, so the preconditions were already variously different. Of course Yorna was serious about fighting, but her true intentions at the time were not really serious about killing them. During past uprisings, especially the one which resulted in a clash with Arakia, Yorna's goal was retribution against those who had meddled with the residents of the Demon City, and to make known the righteousness of doing so. In other words, her objective was a kind of protest, and Vincent, who faced her across the board, must have been aware of this intention, and it was a clash in which a reconciliation seemed possible. However, Arakia was unaware of those circumstances at that time, and probably did not hold back in her fight against Yorna. Since then, Yorna had assumed that Arakia's strength completely surpassed those of the other troops, and so she was expected to serve as a standalone force comparable to an army. However, that perception was not only incorrect, but also naive. Yorna so disregarding old man Albert. Is this what it means to be the second? Letting that out together with a long sigh, Yorna glanced behind to the pressure of the unleashed water. The land itself had been split vertically all the way until the horizon. She understood the rationale that pressurized water posed a threat. However, when she saw how extraordinary it was, Yorna rolled up the sleeves of her kimono. In preparation for the decisive battle, she had worn her favorite kimono. Even so, she wondered if it would be possible to stop Arakia's blow. Yorna, before you only used fire, so you had burned one half of my city to the ground, but in one breath Arakia had burned one half of her city, and today she also burned the rebels to nothing by the ramparts. Arakia had assumed that a defensive line of fire, which was well suited to stone structures and a battlefield where one did not need to pay attention to one's surroundings, would be convenient for her, and that she had no reason to change her battle strategy now. Priscilla, this idea was also planted in your head, though it would have been so much more charming if it had not been directed towards myself. After saying so, Priscilla kicked off the ground and closed in on Arakia, with one of the bastions of the Star Fortress behind her, as if to protect it. Arakia flew through the air, her legs ablaze below the knees. Even just the unrelenting firepower that rained down from high above was enough of a threat. First, Arakia needed to be lured down to an approachable position. Priscilla, dear mother. Yorna HK got it. Priscilla shouted as she rushed through, causing a momentary disturbance within Yorna. She had yet to obtain a proper sense of the intimacy between her and her now-united daughter. Rather, she was doubtful of Priscilla's pompous attitude toward her mother, who had changed appearance. Since they parted when she was a suckling infant, she had no way of knowing how Priscilla was raised. Yorna dance. Taking the kizaroo out of her mouth, Yorna swung the tip of it and struck the ground with her thick-soled shoe. Then in front of the advancing Priscilla, the trembling earth slowly peeled up and rose to become a foothold to support Priscilla's path. Yorna's soul marriage technique also worked on inorganic objects. However, it was a system in which the strength of its efficacy was proportional to the amount of time and devotion she had put into it. Therefore, she had an apprehension. How much could she really love the land where she had spent time with the man she loved? Though the results were clear. Priscilla, your work was for a great cause. Leaving her mother with a statement that did not make her feel like a mother, Priscilla hopped to the footholds directly in front of her. Of course, the footholds did not stop there. They emerged one after another to create a path towards Arikia. A single straight path would be targeted. So she continued to take the consideration to create multiple paths, because of that Arikia nuisance. As Arikia swung her arm, holding the branch, the great wind that was released completely uprooted the floating earth and mowed down all the paths. Rather than a storm, the great wind was powerful enough to be equivalent to being hit by a giant palm, and the force of it was such that even Priscilla could have been completely crushed by it if it hit her directly. Priscilla, to drive that into mind self so mercilessly, would you not miss mine beauty? Arikia, I've made up my mind. Even if you lose your limbs, princess is still princess. Priscilla, would it not be more accurate to say your mind has been made up for you? Narrowing her eyes, Priscilla hit Arikia with those words as she descended from high in the sky. Just before the great wind mowed down the foothold, Priscilla quickly escaped into the sky. She barely managed to avoid being hit by the wind to feat a sheer perception, but she was still vulnerable to a second blow. Truly erasing the hesitation from her eyes, Arikia took aim at Priscilla's limbs as she was forced to fall and raise her arm in a merciless attempt to take away her fighting ability. And then, Yorna, I would be troubled if you forgot about me. Flying up from directly below Yorna's kick was delivered towards Arikia, who was preoccupied with Priscilla being above her head. Yorna's long legs thrust upward as her meticulously maintained thick soles, which she treasured greatly over time, followed her decisive blow. Priscilla, it is unbecoming of someone your age to be more eye-catching than mine self. Synchronizing with Yorna's kick, Priscilla swung the yang sword held overhead straight down. Arikia had been caught in a cross-generational pincer attack of mother and daughter. In perfect unison, the two enchanting strikes worthy of self-praise struck each other. Yes, they had struck each other. Priscilla, Yorna, HK. The strike that should have caught Arikia was bereft of a hit reaction. Rather, the expected impact had been slightly off and produced a solid sound instead. From the look of it, the thick sole of Yorna's upwards kick collided with nothing other than the blade of the yang sword Priscilla had swung down. Their pincer attack had missed this crucial opponent, and they had rather astoundingly struck each other instead. What was more surprising was that the collision of both Yorna and Priscilla's attacks had been inside Arikia's seemingly flickering body. Yorna had passed through her Priscilla. How impudent. Immediately after Yorna's astonishment and Priscilla's irritation spilled over simultaneously, Arikia's body, having seemingly taken in both attacks, glowed white as a counterattack was unleashed. It was as if Arikia's whole body exploded. No, it had in fact exploded. Arikia's body scattered into rays of white light, dispersing with terrifying force, spread in every direction like buckshot, hitting Yorna and Priscilla like a fountain of water. Yorna coo. In an instant, Yorna gathered the fine pieces of whirled-up dirt by the previous gale and clad herself and Priscilla in a cloud of dust. Rather than cladding them in clothing that stuck to the body, it was a delicate technique that circulated around one's figure at high speed to repel attacks. If Arikia's buckshot merely had the firepower, one would discern at first glance this would have sufficiently reduced its power. However, Yorna HK, easily penetrating the cloak of earth, Arikia's rays had pierced Yorna and Priscilla. Blown away by the impact, Yorna dropped to the ground while screaming in agony with all her strength. She instantly burrowed her stretched-out feet in the ground to avoid an unsightly fall. She could not afford to collapse, much less miserably falling on her back. Yorna, to lose the ones in love with me. The weight of the soul Yorna held was sustained by the presence of those that loved her. Therefore, Yorna needed to respond to said love with all her might. To respond to love was not something to be done half-heartedly. She must aspire to be appropriate in her movement, speech, conduct, and even emotions. Whether it was in everyday life in the bedroom or in the middle of a battle, it was all the same. With a faint bang, the hairpin that held Yorna's hair in place shattered, hanging on which were ornaments made of layering scales. Priscilla, was that a gift from someone, dear Mother Yorna? It was a gift from my beloved children. Shattered, Yorna caught the pieces of dust from the hair ornament with her fingers and gently gazed upon them. Most of the items that Yorna wore were gifts or kimono footwear, and even her hair ornaments, be they woven carved or molded the inhabitants of the demon city, had gone to great lengths to craft these beautiful items with their own hands, which became imbued with the souls of their creators. The ones that received Yorna's love received the capability to be crushed on her behalf, to protect her in return. Yorna, you too. Priscilla, unfortunately, I do not boast the same fidelity as you, dear mother, merely what I have had on hand from the very beginning the tribute from my already late husband. Saying this, Priscilla gently displayed her ear in this motion. It was revealed that the green jeweled earring that should have been there had disappeared. She too had transferred her life force to those she loved, providing her a longer life. Yorna, your husband, Priscilla, you also. Priscilla, what a meek expression to make these missing earrings. I received them from my fourth husband, I believe. Yorna, fourth. Priscilla, 8 times I was bestowed a husband, of course. That does not rival you, dear mother. At Priscilla callously stating this unexpected answer, Yorna's mouth was left agape from the shock. However, this shock was negated by Priscilla's grasp of the radiant yang sword. That strange phenomenon from earlier was, Yorna, Priscilla, if that is a yang sword, then it should be able to reach any opponent provided their soul hasn't been severed by the life sword. Priscilla, even without you telling me, dear mother, I am painstakingly aware of that. However, there is something you are mistaken about. Yorna, mistaken. Priscilla, my yang sword burns what I wish to burn, and slashes only what I wish to slash. Saying that, Priscilla slowly raised the tip of her yang sword. What assembled beyond the tip of the yang sword as Yorna followed it with her gaze was Arakia, scattered white light forming her figure little by little. Reflecting the nature of the spirit they had devoured, the spirit eaters were said to be able to house the strength they possessed in their bodies. While the true nature of this rare ability was unknown, the capability for its capabilities to be expanded upon was remarkable. Just now the principle behind transforming light into a body, thinking it through, it became clear. The yang sword that slashed what it wanted to slash, a treasured sword that could reach all things. Priscilla is at fire, water, or wind if that becomes indistinguishable from light or shadow. There is no doubt that it becomes difficult even if I can still reach you. Arakia. Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed, meeting the gaze of Arakia, whose eyes were the same color. The owner of the yang sword that could reach all things, and the transcendent being possessing the ability to transform into anything confronting each other. Yorna, I see you were raised with quite a troublesome opponent. Had this been Chaos Flame, Yorna may have been able to properly take down Arakia. But this was not Chaos Flame, and Yorna was hardly at full strength. Therefore, the one to deliver the decisive blow was not Yorna, but Priscilla. At any time it is I who resides at the center of the stage after. Oh, the girl blazing red as the sun, who turned any hardship she faced into sustenance for herself, smiled graciously. That smile was dazzling, even for Yorna, who stood alongside her. Set ablaze by Priscilla's dazzle, if there was only a single being capable of remaining in her vicinity, without being scorched and gnawed for that being, to be Arakia, standing in Priscilla's path. What an ironic twist of fate it was. 3. Otto Suwin sensed a change in the direction of the wind. At first it was a hunch, then it changed into an omen to be received, and finally it became a conviction. The war situation that was gradually and slowly changing, moving and tilting as Otto opened the channels that were supposed to be kept closed and immersed himself in the task of picking up all kinds of voices he was, fluxing in a sense of omnipotence, as if he himself was at one with the world and was fleeting. Things that could only be found in such a situation were submerged in an overwhelming vortex of information. In order to retrieve them, one must dive deeper and deeper. Ottos and Otto HK. A voice from outside his consciousness was heard very close by, and at the same time a thirsting shock destroyed the whirlpool of voices. It was as if a water tank had been broken, and the water inside flowed out as if grains of sand had been scooped up from a sandbox and spilled out through the cracks between one's fingers. The voices escaped. Though he felt empty without it, and finding himself regretful, Otto, oh my, thank you for saving my life, Petrichan. Petra, you had a horrible complexion. Right now, please wipe up your nosebleed. Otto, oh, that is a big help. I feel like I am bleeding just as much, though I am not fighting. Otto took the offered handkerchief and squeezed it against his nose. The dripping blood was within the grass beneath his feet, and he was acutely aware of the heavy load that, using his divine protection beyond its limits, was putting on him. In fact, the amount of blood that had been spilled was seemingly no joke to him. As expected, it was not as bad as when his legs were carved in Priestella, though. Otto, it comes quite a bit if I try to dive far and deep. Petra, am I not being helpful? Otto, no, if it was not for Petra's support, it would probably be worse. The exhaustion of the interior of my head, I guess I should call it brain fatigue, and that is because it is pretty heavy. It was difficult for them to understand each other, even among those who possessed divine protections, but the way in which divine protections place a burden on their users varied greatly depending on their effects. For example, the divine protection of wind evasion, possessed by a ground dragon, was almost a perfect type of divine protection with no flaws, except for the drastic difference in its burden between when it was deployed and when it was not. Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits also had a positive effect while he was standing on the ground, but at the same time it placed a high burden on his body in order to maintain his physical well-being. It just happened that Garfield was physically strong, so he was not affected by the negative effects, but if a normal human were to possess it, they would need to regularly take breaks and relieve the burden on their body by lifting their legs from the ground. From that perspective, Otto's divine protection of the soul of language focused the majority of its burden on his brain. Since the brain converted the voices of living beings that entered through his ears into voices that Otto could understand, it was natural for the burden to be concentrated there. Otto was trying to pick up the voices that were normally kept closed off and grasp all the sounds he could hear. Therefore, he asked for Petra to use her freshly learned yang magic to physically strengthen Otto's body, focusing particularly on his head. For a skilled warrior, it was said that physical strengthening through mana was done naturally, but in this case, it was being done through external interference. Of course, even with the functions of one's head being strengthened with yang magic, Emilia's intuition would not suddenly become as sharp as Ram's. The expectation was that Petra's yang magic would improve Otto's endurance rather than the functions of his brain. By strengthening the capabilities of his brain, Petra would allow Otto to keep the channels open for longer, much like how improving cardiovascular function would allow someone to stay underwater for longer. Without Petra's cooperation, the results would have been less than half of what they were then, without a doubt. Otto that said, "There are many times when I almost get too greedy and try to go deeper. Petra, if I feel like you're in somewhat danger, I can just give you a slap to the best of my power right." Otto chuckled at Petra practicing her slap with reassuring readiness. In fact, if Otto was in danger, it was in his best interest to have Petra pull him back the fastest, and surest way to do this was to forcibly disconnect the channel. As he followed the sound of voice, he would begin to lose track of his own position. Of course, the voice that Otto focused on naturally when he talked to Petra was a correct one, but if he lost sight of that connection, he would probably lose his ability to recognize languages. If the closest voice became unrecognizable, Otto would have to keep the channel open forever in order to communicate with anyone. If this were to happen, it would be easy to see a future in which even the mere sound of the wind or the rustling of clothes would be perceived as a voice, and Otto would lose his sanity. Otto, when it becomes so, I too will become a member of the people who have lost their lives because of their divine protection, like many others who had the same divine protection. Though he was lucky enough to be able to overcome his childhood without dying now, he would lose his established self due to his own decision to open the channel. Too many pitfalls in the way of life of a bearer of a divine protection, though it could be said that the more difficult the path was, the more rewarding it was. Petra, so what happened? Otto, the first and second bastions, are useless. There is no one left that I can listen to. The first was burned to the ground, and the second, that is Emiliasima's. Petra Emilianisma. Petra reacted with a complicated face at Otto, who was muttering with a handkerchief on his nose. The first bastion was guarded by Arakia, one of the highest-ranking members of the 9 divine generals. Her power, wielded through her spirit, had burnt the entire field, causing the voices of all living things that Otto could have heard to be completely destroyed. If birds, small animals, or insects had not survived, then even if Otto had opened up his channels, there would have been no voices for him to pick up in the first place. Petra, the field, is burnt. Wouldn't the ground beneath the surface be fine? Otto, even their survived underground creatures, often do not speak besides, as I told Petrachon, the divine protection of the soul of languages. Petra, it only allows you to understand the speech of audible creatures. It doesn't make your ears better. Otto, that is right. Otto nodded emphatically at Petra's words, who was leaning in front of him. As Petra had just said, Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was only able to understand the voices he heard, and allowed him to converse with others who spoke a different language. In other words, a divine protection could not be employed properly unless living beings were in a location where their voices could be heard. Petra's application of her yang magic to strengthen Otto's head also played a role here. By having his hearing and listening abilities enhanced, he was able to pick up voices over a wider range than usual. However, Otto, there is no chance of first and second bastions anymore. They were burnt by Arakia and frozen by Emiliasama, respectively. Petra Emilianisma isn't as malicious as to do that. Otto, I know, and even if Emiliasama had not done anything, the reaction from the others at the second bastion was already quite negative. Probably because the other creatures were afraid of the dragonkin. Petra's way of saying that malice did not exist in Emilia rather than Emilia, having no malicious intent, had been a perfectly fitting way for Petra to put it. Since there was no malice present in Emilia, there was no way to display any regardless with such shared views aside. Petra's advocacy was also deceptively true. The guardian of the second bastion was Madeline, Eschart the Dragonkin, who had almost plunged the fortress city into a state of total destruction and was part of a demi-human race, so exceedingly rare people questioned its very existence. Since the Dragonkin were related to the dragons, which reigned at the pinnacle of all existence, they were feared by animals no matter how large or small, leaving them no choice but to flee. Emilia lowering the temperatures in the area to extremely cold degrees conveyed the impression of a last-ditch effort. Anyway, Otto asked for the 5th Bastion Garfield should handle it while the 4th Bastion is under constant attack by a group of glow people, as instructed. The Weaponkin and Cyclops tribe survivors will join them there. Petra and at the 3rd, the Shadrakian people join the other groups fighting the stone golems. What about the other way around the bastions you wanted to explore? Otto, it looks like there is a direct path from the 1st Bastion to the castle that had been filled up ahead of time. Somehow, I am unexpectedly getting sick of Abelson guessing correctly. Petra, but since someone doesn't have to go, and check it out, we can make the next move faster. After bringing the mental image of the voice distribution in order, he compared it with the map Petra spread out in front of him. Otto added the information. He had just obtained a map, which already had a number of characters drawn on it, and Petra signed arrows and other markers to it. With brain fatigue, and even a strange feeling of heaviness, as if warm water was accumulating within his head, Petra's presence was critical in pulling together these visually unshareable images. For the Emilia camp, Petra's inclusion might have been the most significant. At the very least, Otto took it as Subaru's greatest achievement that Petra was here now. Otto, since Natsukasen, is the reason we're doing this. It balances out to 0. But, with a deep, bloody breath forced out his nose, Otto checked to see if his nasal passages were still open. Petra's handkerchief was already stained with Otto's blood. Assuming he would buy a new handkerchief later and give it to her, Otto slowly got to the point of switching to a different channel. There was Otto-chan, Petra-chan, Otto, a medium-chan. A small figure ran to them in the meadow, waving her hands in a wide arc. Her long blonde hair danced in the air as she ran restless across the battlefield. She ran in a straight line to Otto and Petra. Medium, you've been very helpful, Otto-chan. Abel-chan wants the next report. Otto, I am absolutely sure that you did not mean to say that in a cute way. However, I appreciate it. If it helps you, there is nothing to be gained by giving something to someone who does not understand its value. Petra, why so sharp-tongued, Otto-san? Although it is understandable. Otto and Petra smiled slightly at Medium's report, who had a twinkle in her eye. Unintentionally, Medium had been acting as a soft intermediary in the chain of command, focusing on gathering information was reassuring for Otto, since he could easily leave the management of that information to Abel and his group. This was another scheme that would not have been possible without Medium. Medium, it might have been doable, but also more awkward for sure. Otto, probably especially since Petra-cha, Lady Petra, and I are the ones who have to take a hard stand against Abel-san. Medium, am I getting praise? Hooray. Otto and Petra's exchange was met with great delight by Medium, who raised both hands in the air. Slightly behind her were 4 soldiers who were sent to Otto and Petra to make contact with the main camp. This was probably a result of the importance Abel attached to the value of the information Otto brought. Normally, it would be easier for Abel if Otto were also in the main camp. Medium, Otto-chan, you have to wander around to hear the voices right. Petra, it's because Otosan's ears are not that big, Otto. Both are different ways of saying the same thing. In contrast to Medium's ingenuous remark, Petra responded with banter, yet both were tricky in their own regard, although it was generally true, so there was no denying it. At any rate, they handed over the map they had just drawn to the messengers and received a new map in return that reflected the ongoing changes in the state of the battle. Otto, please use this. Well, there are a few typographical errors, but the arrows and other symbols that the lady added should be understandable. Messenger understood be cautious for scouts. Analyst don't know Otto analyst. Otto looked bitter at the title given to him, along with the map they exchanged. First a peddler, then an internal affairs minister, then a warrior-grade head internal affairs minister, and now an analyst. How many positions would he have to hold before the royal selection was concluded? Or would these troubles continue to haunt him even after the royal selection was concluded? Otto, I guess I should put such blissful worries off to the side. At the very least, the tomorrow Otto envisioned would not come to pass unless he completed what was in front of him. Tomorrow was something Otto had no choice but to face on his own. That was why. Petra, Ottoson, let's move. Otto, dear me, how about a minute's rest, my lady? Petra, says the person who usually doesn't rest even when someone tells him to. You can drink until you pass out when everything is done, so try to do your best. Otto, that makes me sound like the biggest drunkard in the world. When Otto raised his voice about the reputational repercussions, Petra stuck out her tongue to gloss over it. In such a way he was feeling cared for without becoming too serious, Otto slapped himself on the cheek free from blood stains to regain his focus. He was not sure whether he wanted to ask Petra or Garfield how frightened he looked or if he could even afford it. All of those things were normally the responsibility of Subaru, who was not there. Otto, I might as well get the victory benefits. That is why. Immediately after, Otto opened up the channel to gather more information. A loud noise shook Otto's mind. Otto. Petra, Otto-san. Seeing Otto's stiffened face, Petra called his name. However, Petra's voice did not reach Otto's ears. It was because they were covered with deafening screams filling up the world. Otto aga. In an instant, Otto's mind felt like it was boiling over, and he held his head in shock. However, just before his consciousness was blown away, Otto managed to just barely hold out. Terrible screams still engulfed the world. The reason was Otto. As Otto was struck by the sudden shock, the two girls, Petra and Medium, looked at the sky and dropped their jaws. Before the sight of those girls, as it fell straight from the sky to the ground, majestically spreading its wings, just before it crashed, was a presence that, even from a distance, conveyed a palpable sense of why the world screamed. It was no wonder why every living thing in the world screamed. A dragon. It was not clear whether it was Petra Medium or one of the messenger soldiers who said this. Otto could say for certain that it wasn't himself. Why was it that? Otto. At the moment when everyone on the battlefield was captivated by the white dragon that had appeared, there were only two people whose consciousness were not stolen by its presence. One of them, Otto, pulled Petra with one hand while pushing Medium's shoulder with the other. Petra Kaya. Petra let out a scream and collapsed onto Otto's chest, who had fallen backwards forcefully in the lower part of his vision. The pushback Medium had fallen onto her rear. Those were the minimum evasive actions Otto could do at that moment. A mass of red-hot flames scorched the air as it passed over the heads of the grounded Otto and Petra, as well as Medium sitting on her, but Petra, after being pulled down, Petra's slender throat let out a scream. But being able to scream was a kind of safety signal. If the situation had been more horrendous, then that there would not even have been time to scream. In fact, just like the messenger soldiers who were out of Otto's reach, a mass of flame flew over the heads of Otto and the girls while hitting the messenger soldier holding the map. In the next moment, the entire body of that soldier, clad in a red and black military uniform, was instantly burnt to a crisp due to the map in hand. There was no chance to prevent it, and upon catching sight of such devastation, they were not even permitted to raise their voices in astonishment. Watch out! Immediately after the girl's high-pitched scream came the sound of steel striking steel, echoing through the air. The one who spoke up was Medium. Despite being pushed by Otto, she straightened her long, childlike legs from her sitting position and pulled out a barbarian sword from behind her waist in a low posture. Yet she still managed to bounce back the deadly blade, descending upon Otto with all her might. Petra, stand up, Otto-san. Otto stumbled forward as Petra pulled him up by the arm. When he stepped back and looked behind him, he saw Medium with both of her hands gripping a barbaric sword too large for her petite frame as she stared down the assailant Hedon. Then, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once, saying that the grumbling man who faced Medium was the only one apart from Otto who consciously ignored the presence of the white dragon, creating this abnormal situation on the battlefield. It was an imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head. He held a long-handled one-handed axe, and judging from his armband, he was not a high-ranking opponent. A common soldier. The question was, why was that man here while his channel was focused? He had remained vigilant. So how had this man managed to avoid Otto's monitoring of voices? With the utmost caution possible, Otto protected Petra behind him with his arm and glared at the man facing Medium. Otto, no mercy for women and children. That's pretty barbaric, don't you think? Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Otto, convenient. Todd, if you were non-combatants who had just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held, but I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He was the type of person who would mercilessly ambush with full intent to kill them. It was unlikely that a reasonable negotiation would have worked from the beginning, but in the face of his thoroughness, it could be said that hope was completely dashed. But still, it did not make sense. Otto, me, and these kids are here for work. And what kind of work so far away from the camp? Todd, who knows, but my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. Otto, such as... The man who looked at Otto and the others in a nonchalant, dismissive manner cut off his words there at once. When Otto urged him onward, the man looked at the three of them in turn and... Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. His axe swung with that pronouncement gleaming, as it mercilessly aimed to take the lives of Otto, Petra, and Medium. Chapter 96. Painting with Deep Love. 1. One of the 9 divine generals the Steelman Meguro had gained. That fact that they were not truly a steel folk was known to only a select few, even within the Valachian Empire. Originally, the bodies of the steel folk were composed of inorganic substances like minerals and metals, and they were born as beings in the space between people and objects. It was conceivable that the weaponkin whose bodies possessed one part made out of metal were a race that branched out from the steel folk, and there were many parts of their abnormal ecology that were obscure. Although they were not as rare as the dragonkin, the steel folk were distinguished from human tribes not only in appearance but also in mentality, so in the sense that they were more difficult to communicate with, they overwhelmed the dragonkin. Existence is more difficult to make contact with than spirits, which could be conversed with if one had certain training. Those were the steel folk. Henceforth, climbing to the top of the empire at the seat of a general first class, and also being said to be easier to contact than the other problem-riddled divine generals Meguro, was recognized as a heretic. Both are different ways of saying the same thing. In contrast to Medium's ingenuous remark, Petra responded with banter, yet both were tricky in their own regard, although it was generally true, so there was no denying it. At any rate, they handed over the map they had just drawn to the messengers and received a new map in return that reflected the ongoing changes in the state of the battle. Otto, please use this. Well, there are a few typographical errors, but the arrows and other symbols that the lady added should be understandable. Messenger understood be cautious for scouts, analysts don't know Otto analyst. Otto looked bitter at the title given to him, along with the map they exchanged. First a peddler, then an internal affairs minister, then a warrior-grade head internal affairs minister, and now an analyst. How many positions would he have to hold before the royal selection was concluded? Or would these troubles continue to haunt him even after the royal selection was concluded? Otto, I guess I should put such blissful worries off to the side. At the very least, the tomorrow Otto envisioned would not come to pass unless he completed what was in front of him. Tomorrow was something Otto had no choice but to face on his own. That was why. Petra Ottoson, let's move. Otto, dear me, how about a minute's rest, my lady? Petra, says the person who usually doesn't rest even when someone tells him to. You can drink until you pass out when everything is done, so try to do your best. Otto, that makes me sound like the biggest drunkard in the world. When Otto raised his voice about the reputational repercussions, Petra stuck out her tongue to gloss over it. In such a way he was feeling cared for without becoming too serious. Otto slapped himself on the cheek, free from blood stains, to regain his focus. He was not sure whether he wanted to ask Petra or Garfield how frightened he looked, or if he could even afford it. All of those things were normally the responsibility of Subaru, who was not there. Otto, I might as well get the victory benefits. That is why. Immediately after, Otto opened up the channel to gather more information. A loud noise shook Otto's mind. Otto. Petra Ottoson. Seeing Otto's stiffened face, Petra called his name. However, Petra's voice did not reach Otto's ears. It was because they were covered with deafening screams filling up the world. Otto aga. In an instant, Otto's mind felt like it was boiling over, and he held his head in shock. However, just before his consciousness was blown away, Otto managed to just barely hold out. Terrible screams still engulfed the world. The reason was Otto. As Otto was struck by the sudden shock, the two girls, Petra and Medium, looked at the sky and dropped their jaws. Before the sight of those girls, as it fell straight from the sky to the ground, majestically spreading its wings, just before it crashed, was a presence that, even from a distance, conveyed a palpable sense of why the world screamed. It was no wonder why every living thing in the world screamed. A dragon. It was not clear whether it was Petra Medium or one of the messenger soldiers who said this. Otto could say for certain that it wasn't himself. Why was it that? Otto. At the moment when everyone on the battlefield was captivated by the white dragon that had appeared, there were only two people whose consciousness were not stolen by its presence. One of them, Otto, pulled Petra with one hand while pushing Medium's shoulder with the other. Petra Kaya. Petra let out a scream and collapsed onto Otto's chest, who had fallen backwards forcefully in the lower part of his vision. The pushback Medium had fallen onto her rear. Those were the minimum evasive actions Otto could do at that moment. A mass of red-hot flame scorched the air as it passed over the heads of the grounded Otto and Petra, as well as Medium sitting on her butt. Petra, after being pulled down, Petra's slender throat let out a scream. But being able to scream was a kind of safety signal. If the situation had been more horrendous, then that there would not even have been time to scream. In fact, just like the messenger soldiers who were out of Otto's reach, a mass of flame flew over the heads of Otto and the girls while hitting the messenger soldier holding the map. In the next moment, the entire body of that soldier, clad in a red and black military uniform, was instantly burnt to a crisp due to the map in hand. There was no chance to prevent it. And upon catching sight of such devastation, they were not even permitted to raise their voices in astonishment. Watch out! Immediately after the girl's high-pitched scream came the sound of steel striking steel echoing through the air. The one who spoke up was Medium. Despite being pushed by Otto, she straightened her long, childlike legs from her sitting position and pulled out a barbarian sword from behind her waist in a low posture. Yet she still managed to bounce back the deadly blade, descending upon Otto with all her might. "Petra, stand up, Otto-san." Otto stumbled forward as Petra pulled him up by the arm. When he stepped back and looked behind him, he saw Medium with both of her hands gripping a barbaric sword too large for her petite frame as she stared down the assailant Hedon. Then, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once, saying that the grumbling man who faced Medium was the only one apart from Otto who consciously ignored the presence of the white dragon, creating this abnormal situation on the battlefield. It was an Imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head. He held a long-handled one-handed axe, and judging from his armband, he was not a high-ranking opponent. A common soldier. The question was, why was that man here while his channel was focused? He had remained vigilant. So how had this man managed to avoid Otto's monitoring of voices? With the utmost caution possible, Otto protected Petra behind him with his arm and glared at the man facing Medium. Otto, no mercy for women and children. That's pretty barbaric, don't you think? Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the Imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Otto, convenient. Todd, if you were non-combatants who had just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held, but I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He was the type of person who would mercilessly ambush with full intent to kill them. It was unlikely that a reasonable negotiation would have worked from the beginning, but in the face of his thoroughness, it could be said that hope was completely dashed. But still, it did not make sense. Otto, me, and these kids are here for work. And what kind of work so far away from the camp? Todd, who knows, but my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. Otto, such as... The man who looked at Otto and the others in a nonchalant, dismissive manner cut off his words there at once. When Otto urged him onward, the man looked at the three of them in turn and... Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. His axe swung with that pronouncement gleaming, as it mercilessly aimed to take the lives of Otto, Petra, and Medium. Chapter 96. Painting with Deep Love. 1. One of the 9 divine generals the Steelman Meguro had gained. That fact that they were not truly a steel folk was known to only a select few, even within the Valachian Empire. Originally, the bodies of the steel folk were composed of inorganic substances like minerals and metals, and they were born as beings in the space between people and objects. It was conceivable that the weaponkin whose bodies possessed one part made out of metal were a race that branched out from the steel folk, and there were many parts of their abnormal ecology that were obscure. Although they were not as rare as the dragonkin, the steel folk were distinguished from human tribes not only in appearance but also in mentality, so in the sense that they were more difficult to communicate with, they overwhelmed the dragonkin. Existences more difficult to make contact with than spirits, which could be conversed with if one had certain training. Those were the steel folk. Henceforth, climbing to the top of the empire at the seat of a general first class, and also being said to be easier to contact than the other problem-riddled divine generals, Meguro was recognized as a heretic. Both are differ from within the steel folk. However, that was not the case in reality, and Meguro took advantage of their own outward appearance, as well as the special trait of lacking involvement with others from the steel folk tribe, and was in existence who merely self-proclaimed himself as the Steelman. So then, regarding the true identity of Meguro, Hagain Abel considered this as an absolute truth. It was certain that within this decisive battle to capture the imperial capital, Meguro would be the greatest obstacle. 2. Launched up by an impact that seized his whole body, he met eyes with an excessively mighty being. Immediately after he received another blow, he could not avoid the future of his life being scattered, and he was convinced that he had finally reached the final destination of his fate. That was what should have happened. Kafake, his lungs deflated to the utmost limits, expanded, and that pain reawakened Heinkel's consciousness. His interrupted consciousness returned, and the first thing he felt was a firm and large sensation of his back being support-headed, was the ground launched up to the sky. His body, which should have been flying to the sky, was on top of the ground. Recognizing that fact, bewilderment occupied the insides of his head. For what reason? How would it happen? Only at the same time as his brain had comprehended that he was still alive. Heinkel, my sword is. In the empty hand of his body, besieged with pain, there was no feeling of a sword's hilt. Even when his other hand immediately reached out to his waist, there was no weight in the scabbard that hung there. Turning his head within his vision that was being vigorously shaken along with his brain by the loud ringing in his ears, in a place some ways away from him, Heinkel saw his sword thrust into the earth at a slant and leaked out a breath. That it had vanished or it had been lost, he felt his entire body bouncing around, as if his heart had become those unthinkable feelings of unease. Heinkel fuck. Since he had gone through all those things, he began to hate himself for worrying over losing the sword. The fluctuation of his heart in that moment seemed like a representation of his halfish self. Heinkel, just what? As the causes for him to hate himself increased, Heinkel broke away from his loathsome sentimentality. He was not dead, he still lived, however that in itself was a strange thing. At that moment, Heinkel had met eyes with an existence which introduced itself as a divine general, and a definite intent to kill had been directed towards him. It had clearly declared that it would kill him. In truth, having been launched up to the sky, then from there being scattered by another attack with nothing he could do, Heinkel's life should have been lost. For what reason had that not come to fruition? Seeking that answer, he looked around. Heinkel, unconsciously an astonished voice slipped out. However, that was a matter of course. What Heinkel saw was absurd enough to warrant that it was far, far too detached from reality. The world itself was divided in two from where Heinkel was, and separate hells were unfolding. On the right sky, the massive clouds formed from the bright red flames engulfed the scorching world. On the left sky, the majestic figure, colossal scale, clad in clouds of pure white, spread its wings as it lorded over the frozen lands. Heinkel, a burning sky, and a white dragon. Gazing at the sight which should not have been there, Heinkel muttered in blank amazement. It was possible that he had been mistaken when he felt he had not died. This sight made it seem like Heinkel was already dead, and that was why he was seeing this kind of world. Heinkel HK, at the world which went beyond what he could take in, thoughts of wishing to escape reality threw him into disorder. That which had done so to Heinkel, causing his whole body to straighten up after lying down on the ground, was the black shadow which suddenly came over him. No way, he did not want to think that there was a second dragon passing right above him, but Heinkel Woea. Looking up to the sky, Heinkel's throat screamed as he saw the origin of a shadow. Passing over him with a tremendous force flying through the sky, as it spun, was an enormous boulder that could be mistaken for a house. Even then, it was not just one or two. One after another, the throwing stones of an abnormal scale passed over his head, clad in an extremely strong wind. They flew from above Heinkel's head towards where his feet were pointed. And then, at the end of where they were headed, Heinkel. The impact of the crash quaked the world, and it shook Heinkel's buttocks, giving him the impression that the ground was coughing violently. As those were continuously fired out, reverberating upon their crash, Heinkel got up from that place in panic. The one who was continuously being targeted by those boulders, suffering direct hits one after the other, was a figure who was also on an abnormal scale standing up. It was the rampart itself. Heinkel Meguro Hagain. That was one of the 9 most feared people within this empire, and from what he could see, Heinkel felt that with his whole body and soul. What he saw just before his consciousness was blown away, he thought that it might have been an optical illusion or a hallucination he saw when paralyzed by fear, but it had been neither. With a large body that probably exceeded tens of meters, quite literally, as the third bastion that Heinkel and the others originally were supposed to capture Meguro blocked their way. Literally, yes, quite literally. Perhaps this very situation was an existence in this world most suitable for the word literally. In that place, the rampart had gotten up on its knees and taken the shape of a golem, and using the pavements from the upheaved farmland as its own arms and torso, it carried out an unbelievable defensive measure. Swarming at the feet of that massive body were the stone golems, which Heinkel had cut down when it had gotten desperate, and the giant. Fists struck downwards from above their heads was just like a town crashing down. Heinkel, aiming for that massive body, were the large boulders which had been fired countless times just a bit before. Those were from both the stone pits along the way to the site of the decisive battle, the imperial capital, as well as the rocks prepared from the crumbled cliffs of the steep mountains to be used in the siege. So then, continuing to throw those towards a large Meguro, were those who were awaiting an opportunity to attack from back at the stronghold. Heinkel, the subordinates of Yorna Mishigyr. To be precise, they were the citizens of the demon city of Chaos Flame, who Yorna directed, races with horns and lizardmen, beastmen, and those from a multi-legged tribe. They were a mixed force without a sense of unity, and there was only one thing in common which tied them together into an assembled formation. Each one of them housed a red flame in one of their eyes, and housed within was their high morale that could be said to be what they had in common. This was also quite literally a group whose fighting spirit burned within their eyes, and several of them were able to lift up the unbelievably big boulders and were able to throw them across an outrageous distance. However, even if one said that Meguro suffered a direct hit from those large boulders, Heinkel's judgment was somewhat doubtful. Of course, through the direct hits of those large boulders, Meguro's construction of the rampart and farmland crumbled and was broken. However, in order to repair those broken parts, Meguro made the boulders crashing against him into the next materials, which formed its massive body, and was certainly offsetting the attacks. Even when looking from afar, the meaninglessness of those attacks was deeply communicated. Even so, the reason why they still did not cease to throw them was plain and simple. While their attacks were keeping Meguro's large body at bay, the other rebels were fiercely attacking. Heinkel foolish. Heinkel had also heard that this third bastion had the weakest defense compared to the other bastions. However, that would have been before Meguro had erected like that and began to use his entire massive body to block their way, despite that the strategy had not been updated and the rebels who had chosen to withdraw from the other battlefields were converging, and even now they continue to swell up their military strength here. In the midst of that, the people of Shadrach, who Heinkel had fought alongside, were also present. Heinkel foolish. Heinkel's deep feelings had leaked out with sound more clear than before. Foolish, it could not be called anything but foolish. What else was there to say? Looking right, or looking left, looking up, or looking down, looking forward, or looking back? There was nothing to see but hell. Just what else could Heinkel have possibly said? Heinkel, you're all out of your fucking minds, you guys. Everyone, what the hell is wrong with all of you? Before he realized that Heinkel had jumped towards the sword, thrust into ground, in order to cling on to it. Putting his weight onto the hilt of the sword, thrust into ground. He grit his teeth as he exhorted his trembling knees what was wrong with everybody. He was unable to understand their mentality. Like he thought, he could not do it, 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 there was nothing he could do. Heinkel, what the hell is wrong with all of you? While powerlessly leaning against his sword, Heinkel's throat feebly trembled. In the surroundings of Heinkel, who had limply lowered his head, the world was shaken by the flames, by the dragon, and by the huge army. Was it really such a sin for him to not fight against all that? In that case, Heinkel, it was directly after Heinkel had let that leak out. The sound of nimble hooves resounded, and the chestnut-colored gale-wind horse passed by Heinkel's side as it stomped on the ground as his red hair swayed in the wind produced by that gale-wind horse. Heinkel looked up, and then Heinkel. For but a moment Heinkel exchanged gazes with the man with a spherical hairstyle who sat atop the gale-wind horse. It was Zikr Osman, working as a right-hand man of Abel, giving orders to the rebels from the stronghold. While he was also a general of the Valachian Empire, he was a part of the rebellion against the country. He himself had declared that his fighting skill with his sword was poor, and from Heinkel's point of view, his individual war potential was really difficult to count, but he had overtaken Heinkel. The moment Zikr passed him, he left a scornful gaze upon Heinkel, who had bent his knees here. Heinkel, really. Going past Heinkel, who had bent his knees, the gale-wind horse ran towards a battlefield. As if to follow the majestic figure of Zikr, the rebels who had gathered from various war fronts headed forwards towards Meguro Hagen's rampart, they charged forth. As he watched them, Heinkel still continued to lean on his sword, unable to move. And as he was unable to move, Heinkel, it's just like, I thought, I really can't do it, Luana. 3. When he overtook the red-haired swordsman who bent his knee on the battlefield and hung his head as if his fighting spirit was disheartened, what flashed to the mind of Zikr Osman was sympathy for following the natural course of life. The brave woman of Crimson who introduced herself as Priscilla Bariel had boldly taken part in this rebellion. The swordsman participating in the war as her follower was probably not even a person of the Valachian Empire. It was far too cruel to impose the Empire's way of being that the people of the Empire must be strong on a guy like him. Zikr, I can hardly say that I myself follow that way of being. Sword in hand, Zikr self-deprecated as he shook atop the back of his beloved horse Lydie. He was currently feigning bravery like this, but it had been largely due to the power that the previous generations of House Osman had accumulated that Zikr had taken up the seat of general. If Zikr was not part of a lineage of military men, and he had to work his way from the ranks of private, like the other soldiers, then he, without any skill in the sword, would probably not have been able to find any success in life. It was not that he lamented that, of course, Zikr was a man of the Empire. Due to that, he swung his sword on the front lines, and the first time he swung it, his heart yearned for him to exist in a way reminiscent of the 9 divine generals who would be able to alter the war situation. However, to make sure that nobody would be able to take up Zikr's position, Zikr was once again unable to feign reality by turning that yearning into his personal matter. Therefore, Zikr, I am a second-class general of the Empire, the coward Zikr Osman. Raising his voice to a loud volume, his beloved horse galloped across the battlefield, where a tremendous change had been accomplished. In most cases, Lydie was used to light sprints for the purposes of both strolls and military campaigns. However, this time, she could guess what Zikr was feeling, so she displayed the best sprint of her life. At seeing his beloved horse put on a brave sprint completely irrelevant from her fear and anxiety Zikr could only fall in love again. Leidi's excessively beautiful sprint ignored Zikr's unaccustomed war speech and sparked a flame in the hearts of many rebels as she continued to dash. Zikr glowed people on the right wing, Weaponkin on the left wing. Everyone move in accordance with the orders. Everyone else, follow me, we shall defeat the Steelman Maguro Hagain. Everyone YHHHH. Hearing Zikr's orders, the assembled military strength roared as they charged towards Maguro. The boulders which flew overhead were thrown by the volunteer soldiers who Yorna loved dearly as a means of providing cover. If those drew Maguro's attention, and a disturbance was yielded in the command of the stone golems, and above all else if the charge of Zikr and the others reached its feet, their aim would be successfully accomplished. Fire! A valiant shout could be heard in the distance, and the fired arrows rained down on the stone golems, blocking ways, sowing them to the ground. Commencing from far away, having opened up a distance on Zikr's orders, was the overwhelming display of offensive ability by means of the people of Shudrak's archery, and the archery of the rebels skilled in the bow. He accepted the cover from the beautiful and high-spirited women, and pushed forward, including the battle formation that those women had reasonably lowered. It seemed too good to be true, so Zikr clenched his molars. Zikr know if anything is too good to be true, it would be that blessing. Gripping his sword tight, looking toward its drawn blade, Zikr slightly loosened the corners of his lips. Right before he departed for battle, the one to bestow Zikr with a blessing as he visited the camp enclosure was the sweet girl whose eyes somewhat inspired a sense of reverence, just as if it was a gaze that had lived an amount of time unimaginable. To Zikr, it graciously met his entreaty. It was not that the coward had been blown away. Only thinking about the duty he must accomplish himself, Zikr wished for a blessing, even if there was only a slight chance he had wanted to rely on his superstitions. General Second Class Zikr, please fall back. We can handle things here. Zikr, do not speak nonsense. There is no path of retreat, nor is there room to fall back. I shall also move forward. HK, straddling his gale-wind horse, he shook his head at the appeal of the soldier. Riding next to him, Zikr would not abandon his duty. For a moment, the subordinate attempted to say something, but he did not get in the way of Zikr's determination, any further grateful for that consideration. He tightly gripped the reins. Ha, to think that General Second Class Zikr Osman, the womanizer, would proceed to the front lines. Then opposite the subordinate, riding next to him, a figure sprinting at the same speed as a gale-wind horse, caught up to them looking at him. He was wearing an eye patch, a soldier wielding twin sword Jamal Orly. He became a prisoner of war during the fall of the fortress city, and after that, since he displayed strong loyalty towards His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valakia, he was taken under the command of Zikr as a swordsman. Zikr Private First Class Jamal, how is their response? Jamal, the fucking best, whether I look left or right, or directly in front, there's a fuck ton of enemies. I'm having an absolute blast. Zikr, it is indeed quite magnificent. It is the honor of an imperial soldier. From here, I intend on removing General First Class Maguro from the seat of 8. So will you follow me? Jamal, only if you order me. If you want, I can head over there and open up the path. An uncouth yet charming smile emerged on his face, and Jamal accelerated after saying that he easily overtook Leidi's speed and charged right into the group of stone golems directly in front of them, while chasing after his back on the other side of Zikr. Thinking his bravery was reliable, he felt guilty for taking him along. However, he immediately discarded that hesitation. He would fulfill what he needed to do in the place that he needed to do it that had been requested of him, so it was none other than Zikr himself who desired to meet those requests. What remained was, Zikr, Your Excellency, you are free to do as you wish. Indeed, it had been practically at the same time as when Zikr offered up a prayer. The crystal palace of the imperial capital Lupagana, the magic crystals upon its summit began to glow. For, in this decisive battle for the imperial capital, there were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion, which Yorna Mishigyr faced. One of them was Otto, who through use of his divine protection demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfield, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kathma Irelix was able to crush him. One of them was Amelia, who angered Madeline, Escharp more than had been assumed, and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And yet, even if that added some change in the coloration of the picture Abel had painted, they were not incidents that greatly changed its final form. If one of the 5 bastions on the points of the star-shaped ramparts that defended the imperial capital were to be broken through, then there were means to seize victory, even if the other bastions were locked in stalemate. For those who painted over the picture, the main reason why it could not be swayed, no matter what they did, with Maguro Hagain, no, it was the meteor which governed the Crystal Palace, the heart of the Valakian Empire. The Crystal Palace, which boasted beauty of preeminent status within the world, the magic crystals that formed the crystal portion of the palace were especially pure even among magic stones, and it made the palace itself into a weapon to attack outside enemies. The mana stored within the palace could be passed through the magic crystals located everywhere in the building to amplify it, and then be released through the magic crystal cannon, installed on the highest layer of the Crystal Palace. That power was able to bring about enough destruction to wipe out the entirety of a large city, and in the past, when it had been used hundreds of years prior, legends say that its target had been a great disaster. Henceforth, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace remained only a thing of legends, but since the existence of the real thing had been known and had been serviced to be made possible to use, so the threat was restored. As irony would have it, that magic crystal cannon had become a thong pointed towards Abel himself, but as long as it was present, there was a high probability that the war situation of the decisive battle of the imperial capital could be easily overturned. Therefore, no matter what, there was a need for this magic crystal cannon to be fired. That, too, was not a decisive blow in order to change the war situation, but part of the damages taken into his consideration. For that purpose, Abel, will you desert and run away Zikr Osman? That was what Abel had asked Zikr, who mounted his Galewind horse and headed towards the battlefield of the third bastion. Zikr had a choice managing the rebels who had chosen to move away from the battles of the other bastions and converge on the third bastion, raising their morale. Facing the massive body of Meguro, who blocked the way, he had the choice to desert that war front. However, Abel had a hunch that he would likely not choose that. Was it because of Zikr's prudence as a coward who feared even the slightest possibility that his goal would not be fulfilled, or was it perhaps because he was one of the brave and righteous members of the Imperial Army? Whichever it was, Abel, who was not Zikr, could not surmise. However, whatever the reason for his determination, maybe Abel would not discourage it. The life or death of Zikr was a position which held no final impact on the picture that Abel had painted. Speaking on the grand scale of things, ultimately within his picture, even the life or death of Abel himself. Reporting from the lookout, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace is beginning to operate. Abel, its target, the third bastion. The resoundment of the bellowing voice throughout the stronghold was proof of Abel's aim being fulfilled. The magic crystal cannon was fired upon the third bastion, that is to say, mowing down the battlefield of Meguro, who had turned into the rampart itself. It would likely wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Even if that happened, as long as Meguro's true body of the Crystal Palace was going strong, then neither would the steelman Meguro again be defeated, nor would the third bastion be overcome. However, the imperial capital would forfeit the firepower of the magic crystal cannon, which had the ability to overturn any war situation. Everything was for that purpose after all it had been painted on that illustration. Therefore, there is something unusual in the line of fire of the magic crystal cannon. Abel what? Upon the moment his plan had succeeded, that report was an instant completely outside Abel's hypothesis. 5. In this decisive battle for the imperial capital, there were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion, which Yorna Mishiger faced. One of them was Otto, who through use of his divine protection demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfield, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kathma Irelix was able to crush him. One of them was Amelia, who angered Madeline, Escharp more than had been assumed, and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And then, impossible. In the distance beyond the hulking, writhing city walls of Meguro Hagain lay the Crystal Palace, the very heart of the beloved imperial capital, and the symbol of the Valachian Empire's authority. At the top of that beautiful palace, only a few people even knew of that weapon, and in fact, even the general did not know of the existence of the magic crystal cannon until he had heard about it from Abel. Zikr Osman risked his life to make them misfire that single precious shot of this decisive weapon that, if fired, would cleave the horizon and completely disrupt the tide of battle. Riding his beloved horse across the front lines, he appealed loudly that they had the chance to win the battle, and while rallying up the rebels, he appealed for their support in order to get the magic crystal cannon to focus on them. All this in order to mislead them into believing that this was the best opportunity to make a decisive change in the battle. Hence, the moment the pinnacle of the Crystal Palace glowed, Zikr was convinced that he had accomplished the task. His mind was filled with images of his mother, of his elder sisters, and of his younger sisters, those women, so crucial to the formation of his own self, and he even smiled at how much like him that was. A prayer far too beautiful to let die in one's embrace a demise that was supposed to come peacefully, but was replaced with astonishment before the wide-eyed Zikr. Because of Zikr Miss Beatrice. 6. Beatrice figured this is what it would be in fact. Beatrice muttered to herself while in free fall her dress and long curly hair fluttering in the air. When confronted by Zikr, who had come Beatrice, and the others camped tent to ask for her blessing, as a warrior, Beatrice had a gut feeling that he intended to die. 400 years ago, in that time of constant warfare, there were many with the same look in their eyes. Back then, Beatrice was not able to reach out to them. Some did not want to be reached out to, and some did not know how to reach out. Perhaps even if Beatrice were to repeat that time again, it would be hard to imagine that she could have approached it better. Surely she would experience the same helplessness again, watching them go to their deaths. But that is, Beatrice no reason to do the same here today, I suppose. AAU, with their characteristic pattern, Beatrice's eyes faced forward, and there was a little girl holding Beatrice's thin shoulders from behind as if she were holding her tightly. Beatrice did not forgive the little girl with golden hair and blue eyes. It was true that her actions unknown to her had made many people miserable. But still, for this one moment, she thought. For this one moment, she believed in some other feeling other than the naivete of Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice and the little girl Louis were high up in the sky, even higher than the city walls. After a series of short-range teleports, as if with no other means, Louis brought Beatrice to this place, as if to prove her worthiness. Just now, Louis demonstrated her worth. In which case, Beatrice was next to respond to those deeds. Beatrice Betty can just see everyone's angry faces, in fact, angry, or perhaps concerned, but in the end, still angry. Beatrice's lips suddenly relaxed as the loving faces of her companions came to her. But there was no choice not to do it, because Beatrice was Beatrice Betty, is Subaru's partner, I suppose. At the moment she muttered those words, the entirety of the beautiful palace, visible from a distance, glowed with a dazzling light, so bright that it was able to transform the shape of the world, aiming at the rebels who were pushing forward on the ground in a straight line. Zikr and his men who were leading the charge would be engulfed by the shot that would be far too destructive for them, interrupting the line of fire, with Louis. Beatrice clasped her hands together in front of her chest. And then, Beatrice Alabama Shamak. Then the hole into another world that swallowed even the light that would change the world opened then closed. 7. How many were there that could have properly grasped the events of that instant? In truth, if things had come to pass as Abel had painted them, the damage would have been enormous. Even if it had been within a range of what had been expected, the impact it would have provoked on those fighting at the other bastions would be immeasurable. However, the magic crystal cannon did not deliver the damage it was intended to unleash, and Zikr Osman, having been ready to sacrifice himself, continued on with that same vigor, and began to fight the horde of stone golems. The descent of the cloud dragon Mesoria and Amelia's battle with Madeline, who had brought it along, continued, and the aged skill of the vicious old man Albert was cornering Garfield. Yorna the flamboyant and Priscilla, mother and daughter, were forced into a fierce battle by the spirit eater Erikia, who had decided to shake off everything to achieve her own ends. Otto and Petra, who had planned to establish control of the battlefield, and in fact accomplished it, partly confronted the malice along with Medium. There was no significant impact on the state of those battles. Merely the possibility that the state of those battles would substantially lean unfavorably was now lost. In exchange for this tremendous achievement, Louis Yue Ahuayuyu, the presence of the little girl in Louis' arms faded as she fluttered through the air in a tight embrace. It was quite literally the sight of the little girl's figure gradually fading away, as if to deny it. Louis embraced the girl Beatrice, but it served no purpose. As if scattering into the air, Beatrice's body was about to turn into light. Louis. Screaming, Louis tried hard to deny the situation before her eyes. But no amount of lamenting and screaming could stop the crumbling of Beatrice's existence. In order to save the lives of many, she blew into the beyond the light of destruction that was released. As compensation for that overwhelming power, Beatrice's existence had become dispersed, even if one reached out their fingers to the light waning from, as if it were being peeled off. Those fingers would not be blocked, instead passing through. Louis. With tears welling up in her ragged, wide blue eyes, Louis screamed. Screaming, even though screaming did not help, she screamed desperately. There was nothing else she could do, and she could not find anything more she could do, so she screamed. And so she frantically screamed and ranted and raved. Louis. With a plop, her large tears scattered freely into the air, and then Louis turned her face away from her face and out into the distance. Embracing Beatrice in her arms, she looked not at the little girl about to disappear, not at the sky that had turned white, not at the sky that had turned red, not at the ground where many people were shouting in anger, but at this moment, forgetting everything that formed the battlefield, she looked out into the distance. And then she leaped toward that distance. Louis. Midair, the distance that she could leap at a time was about 10 meters, using it over and over again in a sequence, placed a strain on her organs like they were being squeezed, but she did not care. Taking on all the burdens that would be placed on Beatrice, Louis leaped. She leaped, and then finally, Louis. Upon reaching the ground, Louis fell forward, as if crouching, Ignoring the general lethargy of her body, Lewis held up the incredibly light little girl in her arms in front of her. Beatrice, whose very presence was becoming thinner, and thinner, was put in front of her. And then Lewis, UAU. I know the two of you're both being too reckless. Then suddenly there was a sigh that sounded like a bitter laugh, and the little girl was snatched away from her outstretched arms. No, she was not taken from her. She was gently held up. Then Beatrice's body was embraced in front of the kneeling Lewis' eyes. It was there in the arms of the black-haired boy who was there that he gently, cherishingly, tightly held her. Receiving this embrace visibly so full of love, the girl who had accomplished a great task, her eyelids framed by long eyelashes trembled, and her eyes slowly opened. Then her eyes, with their distinctive pattern, flickered. Beatrice, you left me so worried, in fact. Yeah, I love you too. To that whispered deep affection, he responded with proud, deep love, and the hands that should have been joined became joined. The boy laughed in front of Lewis, who was watching from the front row and letting out a small exhale. He laughed and said, well, shall we begin? Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. Bonus short stories. The Land of Wolves. Death unto the Weak, Mercy be none. 7. 1. You said you lost your memories, but exactly how much is missing? The one asking the question was Katia, who sat across the table after having had meals brought to her room for them to eat. With a mouthful of potato, Rem's eyes widened as she placed a hand over her mouth. It was in the imperial capital of Lapugane, the mansion of Berstets von Dauphin, the imperial prime minister, where Rem had been taken to and placed under house arrest here. She had been given the role of Flop's caretaker, an injured person also under confinement, but outside of healing Flop's wounds with magic, Rem did whatever she wanted with her time, and in the past few days had grown quite close to Katia, who sat opposite her now. Katia had also been placed under house arrest for reasons unknown. She was a captive, just like Rem's nature was such that she couldn't leave her alone. They had gotten closer to the extent that they shared meals like this. But what is it? Questioned Katia. I won't get annoyed, even if you make me wait until you swallow that. Okay, I've swallowed it, replied Rem. No, I wasn't thinking about making you wait and all. Then what is it? Surprisingly, I've never really been asked anything regarding my memories before. It wasn't hesitation or discomfort on her part, but genuine surprise. In fact, thinking about it, Rem felt that all the people she had met until now had tiptoed around the subject of her lost memories of. Of course, she wasn't going to accuse Katia of having a lack of consideration, but are you implying that I lack consideration, that I should think about others before I speak? Are you bad-mouthing me? Even if Rem said nothing, Katia would end up saying it herself. That was the difficulty with her personality. Katia glared at Rem and resentfully bit her lip. Part of the reason why she has such an aggressive or rather demeaning attitude is because of her bad legs. Thought Rem supporting her body weight is something called a wheelchair. Unable to use her legs freely, she depends on a tool to move about, something she belittles herself for. Though I can't make it the sole reason, since I'm also using a cane didontact. Like, it isn't just a decoration. Mine, Ice, it's not the same. You're more proper than I am. I don't get the feeling that I'm being praised. I'm not praising you. This is like we're just licking each other's wounds. Lowering her gaze, Katia returned her knife and fork to her plate. As far as Rem knew, Katia tended to only eat small amounts, but more than half the food had been left on the plate. There's no way she's full, she thought. Miss Katia, you've left far too much food. What's wrong? Am I not being considerate enough to the chef? Are you going to blame me for that too? No, I was thinking you might get hungry in the middle of the night. Would you like to save some bread for later? Stop talking like some poor peasant, she shouted, shoving the bread basket back at Rem. If she were to persist, Katia, with her stubborn nature, would only get angrier. Rem was aware that giving up was crucial, and so secured the bread herself so she could get to her later. We got off track a little, but I believe we were talking about my memories. Were you actually going to tell me? I thought you were evading the question, since you didn't want to talk about it. I already told you. I was just surprised. It's not that I didn't want to be asked. Even if I had something I didn't want to be asked, I wouldn't remember it. Of course, Rem probably did have a secret or two, but unfortunately, with her memories completely gone, she couldn't recall what they were, and thus had nothing to hide or be shy about. In all honesty, I'm not sure they'll be able to give Katia the answers she's looking for, she thought. You really don't remember anything, for example, about your family. A person who insisted they knew me before I lost my memories told me that I have a twin sister. We look like two peas in a pod, according to him, but a twin. Did the person who insisted this seem trustworthy? No, never mind, wait, maybe not. Which one is it? Why can't you make up your mind? Unable to make a decision, Rem was caught between hesitation and distress, and Katia glared at her. Rem wasn't entirely sure why she was finding it so difficult to answer, that if she were to be forced to give a reason, however, she would say it was just like bad-tasting medicine. If I don't take it, my body will get worse, but it's bitter and difficult to take, or something like that. Are you talking about a person, not a food? You don't like? It's not that I dislike him, but I don't like him either. The first words that she had said had been entirely reflexive, but she immediately altered them with more conscious thought at Rem's response. Kadia's lips trembled, and she let her eyes wander. She knew exactly how the flustered Rem felt, and she was struck by a sudden feeling of guilt that she might have said something mean. I think that's enough about me. Let's talk about you instead, madame. Yes, go ahead. That's an absurd way to begin a conversation. Her lips trembling, Kadia's face reddened. But due to the guilt she felt from before, she sincerely searched for a topic of conversation. You just mentioned you had a twin. I had an older brother. Kadia, you don't, her cheeks tensing. She tried to stop Kadia from talking about it. She knew of Kadia's brother, as it had been mentioned here. And there, he was an imperial soldier who lost his life during the rebellion here in the fortified city of Garrow. It was her who pursued the topic in the first place, but she did not want to hurt Kadia nor open old wounds, however. It's okay, but no. But's why you're the one who started this conversation. So, listen to me. I'm not trying to make my brother into a painful memory. He wasn't the type of person who deserved admirable treatment. Biting her nails, Kadia forced the words out of her mouth. To Kadia's sincere appeal from the heart, Rem suddenly felt the same guilt at bringing up such a topic as Kadia had moments before in other. Words on the one who's actually lacking in consideration. Rem had mistakenly considered it a kindness to avert her eyes and try to avoid opening up old wounds. What sort of older brother was he, she asked, having accepted that it was rude of her to have thought that way. Kadia looked around aimlessly at Rem's query, then started stammering some words about her dead older brother. He was a thug and selfish, and his voice was too loud. I hated him. 2. My household had 3 children in it. I was the youngest, and the older 2 were my brothers. My oldest brother died in a rockfall accident, which left just Muho. Wasn't very good at anything, and my brother. Both your brothers. Well, the brother I want to talk about was the second son. My eldest brother didn't like him very much, but they're both dead now. Seeing that Kadia had started talking, Rem was careful not to interrupt her story and could guess how she felt as she told it, since it was no easy task to say that talking about it would make her feel better. But he was good to you, right, Kadia? H.E. didn't have a lot of consideration for others, so there were a lot of times where he did unnecessary things. For example, if you didn't already know, I'm the daughter of a lowly counterpart of the Empire's nobility. It didn't know that. As Kadia explained while touching her shoulder, Rem's eyes flickered to her wheelchair. She didn't have a particularly vast knowledge of it, but she knew that the chair she sat in had been specially made. In the beginning, Subaru had made a chair that he strapped his back to carry Rem, whose legs were bad. Even so, merchants like Flop had tried to purchase it because of its rarity, so she understood the precious value of such a wheelchair. By any chance did your brother also make that wheelchair? Not my brother, but some of my brother brought along. Well, that's a different story. Anyway, I'm the child of a nobleman, and it was a school where people like me were enrolled. Schools nobles attend. If she were to be honest, Rem did not understand the differences between nobility and other people. Roughly, Kadia was a noble, Flop was a merchant, Mazelda was a Shudrak, and Priscilla was someone who made their own path. I guess that's one way to look at it. Are you saying that school is what made you who you are today? No, have you been listening? This is a story about my brother. This has nothing to do with me, but that isn't the main topic. Anyway, children of nobles all have high self-esteem, do nothing but boast, and are incredibly dislikable. I was a good outlet for them. Kadia gently pointed to herself with both hands as she spoke of such terrible things, but for some reason she did not speak of it sadly, but with a hint of excitement. If you were harassed by those around you, aren't they bad memories? Seeing my brother beat them up was rather refreshing. Beat them up, was that okay? Rem also wanted those who had done bad things to Kadia to receive punishment, but was he really fine with being outnumbered, or rather acting violently in a public place? Oh, of course not. Both me and my brother were kicked out. Immediately, Kadia affirmed to Rem's question with vigor. Sure enough, Kadia and her brother were expelled from school and most likely stripped of their noble qualifications. Actually, no, WWE just had very little value living, as lowly counts who had not been educated. My brother was fine, actually, as he was talented in swordplay and such. What did you do if you couldn't go to school? Our eldest brother was alive at that point, so it wasn't too serious. Normally, we'd be able to depend upon a tutor at home, but when no one was around, even that tutor gripping her arm, Kadia's face twisted in pain. The rage and hatred that collected on her face made it obvious that she had been harassed by the tutor too. Even ignoring the wheelchair, the impression you got from Kadia in one glance screamed frail. Such a disposition was unfortunately the kind that inspired sadism in others. And guessing from where the story is going, that tutor. When my brother realized I was acting strange, it was a bloodbath. IIT served them right. Butte was the final nail in the coffin of my brother, and I became outcast in the family. And then our eldest brother had his accident. How is your family now? My mother disappeared, my father destroyed his body. With heavy drinking, Kadia's family situation worsened. As though tumbling down a hill, it was as though they were cursed, she thought. And Rem wanted to complain to fate for not having any mercy. Kadia, however, seemed to be taking it very differently. My brother says we must be lucky or something, even though you went through all that. He's always said that it's our enemies who get the worst end of the stick. Oh, no matter what we have to deal with, it's always for our benefit. Placing a hand over her chest, Kadia divulged the words she had received from her brother in days gone by. The absurdity and, to a certain extent, arrogance of such a thing shocked Rem so much that her jaw dropped. If only taking into account the particulars of the story, it's true that everyone has encountered misfortunate students in school. Her tutor, her eldest brother, whom she and her brother didn't like, and even her parents, but laughing it off like that while being in the middle of such misfortunes is... You think it's foolish too, don't you? I'm not sure how to answer that. That's the same as just saying it is foolish, but that's right. As Rem averted her eyes at the difficult question, Kadia glared at her with her gloomy eyes. Kadia had voiced a derogatory remark that Rem hadn't, but she didn't seem to be feeling negative about it. There were some violent and unsettling parts of the story, but even so, the unforgettable memories she's sharing are important to her and her brother. And if we're talking about my brother's foolishness, we've not even scratched the surface. It is obvious from her timid appeal that she isn't done yet. Of course, it's fine if you're tired of listening or think it's pointless. If I'm being honest, then I think it will be difficult for me to have a good impression of your brother. That's a bit too honest. But I believe as we talk, we're getting closer to your objective. I'm of the thought that you don't want the memories of your dead brother to only be sad ones. Having forgotten so many things, Rem's past was lost to her. Whether or not she should regain her lost memories or how to face her lost past, Rem hadn't found a clear answer yet. But the way of thinking that Kadia had chosen was one answer to the question. I don't think that it's fine not to know, but acting like you know something when you don't is not just arrogant but cruel, she thought. Rem had always ignored Subaru. It was partly because she found his scent difficult to bear, but also that he clearly knew of her past, which she actively refused to let him tell her about if she had let him. He would have clung to her, probably not with any bad intentions, but not with particularly good intentions either. But even so, I do think there's a minimum amount of consideration that is necessary, as she pointed out her understanding. And also posed a challenge. Rem looked at Kadia. In front of her, her cheeks hardened at that look. Kadia, she called out, please tell me your brother's story until you're satisfied to your heart's content. Hearing that makes me not want to say anything at all. Don't make this difficult. Please stop complaining. Now go ahead. I really dislike the way you worded that. Where should I begin? As her lips trembled, Kadia's eyes wandered, and then she started talking about her next memory. As Rem listened to Kadia's unsteady words, she furrowed her brows and gave it some deep thought. If it were right here and now, I wouldn't mind hearing Subaru's story. They're even all about my past and my lost memories. It used to be uneasiness and impatience that dominated my thoughts, but I'm sure my feelings will be different moving forward. I'm incredibly grateful for the fact I was able to meet Kadia, a troubled girl who helped me to feel such things. As Rem examined her feelings, she also came to one other conclusion. Kadia's brother is good for nothing, though he'll never let her hear that herself. Yendi, provisional. Rem's paranoia. Like holding the Oni by the neck. You need to listen when you're spoken to. Pushing the back of a wheelchair, Rem was talking while walking about the grounds she was captive in, when the words of Kadia, the owner of that wheelchair, made her eyes go wide. In the imperial capital Pagana is the estate of Prime Minister Brstets Vonderfon. That was where Rem was held captive, being burdened with the roles of healer and hostage. It was where she had been put under house arrest. While the position of a hostage might have a dangerous ring to it, she had not been as forcibly restricted, and aside from not being allowed to exit the mansion, she had no restrictions to her roaming within its grounds. While on one part there were some rooms she was forbidden from entering, it was still exceptional treatment. And while under that exceptional environment, Rem was still not so sweet so as to remain a slavish captive. She thought about finding some way to acquire even a single method of certain escape as soon as possible and to get away from this life of house arrest. Perhaps having seen through that mentality, Kadia's gaze was particularly severe with that intense look. Kadia bit her own hand's nail and said, It's not something you said, but even then it has me on edge, th. There's limits to how rude you can be. Are you trying to ridicule me? No, I never. Someone like me, a woman, who can't even go out for a walk without needing help, all you need to do is give me whatever random half-hearted reply you need to. That's what you're thinking, right? Just fuck off. Lending no ears to Rem's protest, Kadia lowered her frizzy olive-haired head and began a slew of self-deprecation, an exchange that happened quite often. Or rather, an exchange. She could say she was quite used to Kadia's outbursts. This woman she had met at the mansion had a rather difficult-to-approach aspect to her. However, fine, leave me alone, do as you please, Katayasan. Woo. Please listen to me, and I would have you stop speaking ill of yourself. You can do both right, 1, 2. Hick. Wrapping around the wheelchair, Rem asserted so strongly while meeting Katia's eyes being told. So Katia blinked her eyes and drooped her head with red face silent. She was a cute one, honest, and a beady in her blood simply rose to her head a little too fast. Who do you think Rem had spent all this time with before being dragged here? If you compared Katia to Priscilla, she was like a newborn puppy. That aside, I apologize for making you worried. It is not that I was not listening to you. I simply wanted to look at the surroundings a little bit. The surroundings, you say this isn't just a garden. It doesn't have even a single interesting thing to it. Quite right, this does not seem to be a garden meant to entertain people. Katia did just have an outburst, but it was Rem's behavior that had made her do so when she apologized for that. Katia, though still red in the face, properly humored her conversation. It was just like Katia said their surroundings a courtyard, which was where they carried their feet under the pretense of a stroll. Rem looked at it with her light blue eyes narrowed, reflecting its master's nature. Inside the estate, the buildings and furnishings, while all opulent, were so utilitarian, so as to be dry. The courtyard gave the most extreme impression of this, since while it made up for all the greenery lacking in the mansion scenery, the real purpose of it was in the landing platforms with flying dragons that occasionally came by. There was a reasonable amount of wind produced by the flying dragons when landing and taking off, so it was clean of the decoration of even a single flower that could scatter petals. There's no fun in watching was only a natural thing for Katia to say, and yet, what are you trying to get from gazing at a garden like this? Well, I did not come here in search of amusement. I wonder if I could find even a single thread of some kind to escape from here. Hey, you just apologized for making me worry, didn't you? In that case, don't make these kinds of jokes. Jokes? Stop, dumbass. That's the scariest response you could give it, scary dumbass. Looking at the behavior of Rem, who was tilting her neck, Katia opened her eyes wide and panicked. It actually was not a joke, however she had to pretend it was a joke, or else who knows how long Katia's heart might remain disturbed. As such, Rem poked her tongue out and said it's a joke. Gazing at the garden, that's right it is, because there's really no other place to experience the outside. Let us leave it at that. I am a bit concerned about how you phrase that, but it feels like it'd be nothing good if I dug deeper, so I won't ask. Rem's words, overflowing with consideration, were somewhat lacking in effectiveness, it seemed. While Rem slumped her shoulders at the misfire, Katia breathed a sigh while looking at her and said, "Don't feel down. I really don't understand you. That is no wonder, indeed, as I do not really understand myself either. And how am I supposed to react to that response? How am I to know what's appropriate to say and what isn't appropriate to say? A liability, in fact, that amnesia." Rolling the wheel she grabbed onto by herself, Katia turned around and screamed in anger at Rem. A result of that statement with no ill will if Rem had to say it was in fact meant in consideration of her. As such, Katia's reaction was terribly upsetting, though she had purposefully spoken of her own amnesia in an attempt to make her think she was not too bothered by it. Being with you makes me tired. Does this happen to everyone else? I do not make much of an attempt to change my behavior to the tune of others, but Katia would be the only one to raise their voice to such an extent like this. You picking a fight just because I can't move my legs. Once again, Rem strained to smile as something was received in a different way to what she had meant. Somehow or other, Katia remained in a stance which did not allow for her to push her wheelchair, and so Rem took the cane held under her arm and firmly stretched herself up. Once so done, Katia, who saw Rem's actions and cane, said, "Hey, for what reason are your legs not working? Unfortunately, many things happen to my body that I have no knowledge of." What the hell is with your body? It's terrifying. Well, I guess I'm also on the same boat of not knowing my body, that, well, I don't know why it is that I'm so sickly and the like. Katia reflexively raised her voice and quickly reflected on herself, looking at her hair whirl as she held her head down. Rem looked down at the cane that propped her own body up. This cane was something that was made for her by the people of Shudrak at their settlement for her impaired legs. She suffered to get used to it, so it was likely that the original Rem had not used a cane. Somehow there are some things my body is used to, because it seems a cane was not one of them. SSO, it's not like you forgot how to walk along with the rest of your memories then. I am not that dumb. Was that perhaps a joke? Take notice, just move on, dumbass. Once so said, Rem reflected on the fact that she had made a waste of Katia's joke as soon as she said her face quickly turned red. So Katia must have mustered quite a bit of courage as well. With her face still red, Katia clicked her tongue and said, "Ah, come on. Whatever I say is hilarious. Then how about the opposite? What do you remember?" I'm asking, what is it you remember? I don't know. Be fine once I hear that. Implicitly, since Katia still planned to talk to Rem, she was trying to find a way to not fail in conversation with Rem. in the future. Her thoughtfulness made her happy, but also troubled Rem could not remember anything about herself. She wanted to respond to Kadia's expectations, but she could not. She racked her head, as she simply did not want to stay quiet forever and trouble Kadia. Now that you mention it, it seems that I have a twin sister. I feel like you mentioned that. Yes, do you remember her? No, what I remember is just that she looked very much like me and was a very reliable person. Or so I have heard. While speaking, what she remembered was the voice of Subaru, who wanted to talk when he showed his face during unnoteworthy times, as they were traveling from the settlement to town, and the content of his talks. Though she thought it was done with good intentions, Subaru's talks about Rem, before she lost her memories, were incessant. She did not believe those were fabrications of his, and no small number of them were convincing, as well, particularly the ones related to the existence of her twin sister, were verified to be true by a twinge deep in her bosom. However, being told about things she did not remember was a half and half bitter and sweet feeling, though it was after she honestly told him that Subaru reined it in. Once she had heard Rem's answer, Kadia narrowed her eyes with a hum and said, "What kind of person is that?" I heard she's someone who looks well at her surroundings and is very attentive to details, and that while her slightly mean side is her one flaw, that was still the way she expressed her sisterly love. She had no way to confirm it, but nevertheless Rem half believed and half doubted that high praise. Even though he had prefaced it by saying she was reliable, that was still way too reliable. Perhaps one could say Subaru only saw the good parts of that sister. Or maybe perhaps for the sake of Rem, who was missing her memories, he was avoiding referencing any of her bad parts. Whatever the case, it appears as giving her quite the special treatment. If she really is that splendid a sister, I would wish she could come help me any time soon. Fat hat phrasing felt kind of thorny. There, even if you might not be conscious of it, she's your sister, right? Even though I am not conscious of it, she is my sister, though I did not particularly mean that in a harsh manner. Hearing the words of Kadia, whose cheeks had slightly stiffened, Rem leisurely shook her head side to side. She was aware of the fact that it was an unreasonable protest herself, but she did not intend to be harsh to her yet unseen sister, if forced to say perhaps her antipathy towards the one who let her know had slipped onto her tongue. On Rem's self-awareness, Kadia followed her words with a "be that as it may." "When I hear about your twin, I really can't believe that you'd have such an outstanding sister." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, you have so many personality flaws, don't you what?" "Hick, it's nothing to get angry about." At that statement that made her doubt her ears, Rem asked her to repeat it, and Kadia, seeing that spoken falsetto, but that Rem had gotten angry, was just unthinkable. She had merely just asked her to repeat the libel. She had no clue about, "I am not angry, don't talk such nonsense." "Well, you made that face, and no matter how you look at it, did I not say that I'm not angry?" "See, you're angry." Hanging her head in despondency, Kadia looked at Rem reproachfully, while biting her nails, putting a hand to her forehead. Rem gave a deep sigh at that gaze and sat her inner self down. She really was not angry, but if she was being perceived as angry, then that must be revised. "I, in the first place, were getting off topic. I didn't ask you about your twin. I asked you about the person that told you about her." "The person that told me about her? Why are you interested in that person?" "Well, that's because when you talk about that person, your face kind of—" "My face." Tilting her head, Rem had genuine doubts about the fact Kadia held an interest. However, when being questioned, Kadia let out a small ah and sighed, and then her eyes swam. Then, after a moment of hesitation, "Not going to say it. After all, you seem like you get angry. Why, I will get angry." "Look, just like I thought you're angry." "I was saying in advance that I will be angry. I am not angry now, though." At Kadia's half-hearted attitude, Rem tapered her lips, as if expressing her displeasure. When she hesitated strangely, she was made extremely curious about it somehow. And what's more, when the topic involved Subaru, it was like a little fishbone clearly asserted its presence inside of Rem, meaning that she needed to extract this dangerous foreign object that would not disappear no matter how much time passed. "As such, please speak at once, that is for your sake, Kataisen." "A threat? That's pretty much just a threat. This is also for Kataisen's sake." "You're absolutely lying, don't lie," with a nonchalant face. Kadia, who put up quite an intense resistance, moved the wheels of her wheelchair and attempted to escape. It was quite a risk for Kadia, but unfortunately for Rem, her speed was slower than a jog. Once she put her body weight strongly on her cane, Rem began chasing after the escaping Kadia. Also, a guard who was looking after the pathway turned his gaze to the two's game of tag, waving a hand to indicate there was no need to worry. Rem hurriedly chased after the escaping Kadia, cornered her, and caught her. "Ugurk fucking shit. You talk to being a lady of nobility, yet is it fine for you to mouth such foul words?" "I also said both school and house tutors were useless, didn't I?" SSO persistent. Rem held on tightly to a wheel with one hand, and even though Kadia tried to fight against it with both hands, the wheel would not move the fight, ending from her complete lack of force. In a contest of strength, Katia went limp. At that, loser Katia, the winner Rem, called out now to her, "I have caught you, so please calmly speak. What were you about to say?" But it's not like it was that important. If it was not that important, then can you not say it? Were you a torturer that won't listen? I'll say it. I just need to say it right. Meeting Rem's demands, Katia finally spoke. Somehow Rem had turned excessively obstinate too, but having this exchange with Katia was fun, so she hoped she would forgive this as an extended category to friendship as well. In contrast to that pleasant thought from Rem, Katia's side was putting on a face like she had made her pathetic peace with things, even if Rem said she would accept it placidly no matter what she told her. To Rem, thinking that, Katia heaved a very deep sigh and said, "It's just when you talk about that some of your face relaxes, or something." "What? Look at that, you're angry, aren't you?" At Rem questioning her, with a grave voice, Katia raised a shriek like she was about to cry. The reason being, Katia had wonderfully poked at the "if you tell me" that bit of Rem, who had thought, "No matter what you tell me." My face was relaxed. That does not seem logical. It is displeasing, man. I'm done talking with you, Hick. Please wait. Let us talk this out. This misunderstanding is a misunderstanding needing clearing. Katia attempted to escape, but circling around behind her hastily, Rem grabbed onto the handles of her wheelchair and once again put the cane back under her arm. That concluded the walk, and she would correct the previous wrong impression on the way to returning Katia to her room. Save me, you people, come save me. Having her wheelchair irreparably pushed by Rem, Katia sought help from the guards on patrol. The guards turned towards that appeal, but with a wave of Rem's hand, they assented, and Katia's complaints could be assumed to be ignored, though it was difficult whether that should be called a neglect of their duties or a high crisis awareness. In the first place, if we are to talk about my face, then Katias and you, as well when you talk about your fiancé, you make a face you don't show to others. Hick don't just say, "Whatever, dumbass, let go, I'm breaking things off with you, break off." Flapping her legs desperately, Katia gave a meager resistance. While hearing her voice, Rem did not slow the speed of her legs with the intention of discussing with her till the end. While Rem had forgotten many things, there was one thing that she had clearly confirmed. Herself, before losing her memory, surely was also thoroughly jerked around by that boy. Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. Meili's Witch Beast Observation Record. 1. How did it come to this? There's no need to be so nervous. Well, even if I say that, it probably won't convince you, will it? As he spoke, the red-headed youth standing before gave a faint wry smile with hair like fire and eyes like a clear sky. His well-defined face and neat appearance would dazzle anyone reflected within those captivating eyes. This youth was undoubtedly breathtakingly beautiful, but Meili's shaking at least was not due to any kind of surprise at his appearance. The feeling she harbored towards him came more from primitive instinct than anywhere else. In other words, it was fear that stemmed from coming face to face with him, a person whose existence was totally different and on a completely different level than hers. And what had pushed Meili's heart into further chaos was, "I don't mean to frighten you. I only want to ask you a question first of all," he said, looking down at Meili, who had gone stiff, his eyes wandering down towards her shoulders. Her braid rested over one shoulder, but the blue-eyed youth seemed to see straight through it. Something was concealed behind the braid. Thus he spoke. "How did you tame that witch beast?" The way he spoke, as though it was a completely normal day-to-day question, made her blood run cold more than any angry voice ever could. Her shoulders shifted involuntarily, and she felt the faintest tickle at the nape of her neck. By the time she realized, she was too late. Escaping through Meili's hair, it leapt up onto the girl's head and raised its stingers, swinging its small pincers in an attempt to intimidate them. "Whoa," the young man said, raising his eyebrows slightly, but the surprise that spread around him was not quite as tame, seeing what had jumped so suddenly onto the girl's head. Those in the meeting room were a mixture of surprise, cautious, dumbfounded, and openly hostile. There was quite a commotion, and in the middle of that, Meili Portrout covered her face with her small hand while listening to the pincer snapping on her head, and thought again, how did it come to this? 2. Meili was frequently suspicious that her life might very well be a dream. Even if it is a dream, it's difficult to decide whether the good or a bad one, she muttered, plopping down on a step and placing her arms on her knees before resting her chin in her hands. Her original profession was a job that frequently involved taking the lives of others. She had evoked people's resentments, and there was such a thing as karmic retribution in the world. Meili had the awareness to question illogical stories. When she was arrested and locked away in a confinement room at Roswell Manor, she recalled playing with Subaru's handmade dolls and stuffed toys by herself, items she had never asked him to bring. A monster kidnaps the princess, and the prince takes along his friends to go and rescue her. Meili also had the awareness to conjure up common stories, such as this. If that's the case, then me being safe and sound would be an illogical. Story. If she were to allocate the roles in a puppet show, Meili would be the villain. She was either a monster or the evil sorcerer who cooperated with the monster, the villain, had to exit the story once they stirred up enough trouble. But in this puppet show, the prince and princess had held a hand out to the villain. It's weird, she grumbled to herself, pouting her pink lips. The sorcerer understood that it was weird and wrong. So they had the option to reject the outstretched hand, but they already knew that if they did, that it would make the prince and princess terribly sad. That a very serious face. Meili was reflecting upon her complicated situation before someone called out to her from across the garden. Glancing up, she saw a small girl walking her, why a girl she identified as Rose. Examining the state of Roswell Manor's gardens, Rose carefully looked over the red petals of the flowers that lined the flower bed. If you're going to make such a glum face, how about you admire these flowers? Getting these agar's flowers to bloom in such a beautiful way is a rare sight. I think they're pretty, but staring at flowers won't improve my mood. Are you sure it's okay? Though Rose is what okay? To be relaxing in a place like this. She answered against the background of flowers. In full bloom, the girl turned around and tilted her head, made for an incredibly picturesque scene. However, the serene ambience and the situation she had been placed in did not go together. Amelia's group, which also included the lore of the mansion Roswell, had set out to the Southern Empire in order to search for their missing companions in reality, though they had set out in order to search for a way to get there. In the meantime, Rose was left in charge of the house, and Meili was also given things to do. Everyone is surely so busy now and yet. For us to be so relaxed is. Things are in motion, whether or not you fret like this. Besides, I am inspecting the routine work of the servants. I told you this already, didn't I? Agra's flowers are difficult to take care of. Petra takes care of the flowers. Yes, what a talented child, both Frederica and Klein also praised her a lot. She didn't mind that Rose was complimenting Petra, but the point she had made before that wasn't very funny. Meili wasn't fretting or anything like that. She was just a little anxious. Uncle is always rushing through life, although since he has a responsibility towards Emily, it's obvious he'd be working so hard. You seem to be quite ruthless toward the Margrave, Rose, or rather everyone is. If you think about the mess he made, it's only natural, if anything, if it weren't for Emily and the others pleading on his behalf, I'd have sent Uncle into retirement and taken over for him in the royal selection. Unable to hold back her anger, Rose narrowed her slanted eyes even further, and her lips twitched as she spoke of Roswell. Although her complaints were completely justified. In reality, Meili didn't really understand why Amelia and the others had forgiven Roswell. Either she didn't understand, but it's because they're like that I'm here right now, she muttered to the empty sky. The right or wrong of such a thing was unknown to Meili, who seemed to be somewhat ignorant in the ways of the world. My lady, Miss Meili, you both waited long enough. Complete. Eek. A voice unexpectedly called out from behind, and Meili inadvertently let out a scream. In contrast to her scream, however, Rose was rather unaffected. Oh, Klein, don't play such pranks. It's a bad habit of yours, were Lady Anastasia and the others. They were sent away safely. Success. As for the shock, it was quite by chance that I happened to return here, and so was an unfortunate accident. False accusation. What a shameless thing to say. Are you okay, Meili? As they spoke over her head, Meili eagerly climbed to her feet and took a step back. The one who had appeared behind her, as she sat upon the steps of the entrance to the mansion, was Klein. I'm sorry, he said, bowing his head modestly with an unreadable wire-like face. It's just like Petra and Rose said. I need to be careful, my lady, and Petra were talking about me. Delight. How about you actually listen to what's being said? It was a stern talk about that attitude of yours, geez, with drooping shoulders. Rose shook her head, then sighing as she regained her composure. She looked over at both Meili and Klein of Lady Anastasia and the knight. Julius have no problem with it. It's fine. I completed my preparations. What about you, Meili? I'm fine, but is it okay? Is what okay? It's not that I don't trust you and Rose as a noble, but won't it be difficult to get them to listen to you in the castle? The capital of the kingdom of Lugunica and its castle were where they had to go to make a certain report and have a negotiation. This was the reason why Meili was here with Rose. And the others, of course, there would naturally have been some sort of report made at castle already. But the people from their side were just the two girls and a steward. To the anxious Meili, Rose nodded. No need to worry. Of course, the people in the castle will probably be busy, but circumstances are circumstances. Besides, I also have a plan that Uncle has created, that the Margrave created, that's worrying. Well, I do understand what you mean, Klein, after putting her hand to her mouth in mock surprise. Rose called for Klein as a response to the call. The slim face of the butler obediently stepped forward then. Rose stood alongside Meili with Klein behind them. Do you have sufficient compensation? It takes far too much time by dragon carriage, after all. Certainly from the master, I consider the degree to be within the scope of my payment extenuate. Then that's fine, please go ahead. Meili had no idea what the conversation was about, but once it was completed, Klein placed a hand gently on each of the girl's shoulders. Meili had no time to prepare herself for it, was finished in an instant. What a truly strange power. Meili drew in a breath in astonishment. The scene before her had changed within a blink of an eye. Meili and the others had jumped from the garden of Roswell Manor, that they had just been into another garden, entirely Petra, spent every day keeping the mansion garden in beautiful order, but this garden also seemed absolutely wonderful. Klein's teleportation principles, of which were not understood, was as far as she had heard the unique ability that allowed him to jump anywhere within the kingdom. Making use of that ability had taken Meili and Anne-Rose to this garden. Suhu's garden is this in the royal capital. You'll find out soon enough, see here. They come. Anne-Rose jerked her chin in answer, and Meili turned round to look, seeing the figures rushing toward the three of them in the garden. Her eyes widened. They were soldiers who wore a cloak over their white clothes and a beautiful decorative sword that hung from their waist. Or rather, they were not soldiers, but knights. At their apparent strong sense of duty and vigilance, Meili's breath caught in her throat. Staring at them, the leader of the group with a face like a rock stepped forward. Exactly where have you come from? Did you commit this atrocity while being aware that this is Legunica Castle? He asked in a low voice, and Meiliho had wondered whose garden they were standing in, was suddenly enlightened. The perpetrator, Klein, had a rather unruffled air about him in his. Mistress Anne-Rose took the lead. Yes, we also know how terribly rude it is. However, Uncle told me things would be settled more quickly. This way. Uncle. Yes, Roswell L. Mathers, the Western Margrave. She replied boldly, leaving the knights with a bitter face. 3. Even so, to think you were related to Margrave Mathers. Well, the Margrave does often surprise. It seems it runs in the family, too. Oh, as someone who knows exactly how Uncle behaves, I certainly can't take that as a compliment. And Rose replied with a smile to the old man, who was nodding again and again as he stroked his extremely long beard. Her posture was dignified, and Meili was dumbstruck to such an extent that it turned into admiration. It seemed almost as though she had been invited here to a situation that was highly irregular for an outlaw who had just entered the castle without permission. The three of them had been caught by the captain of the knights, and not just knights, but the royal guard in the garden, and after disclosing her lineage were immediately taken to a conference room within the castle. They're the ones who welcomed them with the prominent figures of the kingdom, and they were in the middle of the talk. The old man with the white beard seemed like their representative. I received word from Margrave Mathers regarding the urgent matter. However, he did not come himself to explain, and the representative he sends instead seems to be a small child, replied a bald man, who stared at Anne-Rose with thick eyebrows and crossed arms in the seat next to the old man, although he looked down at her in disdain. Anne-Rose didn't seem intimidated in the slightest. On the contrary, she seemed to be aware of how to deal with those who looked down on her because of her age, and laughed. Is my age a problem? I'm afraid if that's the case, I can make a similar comment to all of you. Know everyone in the Sage Council seems to be pretty old. Aye. Ho, ho, ho. Well, she has you there, Bordeaux. At Anne-Rose's warlike response, full of impoliteness and disrespect, a man had spoken fell silent. Only the old man with white hair seemed to find enjoyment in their exchange. At his laughter, the one called Bordeaux drew in a deep breath. I don't think this is a time for laughter, Miklatov. It's a grave situation, this, if we take the message Margrave Mathers sent by carrier bird as truth, then yes, I understand the gravity of the situation, young lady. The old man Bordeaux had named as Miklatov looked over at Meili. Or you're referring to me? Thinking that her time to speak had not yet arrived, Meili had let her mind wander and suddenly straightened her back under the weight of his intellectual gaze. To Meili, Miklatov gave a deep nod of his head. I have a rough idea of the circumstances, but is it true? Can you drive away the witch beast and clear a path to the Augria sand dunes? Well, I don't really understand the difficulty of clearing a path, but if you grandpas are scared of those witch beasts in the sand dunes, then I can make them go away. To actually be able to manipulate witch beasts, at Meili's careful reply, they looked at each other, and then a commotion spread amongst the people in the room. Even during all the hubbub, Miklatov never lowered his gaze, continuing to stare into Meili's eyes. Meili was somewhat overwhelmed by the old man's gaze, which seemed to almost peer directly into her heart. But hold it together, we're with you on this, Anne-Rose announced from her side, which helped to drown out her feelings of timidness. She didn't know Anne-Rose enough to call her reassuring, but her words allowed her to remember. She could recall the kind words of Subaru and Amelia, who had pointed her in the right direction. Those are good eyes, Miklatov appraised, his gaze softening slightly. At those words, Meili felt a weight lift from her shoulders, and was suddenly overcome with exhaustion. the exhaustion brought on by a mere exchange of glances, was immense. This old man is definitely not an ordinary person. Then do you believe us now? Questioned Rose. That's a problem, Miklatov replied. I didn't sense any lies in that young lad's eyes, but we still need to do some fact-checking, and actually I have the perfect person for it. Perfect person? Rose asked, furrowing her well-defined eyebrows at Miklatov's words. Maylee's eyes widened too, puzzled at a sentence. She didn't understand the meaning of it. The two girls' response. Miklatov narrowed his eyes as he caressed his beard. Bring the night. Reinhard here. He knows the sand dunes, so we should listen to his detailed explanation. Upon hearing the demand for the attendance of the Sword Saint who resided in the capital, Maylee's cheeks stiffened. Although it may be obvious a discussion in the castle to decide Maylee's fate from here on out seemed unlikely to be settled particularly easily. Yendi,